That is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you know. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Monday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif, back from my family vacation alongside Bobby Bell. We got Peyton Russell in the back. Ross run the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. RJ Choppy, excuse me, will be back tomorrow. First difference is the air here. The air quality. I went to Maryland. Yes, it was miserable in terms of the heat and the humidity, but clear as a whistle. Clear as an unclogged, no saliva whistle in terms of just breathing in and out.
Yeah, that was, that's where you were brought up. That's what you would have had, you would have become immune to over time. And by the way, it's Aiden on the Fan Cam, not Ross.
What's up, Aiden?
But no, see, it's...
Well, I blame Peyton for this.
Oh, no. No, this is Bobby.
I'm blaming Peyton immediately.
What did I do?
You made the joke. You said Peyton sliding over to RJ's chair, Ross on the board.
All right, you're right. I blame Bobby for this because yesterday RJ said, hey,
joke.
just a reminder, I'm out with my comp day. And then I sent my audio to Ross. And I texted Ross, and I was like, because we were trying to get a guest for the Stars news, and I was like, Peyton volunteered. Hey, I found this contact. I said, let the boy have his day off. Bobby will handle it.
I thought I got banned from booking guests. I was like, dude, what happened over the week?
No, I was totally freaking confused. I'm discombobulated. I feel like I'm hit by a damn Mack truck. So I'm happy to be back. Very happy, except for the air quality in Texas.
How was your? I saw on Instagram Amanda was saying that Ava cried the entire flight home.
I'll get to it more in best and worst of the weekend at 7:40. But this is one of those moments. This is a scar. This is a deep, deep scar that I will never, ever let her forget for the rest of her life. What she did. If anyone videoed this on American Airlines Flight 2314, it would have gone viral. Remember the Barstool video a few weeks ago of one of their people just recording the baby, and he's in his seat and he's criticizing the parents, and that whole thing blew up? I was like, just please let no one from Barstool be on this flight. If anyone had their phone out after what my daughter did, I could have never. I didn't want to show my face at baggage claim. I had the American Airlines flight attendants, the pilots, like patting me on the back on the way out. I had to get off the plane early before everyone else in front of me, just rushing up because of this menace, this absolute menace to society. It was everything I feared. I kept telling my family, no, I don't think so. She's not going to be good. No, yeah, it'll be fine. No, it'll be okay. And my daughter is now in this phase, it's good and bad, where she only wants me. Whenever she doesn't want to talk to someone, whenever she starts crying, she makes the U-turn, comes right at dad, and it feels good, except I need a massage now, and I don't want or like massages, but she put me through it. An all-time bad moment. My son, 4th of July party a few years ago, and what she did, she was bad on the way there, but this was all-time bad on the way back, and it's a travel ban. I'm like Trump here. I'm instituting a travel ban for my daughter. I told my parents, I hope you enjoyed them. You'll never, ever see them again in Maryland for another 3 years. It's not happening after what she... And I appreciate the Tolos with your advice and the Benadryl and the this and the that. If I scripted out getting her to sleep on this plane more than this show, especially with Ross producing. I scripted this out to a T. Everything backfired right in our faces. I'll never let her forget it. This was the all-time worst parenting hours of my life.
She looked super chill in her car seat driving home, though. She looked like she was...
That's the thing. One of the parents, while walking off, goes, at least she'll sleep. I'm just apologizing to everyone. I wish I could have bought everyone drinks in the section. I said... I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. They said, at least she'll sleep on the way home. Nope. No sleep on the way home. The car ride home was like the Indiana Pacers after losing Game 7. Alba Limo, the only way to go to the airport and travel in DFW. That's the A I'm wearing on my hat all the time here on the show. They had to be wondering what was wrong. Like, did we get in a huge fight at the baggage claim? It was dead silence, and Amanda was right. She put on Instagram, Sean is contemplating life right now as my daughter is sitting there in a daze. Just awful. But I'm happy to be back now, happy to be away. It'll be my first time, like 2 weeks without having children right by my side, get them back to school as soon as possible. But then I had to come home and see this.
Here's Garver, who's done his damage and may have done some more. A fly ball deep to left. That one is into the second deck. Mitch Garver with a 2-run blast gives Seattle a 6-3 lead.
A wild one yesterday right here on 105 through the Fan. In case you did not know, this is your home for great parenting and Texas Rangers baseball as they lose 2 of 3 to the Mariners, and this was a crazy one that ended in 12 innings.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot about this game yesterday that was, encouraging or looked like they were battling. Like, I mean, then there was the other side of it where you were just getting some bad with the good. So like Jack Leiter gives up 7 hits, ultimately just 1 run in 6 innings, but he's scattering some hits. He's giving up some hard hits, but also at the same time, like he was dealing some stuff a few different times. The slider looked really good. The fastball was awesome. And it's just, ultimately they weren't able to hold on to that lead. And then when you get into the 9th and you get or you get into the extra innings and then Luke Jackson starts blowing stuff for you.
Ugh.
But then you're like, oh, okay, Corey Seager comes out, hits that ball, which I thought was just a fly out. Like that's one of the few balls I've seen in the Globe where I was like, that carried a little bit. And so you're thinking, all right, we're battling back. Then you get into the 11th and you're in a position where you think you're going to score. Don't capitalize on that. Josh Young doesn't throw it home in the 12th. And then you think, okay, all right, we're here into the 12th again. You got the meat of the order coming up, and they can't execute it. And so it was disappointing. 3 straight extra inning games over the weekend. A lot of close games, but you hate to lose 2 out of those 3.
Yeah, Josh Young caught my ire, Bobby's ire on social media. You can blame Luke Jackson, of course, if you want, but Josh Young, 2nd and 3rd, 1 out, strikeout. Mike Bassick looking like rookie Tony Romo on the broadcast, just saying, I hate to say it, but they're thinking they can strike Josh Young out, and it's going to come with the high fastball. And the high fastball haunted him throughout the entire day, just like it has throughout the season. Higgy is then up, bases loaded. He strikes out. No Haggerty. I thought the guys did a great job on the TV broadcast asking, what is Bochy going to do in terms of using his bench? Here's what it would mean for the inning afterwards and moving throughout the game. But the Josh Young throw to home with maybe the bobble with the transfer, and then 2nd and 3rd, I wanted to see who would actually get the comparison. Facebook did not. Twitter did. I called Josh Young Byron Leftwich. Who got the reference?
I didn't.
Byron Leftwich.
I didn't fake like I got it, though, like Choppy would normally.
That's right.
He is Byron.
Byron Leftwich. And one moron was like, Josh is white. Yes. We try to do comparisons that aren't just based on skin color. Byron Leftwich had the longest damn windup in the National Football League when it came to releasing the ball.
Yeah.
And that's Josh Young's swing. And I said this before I left. Can Brett Boone not shorten this thing? Can we not do something to make contact? Mike is screaming on the TV broadcast, there's a lot of holes here. There's a lot of holes. You don't have to do anything crazy. There's a lot of different options to go ahead and get this run in. Not with Josh Young and that Byron Leftwich wind-up swing. I tried to go next level with the analogy. It wasn't the most perfect one.
He took 26 swings during this weekend, and 13 of those swings were at balls out of the zone. So I mean, that is a 50%
the new
chase rate. That's worse than Adola's 50% chase rate. He had 9 swings and misses
the way baseball
during the weekend. That's a 35% whiff rate, which again would be the worst in baseball. So for a weekend, it was really bad, and it was Saturday, I think, where I'd just gotten a random bug in my head and I started Googling some things. And I was looking at, where's he swinging? Like, what's different about him from 2 years ago? Why is he not the same? Because I was wondering, have these wrist and hand injuries just messed him up somehow? And when you look at it, his eye level at the plate looks like it's moved up like 6 inches. Like if you look at his swing rates, they've all basically, the heat zones have all moved up about 6 inches in terms of the frequency that he swings at it. But he's not making contact nearly as often. It's just like there's something wrong with his eye at the plate. And I don't know how you fix that.
You wasted Jack Leiter. You wasted 3 hits and a stolen base from Evan Carter. You wasted Osuna with his theatrics later on in the game, and you end up losing. And as they were talking about on the broadcast, yeah, the Rangers may have found like a little something. Bobby in the email wrote he has been feeling a little bit better about your baseball team. Well, unfortunately, the Astros and the rest of the division, they're playing better because you're 9 games back now. You're 9 games back in the American League West, sitting there in 4th place.
Yeah, and I mean, I would hope that as we take a look at this, I mean, the offense doesn't feel...
Wild card, you're 2.5 back.
The offense doesn't feel as hopeless as it did a month ago. I'm not saying by any means it's world beaters anymore, but you don't feel like every game you're not going to score. Like there was a point at the beginning of June where it felt like you weren't going to score ever. And so the offense has improved a little bit. The pitching has come down a little bit. And so to me, this is not looking like a team that you would necessarily invest in at the deadline. But my concern is that same thing we heard a few weeks back from Thad Levine, that like maybe the thought process gets in their head of like, hey, you know what? We were 9.5 back when we traded for Cole Hamels. And look what we did. We went on a run. We won the division. And I would hope that they would just have a realistic, sober view of this team that they didn't have last year at the deadline. And ultimately, I felt like cost them.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. 877-881-1053. We have 2 brand new giveaways this morning. NBA Youngboy tickets in the 7 o'clock, in the 9 o'clock hour. Jake Riepma back bringing the energy during the 720 Expressway over the Dallas Stars and their brand new head coach, Mac Engel, from the Fort Worth Star Telegram will join us at 9. Best and worst and worst and worst and worst of the weekend, along with Below, The Belt, and the Red Zone. I got the messages yesterday from the Tolos that I needed to come back because you guys were so lovey-dovey last week. You guys are so sweet and nice to each other.
We were nice.
We made Chop cry.
That's right.
We made him cry. Well, not cry. He teared up.
Really?
We tried.
Over what?
So Monday he had said that he was like, I'm not worth crying over. I don't want to. He was talking about how he can't see grown men cry because we were playing Will Chambers' last audio where he got choked up on the air. And he was like, basically saying he would never do that. And it's like, all right, well, Peyton and I are going to make you cry on Friday. So we just wrote letters and recorded them to make him cry. And ultimately he didn't like get full on streaming tears, but he did well up. And then he started trying to joke about it at the end. But it was right at the end of Crosstalk. I had wanted initially Luca to read my letter, Luca and Julian.
Oh, his son.
They didn't have enough time, so they were only able to give me a tag at the end to read. And that
What do you mean
them
they
up.
didn't have enough time? I wake up at 11:30 every day
Because
and call him.
He's running around with Chop. So he's like, all right, I'm with my dad right now. I can't do it right now. And so, but he ended up just giving me a quick tag. But he was going to read the whole letter, and Chop, he was like, yeah, if you would have had them read the whole letter, I would have cried.
So you guys wrote like genuinely just 100% authentic, nice things. I would
Not him.
I would not have participated in that.
Thanks
Not
for being
Peyton.
there.
That's his idol.
Listen to that. That's how it closed my letter.
Thanks for being there.
Love you, Dad.
And that's what he almost got him. Peyton had been a little serious, but a lot of it was also just taking shots at Chop, and so did that being fine. Mine was just straight emotional to try and pull it out of him, but it fell just short, I think.
All right, so Chop will be back tomorrow. We got the rest of the entire morning squad here to kick off your shortened week. I saw fireworks driving. Did you see any fireworks driving in from Rockwall?
No, I did not.
There's fireworks,
surprising.
not just on one side of the highway. It was on the other side, too. It was like alternating fireworks, and I was like, what is going on?
Got their weekends mixed up because that's supposed to be next weekend, not this one.
Well, if you live in our neck of the woods or my old neck of the woods where I was driving, Fair Park, Cotton Bowl, East Dallas, it ain't just limited to just one day. The Dallas Stars appear to have a brand new head coach. Are you signing off on this as a replacement for Pete DeBoer? We'll tell you the new and old name next on Sean and RJ 105.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Blades?
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No,
Nutmeg
I
Maidens?
just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
What's old is new again with your Dallas Stars. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif back with you alongside Bobby Bell. Chop back tomorrow. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube here on 105.3 The Fan with a brand new ticket giveaway to hook you up with in the 720 Expressway. Former Dallas Stars head coach and recent Edmonton Oilers assistant Glenn Gulletson is expected to be Pete DeBoer's replacement.
Let's talk hockey.
720. Jake Rietma in studio. Neil Graham, the Texas Stars head coach, does not appear to be getting this job. It'll be Glenn Gulletson, previously served as the Stars head coach. Our first year together on this radio show, 2011 to 2013, and it was Jim Nill who fired him. 4,430 days ago, Jim Nill said, nope, you're not either good enough or you're not ready. And now it's supposed to be Gulletson returning to try to push the Stars over the edge.
Yeah, and that 4,430 days ago feels like about how long ago it was that they fired Pete DeBoer. That was literally June 6th. And here we are on June 29th, 23 days later before they finally make a hire. But this is somebody who, I mean, obviously, I'm not going to sit here and pretend I know anything about Glenn Gulletson as a coach today or how he was as an assistant with Edmonton. I can literally just go off of what have people said about him and how have people talked about the things that he has done.
You weren't alive in 2011?
No, but everybody's just talking about it's completely different. And so, like I'm saying, I don't know what he did in Edmonton. I know he was on staff there, but I don't know how did he actually contribute to that. But all the reviews you hear from people out of Edmonton is what a great job he did and how awesome he was. And so it feels a little to me like if after Dallas would have, the Cowboys would have lost to the 49ers those 2 years, that if they would have let McCarthy go after that, and then they would have gone out and tried to hire one of the assistants from San Francisco. Like, it's like, all right, let's go to the source of what's been causing us a problem. So from that aspect of it, I like the idea of just, hey, it's somebody who's been here before, somebody who, from all accounts, didn't get a great opportunity to show what he could be a decade ago, more than that, almost 15 years ago almost. And has turned into a coach that people really respect and think was a big part of creating or helping to shape the team that has given you the most problems.
So Jim Nill fires him back in the day, and the quote was, hey, just not totally ready. This will be good for him. And it looks like that was prophetic from Jim Nill. He then becomes an assistant with Vancouver under John Tortorella. And then he's hired by Calgary in 2016 as head coach. He lasted 2 years with Calgary, made the playoffs once. He was replaced by Bill Peters. Then he becomes an assistant with Edmonton for 7 seasons under 4 different head coaches. And I texted some of my my hockey guys, and they're like, yeah, just do talk radio and start it up that he's really tight with McDavid. And there's odds that McDavid could leave for some reason because McDavid was cool in the postseason press conference, icy in terms of answering about his contract extension. But he had it's good and bad. He was in charge of their power play. Now, when you have Leon Draisaitl and Connor McDavid, the thought is your power play is going to be pretty freaking good. So how much credit do you actually deserve? Like being an assistant under Sean McVay or Kyle Shanahan for those different offenses. They were number 1 in the NHL during his time in Edmonton. Again, you have the all-world talent. In his first year here, and that time period, many on Twitter and many in the know saying this was a totally different organization. no owner, no budget for trades, not getting the free agents. You were barely reaching the cap floor. The organization was in shambles. So very difficult to judge Glenn Gulletson off of that. Choppy weighed in yesterday, said he's a lifer. The Stars were a completely irrelevant team during those years. Post-lockout, nobody cared. He also didn't really have a team. Morrow at the end of his career. Ben was a kid, tough times. I think Kari was in net. He didn't have a chance to succeed. So that is the immediate reaction to the reports. Not official yet. The Stars have not announced it, that Gulletson is in. On the other side, you have people saying going from Pete DeBoer to Glenn Gulletson is wild. This is your replacement. This is your over-the-top move. Not buying it.
Yeah, there's a little bit of, and one of the things we talked about this last week during our meeting, our post-show meeting with Gavin, but the idea of just how much are the Stars potentially in a position that if they were as worn down by DeBoer as allegedly it seemed like they were talking about in their exit interviews, like some of the buzz that was out there. If that was the case, then are they going to naturally get a bump from whoever the first year? Similar to like the players were worn down by Bill Parcells here, and then when Wade walked in, they just played free and happy and positive, and they got a 1-year bump out of that. And then it came back around pretty quickly, like you guys need to, like you need a better coach. And so I wonder how much the Stars will just naturally get some of that, and how much they're just prioritizing the idea of we need somebody to come in here and just be different. That's what we need more than anything else, is just different. Because right now, it's not that Pete was a bad coach. Pete had just worn people down. And so we need somebody that will make them feel fresh. And so, I mean, it's clearly very different, but I would just think that would be a big part of it.
Let us know what y'all think, Stars fans, on the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. I know the Frankels are probably fired up over this news with the season tickets that they have. Well, at the AAC, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053.
What are some of the, I'm trying to think of, I was just now thinking of this, some of the prominent examples we've gotten of coaches who were let go somewhere, and how did their second tour work? So the Blue Jays went through this a little bit, where they had fired John Gibbons, hired Cito Gaston, and then it was like Gibbons replaced him, and then Gaston replaced Gibbons again. Billy Martin had the 5 tours with the Yankees. But I mean, there's not like a whole lot of examples. Gruden, obviously, as I'm looking at Google, Ted Marchibroda did it with the Colts. But this is, I mean, still unique in terms of there's not a lot of examples of somebody coming back, boomeranging back around, and having success a second time.
Been a really long time since you stole some of my topic ideas and content, as I tweeted yesterday. When did this happen last? How often does this happen? So, Bobby, I'm citing my tweet, I think, at 105.3 SS.
That's not true. I never retweet you.
I know. I know. You're like Spittle. Joe Gibbs back to Washington. He did not leave the first time on bad terms. He was not fired. John Gruden under a different Davis with the ownership. You mentioned Steinbrenner and Billy Martin. Kevin Gray had tweeted that. I give Jim Nell credit, because I don't think this happens often enough in sports, where you just don't get the guy back. Like New York, go get Jeff Van Gundy. Just go get him. I know he's going to be tough to beat out Don Staley as the Knicks head coach, but just go ahead, bring him back. Why isn't this done more often? And Jim Nill said he's not seasoned enough. Maybe he is now. So I'll give him credit, because it's an unconventional thing in today's sports world. But yeah, who was fired? That was my question on Twitter that Bobby was citing right there. Exactly. I didn't see it. Who was fired and brought back by the same GM? I know you didn't see it. Otherwise,
by the same GM,
that's the thing, because again, Al Davis, Mark Davis, Dan Snyder, Jack Kent Cook, those are different owners and different general managers. What GM has fired someone and then brought them back afterwards? That's what I was trying to think.
Yeah, because Marchibroda,
you got Steinbrenner and Billy Martin, number 1, number 2, number 3.
Marchibroda was fired by the Colts in 79, but that was 13 years later where he was brought back. So I don't know. That was, I don't know if that was different hands in terms of ownership, but it definitely was different hands, I would imagine, in terms of the GM.
Kevin Bieksa on Sportsnet gave a hockey breakdown of what Glenn Gulletson could be now.
So for people, the fans that don't know who he is, he's a power play savant. and he oozes style and he oozes confidence. And this is him walking in. He's not from Stockholm, Sweden. He's not from Beverly Hills, California. He's proudly from the Paw in Manitoba. But you couldn't tell the way he walks in. He's got a couple set of rules. One, he has a 3-pass rule off of face-off wins. 3 passes, and the puck is going towards the net. There's one. There's towards the net. The first one you saw it right away. Shot. And it breeds aggressiveness and attack.
So, Bobby, there's an instant thing to keep an eye on when the Stars are on their power play. It's not supposed to go over 3 passes before that puck heads towards the net. Did he say, we need RJ just for this? Get RJ on the hotline to translate bro talk. Did he say he's got sty? Sta? Let me hear the beginning of it. Sty?
So for people, the fans that don't know who he is, he's a power play savant, and he oozes sty, and he
Is that an RJ style abbreviation? Is that a style of Brevs?
I've never
Brevs?
heard sty. That is?
It makes my skin crawl.
Yeah, I have no idea what that. I abbreviated something last week that Choppy hadn't even ever heard of. I don't remember what it was, but he got caught off guard by it. But no, that's I either that's a hockey term I'm not familiar with, sty, or it's that's him shortening things.
Glenn Gulletson missed the playoffs twice here. Overall, the record was 64, 57, and 9. And while Jim Nill, it seemed like it pained him to fire Gulletson the first time around. He mulled over it for about 2 weeks, according to Sean Shapiro, and had at least 5 conversations with Glenn. 5. By the way, props to Sean Shapiro, because a couple weeks ago, he was asked by Craig Ludwig, well, what would you do? What would you do with the DeBoer opening? And he said, I would hire Glenn Gulletson. So he is the only one I saw in the Metroplex with that prediction. And Neil at the time, again, 4,000 days ago, said part of the business, sometimes you have to go through peaks and valleys. In the end, this is going to make him a better coach.
Yeah, props to whoever on the fan text. I cannot remember which area code it was, but that first segment we did right after the news broke about DeBoer, somebody from the 214 said, go get Gulletson. Gulletson should be the hire. And so there was somebody who knew something all 23 days ago, even before Jim Nill knew it.
And Jim Nill wins General Manager of the Year, I think, much to Kevin Hagelin's delight.
Three in a row. This is
How
the
many
three-peat.
GMs have won in any sport GM of the Year 3 straight years?
I can't imagine it's common at all. So maybe somebody with maybe somebody who had earned that was somebody with the Warriors or something like that years ago. But
you're trying to get me in trouble with Jerry already. Nope.
Oh yeah. It's almost that time.
Not happening. It is almost that time.
Yeah, but look, he's I think he did everything he could, and he put them in a position to be where they needed to be.
Sounded like he was handcuffed.
Yeah, look, he ends up he goes out there and gets Mikko. That was fantastic. He at the deadline.
Oh, you're talking about Jim. Sorry.
Yeah. At the deadline, he was doing everything he could to push for another defenseman. It just didn't happen. But without Mikko, they don't get where they did. So in terms of just the moves he made to put them in position, he absolutely was fantastic again.
Well, we go from Mikko to Nico because the general manager of the Dallas Mavericks stuck his foot in his mouth yet again, and Cooper Flagg's comments in the first official press conference after being drafted. We'll give you the it won't be Mavs warm and fuzzies because Nico talked how he screwed up again next on Sean and RJ 105.3.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nothing made
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
#1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Oh, Nico. How did he not win worst take of the week? Every Friday at 9 a.m., Pepe, I heard that you and RJ Choppy voted against Nico, saying fortune favors the bold? What?
Fortune favors the bold.
He didn't win worst take for that?
He didn't.
Nope.
I voted for him. The Fantex didn't vote for him. The Fantex voted for Joy Taylor.
And what did she
said
sleep with?
Caitlin is she said Caitlin Clark is nothing without Angel Reese, basically.
Is nothing without Angel Reese?
That's essentially what she said. Or not
Peanut
nothing.
butter skin.
But she said that she became what she did because of Angel Reese, which I kind of defended that take a little. Yeah. Not she became what she did. It had nothing to do with her talent or anything else. It leveled
she was
up
there
her,
in the moment.
It leveled, but
it's like if I swerve this morning on 30 and I become paralyzed. I'm paralyzed because of that car that was in front of me that I'm swerving from. Yeah, Angel Reese.
Dylan Brooks and Lance Stevenson didn't, but they were irritants to people.
Yeah.
And that made people want to watch more.
Yes.
That's all I mean, is that they had tension that people wanted to watch more. Not that it was like she somehow pushed her to upper game. It wasn't Magic Bird even, or like, wow, these two stars go. It was from the irritation standpoint, wanted to see it.
Yes.
And so from that, she played the heel role.
Yeah.
And really leaned into it. Yeah, that created. And so I don't think it's totally off. I still think it was bad.
Yeah.
But there's no defending what Nico said.
No. Fortune favors the bold. That scares me. And then he made another comment Friday in the Cooper Flag press conference that scares me even more. And we'll get to it in a second. Let's hear from the number one pick first. Here he is being asked about being in a very rare situation. You're not in Washington. You're not in Utah. All the attention in the world, all the focus, and all the pressure is not going to be on you to carry things.
I think it's a blessing. Like you said, a lot of people in this position or this situation aren't, granted this opportunity. So I just feel really blessed and grateful for the situation I've been given. And I'm just looking forward to being a sponge, just getting down here. I'm excited to just learn, soak it all in and learn from the guys that are older and have been through it all before.
As you told me before the show, last week I was asking you about Tolo hype and buzz, and y'all taking phone calls, and was it crazy with the YouTube numbers and the text messages? And you're like, no, it was nothing extra crazy because this was just being made official. This was confirmation. In watching and listening to Flag and all the stuff you have to go through and the press conferences and the draft night interviews and his mannerisms, did you take anything new from him last week?
Yeah, I thought that little side eye when McMahon asked him about replacing Luka, and everybody thought Luka was going to be here. He did this like side eye to Nico, and then looked straight, and then side eyed it again, and he was like smirking. I thought that was funny. I was like, man, that's for a guy that has showed he will purge those who disagree with him. It's knowing your spot and knowing how secure you are that you can't do that. But I was like, could we get a chuckle from some of you in the media there? That was funny. Like y'all are going to give him nothing for that, but. I thought he was impressive. There was
seems like well put together.
Yeah,
he can handle himself.
Yeah, like he seems ready for the moment.
Gets it.
Yeah, he's ready for the moment. He seems measured, mature, all of that. There was actually a really. I was curious to see how much did he seem like he was actually embracing the opportunity. ESPN had a story last week where they were breaking down what had gone on. I'm trying to see who all the. It was Baxter Holmes wrote this. It was trying to see, it was basically a breakdown of this is what was going on inside Mavs headquarters when they won the lottery. This is what was going on in the circle of Cooper Flag when they won the lottery. And you remember we were talking about, like, did he look happy when they won? It was hard to tell if he did.
Right.
He apparently didn't look happy because he didn't know what to think. So they had, like, talked to the family, and the family was like, we were getting texts immediately from people saying, is this okay with you? Are you guys going to be okay with this one? And they were just like, we have no reaction right now because we know nothing about them. We've done nothing to research them because we didn't think they were getting the pick. And so they're like, this is one of the teams we just didn't even have in our head. And so it was hearing them that they went through an evaluation process of trying to figure out if they were happy, and then they decided they were. I was interested to see how he handled that when he was up there in front of the media. And he didn't seem like he was unhappy to be here. So I think it's genuine, but there was at least a point where they were a little conflicted and like evaluating, are we happy with this?
One more clip from Cuppa, as the Joneses would say, before Nico steps in it again. Here's Cooper Flag. This is for you, Kevin Hagelin, on how Duke prepared him for this.
Yeah, I think, being able to go to Duke and be under that spotlight, it's kind of a good preparation. And then even nowadays with the NIL era and stuff like that, college kids are kind of under a bigger microscope than ever. So I think it's a great preparation, honestly, for me to kind of come to the next level. And I've had a year to kind of deal with a lot of that stuff in the media and all that different stuff. So I think it's just great for me to kind of have that year of preparation.
All right, now let's get to it. I think it was Nui, who asked Nico whether this moment right here can help repair the broken relationship with Mavs fans. This is Jason Kidd and Nico, and good gosh, he did it again.
Yeah, I think so. I think it will help. Most importantly, I think it just, we're in win now mode, and we have a really good team, and Cooper adds to that. So I think the fans finally start to see the vision.
What vision? What vision? Your vision in no way, shape, or form could have been having the number one pick. Stop acting like this was in your bag.
Fortune favors the bold.
Which one's worse?
Man. I know, because this is one.
They can finally start seeing the vision? Dude, just say we got freaking lucky. Is there any other way to interpret this? Is there any other way to give him a break? If I brought in defense attorney RJ Choppy, better called Chop, is there what?
No.
Well, how?
Fortune favors the bold one. That one initially, we had talked about this last week.
I think the vision is worse.
He's saying with Fortune favors the bold, he's saying the universe rewarded me. Like it's not, there was no luck involved. This is what happens when you show courage in the face of doubt or whatever. Like the universe said, you deserve this, like, which is the most narcissistic thing I've ever heard in my life. There's that aspect of it.
And that's coming from Bobby.
This one is really bad in just another way. This one's a little more like demeaning, I think, to fans. Like, do you understand now? You got to trust Dad. If you trust Dad, you'll see it all in the end. This is you're the kid who thinks my rules are stupid. But then when you grow up, you went, oh, Dad, I see your wisdom now.
So I think the fans finally start to see the vision.
So this is condescending towards fans. The other's just impossibly narcissistic. So I don't know. They're both awful. And this was the biggest concern we talked about the day after when they won the lottery.
You guys going to vote Molly Kieram as worst take over this Friday at 9, Pepe?
Maybe. Well, I'm off Friday.
This reminds
Finally, I'll get Ross.
This reminds me that, like, when you've got him talking the way he does and the way that he's operating, we had said right after the lottery happened that the biggest concern here is they didn't feel it enough. They didn't learn enough. They got a little taste of of the blowback from it. But that they needed to feel this for longer.
Didn't feel what? And
the repercussions for what he did. And
so
all,
you're saying
all their PR
the
response.
lottery win stopped.
That basically, not that it stopped it, but that it, in his mind thinks, we're good now.
Yeah.
It's like, no, you're not. You needed to you need to understand that you're not good and you've really screwed something up here. And that's the thing, is that he basically touched the stove, burned his hand, and then somebody was right there immediately to put aloe on it, and then he's like, oh, that wasn't that bad. I can do that.
Yeah.
It's like, no, like it's the Woody Johnson effect that The Athletic wrote about, where he was right, or he basically had something that he looked at as confirmation, and so now he doesn't think anybody can question it.
And then Bobby was asking in the commercial break, do you think it's more just arrogance, defiance? And my big worry is intelligence. It really is. Like, is that arrogant, Tolos, or is that stupidity? What do you do? Part of the vision, you finally start seeing the vision of a 1.8% chance that I factored in to getting Cooper Flagg and the team that we're going to have out there. And this goes back to the Mavs fans saying, I don't want to see him rewarded. This goes back to you, Bobby Belt, saying, I don't want to see him rewarded. I don't want to root against the Mavs, but I don't want to see Nico get his praise.
I mean, it's like you deal with this in like people's life. You said it all the time. You needed your DUI. You needed that to understand, like, I can't, there's fallout from this. You can't do this. Nico is like basically was given a DUI and then they dismissed it on some technicality. Like the cop technically didn't pull you over. You didn't get Mirandized or something.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, okay, well then I can go out there and do it again. Like, I mean, look, the universe clearly didn't want me to get a DUI, so that was just bad luck.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and do it again.
He's acting like he's like the chosen one. He's acting like he's been blessed.
Very messianic.
By the GM gods. What are the Tolos saying?
Guys on the fan text, 214 says Nico acts like AD isn't made of glass. 817 says 1.8% vision. 321 says his vision was trading Luka for the first overall pick.
Well, if you believe in the conspiracy, then I'll apologize to Nico.
We got 3 or 4 texts on here that are saying what this is this was Nico accidentally tattling on the NBA and saying it was rigged. Because he's telling you he knew he was getting it. Okay.
All right. Here's Cooper Flagg and Jason Kidd. And which one's worse? Fortune favors the bold, or now you can finally start seeing the vision? It is condescending. Holy S, is it condescending.
214, you never want to give Nico credit. Just give Nico his credit. So, yeah, I guess we're supposed to give anything else that says let Luka go, please. 214 says that. So
Cooper Flagg and Kidd on what he can bring. We talk about the Brian Schottenheimer culture. What about the Mavs culture?
Yeah, I think obviously something that's talked a lot about is, being a two-way guy. The culture of playing both sides of the ball, playing really hard, making the right plays all the time. So I think that's something I'm able to do, at a high level, just make the right plays and play both sides of the ball.
I think when you talk about the culture, about winning, as he just brought up, he's going to do whatever it takes to win. He might have 10 points one night and 2 steals, but just understanding that it's all about the W's. And so the culture here in Mavs land is about winning, and it's about winning a championship.
I saw you guys last week do a topic. I saw the headline. I didn't listen to the whole thing or even a minute of it. What would the stat line have to be? Did you go with a stat line or just fill in the blank of what Flagg rookie success is?
No, basically what we'd gone in is we were talking about the idea of just like, if he performs at this level, if he gives you this, is that okay? It was in a broader context of like, what does he have to be? Because if he was a 5-time All-Star throughout his career, people are going to say probably he was a disappointment.
Yeah.
Like because there's been so much hype. And so it was more just about the baseline of what does he have to become in order for it to be a slam dunk? Because I think right now, honestly, the hype has gotten a little out of control. to the point where it's going to be really difficult for him not to be viewed as underperforming it?
I'm thinking 15-5-5 I'd be happy with.
Yeah, as a rookie?
Yeah.
I think...
And if he scored 15, that may be a tad bit much with the rest of the talent on this roster. But 15-5-5, I agree with Jason Kidd. I don't think the stat line is going to blow you away rookie season. He's going to be a poor man Scottie Pippen, in my opinion.
Well, and so we had talked about Pippen is what we...
And this team is a contender.
Pippen is what we had invoked. So if you've got Pippen at the very height of his career, like in his prime, when he was asked to be the primary scorer...
Contender if Kyrie can walk.
When he was asked to be the primary scorer for the Bulls while Jordan was out, and he was in his prime, at that point, Pippen averaged 22 points a game. That's probably Cooper Flagg. Like when you look at what he's set up to be,
he ain't scoring 32 like Luka.
Right, that's probably him. And so if that's the case, are you happy with 22, 8, and 5 for his career? I think most people would be happy with it, but would they go, that's not quite what I thought I was getting?
All right, we got a brand new concert ticket giveaway for you turning it on, leaving it on. That is what Tolo stands for. Jake Riepma in studio, the human cappuccino, to get you ready for the Dallas Stars' next head coach. But George Pickens got a win over the weekend. We'll take you inside the Star, also on the home of the Dallas Cowboys, with Sean and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt next.
products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Happy Monday to you. And it's a short week, so you should be in an even better mood. I'm back from vacation. Choppy will be back tomorrow. We got our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt, here on Sean and RJ. Your official home of the Dallas Cowboys is 105.3 The Fan, and George Pickens got a win over the weekend.
Yeah, he did. First, before we get the actual reaction, you were not here for the initial story. What did you, I know you had seen it because I saw you retweet it while you were on vacation. What was your initial thought on look how awful George Pickens is? He didn't show up to this camp. He had to be replaced by Pat Freiermuth.
Well, initially I was like, okay, here's real George coming through. This is what we heard and all feared and thought in Pittsburgh. And then I think it was Tolo Antoine was like, dude, you think he's got stuff going on right now? You think he's a little bit busy? So my Homer Cowboy brain went to, hey, man, guy's got a lot on his plate. Come on now. But I didn't know what the exact commitment was, but what a harsh statement,
dude, from
this camp who put it out.
Florio trashed them on Thursday or Friday, whenever that was, because Florio.
So reset real quick what happened.
Yeah, so essentially George Pickens he was supposed to host a camp this past Saturday in Pittsburgh. When he got traded, initially he hadn't backed out or hadn't changed his mind. They'd asked him about stuff. They then said that he backed out about a week ago. And that when he did, they're like, we had to scramble to find somebody else. Pat Freiermuth has stepped in, but they used really aggressive descriptions, like talking about he turned on his word or he backed out of his word. Just really aggressive tone that basically made it seem like George Pickens is awful. And they probably thought that would be received pretty well because of how Pittsburgh has felt about George Pickens. Well, it was not received well. As Florio pointed out, he's like, why are you not offering refunds to these people? You're just trying to basically trash Pickens the entire time. That's what you need to be focusing on. And two, things change for people. He's not in Pittsburgh anymore. Something has changed. But to me, the other thing was we got an announcement that the date for training camp had shifted about a week ago as well, to where they're supposed to leave on July 20th now. I don't know if Pickens backing out is why the camp was moved to July 20th with Pat Freiermuth, but the day the camp is on now with Freiermuth, George Pickens is supposed to be in Oxnard. He's supposed to be on a plane to Oxnard, so it could be that. But the fact that they sat on it for a week before informing people, that also makes them look bad. But True Edge Sports, who puts this on, they said recently a statement was issued regarding our scheduled youth camp with George Pickens that did not accurately reflect the full scope of communication or the context surrounding the event. At no point did George communicate with us directly, and our communications with George's representatives led to confusion about the camp's status and future direction. They said that regrettably, the language used in our original message mischaracterized George's intent and actions. And then at the end of it, they close up with, we recognize that he was navigating a significant career transition during this time and that his team kept open lines of communication with us. So that sounds like something also may have scared them in their communications with Georgia's team. Somebody must have been like, you are going to correct this.
So
right
how
now.
is this group? Are they in charge and they hire out?
So yeah, this came up. We were talking about this. The idea basically is you've got these different programs or companies that run camps like this, and they will hire somebody to come, an athlete to.
Because my godson, was just at tight end U.
Well,
and I was like, that's put on by George Kittle and his pops at Vanderbilt.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, I would think George Pickens and his people would put on a camp he was doing.
Some of them will, but I mean, there's also, I think one of them is called Pro Camps. There's this one, True Edge. Like people, this is like a network as well of people who they do camps and then they partner with different agencies to get players to, hey, we want to put on a camp in your area. Will you do it? But this is one of the things we talked about. You remember the Deebo Samuel thing a couple of years ago? Where Deebo didn't
skinny.
He didn't sign for the kid. Some kid tried to ask him for an autograph at his camp, and he's like, can't. And everybody's like, how awful this is. And Deebo had to come out and go, it was explicitly stated that you were going to get a picture and an autograph, but we weren't signing extra merchandise because I can't do that for everybody.
Yeah.
And this dad set it up to do this, film it, and make me look like I was a bad guy. So you're getting a lot of players now that are starting to get a little leery of doing camps like these because they feel like, if I'm not putting this on, if I'm not in charge of everything, I don't know how much I want to be tied to it and just turn my reputation over potentially to them. But this is something where a lot of these camps will just start hiring out players and looking for connections.
But you were not worried initially that George was being a bad dude?
On the surface, when I first read the headline, and then see them going after him, like, this is bad. But then the more you when you got to the end of it and start thinking through everything I was like, okay, I guess we'll wait and see a little bit how this played out. And obviously, the more it played out, it's like George isn't really at fault here. Doesn't
So a win for George Pickens as the organizers come out with a very strong retraction and apology. Speaking of Debo, there was some clips of former NFL players taking some shots at him. We saw him in his Commander's uniform over the course of the weekend. Of course, people are wondering if he's overweight, how slow he's running. T.O. said Debo is 2 chicken nuggets away from tipping the scale. And former Eagle Brandon Graham said, I wouldn't worry about him. He's got to get in shape first. So people commenting on the new wide receiver in the NFC East.
And I'm trying to remember, were you here? I think you were. You were here when Dan Quinn talked about him, right?
Yeah.
And Nick Quinn's like, oh, he's faster. He's like the Flash out there. He's so fast. Like, I could barely see him. He's a blur moving, which is nice. Dan Quinn's a good hype man to have. But, yeah, it's look, my concern is not necessarily with Debo being in shape or, Debo and how fast he is. My concern is Debo going to stay healthy if I'm a Commanders fan? And outside of that, is he just declining? Is he just not as good anymore? Because he has not looked like the same player in the last couple of years.
The Texas Rangers had a wild one yesterday, going to extra innings again against Seattle.
With the 0-1, and that one's popped up. Left side of the infield. It's Crawford calling for it. On the dirt, he reaches up to make the one-hand grab, and this ball game is over. The Seattle Mariners, with 3 in the top of the 12th, hold on and defeat the Rangers by the final of 6-4. The Mariners take the series 2-1.
Hicksey with the call. The Rangers are in 4th place in the American League West, 2.5 back in the wild card, but 9 games back in the division. They've ruined Jack Leiter, Evan Carter, and Corey Seager and his hero moment.
Corey Seager's finally starting to hit again. See, you are the Shinks because you stopped betting on him.
Yep.
And as soon as you did, it brought him back to life. Look, Seager performing well. Evan Carter continues to hit the ball really consistently. Bassick was yesterday talking about how much he likes that, like, Evan Carter has started kind of adjusting his swing and tailoring his swing to try and, hit the ball the other way or do different things. I really like some of the stuff that you're seeing from guys offensively lately, like Seager, Carter, Josh Smith. It's just it's coming at this time where your pitching's a little more unstable and you're not getting enough out of Josh Young. You're not getting enough out of Wyatt Langford. You're not getting enough out of guys you've counted on to bring you here.
Why do you think Josh Young went to first instead of home?
I don't know.
When you're watching the replay, did it have to be the transfer in the glove? He didn't get the right grip he wanted.
That's
because it wasn't even like any chaos there in that moment. It was like, all right, I'm just going to go to first.
My initial thought before I saw when you see the replay, you're like, okay, maybe it's got something to do with the transfer, like you're talking about. Maybe that's why he didn't do it. When I saw it live, I was like, he just, I don't know, thinks that he can't get it to home. He doesn't want to risk a tag. He wants something that's an out by throwing it away. I couldn't figure it out. And Josh Young deserves a lot of credit for.
And by the way, I love the extra inning rule. It makes it makes it so much more fun. It really does.
I feel like
I'm like you normally, traditional. Let's not make it NBA Jam and 5-point blinking circles, but it's so much action. It's so much better, Bobby.
It's good. You get the action and everything else, but I hate the idea of just let's gift you a runner. Like the game is going to gift you a runner. That's so unlike everything that we've always seen. But I think it was, I can't remember which inning it was. When was it that Josh Young had that ridiculous throw to first?
Oh yeah.
That was the inning before or 2 innings before. Like he made a play that was like, oh my gosh, look how he just bailed them out.
Yep.
And so feels like a little nitpicky at times. He got a base hit yesterday. He drew a walk. He showed patience. It's just it's really frustrating keeping up with some of his swing habits lately. There's just something not right about his approach this year.
877-881-1053 as they go to extra innings for the third time in franchise history with a streak of 3+ extra inning games. Last time, 2012. That according to Jared Sandler. And now you talk about some of the offensive guys getting going. Wyatt, not.
Wyatt Langford has been placed on the IL. So this is with an oblique strain, which is, I feel like he's dealt with this before too. But Wyatt Langford has been placed on the IL retroactive to the 25th. And he will be out at least for the next several days, but it'll probably go on longer than that, it sounds like. But he's been incredibly frustrating to watch. So I was looking back and trying to see, okay, what is his progression been like? Because if you look last year, I think we were kind of frustrated with him last year before he kind of got going. Last year, he finished the year hitting.
We had the big crosstalk fight, I think, about him being injury prone between Choppy and Hagelin. I think that was about Josh Young.
Well, so no, I was talking about Langford here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So Langford last year, he hit 253, and we were kind of frustrated with him last year, where it was like, is he going to be the guy that he needs to be? Well, this year he's hitting 232, and I know that last year he closed out the year really strong, and he started this year really strong. If you look at last September through almost the end of April, that was a 43-game stretch for Wyatt Langford. He was a 319 hitter, 391 on-base percentage, 1035 OPS. Those are MVP numbers for over a quarter of a season, basically. And if you can sustain him, that's great. The problem is that he hasn't been able to. Outside of that 43 games, the rest of his 158 career games, Wyatt Langford is hitting 226, a 290 on-base percentage, and his OPS is 646. That means 80% of his career, he hasn't even been a starting quality bat in the outfield. Because the 646 OPS in the outfield is not going to cut it. And so, to me, the two biggest tasks for Brett Boone or the entire Rangers staff, I would assume, the entire hitting staff would be, you need to figure out how to get Wyatt Langford on track consistently, and you need to figure out how to fix whatever's wrong with Josh Young's approach and his eye at the plate, because something's not right there.
Well, at least you get the Orioles. I think that's a good thing. I was in Maryland for the Jared Sandler photo.
Well,
man, that was amazing.
Yeah, where's your man on the street audio? Why didn't you go to the Orioles park and get audio for us?
Yeah, Jared texted me. Reetma's back there said, yeah, where is it? The Ocho will be in here in just a second. Why are you calling Jake the Ocho?
Because he gets credentialed to the obscure sports like the WNBA.
and Live Golf. He's out there. Yeah, Sandler texted me. He's like, you want to go to the Oriole game? And I was like, huh? He's like, yeah, I'm in Baltimore. How far away are you from Baltimore? I was like, Jared, you could let me have 2 at-bats in the Oriole game, and I would not go from the beach to in this sweltering, awful, miserable weather. But that picture of Jared, I hope you all had it on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube last week. That was amazing. That I'm sitting here leaving the state of Texas for this beating, and I don't want to get shot. I also don't want to get murdered, killed, or sweat to death. One of the 3 would have happened going to Canman Yards, a park that I do love.
Who would have been, would you have been the most gung-ho about going? Or would there have been somebody in your family who's like, wait, you turned Orioles tickets down? We could have gone?
No, wasn't that gung-ho. My father-in-law, he wanted to stay. He wanted to stay looking at the beach. My wife, she would have killed me. No one had any interest in going. And I was like 3 hours away anyway. But I was sitting there for the Jacob deGrom performance, watching that in Maryland. And tonight it's going to be Patrick Corbin as the earned runs for Corbin kind of going up in each of the last 3 starts. The ERA sits at a 4.24 with a 4-7 record. Last 3 starts in 5 innings. He's worked just 5 flat innings over the last 3 runs, 4 runs, and against Baltimore last week, 5 earned.
Oh yeah, we had the note last week. Corbin had been through his first 12 starts, had allowed 3 or less in every start, and then like you just said, his last 3 starts, it's 3 or more. So he's trending in a not great angle right now.
Having a difficult time waking up this morning, the human espresso, our Stars insider. Let's talk hockey and the Stars' new coach with Jake Reetma, commercial-free expressway with an NBA Young Boy giveaway after this.
Pepper lady. Major balls. Nutmeg maybe? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it someone else?
you by the on-time experts, and the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
We are commercial-free with the Expressway. We have an NBA Youngboy ticket giveaway this segment, 9 o'clock hour as well. Best and worst of the weekend. I'll try to stop all parents from traveling with babies for the rest of time. Here with Sean and Bobby. Choppy back tomorrow, and in studio, our Dallas Stars insider and WNBA insider and Live Golf insider.
It's been too long. Come on. Hey, Dallas Stars.
Jake Riepma with the Sweet Stars hat. You hear him with CA right here. Weekends on 105.3 The Fan.
Got you down.
Your react. What have you learned? Give me your top 2 things you've learned about hosting with Chris.
He's an OG. He's been around the game forever. I'm always learning something from him. We disagree on some things sometimes. We agree on some things. I think it makes it spicy. We got after each other a little bit this weekend. He gave me some, the fan text said he was giving me a little unk action, which I love. I love it. You know, I told him I want to learn the history of 105.3 The Fan. What's going on between these walls? The guy knows everything that's going on in Dallas.
Now, Chris in a fight is like what? I've never been in an argument with Chris.
Yeah, you know, we both got, it wasn't like a fight. But
what was it over?
You get a little animated. It was over, of all things, the Savannah Bananas. That was my Jake break over the weekend. I just don't get the Savannah Bananas. I don't get it. And it was one of those things,
But you love baseball.
I love baseball, exactly. But the fans, what broke me... Well, yeah, especially with the kids. But what broke me is when the fans catch it and it's an out. That's not baseball. It's a different game. And do your flips and your fiery and everything. And CA, you know, I give him credit. He was like, well, just because you don't like it doesn't mean other people like it. And I said, I understand that, but it's not for me. So we got after it a little bit.
Do you hate the Globetrotters?
No, yeah, that was his comparison. Do I hate the Globetrotters? Mm-hmm. No, it's fine, but it's. I wouldn't say I'm going to watch basketball if I'm going to watch a show, and I get that. Like I could make the distinction between entertainment and baseball. Just stop calling Savannah Banana baseball. It's not baseball.
Your reaction to the news yesterday that sounds imminent. Glenn Gulletson is coming back.
Goalie, 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 goalie.
Finish the question.
Is that his nickname or your nickname?
I've heard some people calling him Goalie. I think it's a great nickname. Goalie, goalie. I was surprised.
If only Pete DeBoer called his goalie that.
He just had to call his goalie something. He just call him.
Yeah.
Instead of just pushing him under the bus. That's right. Lost 6 or 7. Otter's better.
But you did tweet. You didn't seem to be a big fan of it.
I wasn't initially. That initial reaction felt a little deflated because I just thought Neil Graham made so much sense. And I thought for him as a guy that's had so much success in the minor leagues, Neil Graham, the chemistry with a lot of those young players, because that seemed to be what was lacking, the connection there, it just seemed like the natural progression. So initially I thought, and I was kind of bummed for him as a guy because you think, I've worked so hard in the minors. I've earned this opportunity, and what seems like a natural slide right in to the organization I've built my reputation with, and then not to be afforded that opportunity. I was a little disappointed for him. Then I hit the books, hit the group chat, start talking to some sources. What do you guys think? Help me feel a little bit better. And it does make a lot of sense because this is a ready-made roster, ready to win. I would say you'd be hard-pressed to find a better situation in all the National Hockey League to inherit, let alone a roster that's coming off a coach being fired. It doesn't happen this way. Sure, you get coaches that retire and the roster's ready to go right now, but as an organization, the Stars are so ready to win. It's ready-made. Hopefully, it's just one missing ingredient.
But why is he a ready? Yeah, we know it's a ready-made situation. Why is he the finishing piece?
Because I think he's great with star players. That's what I kept hearing is this guy is able to relate to star players. Now, I don't mean the Dallas Stars. I mean really good players. Obviously, who we're going to talk about is McDavid and Draisaitl, and the way he gets the best out of them. He's a power play wizard, and I heard you say it helps having the best players out on the ice on the power play. Yeah. But he is a downhill attack. He has this philosophy: pass, shoot, go, and that was some of the knock on the Dallas Stars. A little bit too finesse, looking for that perfect shot, playing too much on the outside. He is a downhill guy. Think of as a comparison, 3 yards in a cloud of dust, just bang, bang, bang. That's the kind of hockey we're going to be seeing. And I think that that could add a new element to this Dallas Stars team, and he's great with star players.
But should it worry you? How much should it worry us? It's kind of Brian Schottenheimer-like. Like, okay, you were an assistant for 7 years. No one else was like, all right, you're seasoned enough. You're ready. Let's do this.
I thought of that as well. There's an element of he was comfortable in Edmonton. And, you know, as a guy that had been around the block, he had been a head coach for the Calgary Flames as well, and had a really successful coaching career in the minor leagues too. I worry about, you know, you draw that distinction between, was he really comfortable in Edmonton, or maybe a little complacent, or maybe nobody wanted him. Nobody can really determine that. I don't think there's a tangible way you can say, no, yeah, he was set in Edmonton. But at the same time, maybe he was playing the field a little bit, looking for the right opportunity, jumps at this opportunity, and what an opportunity it is to be the head coach of the Dallas Stars on a ready-made roster.
How much of it coinciding, and maybe it's reading too many tea leaves, but the fact that Jamie Benn has announced his returning, and then it's finalized that Gullettson's coming back, when Ben would be one of the only guys here who would say, I've got experience with him and can kind of help the transition over and tell younger guys like, hey, this is our guy.
Bobby Bell must have read my notes.
I did. This is what I do. I stole his notes. I stole your notes. This is what I do.
The Jamie Benn connection, I don't think can be understated, because Jamie Benn, when he, you know, signs that contract extension, team-friendly deal, it really symbolizes, okay, the captain's all in. You got to have that connection between the captain and the head coach, and the connection between Glenn Gulletson and Jamie Benn was alive and well through the minor leagues. It was the inaugural season for the Texas Stars when Gulletson was the head coach. They get all the way to the Calder Cup finals. And I know it was a long time ago, which, again, you can't say, oh, yeah, we were great together, 10, 15 years ago. What does that look like now? But when the captain bodes for you, which you got to imagine he did, I think that might have been the finishing touches on it, because you heard Jim Nill over the weekend, which, by the way, shout out to him, a three-peat of GM of the year. But you heard him over the weekend say, we're in no rush. We don't have to speed up this timeline. And then the imminent announcement is basically made 24 hours later. So I do have a theory that I think Jamie Benn said, let's do it. You get that contract done, run it back. You got your captain. Now you got a head coach that supports the captain, and vice versa.
Jake Rietma in studio here during the commercial-free expressway on the Fan.
How much of the times that you were around the post-game atmosphere after they would lose games or whatever else, it felt like, at least here, we're trying to figure out how much of this is just they're trying to free them up. Like they felt under the thumb of Pete DeBoer, and they're trying to basically get a jump of just let's let them play free. How much of that was a sense at the end of the year of just like guys who felt like maybe they were worn out by everything?
That's a good way to put it, because you could feel it in the losses for sure, but you could also feel that Pete DeBoer, right, wrong, or indifferent, had this aura about him of, I am the leader, I am the boss, but there's a distinct separation. And, I think of the polar opposite of a player's coach. He was, it is my way, and I am at the very, very top. Now, he was great with the media, I have to say, and I think a lot of the people on the Stars beat would back me up here that he was always gracious. He was never, of course, you can get animated with it. Obviously, the obvious one with Kyle Shaw, what was that, the last year's playoffs. But at the same time, I think when you have a system and a style like Pete DeBoer, it has a distinct shelf life. And, Belichick would be another example how it soured with him in New England. It sours quicker when you have that distinct style. So I think the idea of change for a lot of these young guys, which I know Mac would agree with me on this, Mac Engel, that maybe the players are a little bit too soft as well, because they have a responsibility and have to be, take accountability for some of the shortcomings on the ice as well. And I'm curious if Gully will get the best out of his players by bringing that cohesiveness with the roster. Now, I will say too, Gully, the guy's pretty fiery. There's some famous viral clips of him going off on players for the Flames. He has an absolute F-bomb rage tantrum where he chucks his stick into the during a open skate. So the arena's empty or whatever, but he chucks his stick over the glass and is MFing people. So he's fiery as well.
This is probably generalized to all sports, not just the NHL, but it's relevant here in Dallas. If you fire a coach because of what your players said, do you have to hire your next coach based on what the players say?
There is an element of player ownership to that, right? And
but would they have had to have approved, before they hired him, would they have had to have run this by players that they also took their word on DeBoer?
I would think so, and as we've talked about, CA team building is a sport, and with Jamie Benn as vocal as a prominent leader and a captain that has worn the C for so long, certainly. But I am curious how much say guys like Jake Ottinger had, because obviously that was the turmoil there. Even some of the younger guys like Wyatt Johnston, and it came out that it was not just Ottinger that was upset with, and in those exit interviews, some of the younger guys who all stepped up and said something, guys that are younger but have earned that cachet like Thomas Harley and so on and so forth. I wonder if they were, to your point, all in on signing off on this hire.
If I told you right after the season ended that Glenn Gulletson would be the replacement, are you still getting rid of Pete DeBoer? Is this an obvious downgrade on paper?
Oh, you asked the tough questions. Come on. I love it. I mean, it's 7:30 in the morning, and I'm really having to use that thinker here. But I would say paper, yes. It's not as accomplished of a resume.
Is it like McCarthy to Schottenheimer?
In a sense, but the runway between the amount of time when he was the head coach for the Dallas Stars, and obviously totally different team. I mean, they were financially managed by the NHL at that time, so I don't want to hold that against him. But that's a decent amount of time to then circle back to become the head coach, whatever it is, 12 years later. So I don't think it's the same as Schottenheimer because he was, more involved and whatnot. But I do think that with the change from a guy who has been to the conference finals 5 of the last 6 years and Pete DeBoer, the expectations are sky high. And that's a tough environment to come into, but at the same time, you've got to embrace it with this ready-made roster.
Have there been any rumors about DeBoer and his next stop?
No, I think I've been trying to find that out. I haven't heard anything major, but I think he's pretty content too. I think he'll take a year off and then find his way, and he is so well established in the league that he's one of those guys that I think he can name where he wants to be next, and somebody will afford that opportunity for him.
Jake Reitman in studio here on 105.3 The Fan. What have you thought of the other moves in the offseason?
I like the Jamie Benn one. It's such a team-friendly deal that it's kind of a win-win situation. Duchesne originally, one of those things, instant reaction, I'm like, ooh, that's a lot. But then you dive into it a little bit deeper, and Nashville's paying the majority of his salary this first year because of that buyout. So if I'm a Nashville Predators fan, you're double palms up. What the heck? Come on, you're killing me. It'll be interesting to see what happens with Dumba if he'll be bought out. And Granlund. I mean, that's another one. Free agency starts July 1st. Another reason why the Stars had to get this head coaching decision done and made. Development camp starts today up north in Frisco. Let's go develop some youngsters.
You get credentialed for that?
No.
Some youngsters pay.
According to Bobby, I only get credentialed for the obscure sports.
It's the Ocho.
But come on. I mean, the American Airlines Center was the spectacle of the WNBA world on Friday night. Yeah, Caitlin Clark signing autographs, making young girls' days. They were so excited. You had Paige Beckers.
Why does it always come back to the kids?
So how were those two events, Liv and the WNBA?
Let me tell you, Liv was hot. I was sweating. I was trying my best. I had my credential. I'm walking between the ropes. I'm getting footage, but man, I was sweating. But I will say the AAC environment, all seriousness, it was lit. It was hype. People were loving every basket. You heard the crowd and the ovation for Paige Beckers, Arike Agumbawale. I could get excited about that. I thought of my two nieces. They would have had a blast. I mean, that is cool. I got some fan audio, man on the street.
Ooh, yeah.
Talking to some people. And there were people driving in from Indiana, from Iowa, from all parts of Texas, Corpus Christi, El Paso. People were making the trip to Dallas. People flew in from Seattle, and this one girl I talked to, she was not young. She probably was like 35, so way out of my
range.
But she was like, Dallas is on the up and up. Like, everything happens in Dallas. I thought that was a good way to put it.
They ended up seeing the best player that night, too, because the Paige Beckers actually played, unlike Caitlin Clark. Have you looked at Caitlin Clark's stats lately, Sean?
The shooting numbers?
Come on.
She's shooting 39% from the field. She's shooting 29% from three. She's averaging 6 turnovers a game. 6 a game. She's Jeremy Lin out there.
No, she's Tiger Woods. She transcended the sport.
No.
She's getting everybody paid. They're taking private jets instead of flying commercial. Every WNBA player should be writing her a thank you note.
Is your boy Malik Beasley guilty?
Oh, he's in so much trouble. That guy, I could send you 10 tweets. This guy is going coast to coast in the final 2 seconds of a game to cover Timberwolves -7.5. Are you kidding me? This guy's so guilty, man. R.I.P. Great career, Malik Beasley. Talk to you never.
But the bet that was put on him for the under did not hit. It went over, and they still flagged him for the unusual betting activity in Vegas or wherever it was.
Well, my understanding is a lot of this is stemming from when he was with the Minnesota Timberwolves before he was with the Detroit Pistons. But I'll have a great image of him, butterfingers the ball in the most important moment against the New York Knicks, down by a chance to tie the game through his hands. But there's also one other clip, and I know we got the expressway right now, so we can just keep going and going.
No, we can't.
You're like, no.
The one of him defending?
No, the one of him trying to get a three off Giannis. Giannis swats him in the closing seconds, but the Pistons were down like 8 at the time, and then stands over him and does this stupid little shimmy. Like, you're a National Basketball Association player. You're going to do a dance every time you make a three-pointer? Come on. You act like you've been there before.
Jake Reitma.
Bassick just texted me about Caitlin Clark.
What'd he say?
She also has a 3.9-inch vertical, which is pretty impressive.
And Holland has been texting us.
Yeah, because
Does he
Holland
have a
is
golf
like,
outing?
yeah, he's like, I'm missing y'all. I was like, I wasn't invited. He said everyone was invited. I was like, I was not invited.
Is that where Choppy is?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he took his.
He's out on the links.
That's right. You think you can beat Choppy? I've seen you golf recently.
No, I love golf. I'm not good at it. I love the game. I love to play the game the right way. That's why handicaps were invented. I am a 16.5 handicap. Sometimes I'll go out there and break 90. Sometimes, we'll be looking for balls all day. That's just the way it is. It's a tough sport, but I love it.
When are you on again next?
Friday. 4th of July, America's birthday. Where else would you be? It's a barbecue holiday, too.
So Saturday as well?
Yeah, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. The old three-peat. We're looking at it. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Jake Reitma, give him a follow. His the Jake Reitma superfan Kid Muse has already been all over it.
I love that guy. Shout out to Kid Muse.
Follow him on social media.
But you like the kids, don't you?
I met his son, Dylan. I met his kid.
I bet you did.
Good. Thank you, Jacob. Much appreciated. Commercial-free Expressway. Let's hook you up for putting up with us.
Keep that man with me. Hold on, check out how I'm
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see NBA YoungBoy on Thursday, October 30th at the American Airlines Center in Dallas. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right. Why are some people talking about LeBron James to the Mavericks? A point guard search that has still not been filled. We'll get to that at 8 o'clock here on Sean and Bobby. Chop back tomorrow after the Derek Holland golf tournament this morning. Right now, let's get to your weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend. Let us know what you did. Good, bad, the drama, no matter what it was. 877-881-1053. Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line 877-881-1053. I will start off with my trip to see my parents in Maryland. I took the in-laws with me. I wanted to thank them for all of the babysitting they do basically every single weekend. This would be my son, who's about to turn 5 this weekend. His first real memories of going back home. My daughter is 1. She's not going to remember jack squat, but I am going to make sure she remembers the absolute torture she put us through on the flights. Flying there, she was bad. Flying back, I apologize to everyone aboard American Airlines flight 2314 because I'm still not over it physically or emotionally with the absolute meltdown that she had. You want the good or the bad of the trip?
You know what? Let's always end on a positive note. So give me the bad out of the gate.
Bad was my daughter. I tried everything. She had her own seat, got a car seat, had her own iPad that I had to pay for just for this trip, had all the snacks, had the medicine, tried to time it out, feeding her a lot, manipulating her nap schedule. Did not work. She was asleep for about 30 minutes on the way back, and then for basically the entire flight. She was crying, and the last 30 minutes felt like 3 hours straight. Lost it. Like, hyperventilate. Like, people were looking at me as if she was having a medical episode. The woman behind me was trying to be nice, but it was annoying. Like, just stand up. Just carry her. And you jackasses from this airline on the way there who gave me a hard time for standing up and trying to sit there and pat her on the back and walk her up and down the aisle. I got caught between the carts, the drink carts.
Oh, no.
I got caught. I was like, hey, is there any way? They're like, sir, do you want to pay for this an hour later? She's screaming, melting down. And I'm like, is there any way you guys can move up like 4 rows so I can get back to my seat? Oh my gosh. I'm like, okay, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? I got parents passing me up bags of candy from the back to try to settle her down. But the last 30, 35 minutes on the flight home had us dead quiet in the Alba limo. They had to wonder whether we got in a big family fight. It was awful. And I've changed my mind on a long-standing Sean Shreve flying position and opinion.
Oh, no.
The seat leaners, I've turned.
Yes!
Yeah.
Welcome to the right side of history.
Screw you people in front of me, as I had no room to deal with this baby, trying to hold her, trying to maneuver her, trying to do anything. As that seat lean, it made a negative difference in my travels. It was bad.
It's look, you're like the person who has to experience the bad side of their public policy positions before they'll flip on it or whatever. You're the same way. You had to feel that seat lean to know this is a pain in the ass, and you shouldn't be able to do this.
And then when you land, of course, you're not just pulling up to the gate immediately.
Mm-mm.
This was like the longest drive around after we landed, extending the torture even more. Everyone on the plane is staring at us. Everyone is looking. I know some people would discuss, some people with just sympathy. They're like, I know, poor you. It's awful. I'll never let her forget this the rest of her life, ever. This is the worst. My son humiliated us years ago at a 4th of July party, and we drove home dead quiet, me and Amanda. Dead quiet. Do we have to get him evaluated? We did get him evaluated. We did after that. But this was number one. This is the number one seed, worst parenting moment of my entire life. Not even close. Awful.
This is, I don't think she would actually, I was going to suggest, I was like, you should talk to Kristen. You guys should talk to Kristen about how she handled Laura. But I don't think it would do anything other than just Kristen going like, yeah, that sucks because that's how Laura was. She wouldn't actually like have anything. Kristen,
but I'm talking a 12 out of 10 scream cry
this
for
is
30 minutes straight.
That was Laura for 2 years. Kristen used to like dread going to the store because she knew putting her in the car seat was she would squirm and scream like she was being stabbed. Like, I mean, scream. And Kristen was just like, I can't take her anywhere. I'm gonna be looked at as like, you must be hurting this child. She's crying so bad.
Yeah.
And so that sucks. But the fact that she was, I gotta say, you're in trouble. She seems like she's just the boss. Because I look at that picture of her in the limo on the way home. She's just looking there chill like, all right, now that we're where I want to be, now I'll calm down and I will look unbothered by all of it.
Yeah, and I get tasked with, she's daddy's girl now. So for the past like 3 weeks, she only wants me. Like, she paid my mother no mind. My mother is like an angel sweetheart. My mother did not hold her once. Nothing. She's doing this shoulder turn. It took like 3 days for her to finally let my father like pat her head. She doesn't want her grandparents. She doesn't want her mother. I asked Amanda going to sleep last night, like, are you jealous at all? Like, and she's like, hell no. Girl, bye. She goes, girl, bye. Because the physical beating, I don't want massages. I need a massage. I need like a full body massage because of my left knee is it's like every morning I'm waking up, I'm like, my knee's going to give out. It's going to pop. And this thing's going to explode. So she is, the physical ailments, she's beating me down. So those were the negatives. Me and my dad, we're just becoming more like oil and water as the years go by. I push back at him. He doesn't want anything in return in terms of me opening my mouth. He's 88 years old. But I saw my parents. That was good. Ollie had incredible memories in the ocean, in the cockpit of the plane, on a boat. Saw my best friends. I think my in-laws had some memories of being out there on the beach. Saw my aunt. Ollie got to see his cousin. So that was the recap. I am not traveling on a plane with them. I'm not joking, for 2 or 3 years. Ollie has to pay the price unless I leave Ava at home. Not doing that again. Period.
So are you gonna have to? You're just not gonna travel, or
I'm not gonna fly.
You're gonna have to do the car ride.
I'm not gonna fly.
Ooh, so that means you're gonna have to drive if you want to go out there.
I'm not going out there. I'm not going out there.
You're just gonna have
until
to
she's like 3.5 or 4. My parents have to come here.
Would you?
I already told them.
Could you meet?
I did my sonly duty. I took him out there. I packed him up. I went and saw my brother and my aunt and all that stuff. And my best friends. They got to come out here now. That's over. Done.
Could you meet in the middle somewhere? Could you do?
I won't get on a plane with her.
Could you do like Nashville?
Nope. I won't get on a plane with her until she's Ollie's is as good as Ollie.
Were you DFW or Love?
DFW.
Okay, that's
and
why
then their bags.
That's why that ride probably took forever.
Their bags while landing. I thought DFW had cleaned up the baggage claim. Nope. Did not clean up the baggage claim.
A17, leave Ava with Uncle Bobby next time. I don't think Amanda would leave Ava with me.
She wouldn't. I would. I would.
I'm good with I'm good with them. I'm better than Reetma with kids. I grew up with 9 kids in my family. I know how to handle babies.
Best and worst, Bob.
All right, so the best was after losing my debit card last weekend while giving Alec Medford alcohol poisoning. I was bummed you weren't here to hear about all that last week.
Would you guys go out?
Yeah, we did for his birthday. We ended up in Stockyards, and he vomited all in our car, which is nice. And it was Will.
He threw up in the car?
Yeah, and Will Chambers was in the back seat drunk and was holding a bag because we were having to give him a ride home. And I told Will,
I was like dealing with Roy White again.
I was like, hey, give this to him if he starts throwing up. And he goes, okay. So then we hear him start retching, and Will's like,
retching?
Yeah, like, and so he goes, all right, I got it. All right, I got it. Yep, we got it in the bag. Yeah, that's it. Let it out, buddy. And I hear him like patting his back. So we get to Alex's dad's place. We open the door and I look, and there's just vomit in the car. And I look at Will and I'm like, where's the bag? And he holds up the bag and it's empty. And Will was like, I thought I got all of it. I got none of it. And I was like, how do you go from all to none and pat it? So I just pictured him patting Alec on the back in the back seat, vomiting into my floorboard, just being like, there you go, buddy. Just keep on doing that. But I lost.
Oh yeah, my son, the angel, when we landed, when he got to my parents' house, he was projectile vomiting.
Oh,
he
lovely.
projectile vomited all over their place.
That's lovely.
Yeah, I forgot. Alec made me think of that.
So I finally got a new debit card over the weekend because last weekend I had lost it in the course of everything that was going on. And I wasn't sure at the time. I did get confirmation after there were 2 charges on it. So somebody picked it up and started using it at that bar we were at.
Whoa.
Yeah. So I can't dispute them until they're processed. So they just finally processed on Friday. So I'm going to have to dispute those charges now. But it was like $80 got spent. 2 separate charges totaling $80, something like that. But I had felt that's kind of a helpless feeling not having a debit card in this day and age. Because it's just...
Well, do you have a credit card?
Yeah, but I don't like using my credit. I like using the cash that I have, the money that I have. I don't like putting anything just saying, I'll pay it again later. So...
But you're not getting any rewards off the debit, are you?
No. But I just don't like having a bill to pay.
It's free cash, Bobby.
I don't like having a bill to pay. It's their cash, is what it is. And so I don't like that. I don't like owing a company anything.
So what did you buy him to make him so sick?
He drank 3 or 4 double shots of vodka and tequila in about 90 minutes. Something like that, 2 hours maybe.
Were you there for this, Pepe?
No, I'm still looking for my invite somewhere.
Wow.
We tried to call Choppy to get him to come out, and he was not awake. We texted him "you up" with a little eggplant emoji, and he didn't respond.
Choppy did just text saying Reetma is even more electric on this side of the radio.
I believe it. But it was good to finally get the debit card. I got that on Saturday finally, so now I've returned to the modern society. And do you want me to save my Hagelin thoughts for crosstalk, or you want me to get into them now?
Let's hear what Pepe has to say first, and then we'll see if we have time.
So
that was your worst, the Kevin Hagelin beatdown, though?
Yeah, it was just the reflection that I had to have, which he did. He won on Friday. There's no doubt about it. But I reflected on some things.
So I know it's best and worst of the weekend, but we have good, bad, and ugly for me. We'll start with the bad. It all started Friday. After the show, I was invited by the KNC Masterpiece with Kevin Hagelin and Eric Chiafalo. Thanks to Whataburger for holding it down, but they were doing a chicken tender eating contest. You had the entire segment, so about 14, 15 minutes. Hagelin goes over, so maybe it's like 18 minutes. But, we had to eat just however many tenders we could eat, Whataburger chicken strips, in the entire segment. And so we each got a box, just loaded up. We had a platter of like 50 or 60 in here, and everyone was eating them. And I was like, you know what? I could try. I think I can, get close.
So is this based upon what happened before I left? with what you said about the chicken nuggets, and I said, no way, I'll pay you $300 if you can do it?
I don't think so. I think it was just coincidence.
Okay.
But yeah, so Whataburger Kevin, I guess, had reached out to Whataburger, and they're like, yeah, we'll supply with the food and everything. This will be great. And Eric was talking a big game. I was like, you know what? I think I could challenge him, but I failed completely. Eric had 15 tenders in 15 minutes.
No. Eric had 15 tenders in 12 minutes. You guys had your number in 15 minutes. He finished those in 12 minutes.
Damn.
And I said this on air. I was like, dude, I pray for your health. Like, I am worried about him. He's got a wife and kids and everything. There is no way possible that he's doing this without doing it like on a normal basis.
How big are these tenders?
I mean, they're like that.
15 in 12 minutes?
Yeah, and he was dipping them. He was dipping them in like gravy too, and he ate 15 of them.
Gravy?
Mm-hmm.
And like I tried to watch a replay of it and just focus on Eric, because like I was focused on my meal in front of me, and it got to the point where I was through 5 and Eric's like, yeah, I'm on 14. I'm like, you know what, this is ridiculous. Like, I thought 7 in 15 minutes was a decent amount. He puts down 15. Jacob, their board out filling in for Alec last week, he got 10, I believe. So it's just so I will never talk a big game anymore.
Because you had said you could eat 15 nuggets in a minute, I think. And
yeah, I don't buy it. I watched them on the fan game. No way.
I take it all back. I apologize for that ridiculous statement.
And that was the worst?
That was just bad. The worst was my window. Look, I moved in this new house. Well, 2 months into it, broken window. And like we had talked about it on Friday, because it happened Thursday night. A random storm comes through. It wasn't even on the radar. It comes through. It lasts not even an hour. And there's a big crack of thunder. And all of a sudden, some lights go out in my house, and Mackenzie's like, I heard something break. And I was like, no, maybe a picture frame fell, whatever. We couldn't figure it out until I went to lay in bed, and I laid on glass. And we realized the window had shattered.
Glass was in your bed?
Yes. That's the only reason I knew. And that's when I figured, okay, something with the thunder or lightning. And I start checking the house. I couldn't see anything on fire. So I went back in the daylight Friday afternoon after the show, and in my yard was all this bark, bark.
There's the window on the fan cam.
Yeah, there's the window. Aiden also has the tree that I sent you guys as well, with the big lightning strike through it that it flew off the bark, and there was bark underneath our bed frame. So we figured out, we put 2 and 2 together, that bark flew through the window somehow and shattered this window. And
what?
It was thick
tree bark?
It was thick bark. It was hefty, but I had no idea that bark could fly through the window. But you see there the lightning strike. You maybe need I could have done a better job with the picture, but yeah, if you zoom in a little more, in the daylight, it looked a little.
Oh, better, you weren't crapping on Aiden.
No,
you were saying yourself.
Myself, yeah, but yeah, if you
I
look
see the bark
middle,
missing.
Yeah, there's a lamp right there at the bottom right. The lightning must have struck the lamp, hit up the tree or whatever. The bark flew off, because there's bark all in my yard, but it shattered the window. I got a guy coming out this afternoon to fix it.
So what have you been putting, like a sheet over the window and sleeping?
So,
how's that making your bedroom feel?
So we have cardboard there, like lined up, like taped up against the door. So the window, nothing's been able to get in that I noticed. And then we have a trash bag on the outside as well. So just something there. But at night, mosquitoes can get bad out there. And I'm just hoping that cardboard doesn't fall or anything, because then mosquitoes come right into the bedroom.
So lightning hits a tree, shoots the bark through your window into your bed.
Because there was bark all on the floor too. We didn't realize till the next day when we were like looking underneath the bed, actually, that because we just went to the guest room for the night, because it was like 10:30 when I realized all this was happening. But yeah, I never had that happen before, and it could have been worse. I'm looking at kind of hindsight points. I mean, that tree is large. It very well could have cut in half and then fell on that roof or whatever, damage that. So I'll take a broken glass window over that. But
214 had a Sean weekend. They said best of the weekend was seeing my 2-year-old have a blast at the pool. The worst was then us trying to leave the pool and the public meltdown that he had.
Humiliating. I apologize to everyone on the flight crew and seated in the entire vessel.
Except the drink cart people. You don't apologize.
Yeah, screw you guys. Screw you guys. These girls from Baltimore figures. Best and worst of the weekend. Commercial-free expressway here. DFW Sports Station. It sounds like we have a developing story, and the Dallas Mavericks may have their new point guard. We'll bring you the possible breaking news next.
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me.
Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
On 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here to start off your short week. Happy Monday, y'all. Sean Sharif, Bobby Bell, Choppy back tomorrow here on DFW Sports Station. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back, and it looks like, for the time being, we have a brand new Dallas Mavericks point guard, as Mark Stein apparently said that D'Angelo Russell is widely expected to sign a 2-year, $12 million deal with the Mavericks when free agency officially begins in about 9 hours. D'Angelo Russell to the Dallas Mavericks. This is Legion Hoops quoting Mark Stein, Mavs insider. 2 years, $12 million.
Okay. Get you by until Kyrie's healthy, which again is no, like, you can't just assume he's going to be good when he gets back. Like, there's no telling how this rehab's going to go. But I don't, like, the vision, quote unquote, that Nico talks about. I don't know how D'Angelo Russell fits the vision. Like, he's not a big time defender. His history says he's going to get hurt. He's missed about a quarter of all the games available to play in his career. And he's a guy who, if you look at his career, he popped really big when he was with LA like 2-3 years ago. He had a great season where he shot like, I think, 49% and he put up like 18 points a game. He was good. But for the most part, he is a career 42% shooter from the field. He's 35% from three. And he's a knucklehead. Like, that's another part of this. I don't see how, again, you're playing with what you can. You're trying to get by what you get. But if I know that beggars can't be choosers, and maybe Chris Paul didn't want to be here or anything else, but I would have taken Chris Paul 10 times out of 10 at 41 years old on this team before I would have taken D'Angelo Russell.
A lot of Mavs fans were frustrated that Lonzo Ball got dealt, and the Mavs were not in on that. He got traded, was it to Atlanta? No, to Cleveland. So Lonzo Ball goes to Cleveland. You had the Malcolm Brogdon rumors, along with D'Angelo Russell from Shams. And then you had Chris Paul thrown into the mix.
And Schroeder. Dennis Schroeder was another one that was getting thrown around there.
So I'm not the biggest fan of D'Angelo Russell. I've watched him a lot. He's someone that he's really smooth. Like, when you watch D'Angelo Russell play, it's like, man, he is smooth. But he's extremely, extremely inconsistent. He is going to have a night where he's going to drop 35. Like, he can explode, but his inconsistency got him benched with the Lakers. Doesn't come across as this true point guard. Now, what do you want with Kyrie out in the point guard replacement? Your scoring is going to be coming from guys who don't necessarily want to snatch that role. Anthony Davis, as LeBron James tried to get him to do many times in Los Angeles, is not going to be selfish enough to average 30 a night, in my opinion. I think we have that pretty much as factual information.
His shot attempts went down per game from Dallas to LA. He was 18 in LA. He took 16.9 in Dallas.
Wow. I don't think Cooper Flagg is going to be aggressive enough to start off his rookie year, to yank the scoring load, right? So without Kyrie, I think it does make more sense, Bobby, that it's D'Angelo Russell versus someone like Lonzo, because I would trust D'Angelo Russell to score more than Lonzo. And I think that score, Klay Thompson, you don't know. Are you going to get 16? You're going to get 2 points. You know, you don't have alpha scorers that I'm going to count on. They're capable. Anthony Davis is certainly capable. So I can see from a scoring standpoint why D'Angelo Russell was the Kyrie fill-in for now.
Yeah, I would say, and again, if we're just talking about
Gafford is not an offensive guy scorer-wise. Lively is not an offensive guy scoring-wise. PJ can give it to you here and there. So that's my point.
If we're talking about, like, just in terms of getting you by, Sure. Like I mean, I understand you're putting somebody here. Let's get somebody who can get us some buckets and also somebody who can pass a little bit, do a little bit of those things. That's fine. A 2-year deal, though, and if you're talking about this person being a contributor to a core that you think is going to contend for a championship, when you want your entire identity to be defense wins championships, I don't get it. I don't understand it from that perspective. As a get you by, I get it, like I said. But to me, I looked at it and I said, Chris Paul made the most sense to me as a guy that you would want to go get.
But he's ancient.
Right, but he's still an efficient player. Like, he's still a really efficient. He's not like putting up crazy numbers, but I mean, he's Jason Kidd at the end of his career, basically, where Kidd was pretty efficient, was still a good facilitator, was definitely down in terms of his volume, and had become more of a savvy player. But if I could get Paul as a facilitator, because what we saw last year and in previous years with Klay Thompson at this stage of his career needs a facilitator to be able to knock down shots. And so with Luka in the lineup, Klay Thompson played much better and knocked down a much higher rate of his shots than he did when Luka was gone. And so if you put Paul in there to facilitate for Klay Thompson, if Chris Paul is here with his basketball brain, I know he's an irritant, I know he's a pest, and he's kind of a D-bag, but if you had Chris Paul here to impart some of that basketball IQ, help bring Cooper Flagg along, contribute in that way, I would have been all in favor of that. D'Angelo Russell, again, I think he runs counter to everything Nico says is his vision that we should all be seeing at this point.
But I don't think every single player can't fit the vision. Everyone can't. Would you rather have Drew Holiday or D'Angelo Russell? Now, I know Drew Holiday, superior career, but we do have to look at the birth certificates here at some point in time. Chris Paul is a fossil. Drew Holiday is 35. D'Angelo Russell is 29. Drew Holiday fits the Nico model. But again, get me to 110 points a night with Kyrie out. Get me there with Drew Holiday, Cooper Flagg, Anthony Davis, and the rest of the role guys. I think D'Angelo Russell is going to give you more scoring.
I mean, if you do want to talk about defense wins championships and everything like that, I mean, the idea of Drew Holiday, Cooper Flagg, Anthony Davis, PJ Washington, Derek Lively, you're really difficult defensively.
But you have to score.
You do.
Why you keep ignoring me saying that?
No, you do have
and
to.
6 a year, that's cheap.
But that's not an efficient scorer either. Like we're not talking about someone who's an efficient scorer and just bad. Like, Luka a lot of times was efficiently scoring, and they were just like, well, he's such a black hole on defense. We can't have him here, though. And it's like, okay, well, it just seems to run counter. It's not like you're getting some sort of just like dynamo on offense. He's
you were limited.
Right. No, I know. I'm just saying that when you look at adding him as a get you over, as a Band-Aid, fine. But as a core member, somebody who will undoubtedly be, I would imagine, in the top 7 in their minutes played next year.
Okay, but what if Kyrie is gone for the year?
Then you need to blow up a lot. You need to deal Anthony Davis now.
Well,
and just figure out how you're going to build around Cooper Flagg.
Some people are wondering whether Cooper Flagg. Let us know what you think, y'all. Give us the basketball intel on the Franklin Injury Attorney text line. The more I'm going through the other options, the more I'm talking myself into it. Mark Stein says D'Angelo Russell 2 for 12 is the expectation when free agency opens in the association in about 9 hours. I thought that the Mavs had their new point guard when Jason Kidd was asked at the press conference on Friday what he wants Cooper to do on offense.
Yeah, I think being able to have Cooper, he can handle the ball, as he's brought up. And so as we go forward this summer and throughout the season is to try to get the ball in his hands as much as possible so they become comfortable running our offense. And then when you have multiple guys out there that can dribble and pass, it just makes the game simple and easy.
So this is Jason Kidd saying, I want to make Cooper uncomfortable. Game 1 against the Lakers, Summer League. Game 1, let's make him uncomfortable. He did the same thing with Giannis, by the way, in Milwaukee. So they want Cooper Flagg. We know you can play the 2. We know you can play the 3. We want you to play a lot of point guard in Summer League. And I don't mind that.
No, and we asked David Shoemate, the Duke play-by-play guy, when he was on with us last week. We asked him about like the idea of, do you think if Cooper Flagg needed to handle a big chunk of point guard reps in Kyrie's absence that he could do it? And he was like, absolutely. Like, I mean, he can bring the ball up and run your offense if you need. And so if that's the way you want to use him early on, that is the beauty of Cooper Flagg and why so many people are so high on him, is that whatever you need him to do, he can do. Like, it's just, is he going to do everything at a top tier level. It's like looking at a pitcher coming out, like a pitching prospect. All right, well, you've got an 80 grade fastball, and you've got but then in other areas you're really deficient. Do you want that, or do you want the person who's like a 60, 65 across the board on everything? And that's what Cooper Flagg is. And so he's somebody who, whatever deficiencies they have, the value in him is being able to apply him to whatever that is in the moment.
D'Angelo Russell feedback, by the way, thanks to Tolo Diego for sending us that. Answer the poll asked D'Angelo Russell, is it a great move for the Mavs, good move for the Mavs, okay move for the Mavs, or bad move for the Mavs? I would have voted okay. I'll say okay. This poll is really tight. 29% say good move for the Mavericks. 28.5% say okay move. 26% say great move. 16% say bad move.
Fortune favors the bold.
Can't play defense at all, but with a huge front court behind him protecting the rim, this is a great pickup for $6 million a year.
Some of the fan text 940 says D'Lo will be the perfect sixth man when healthy. You've got another one on here saying 469 Chris Paul was brought into OKC for that first year. SGA was there and took them to the playoffs, helped develop him to what he is now. 469 D'Angelo Russell is a little bit better version of OJ Mayo. OJ Mayo was good here for a year before he fell into everything else that he did. 469, I'm convinced Bobby is just a hater of everything Nico does now. D'Angelo's a great pickup.
That's a great text.
No, I just think that it doesn't fit his narrative.
Yeah, but why are you fine? I know, but you're fine when the Cowboys do it. You're fine when they bring in George Pickens. You're fine when they bring in some of the draft picks who got, some colorful backgrounds because everyone can't be a Boy Scout. But now you're saying everyone has to fit the exact Nico mold. Why?
Well, because
I know it's a numbers game difference too with 53 versus 12 or 15, but come on now.
Well, I was fine with them bringing in Kyrie. Kyrie was considered like Pickens-like in terms of if you're just talking about culture things. All those things right there we're talking about are culture. And I have pushed back against some of the ones that I did not want them ever bringing in Kelvin Joseph, and I said that over and over again. I didn't want them bringing in Sam Williams. And so I pushed back against those. What we're talking about here is stylistically just what's the vision for how your team is supposed to operate, and you're bringing in somebody who's not like it at all. This is literally not even anything to do with Nico. This has nothing to do with like Nico's energy or his narcissism or arrogance or whatever else. This is just like strictly from a basketball perspective and the type of team that you're trying to build. I don't get it as like a 2-year solution of somebody who's going to take up a lot of your minutes. That's just where I look at it.
Live on the fan cam, Twitch and YouTube. Would you have preferred? All right, put them in order. And the cost to acquire and the contract. Lonzo, he's making $10 a year. Drew Holiday, that was a trade. I might be putting you in an unfair spot because you have to get the compensation. He's 35. Chris Paul, D'Angelo Russell, Malcolm Brogdon.
Last on that would be Brogdon. And then it'd be Brogdon or Lonzo at the lowest. I would have probably then got there. In fact, they're out.
So you weren't in love with Lonzo?
No. And Lonzo Lonzo can't stay healthy.
No.
We don't need another one of those. So, and Brogdon can't stay healthy. That's the two big things there. So if you're looking at Paul, Holiday, it's probably that order: Paul, Holiday, Russell, and then behind that is Ball and Brogdon.
All right, so there it is. We're going to continue to keep you updated. Someone is trying to start a LeBron rumor, which we'll get to as well here on DFW Sports Station. But it is a new Music Monday, and Bobby Belt is changing up the segment. Let's see if it sticks around. New Music Monday, then below the belt on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. But let's talk about making that group happy.
have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
With Franklin Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car insurance attorneys in Dallas.
I'm Casey Kasem. Coming up next are the 3 biggest hits of the year.
It's New Music Monday. And this is actually, we've had some songs recently that just they've been a little lame. Like, we've had big artists putting stuff out. It's just none of them have been very good. Today, we've got some that I think are pretty good. In fact, one that I think is a song of the summer candidate potentially,
Okay.
and it involves
so far
somebody
we
from
don't
Dallas.
have one, right?
No, yeah, it's been pretty thin at this point. A lot of these songs coming off of the F1 album or movie that are coming out off that soundtrack, a lot of those are people think are going to be big songs this summer, but I don't know. This third one we're going to play today, I think, just has the right vibe to it. And I don't love it. It's decent, but
now, are these songs usually like released on a certain day?
Friday generally is when new music drops. And so when Friday kind of the songs go out, you got the weekend to listen through everything. And there's some stuff from Maroon 5 this weekend. I think we got some new stuff from Tate McRae, I think, had a new one. So I mean, there was some new music out, but I had basically collected like 7 or 8 of the biggest songs or the most prominent artists that were released. And I played them for my 9-year-old, Laura, who's a big music buff. She loves music. And I was asking her, I said, tell me which of these 3 are the best. And then those are the ones that I'm going to play.
Is she the one who controlled the music in my house?
Yes, she's the one that came over and was telling you what to play. And so the initial handful of songs were picked by me, but she narrowed them down. And she is smack dab in the middle of Gen Alpha. So she's supposed to be hip. And she's been raised with some millennial Gen X perspective because she knows a lot of 80s and stuff. So the first song she picked I thought was awful. I didn't think it was very good. So her taste was awful on this one. The first song this week is from Dove Cameron. It's called Romeo.
Sometimes I think I might start a new religion, older than time, you and I, making bad decisions, singing your name all day, from the alleyway below, with the duffel bag in tow, Romeo.
I think this sounds like Walmart version Lady Gaga.
I think it's going to be good.
It's okay.
I think it's fine. It's got potential.
It's just this whole little that reminds me of this song called I Think
It
You
reminds
Freaky.
me of like Hunger Games almost, kind of.
Oh, I had a great Hunger Games joke in my rap that I ended up killing before Kevin Hageland just destroyed me, which I should have left in there.
Yeah, I think this one I would go 3/4 thumbs up.
So there's another song out this week from a guy named Alex Warren and Rose. Rose she was in Blackpink, and then which was a big K-pop group, and then she had that big song with Bruno Mars, that Apatapate or whatever it was called. And that one blew up last year. So this one was Laura's favorite of the week. This one's called On My Mind.
I don't ever think about you at all, but right now I just need you to know
feel like this is going to be like in my next kids movie that I see at the theater.
Yeah, it's a little cookie cutter. It's catchy though.
Yeah.
And look, a good duet, as long as the voices mix, you can give me cookie cutter and it'll be
So far she has much better music taste than you.
So the third one here is, and this is the one that is, I think it might have Song of the Summer potential. And it's decent. It reminds me a lot of Avicii, Wake Me Up. This one is from Dallas's own Big X the Plug. And then, of course, last year's sensation, Shabuzi. This one's called Home.
Yes, I still do remember our first day. Had you smelling like it was your birthday. But I must say, won't you take me home?
Oh, yeah.
I swear you won't be long.
Oh, yeah.
It's very catchy.
Who is this?
This is Shabuzi and Big X the Plug.
Yeah.
And this is what was that song last year from Shabuzi? That, Another Shot of Whiskey.
Oh,
whatever that song
God.
is.
I love that song.
That is I didn't realize this till the other day. I was looking something up. Do you know that is the longest running consecutively #1 hit by a solo artist in the history of Billboard?
What?
Last year it was like #1 for 14 straight weeks. In fact, the only other one that's tied with it just wasn't a solo artist, was the Old Town Road remix between Lil Nas X and Billy Ray Cyrus. So literally the two longest running like #1 hits in the history of Billboard are African American artists doing country. Like doing country pop kind of stuff.
I like the last one.
That'll be a big song this summer. I'm certain of it. I don't know if that'll be #1, but that's going to be a big song. It's got that catchy.
So is your daughter going to be in charge of this from now on?
I mean, I'll narrow it down and then she can tell me which of those are better. But I got to pick the big artists because she will pick some obscure stuff if I don't narrow it down.
Now, how would
for her.
Choppy have reviewed those?
Choppy would have said the first one. I would guess he wasn't a fan of the first two, and then he would have said the third one he liked.
Pepe, anyone catch your fancy?
I really like the first one. I thought the Romeo one was actually pretty good, but yeah, Big X the Plug, I like him the best.
New Music Monday right here on Sean and RJ. Choppy back tomorrow. That is Roberto bringing you, Bobby's daughter, really bringing you the latest tunes that have come out over the course of this past weekend. Did y'all see the viral video in the Metroplex over the weekend?
Yes.
Was the girls fighting Frisco?
Oh, yes, I saw it.
Wow, right in front of D. Lincoln Prime, right there by the Star, and Reetma's in the back there with the thumbs up. Wow.
This was
incredible.
Yeah, and this was...
Aiden, you should get this on the fan cam as well.
This was something where... Because at first I didn't see D. Lincoln in the background, so I knew they said it was Frisco, so I was trying to figure out, like, where exactly is this? Because I know that area. I would have assumed... and it's still possible, I guess. I would have assumed this happened outside of Concrete Cowboy is where I would have guessed it. So a little bit further down the street. I couldn't tell, though, like, did they know? It seemed like they might have known each other and just got sideways.
Seemed like that.
It seemed like they were just a little too comfortable jumping into it with each other. So they were just super hammered or they knew each other.
These are like some girls they look like some uptown Concrete Cowboy girls dressed up in their little skirts and their little mini dresses. A boob popped out. We saw female areas exposed.
Dude, you got the right hook.
The girl in the teal. People want Dana White to get, I think it was a redhead, but it was a girl like in a teal dress, and she was out there just mauling everyone.
Dude.
She took care of someone on the left, and then she took care of another girl, and then she caught a girl blindside with a humongous punch. But this thing, the one girl, she took her beating over and over again. This blew up in Frisco.
Have you ever seen, though, that was kind of the odd thing to me, is that as I'm watching this video, I'm like, I've never seen just Frisco on a weekend in that area just be that barren, though. Like, no one's just walking around them at the time. I know it's not like, I know it hasn't blown up yet.
When I took your wife out without you, we went to that area, and it was on Sunday. Now, this was Sunday. And it was dead. It was absolutely dead. And I've been in that Concrete Cowboy a couple of times, and it wasn't bumping or live.
I don't mean like I said, I'm not meaning to sound like it's like uptown or anything.
Yeah.
I just mean that when on a Friday or Saturday night, I would expect there would be a few more people. Like that just looked like ghost town.
Let's cut the BS and let's get to the question that everyone's probably afraid to address.
Yes, all of them.
Was this the best looking collection of girls in a brawl that you've ever seen? Aiden is saying absolutely yes.
Yes.
I think that's the question.
Because you don't get girls that are all like dolled up like this, going out for a night out and then like fighting like that. Usually it's like, at some kind of crazy party or something like it's like that.
It is not the best looking. It is not the best looking fight. It is the best looking fight involving more than two people. So you will occasionally get two girls who are squaring off in a bar who have gotten angry at each other.
Yeah.
There's plenty of attractive women that have done that. A 5-person cage match, whatever this was, generally not all 5 of them are looking this high quality attractive. So yeah, this is probably the best looking brawl. We're just narrowing it down a little bit to a one-on-one, then no. But this is pretty good for a brawl.
Tom Brady is in the headlines. Did you guys focus or talk about this Bezos wedding at all?
Mm-mm.
And how much I think it was Florence hating all the celebrities that came in and took over their town for the Jeff Bezos Amazon wedding. And DiCaprio and I guess Katy Perry got divorced, and Orlando Bloom, he's all
sad.
seen out and about. And Tom Brady was apparently, according to TMZ, trying to put the moves on Sydney Sweeney. And they were all at this bar where everyone's kind of camping out, and Tom was dancing with her, and Orlando Bloom was maybe trying to go ahead and make his move, but the internet was very upset that Tom Brady could continue to win in life by maybe getting Sydney Sweeney, even though he is also... What was that, Jason Whitlock?
That big rack of hers.
I agree, Jason.
Tom is also rumored to be dating Arena Sheikh. I never know how to pronounce it, but that was Tom Brady and Sydney Sweeney all over the tabloids.
So you said, maybe I just put this in there in my own head. Did you say DiCaprio was at this wedding?
Yep.
So DiCaprio's 50. He's known for going after young girls. Sydney Sweeney's 27. Brady's 47. And Orlando Bloom's 48. What is the... I guess it's
RJ
just...
says it's legal. It's legal.
He would say it. He has to tell that to people walking down the street when they see him and Sarah together. So, but no, this is...
It's creepy. I'll be the one to say it. It's creepy. Bill Belichick is a creep. It's creepy. There's plenty of things that are legal that are still creepy.
What?
And going back to my college campus, my buddy would be like, "Oh, why don't you stop by?" I might poke my head into the fraternity party for 5 minutes. I'm not staying in there hanging out, 1, out of fear of being arrested, and 2, I'm an old man. I don't want to be the old man creeper, dude. It's weird. And then you want to sit there and date the 22 or 23-year-old. It's creepy. I don't care what RJ says.
What is the age gap that it becomes creepy? Is it like a number, or is it just more like I got to see?
You got to give me scenarios. I don't know. I haven't thought about it that much.
But because 20 is slam dunked you creepy.
For what age?
For Sydney Sweeney to Brady, that seems creepy to you.
He's 40.
Brady's 47. She's 27.
27.
You personally, what's the youngest you would have dated?
I'm 43 right now.
Damn, you're old.
What we get into the creep fact? Yes, you're icing your neck in commercial breaks with your icy hot. What are you doing over there? What is that?
I don't know. My neck was tight. I had a little ice pack that I keep in the freezer.
So hold up your little bag there, Zeke. Shut up. I think 20. I feel like minimum 28.
I think
25. I'm feeling creepy. I know RJ's lying. He'll repeat 50 times. If I can't have a drink with you, I have nothing in common. But 25, no. 26, no. 27, I think, okay, maybe. I'm trying to. My parents are probably that distant.
I might go in my head.
And how old are you?
I'm 36. I might go 5 or 6 years would be the furthest down I would go, I think. Just because, I don't know. It seems like anything more than that.
You wouldn't date a 29-year-old?
It just seems odd.
36 to 29, I mean, that's fine.
When I get 36 to 29, it's clearly different than 26 to 19. It does. It does shift the older that you get.
Yes.
Because it's funny. I was talking with a buddy about this one time about the idea of why do so many relationships end up with in their 20s guys being 4 or 5 years older than girls. And one of the things that we had deduced or thought was the case was that you generally have in your late teens, early 20s, girls are going to generally be a little bit more mature probably. And so they've got to go 5 years up to find somebody who's kind of as equal to them. But then as you get older, it's generally a little bit more emotional.
What about you?
See, it's different for me because I'm 28, so I can't go too far. Because if I'm thinking,
21 to you is fine.
Yeah, but that's college. There's juniors in college. I don't know. It's just you got to be in the workforce. You got to be outside of college.
How much older are you than Mackenzie?
About 2.5.
2.5. Okay. Kristen's older than me by 14 months. So I just told everybody how old she is.
I'd go 5 years. 23, I think, would be.
Did you put an age restriction on your dating apps? You
Probably.
said no to 20. Absolutely not. 21. No.
Well, I was 26 back then, so it was 21 to 26.
I don't think Peyton was beating back a bunch of beating back.
We have to dump that?
No, it was just
Well, because what you said is definitely false.
Beating. I don't think he was beating back a bunch of
Just shut up,
21-year-olds.
Just stop talking. What you said was definitely false, and hopefully the boss did not have to dump that. Which Cowboys are under the most pressure in 2025? That's next. I don't even want to say below the belt after Bobby just. I don't even want to say that reference after what you just said. Next on the home of the Cowboys. Let's do that.
what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freak
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Which Cowboys are under the most pressure, and what even is pressure? Because there are apparently different definitions of it, as Choppy and I found out on Friday. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing. You can check them out at dmautoleasing.com. So, Sean, late last week, we weren't even doing a pressure segment. We were talking about an NFC East roundtable discussion that had happened on ESPN, and it ended up kind of taking a detour onto the topic of Dak and the amount of pressure that he's under this year. And Choppy and I were disagreeing on it, and one of us, I won't say who, feels like he is not under much pressure at all this year relative to other years, and the other one of us felt like he's under some of the most intense pressure he's been under in his entire career.
Well, look, it all depends how you define the pressure. He's under a ton of pressure in my mind, because in my mind, I'm like, if Dak Prescott doesn't have a great season, I'm finished with him. I want to start over. I'm finished in believing there's any chance that he's going to take them where they need to go, especially if he gets hurt again.
Mm-hmm.
That's my mind. Are the Dallas Cowboys, if they go 7-10, is Dak Prescott going to lose his job? The answer is no, because of the contract. Also, because they're not going to use a first-round pick. I don't believe that the Cowboys would draft a quarterback in the first round. That's my opinion.
So we had split over this. I had said that I think that this is about as intense of pressure as Dak can be under right now.
Like, he's got the most pressure in the division, I believe.
I think he has the most pressure internally put on by himself this year. I think he's got the most pressure in terms of where he's at in his career, and dude, it's got to start happening at some point. He's under pressure in terms of being able to stay healthy, like you were just talking about. And the other aspect of this is, because Choppy's contention was the only person really under pressure this year is Schottenheimer. And to me, because it's like, it's him, and then he's got to be the one to change minds. To me, if you've got Schottenheimer under pressure, Dak lobbied for that. And Dak, I think, is under pressure as an evaluator of the coach. Dak is under pressure as an ability to stay healthy, an ability to lead this team, and an ability for the front office to say, like, are you going to be able to do this? I think he's capable of doing it, but I think there's absolutely pressure there, too. This year is going to determine a lot in a number of areas.
I don't think anyone else besides you, and it's not an insult to you, you're a Cowboys insider for some reason.
Genius.
No one else knows or thinks, well, that's Dak's head coaching pick.
So again, that's, you know what I mean? And that's where Choppy and I were splitting. Choppy was looking at it from what are outside narratives. I was looking at it from, this is the most pressure on him from the front office of, this was your guy, so you need to show us.
Who's the highest paid player in the National Football League per year?
Dak Prescott.
That is a problem for Dak. Perception-wise, it's not a problem for him in his wallet. I think it will hurt Dak that no one has leapfrogged him the way the Cowboys probably anticipated he'd be third. Oh my God, look, he's already fifth. He's already dropped down to seventh on the highest paid player list. It was smart to get out in front. No one has topped it. That is going to continue to be brought up on this show and all the other shows until someone does. So that's another pressure point. He's still the top paid player in the National Football League at $60 million.
Okay, so let's take a look.
And then you always have the usual easy, there's always the most pressure on the Dallas Cowboys quarterback,
Sure.
which is true.
All right, let's take a look at some of the other players on the roster who are facing a lot of pressure this year, whether it be for their job, their reputation, whatever else. And you can weigh in on the Frankel & Frankel Injury Turners fan text, 877-881-1053. That's 877-881-1053. First name up here. How much pressure is George Pickens under to perform this year? He's in a contract year. He's got a certain reputation. It feels like a pivot point in his career for, like, are you going to be viewed as a problem?
Yeah.
Because this is your chance to show it was Pittsburgh and not you. If it happens here, now we have a trend.
A lot of pressure.
And is it...
A lot.
Is the pressure...
For his own wallet.
I was going to say, is the pressure greater on him to perform or to behave?
That's a really good question. I'll say it's to behave.
Yeah, because I think most people would say, I can take something and turn him into that, but I need to know he can be a good teammate, and I need to know that he can.
I'll say there's more pressure to behave.
Next one on this list, as we're talking about
What's your answer
Cowboys
to
under the
that?
most pressure, I think that he's, probably under more pressure to behave. And I think he's under...
Because 1 year of George having mediocre numbers, I don't think stops anyone from going, I got years of highlight reel. I know what he's capable of.
Only so many balls to go around. He's playing with CD. Like, there are ways to explain. I think his actual statistical performance, pressure out of 10 is probably a 6 this year. I think to behave, it's a 9. Like, he's got to show that he can be mature.
I agree.
Next one on this list, and this would strictly be about performance. Another guy entering a contract year and who had a down year last season, Jake Ferguson.
Huge. A lot of pressure. My buddy who told me about Jake Ferguson before coming out, because he had done the Wisconsin research, is like, am I going to look good or bad on Ferguson? He was asking me that in Maryland. And I was like, well, ability-wise, attitude-wise, it's all there. Let's see what happens in terms of the health. He had the fumbling issue, and mentally, he did admit that injury rocked his world. Ton of pressure, because to me, if Jake Ferguson has the season that he had last year, he's gone. See you later.
I think it's there's a lot of pressure in terms of being able to get paid and show the Cowboys like I think they believe in him as a culture guy and everything else, but to show...
What deal would Jake have to cut you right now to sign him with an extension?
Less than Schultz. Like it would have to be less than Schultz, probably. Schultz was...
Well, it definitely better be less than Schultz.
No, I know, but like if you're talking about the numbers that we were throwing around at the time for Schultz, where he was at, like even with whatever inflation has occurred since then, I would say he's probably got to be 8 a year right now for me
Schultz
to get it done.
got 3 for 36.
Yeah, he needs to be 8 a year probably to get this done.
Right now.
Yes. Over on the Fantex 901, Pickens will overtake CD as the number one. There's more pressure on CD to stay number one on this squad.
No,
I think Pickens is better. And 254 says Diggs for sure. Let's go ahead and jump to that one. Trayvon Diggs. How much pressure is Trayvon Diggs under? On a scale of 1 to 10.
I mean,
he's another guy that got paid, and it seems like...
Give me his health. Like, if he misses half the year, Shereen Williams keeps speculating almost the entire season. We don't need to be asking this question. And what is his out on the contract?
But does he attack his rehab the right way? So last year he was slow to return, had the issues because, as we've heard reported, Broadus has mentioned it, Todd Archer's mentioned it, that they felt like Diggs didn't approach his rehab the right way. So he could be out for half the year, and that could still be something he did and something he showed them with his work ethic.
When can they get out of his deal? When would they get out of it?
Probably next year.
Yeah.
If they needed
a lot of pressure on Trayvon Diggs. I think the fan base has turned. The fan base has turned from a tackling standpoint, from an attitude standpoint. He's Micah's right-hand man, so when they're doing the podcasts and talking about leadership, and Micah catches strays for that, Diggs is right next to him catching some of that Peyton Russell tree bark that comes from that. And I'm there with Diggs too.
I was going to say, what's the roller coaster been like for you with Trayvon Diggs? Because obviously there was a time where everybody was very defensive over Trayvon Diggs because of the PFF attacks he was under for being a double move burn guy. And then I think people felt like, man, no, they rapidly defended him. And now it feels like he's on the wrong side with most Cowboys fans because of demeanor almost more than anything else.
I don't like Trayvon Diggs' attitude.
He used to. It felt
He
like...
was an amazing interview we had with him a couple years ago at camp. Amazing.
He felt so much... I hate to say it. Like, I do worry, like, was there any bit of...
Angry, bitter?
Was there any bit of Albert Hainsworth disease with him? Like, he got paid, and it's like, cool.
Right.
We're good. And that he settled in that. Two more players here as we go under the... take a look at the Cowboys under the most intense pressure this season before we jump to a couple coaches. We can take these individually, or we can take them as a tandem if you want. Tyler Guyton and Terrence Steele.
I mean,
I think Guyton is under more pressure than Steele is.
Well, Steele's one of these guys that the fan base a lot also want him replaced.
Yeah, I just view Steele
like
as
a make or break.
I think Steele feels like he maxes out. Like, I think they feel like he's maxed out every bit of talent that he has. He's reached a lot of it, and that's through hard work and everything else. And you're hoping that he can bounce back a little bit because you've seen it from him before. I think Guyton is under more pressure because that would be a feeling from fans of like, you had all this talent to tap into and you didn't.
Yeah, this is a tough one. I think Steele's going to catch more heat. I don't know about that. I don't know.
If they play the same exact way they did last year, at the end of the season, who are you complaining about more?
Guyton.
So that would feel like
he's got the higher pedigree.
And so Guyton
at the more important position.
Guyton would feel like more of the guy to me as well, because I think that there's been a lot of talk. Schottenheimer's gone out of his way to say, hey, he's been one of the top tier offseason workers. He's been great. Steele, again, year 2 and year 3, he showed stuff that people didn't think he was capable of, that I think showed, okay, that guy worked hard. He's clearly getting everything he can out of himself. And there was a big thought within the Cowboys organization, I think, that Mike Solari regressed him. That part of his regression was Mike Solari not reaching him the right way, and that Clayton Adams can bring some of that out of him. Guyton, it's like, it's just got to click, especially when you're a first rounder. Similarly, I mean, we can talk about that. Do you think there's any pressure this year on Mozzie, or is that already signed, sealed? We know what Mozzie Smith is.
Oh, I don't think anyone has any high, great expectation for Mozzie.
So he's at this, Guyton's then at this pivot point that Mozzie was probably at last year, at the entering the year.
No. I'm willing to be more patient with Guyton.
I think Guyton's going to be good. I still believe in, like, I wasn't deterred at all last year by the way he performed. I thought he was going to struggle.
And this is probably it for Mozzie, too.
Yeah, I would think so. Year 3, like entering year 3, this is around the time they got tired of Taco Charlton.
More pressure. I mean, is it a Ferguson-type pressure?
For
Mozzie? Or he has less? It's definitely less expectation.
Less.
There's no expectation for Mozzie Smith here.
It's Tristan Hill, Taco Charlton. It's, can you turn into a starter, or can you turn into somebody we consistently use? There's a little bit of that. And then here in the final minute or two, Brian Schottenheimer or Matt Eberflus, year 1, because I think some people are going to be willing to give Schottenheimer a little bit of leeway. Who's under more pressure for the future of their career this year, Eberflus or Schottenheimer? Because Eberflus might be jeopardizing any chance he has of being a head coach again.
For the future of their career, probably Eberflus.
Do you think Eberflus did too much bad in Chicago to even salvage it here?
Salvage it here? I'm not hiring Matt Eberflus as a head coach again.
Yeah, that's not what I mean. I mean, to do anything here that would salvage his career as a head coach somewhere else.
Oh.
Like, Quinn was able to salvage his career again.
Yeah, man. You know, it's so fickle. You can have an all-world defensive season 3 years in a row. If you have great years, you'll become a candidate again. These NFL GMs and front offices, they're suckers, just like everyone else.
Are you giving, this came up with this last week a little bit, are you giving Schottenheimer any bit at all of a pass this year, since he's trying to establish something new? Or do you just say, no, you've got to be better than you were last year, or you're already under indictment?
I'm giving Brian Schottenheimer a little bit of a pass because of the roster questions.
And that just extends 1 year for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he's never been a head coach. We cannot forget that we all called this a joke. We cannot forget that we all mocked this, made fun of it before Brian charmed us at the microphone.
Right.
Like we have to remember all that.
Gosh, could you imagine him back in the day? He would have been so great on The Bachelor. He would have just been charming all of them. He would have, if he was competing for the affection of a girl, he would have won that show easy.
Be-Lo.
Be-About.
Every single day at this time with our Cowboys insider, Roberto, here on DFW Sports Station. We have another NBA Youngboy ticket giveaway. And let's talk about the new head coach of the Dallas Stars with Mac Engel, our boy from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and Zoom after this.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif back from family vacation. Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton, we got Aiden in the back live on all of the Odyssey apps, the radio, and your visuals. And we only have Mac Angle on if his hair can be a visual because of how gorgeous and beautiful it is. He is your columnist from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, joining us after the news came out yesterday that the Dallas Stars are going back in time for their Pete DeBoer replacement. It's supposed to be Edmonton Oiler assistant Glenn Gulletson. I texted Mac. I said, you remember covering him? What is he like? What's the deal? And that's why we got the Mac Attack here on Sean and RJ. Good morning, brother. How are you?
Good morning, gentlemen. It's good to see you. Sean, how are you doing on re-entry in terms of coming back from a vacation although, you've got kids now. Is it a vacation or is it a trip?
It's awful is what it is. It sucks. Did you ever fly with Vivian?
Oh, yeah.
How young?
Young. I have PTSD from some of those. I remember one time she barfed on me twice.
That's nothing.
And there was another time that you have too, so that's a much different animal. I remember one time I was flying to Phoenix, and I had the whole row to myself. The flight attendant had seen that I was a dad flying by myself with an infant, a toddler, and they gave me the whole. So Vivian was pinned in, and it was like a playpen, so it was perfect.
Yes.
And I was completely spoiled. And on the flight back from Phoenix, the whole flight was oversold. So I had to hold her the whole time, and she wouldn't sleep until the second we landed, and then she fell asleep.
But did she cry?
No. We had
child's
one.
play you're talking, Mac. That's nothing. You basically got a playpen over there. I my daughter scarred me for life. Awful.
You don't forget. It makes you not want to do it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it makes me not do it. I'm not doing it. I'm like Trump instituting the travel ban for about 3 years. On my daughter, my son can go. What do you remember about Glenn Gulletson, and how surprised are you that this is happening?
Good guy. Obviously he was only here for 2 seasons. He had been an assistant with the Dallas Stars AHL affiliated team in Austin, and he'd been a highly regarded guy. I remember that. When they were talking about potential candidates to replace, I believe it was Mark Crawford at the time. And Glenn Gulletson was a guy who was well thought of. They'd known him for a long time. And when they elevated him, when they hired him, it made sense. Sometimes you give those guys a chance. I really liked him. He's from Manitoba, Western Canadian guy, or I guess it's Central Canada. But he's a really nice guy. The thing that really stood out to me about his tenure here was no coach was going to succeed. It was the wrong time for a head coach, especially a first-time head coach, to walk through the doors and expect to win, because the team, I don't know if you remember this, Sean, but the team had been at bankruptcy for quite a while when Tom Ghilardi had bought them in late, I guess it was November of 2011, and they weren't up to speed yet. The roster wasn't very good. GM was Joe Newendike at the time, and he had been hamstrung for quite a while in terms of player acquisitions and what they could possibly do to upgrade that roster. And when Glenn Gulletson took over, the team just wasn't very good. The defensemen weren't very good. They were average at best. Jamie Benn was a first or second year player. Their top end players were an aging Mike Ribeiro, an aging Brendan Morrow, a pretty good forward in Louis Erickson, but they just weren't very good. And they didn't make the playoffs in either 2 seasons of Glenn's tenure here. But what I remember was a solid guy. He was a nice guy. I think people will like him to get to know him if he gets a little bit of time here. And I think it's a decent, solid hire. I don't know who they could have hired, though, Sean, that would have made you say, oh, my God, I can't believe they got him.
Yeah.
They all kind of fit in the same genre hockey coaches do. But he's not your classic retread NHL coach. He doesn't fit in that mold. He's in one that's just slightly to the left of that. So I think it's a decent hire. It's a safe hire. But I don't think anybody was going to blow your socks off in this case.
Mac, how do we judge? He had 2 years in Calgary as a head coach. But how do we judge his improvement or seasoning as an assistant for 7 years in Edmonton? And yeah, I know they had the number 1 power play with 2 future Hall of Famers leading the way. How do we judge what Jim Nill is going to sell us on at the presser of he's that much better now?
That's a great question, because you nailed it, right? He had 2 of the best forwards in the last 20 years on the power play, right? So this guy ran the power play. Okay, well, who was it? Oh, wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
It kind of reminds me of those assistant coaches for a long time who worked for the New England Patriots, right? And then they went out and got head coaching jobs, all of them, and none of them worked. Or the guy who was the assistant coaches for Peyton Manning. He's the quarterback's coach of Peyton Manning. Well, that's amazing. And some of that's just coaching in pro sports. Who do you have? I think it's more about something he obviously did in his tenure in his exit interview with Jim Nill, because the first thing Jim Nill, when he walked in the door with the Dallas Stars as the general manager, was fire Glenn Gulletson. Obviously, he made a nice impression. He made a nice impression on Jamie Benn, who was a young player then. The Stars just gave him a 1-year deal, Ben a 1-year deal to, I would think, probably conclude his career here, maybe. But obviously, Jamie would have had nice things to say, or at least made a positive impression. But clearly, something that Glenn did in his time away and time in the NHL the last 10, 12 years that made that the league executive said this guy's a solid option. Because if you look at the job that he did in Calgary, they made the playoffs one time and then they got swept in that one series that he coached. Go back and look at the roster. Go look at the team since he left. It hasn't been that much better, or virtually no difference. So you can't necessarily sit there and say, well, it was the coach's fault. No, it's not. The roster's not good enough. And I think what Jim can sell in this case is this guy's matured. He's been around. He has more experience. And we feel like he's going to be a solid add to a very talented veteran team. And I think if you're looking for something to sell, there's your hook.
Talking with Mac Engel from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. You mentioned there Jamie Benn spent time with Glenn Gulletson. We got a number of players that have spent time with Neil Graham, who people thought for a long time I think was going to be the favorite from the Texas Stars. When you look at the way that they made the decision to move on from DeBoer based on player feedback, do you think this hire was directly related to player feedback as well?
Probably. You know how it goes, Bobby, in terms of there's that cycle of coaches coach and players coach. And, in this day and age, you have to be more of a player's coach. I think there's very few of those sort of classic, old school, conventional, my way type deals. Those guys have kind of cycled out. The players, all of these now are players' leagues. They have the leverage. So I think in terms of player feedback, I think, yeah, you're right. They needed somebody who wasn't going to be Pete DeBoer. I mean, they ate 2 years left of Pete's contract to make him go away. And Bobby, to me, when I looked at this, that's so stunning is that since 2009, the Stars are going to be hiring their 8th head coach. Isn't that a shocking number?
Yes. And I was going to ask you, do you have any Jim? I know he's the 3-time GM of the year.
Yeah.
Do you have any? Do you have any Jim No criticism?
Yeah, I think there needs to be some. And I like the guy. It's certainly not personal. He's
amazing,
a terrific guy.
Amazing
yeah,
interview.
He's a super, super guy. But a little bit in the sense that you have walked through the door. They gave the owner rather gave you the keys. Who was completely empowered. And this is an owner. This owner is not like Patrick Dumont. Tom Ghilardi owned a minor league team. He's a Western Canadian guy. He loves hockey. And he can be pretty emotional sometimes. And Jim is much more of a steadying, calming force to sit there and say, let's sit tight on this. And, we have all applauded his very aggressive moves in the offseason really since he came in the door, right? I mean, whether it's trades, whether it's big-time offseason free agent acquisitions on the blue line or whatever else. And you can't really argue too much with the results, right? You look 2020, they get to the finals, the Stanley Cup finals and the bubble, and then obviously 3 straight years in the Western Conference finals. That's hard to criticize. And at the same time, you're like, okay, something's clearly missing, and you're running through head coaches at a rate that far exceeds the norm in the NHL, which has a high burn rate anyways for coaches. And so I would say something is right and something is just off. And like you've said on your show before, sometimes people don't want both things to be true. And in this case, it clearly is. He's obviously doing a lot of good things, a lot of great things. And obviously there's 1 or 2 things, a couple details in there that aren't quite clicking. He's the one who's putting together the teams. So ultimately, it's on him.
You can swap this as a stupid question. It will not hurt my feelings. Mac Engel, Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Which one looks like a bigger downgrade on paper? Mike McCarthy to Brian Schottenheimer, Pete DeBoer to Glenn Gulletson.
I don't think that's a dumb question.
I knew it wasn't. I was just being humble.
No, I don't think it's a dumb. It's a really interesting question. The thing that blows me away, and I know, Bobby, I don't know if you guys have talked about this or not. Brian Schottenheimer got his job because of his dad. And I'm not going to criticize anybody who gets advantages because of nepotism. That's life. right? And as a parent, and you guys will see it, Sean, you'll see it. I've certainly seen it. As a parent, you want to help your kids succeed. You want to put them in positions to succeed. So I don't criticize Brian for that. I think Brian would even probably own it. Now, my problem with people in those situations who are deaf or tone deaf to their lot, like, dude, you were born on second base. It's not your fault, but own it.
Yeah.
Brian Schottenheimer was. The thing that's kind of shocking to me is this is the first time he's ever been a head coach. Ever.
Yeah.
51 years old. And you're like, whoa, that's kind of weird.
Yeah.
51, really? And so you can sit there and explain it. So to me, you go from Mike McCarthy, and whatever you want to say about Mike, he was proven. You know what I mean? He proved it. Yep. Coached for a long time, and he was good. So for me, the bigger downgrade, Glenn's been a head coach before for 4 seasons. Now, the results may not have blown you away, but he's been a head coach for 4 seasons, and he's got some skins. He's got some skins. Brian has none as a head coach. So to me, the bigger drop-off is from a guy who won a Super Bowl to a guy who's never been a head coach for an NFL game ever.
Mac, when Wade Phillips was
Wait, time
hired,
out, Bobby. Can I throw that back to you? What do you guys think about that? I'm curious your thoughts on that.
I think the Schottenheimer one is because of Gulletson being a head coach 2 times previous, but the internet Stars fans who are not happy with this are saying you're going from Pete DeBoer to Glenn Gulletson is wild and not in a good way. But the Brian Schottenheimer thing, the reaction, it's football, so we care more.
Right.
That is going to be an all-time judgment. Nico Harrison right now and the Brian Schottenheimer hire will be all-time judgments in the history of my career here in DFW to see if we're right or wrong. Because we can never forget the outlandish, crazy, I'm guilty of it too, response when Schottenheimer was hired as an utter, complete, total joke. Bobby?
Yeah, and I look at it as they need different things. So Dallas needed like in the making the flip, you're asking for 2 different things. You need Schottenheimer to come in and establish a new culture, and you're looking for somebody to turn it into a certain type of environment that was different from the one you had with Mike. In the Stars case, and this is kind of what actually I was about to ask you here, is that it feels like they need somebody who's not going to just ride them so hard. So, like, for instance, there was when they hired Ron Washington over Buck Showalter, it was like, hey, we need a break from Buck. When Wade Phillips was hired over Bill Parcells, it was like, guys, we just need a break. They need a break. Is that sort of the tone you think they're trying to strike here? Is like, we need something that's just a relief from the Pete DeBoer heavy-handed type of leadership?
Yeah, and I think that's, and Sean, shout out to you. I don't think I said that. I think I may have put it on social media. You were way ahead of the curve on the Brian Schottenheimer thing, and I remember when you put it out, I'm like, there's no way. There's no way. No, I remember saying it. I said it.
I said it in my tweet. Unfortunately, I should have had some balls.
No. I was like, and when he got up, I was like, no, he nailed it. And I'm like, because I couldn't believe it. I couldn't, even now.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, you know what, Sean? Now we're seeing your vision. So, no, but Bobby, to your point, I think there's some of that going on here. But the thing that's this team, the Stars team, is obviously really good. But I mean, do we really think it came down to coaching? No, they just weren't quite good enough. They weren't better than Florida. They weren't. I don't care what they said now. They said, well, gee whiz, we should have beaten Edmonton last year. No, you shouldn't have. You shouldn't have. They got you, and they kicked your ass. It should have been a sweep.
Yeah.
You got lucky in game 1, but it should have been a sweep.
Yep.
And I was just as guilty of it as anybody. We all convinced ourselves it's their time. It's their time. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. And now, does the head coach make the difference by just lightening up a little bit? Well, that's the bank, because you've got a really talented team. Thomas Harley is really good as a second defenseman. Miro Heiskanen is great. Mikko Rantanen is he's in his prime window to take advantage of it. Jason Robertson obviously could probably do a little bit more in the playoffs. This is a high-end scorer. They've got a really good goalie. I don't know if he's that might have been the one thing that I look back on what Jim Nill has done. I'm like, why did you race to give this guy all this money? But he's here. He's solid. This is a really, really good team. And if you think lightening up a little bit, taking the whip out of the hand a little bit is going to make the difference, then you've got to do it. I don't think it's going to make the difference. Guys, if somebody gave you $100 right now to go to Vegas and say, you can put $100 on one of the following. Which one are you going to do? The Dallas Stars to make it to the Western Conference Finals for a fourth consecutive year, or the Dallas Cowboys to make the playoffs under first-time head coach Brian Shotton?
Playoffs. Easy. Just because the odds of the other one.
Right. Exactly. The odds. And then that's so to me, this window with the Stars are in right now, they're not going to go to the Cup Finals next year. They're just not. I'm playing odds. But you've got a 2 to 3 year window now with this new head coach to say, this is our chance. And maybe you can get it done. There's still something that's just a little bit missing. And now it's up to him to see if he can get it out of him. Because Bobby, I think you're right about, okay, we've done this way, and that's been pretty good. It's been great, honestly. And now we need a little bit better. So maybe this guy's tact will help get us to where we want to be, but haven't been yet.
Great stuff as always, brother. Thank you so much. The great
Thanks, gentlemen.
Mac Engel from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. We have a new concert ticket giveaway and a new Mavericks point guard to tell you about with the developing story next.
But first...
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are those.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Keep that man with me. Hold on, check out house.
All right, fellas, that's right now. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see NBA YoungBoy on Thursday, October 30th at the American Airlines Center. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, since you mentioned NBA, Peyton, I got to hijack the red zone. This is usually your football fix, but we got some Dallas Maverick news coming in, and this LeBron stuff it's driving me crazy. It really is. Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece and a defeated Bobby Belt at 9:40 with the return of Corey Majors. But the news, in case you missed it this morning, Mark Stein apparently saying that D'Angelo Russell is supposed to be signing a 2-year, $12 million deal with the Mavericks when free agency begins in a matter of hours. 2 for $12. D'Angelo Russell as one of the Kyrie Irving replacements. There's some Mavs fans and insiders who were upset that Lonzo Ball got traded to Cleveland and not here. Bobby was talking about Chris Paul. Shams had mentioned not only D'Angelo, but Malcolm Brogdon here. But according to this, it's going to be D'Angelo Russell, the inconsistent, at times maddening scorer. I think of him more so as a scorer than a point guard, formerly of the Lakers and the Nets and other teams.
Yeah, I mean, he'll be able to put up points for him, and that'll be that's something that they'll definitely need next year because of just their limited options, especially until Kyrie gets back. But what is he going to be as a facilitator? We'll see. What is he going to be as a defender, and how consistent can it be? If you're going to get the guy that ended up with LA a couple years ago when he got traded from Minnesota, he was really good for those 2 years basically in terms of shooting the ball. His efficiency was way better. He had 48% in the final 20 games with LA, and then in 23-24 he shot 45%, and he was an 18 points per game. That's efficiency that you can live with. It's just not historically been his game. His game is usually 35% from three, 42% from the field.
Yeah,
a little bit of a volume guy.
Yep.
And
he's a chucker.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing is you got to make sure he's not hurting you with his volume. You got to make sure that he's not turning the ball over a bunch, hurting you on defense, and that he's not outing people in your locker room like a knucklehead, like he did with Swaggy P.
I understand this more and more from a scoring standpoint. Okay? Anthony Davis is not an aggressive, this is my team alpha male scorer. I don't think Cooper Flagg is going to be right off the jump. Klay Thompson, we know that Klay is fading. PJ Washington, yeah, he can go off at certain points in times. Lively's not an offensive guy. Gafford's not an offensive guy. So if you give me the choice between Chris Paul, I think of him as more a facilitator. Drew Holiday, mid-30s. Lonzo Ball, always hurt. I get it. I get it in terms of needing the scoring from that spot. With Kyrie out for however long he is. $6 million a year, that's a steal. 2 for 12. So we don't know how long Kyrie's going to be gone. Some people don't think Kyrie Irving is going to play this year.
Yeah, I just or
be him near close to himself to make you a contender.
I know we were going back and forth on this a little bit earlier, but
yeah, and you submitted and said I was right. So
I did not. Not
change
not
now.
like I'm about to submit and tell Hagee he won. No, this was, to me, I guess it's just you held a line so intense that you were willing to walk away from one of the five best players in basketball. You're willing to walk away from on this like definitive line. To me, that it's like, all right, it just seems a little counterintuitive to that's the direction
Bobby,
you're going.
they're holding the line. I'm not defending it. I'm giving the viewpoint. They're holding the line for the face of the franchise and the leader and the way they want everyone to follow that example. This is a backup fill-in. This is plugging gaps. They need scoring from D'Angelo Russell more than they need his defense.
Which he's, again, like we said, he didn't have a game last year where he scored 30. He's not been an efficient scorer throughout most of his career.
Yeah.
And so to me, it's just like, if you want to compete now, which is what they've said, we're competing now. If you want to compete right now, D'Angelo Russell's going to be probably your sixth man when Kyrie's healthy, and he's going to play top 6 or 7 minutes. That's a big chunk of your minutes on somebody that doesn't fit what you have said. It has to be the core philosophy of winning.
I think this is more about the Kyrie plug versus, are these other guys going to get 6 a year? Lonzo's making 10. Drew Holiday's on an insane deal, I believe, still.
Yeah, and I mean, Holiday's...
Chris Paul supposedly maybe wants to go back to California.
Holiday's 35, so he's older. Holiday still last year, even with a lot of his struggles, Holiday was playing more efficiently offensively than D'Angelo Russell was. And they were both about 12-point-per-game scorers. And so...
Yeah, he's making $30 million. Drew Holiday is a Nico fit. $30 million versus 6. So he's making 5 times the amount. No, that's not happening here.
Has 6 times the player. So
No.
That's what it is.
All right. This LeBron thing has taken over ESPN. They're thankful for that, like I was the Glenn Gulletson topic yesterday. LeBron opting in, but I guess sending a message that he's just not totally like opting back into the Lakers. $52.6 million opting in. I was like, okay, he's going back to the Lakers. Well, now they're dissecting and breaking down this Rich Paul statement. Like, LeBron's got to do what's best for him. Okay, we understand the Lakers want to focus on the future. And, LeBron wants to make sure he ends up in a championship situation on a contender. Am I living in another universe? Did the Lakers get a really good player through a deal that almost lit this city on fire? Am I missing? Is Luka Doncic on the Lakers? Is Austin Reeves on the Lakers?
Fortune favors the bold.
Is Luka Doncic in revenge girlfriend shape right now? You gonna even go find another player to team up with better than 77? And you're keeping an eye. This is so much crap and BS. Is your kid getting traded to another team that you want to play on? So this whole fake Rich Paul horse ass, and I really wish this was a podcast right now so I could drop the profanity that I want. This is a joke.
Is it a...
What are you talking about?
Is there any chance that he obviously is going nowhere? He's doing... I don't think so. He's not going anywhere. He's hanging around. Is there any chance that this is just...
Look at that. Bobby may get as worked up as me with the breaking news. The WNBA is expanding to 18 teams over the next 5 years. 3 new cities, Cleveland, Detroit, and Philly. So they were at... I didn't even know that the WNBA was at 15 teams. So they're expanding.
Wow.
From 15 to 18.
Gosh, that doesn't... I mean, that seems to run a little counter. Like, we want to expand the women's game, so we're going to drop you in the 3 highest murder rates in the country of Cleveland, Detroit, and Philadelphia to go run around and change it.
Maybe Stephen A. can comment on this like Memphis.
That's exactly what
Back
it is.
to your LeBron point.
Yeah, LeBron...
Do you disagree with anything I just said?
No, I think that I think that this is largely a show, but I think it's specifically a show for the new ownership. It's like, I want you guys to feel pressure. Like, I don't want you guys to just come in here and, like, you need to remember I'm still running things. I don't think I think it's literally just, he's used the public before and media before to lean on people and lean on teams to get what he wants. And so I kind of view it as what this is just a signal to new ownership. Like, hey, you guys are, and I know they already had a small portion of it, but this is largely just about, I'm going to make sure that you guys are running things the way I want. So here's just a threat publicly to make sure you're in line.
Good Lord. Leave. If I'm the Lakers, I'd be like, what can we get for him? How much could we get back?
A Walker? Something like that? I mean, they're just playing one more year.
Jovan Buha? Is that how you say his name?
Yep.
Who is it?
He is the Lakers reporter for The Athletic.
He is on the Buha's Block podcast, and he brought up DFW after this LeBron story.
I will say that there's been some LeBron and Dallas buzz going on a couple of years now. Remember in the summer of 2023, right after Dallas had traded for Kyrie, there was that rumor out there that LeBron was going to go to Dallas on a vet minimum contract and team up with Draymond, and it was going to be Luka, Kyrie, LeBron, and Draymond. And that, of course, did not happen. But there has been some buzz, I will say, in the general NBA ether over the last week or two with LeBron and Dallas. And if you just look at the situation, they have AD, they have Kyrie, they have Jason Kidd, who LeBron played with in, with Team USA, and then also played under with the Lakers. Kidd was an assistant on that 2020 title team, and LeBron loved being coached by him. They also have Nico Harrison, which, as funny as that is to sub, he is a former Nike guy, and LeBron is Mr. Nike. But if he does ask out, if it gets to that point, if the disaster scenario for the Lakers plays out where DFS leaves, they strike out in free agency in terms of an impact player, they don't make a trade or two, and LeBron is unhappy with the roster and wants out, I would say keep an eye on Dallas.
Okay.
They are looking at Samuel Dalembert in L.A. They're doing segments on DeAndre Ayton on television. And we just gave Daniel Gafford his extension. So we have a big that could be dealt. I just want to see on this fan text. I feel dirty even doing this, but
that's the vision, That's the vision. It's the LeBron vision. That's what he wants.
I feel dirty doing it, but that there's going to be a lot of this text. If we said, would you want LeBron James to be dealt here? That will say no. It might even be over 50%.
Probably. I don't think it'd be over. Well, maybe. Maybe. Yeah, because, I don't know what you'd have to even give up to make the money work or anything else.
Get the trade machine out.
So Brian Windhorst apparently was just on ESPN and Awful Announcing has already transcribed what he just said about this. He said, I don't think LeBron James is going to be traded neither today or tomorrow or in a month or in 3 months because, number one, he makes $53 million. Secondly, he has a no-trade clause, which would mean he would control all sides of the trade. While it's fascinating to think about, I don't think that's an avenue here.
Well, I don't understand about controlling the facets of the trade.
The idea is that he would be in the Lakers at this point are not going to trade somebody that LeBron having all of the having the no trade clause and everything else would be in control of what they get in return and everything else. They're not willing to do that for him at 40 years old, like they would have at 33 if he forced his way out.
Yeah, let's see. LeBron, and let me throw in here PJ or
Are you doing the trade machine?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm doing the trade machine. Did they update Gafford's money on here? This is I haven't been on this in a long time. This is going to take a commercial break. But there it is. The Lakers guy from The Athletic saying, don't rule out. It's a bunch of horse crap. Rolling my eyes. LeBron is not leaving. Bobby Bell, I think for the first time that I can ever remember, admits defeat in crosstalk with the return of Corey Majors next.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper lady. Basil baby. Nutmeg maybe? No. You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it so called?
One Chevy dealership in the world, more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Some folks make fun of your relationship with Slater. However, I think it's kind of cute. But no matter how long you follow her around, she ain't never gonna f*** you.
Damn. We'll get to that in just a
done with that.
We're not done with that. I need to relive it because Bobby, you sent him into major life contemplation over the weekend. Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, welcome back from vacay. Before we do all that, breaking news as we have a Jalen Ramsey trade worked out, and the Pittsburgh Steelers are bringing him in. Ian Rappaport, Dolphins and Steelers have finalized the blockbuster to send Jalen Ramsey to the Steelers. They are giving him $1.5 million raise, so the salary is $26.6 to go along now with Darius Slay there, Joey Porter Jr., Jalen Ramsey to the Steelers along with DK Metcalf and Aaron Rodgers.
And for what? What was the return? They don't have it yet?
I don't have it from Rappaport. I'll check it from Schefter.
Do you think he didn't want to put the compensation because then it wouldn't be a blockbuster? He's like, yeah, they get a conditional full.
Yeah, that could be it. This is the second big Dolphins Steelers defensive back trade in the last 5 years because they did Minkah Fitzpatrick too. This is. I guess I'm not surprised. Bumping up his salary, that could be funny money. Obviously, they could be reworking his deal somehow.
How much do you like Jalen Ramsey? Like, how much do you think he's still bringing you?
Man, I think we talked about this. Didn't we say we thought fourth maybe was probably going to be his third or fourth?
Yeah.
So something along those lines. L'Jarius Sneed got traded for a third, and he was he was younger. He was like a top of the market corner.
Yeah.
So I don't know, a fourth that could go to a third. I think career-wise, he's a marvel when you consider how difficult stability year-to-year is for corners. And he's been pretty consistent for a decade.
Were either of you advocates for bringing him here?
It would have been nice, but I know their interest level
money,
and stuff like that. He would have been a nice player on this team across from who's healthy at cornerback for the Cowboys. He's gonna be good there for the Steelers, though. I think he fits the personality they like to have.
Welcome back from vacation.
Thank you very much.
Where were you?
We went down to Crystal Beach, is in Galveston area down there.
Did you find that was a true statement?
The beach was crystal.
Yeah.
There were no crystals on the beach.
It's for the crystal meth that's sold on the beach.
Oh my god!
I will say the strip we were on was awesome. Like, we were on the other peninsula away from Galveston, and everything I hear about Galveston, I was like, man, this is.
Is that the first time you've been?
No, I went a long time ago, but I was in Galveston. And so I think that's a little bit different. We're just east of it. And the only thing that I had to deal with was seaweed. I had to rake that. So I got a blister, Sean. And I know there are a lot of guys out there that work a lot harder than me.
From a rake?
From a rake. And I'm sure there's somebody out there that's
You thought it was from a hoe,
You got
right?
the stupid wooden rake, and it was just there. I just used it. But we set up every day on the beach, had the tent set up, and we partied.
tan.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Daddy's tan.
Oh,
Daddy's
my God.
very tan.
Daddy.
Shoulders and chest. I'm actually peeling a little bit.
Was
right
it
now.
packed?
No, that's what I liked. Like, I don't want to be at a beach that's just.
Yeah.
We did have one day where a guy, you know how the beach has the track area that you can drive down? It's like, everybody knows that's where the trucks drive. And then there's the area where the people play. Some dude was driving in the area where the people played, just swerving in and out of tents and almost hit my kid.
What?
That dirty ass water be washing up on the shore. You people.
It wasn't really that dirty. It's Gulf water, but he almost hit my kid. I told him to F and slow down. He flipped me off and said F off.
Whoa!
This is like a 17-year-old kid. I almost went all the way down the beach to get this kid and pull him by his hair and say, I'm going to tell you, don't ever do this again. But it was really far. He was in a cart and I was on foot, so I was done.
That's like the worst age. 16, 17, where they're feeling defiant enough and young enough and strong enough while also being like, I'm a child. You can't hit me.
Yeah.
Those are the worst people to run into.
Yeah. And some Shoot Brown 78 said Crystal Beach is very different. Basically, Flock's backyards is the beach. But yeah, it was nice. It's better than the seawall.
Kevin, your reaction to Glenn Gulletson supposedly being Pete DeBoer's replacement?
Yeah.
Man.
Look, everybody at Edmonton has positive stuff to say about him. I guess my worry just a little bit is he perfect as essentially the assistant head coach and maybe just not so great.
He's like a bonus
as the actual head coach. So I'm a little worried about that. But everyone's like, oh, they got so many great things to say about him in Edmonton. I was like, right on, where he wasn't in charge. And so then, like, in Calgary, he was, and then Jim Nill, when he got here, was like, I didn't need you.
Yeah, when you're that
Now
guy,
I do.
you never have to say the tough things to them, right? You just tell them what they want to hear.
So
You
I'm
give
a
them the
little
strategy.
Yeah, Corey's right. So I'm a little worried, but I think with the roster coming in, hopefully he'll show the growth he has as a head coach that he's learned, whether it's at Calgary and Edmonton along the way, and it'll be great. I think the roster that he comes into is really going to help.
What if they don't need somebody to, like Corey was saying, like where he said, as the assistant, you get to tell them all the fun stuff. You don't have to give them the tough love. What if they don't need tough love because they've gotten too much of it from DeBoer?
Maybe that's perfect for
And
him.
it's just like, we need our Wade Phillips hire.
Okay. And then do you think short term that could be the switch that you needed
Just
to
get us
get you
over.
to those next? I would listen to that theory. Well, I guess I did listen to that.
You did?
Yeah.
It was good.
You also
Don't
listened.
placate me.
But we liked
I
him.
did.
You feel guilty from Friday.
When we were a weekend show, we would have Gulletson on frequently. He would come on, was it like every 2 weeks?
Yeah.
He'd pop on with us.
Tell
Yeah,
him what you said about him.
He has amazing eyes. I mean,
He looks like a movie character.
He does. He absolutely does. And he was the kindest dude. Every time we talked to him, he had a bad team. They stunk. Calgary's team, they weren't very good either.
He was the head coach coming on?
Yeah. He was hopping on with us on the weekends. Yeah. Wow. I had a friend over there. It was one of those. I made some friends.
Yeah.
So
he looks kind of like this picture of him with the stars. He looks kind of like a cross between Jason Garrett and Carter, a little bit.
Yeah.
With the hat. I can
With the hat on.
see that.
Yeah, when that's not on, he doesn't look like that.
Let me give props, by the way, to the great Alec Medford for sending me the Jalen Ramsey stuff. He's the best on his cell phone in this building after me. Just being on it, the breaking news, sending it. Thank you, Alec, the birthday boy. Corey, what else is coming up?
Oh, man, guys, we got to get into the stars thing at 10:20. But we celebrate Elvis right out of the gate. We got to celebrate, different Elvis Andrus. We'll celebrate him at 10 o'clock, and then we'll discuss more of how Cooper Flagg fits in on this Mavs team.
Can I hear that Elvis soundbite again?
Oh.
Do you have to? Can you fully do that
shake?
without the shake?
Nope.
This should be shake.
That's part of
you
it.
don't get that same level of intensity.
No, you don't.
If I'm not I'm going to steal an entire race.
Can you excuse
I was going to say,
God.
cultural
Okay.
appropriation felt like an aggressive segment for you, so I knew that he was going to be doing Elvis Andrews.
Can you explain to us how Kevin Hagelin has had you in deep
no.
thought over the weekend?
Yeah, I realized, so Kevin Hageland, last week, for those of you that didn't know, Thursday, he pulled the rug out from under me. He lied on air to Derek Holland and made it sound like I had made something up that I didn't. Hagee had tried to cancel Derek Holland. So when I told Derek was like, you're lying to me. And so I brought Hagee in here to tell him, and Hagee's like, I don't know what he's talking about. Look forward to seeing you at noon.
Did you hear all the nice things he said about us, though?
Yeah, and like I understand. Then you felt like compelled to. But then you threw me under the bus in the process. So I jokingly was like, I'm going to do a diss song. And then people were like, where is it? Have you done it yet? And so I was like, okay, I guess I got to actually do it. I was just joking, but now I'll do it. So as I was writing, I was like, I'm not really angry at Hagee. I was like, so I'm gonna let's not use that line. Let's not use that one. Let's pull this out. And so I pulled ones out because I was like, this doesn't seem like a good road to go down. And I learned, if you're going to do that, no half measures. You got to go all the way. No. You got to be.
You can't J. Cole it.
He felt like he was being too nice after, and he was expecting you maybe not to be as aggressive, and he slipped. And
but why would anybody expect Bobby to not be aggressive?
I'm glad you went aggressive. I thought it was great. You won. Yours was better. Wow. And I felt and that was something where I was like, man, this is great. It just made me regret instantly. I was like, I can't pull punches again. I can't go like, let's take it a little. I assumed I was going up against Zach and Eric. And I forgot. You write. You did write, and so you know how to write. That was my mistake. I thought I was still going up against AAA. Forgot this was the majors or the Hagelands at this point.
It is in the majors.
Yeah.
I mean, that is quite a compliment and praise to you.
Thank you very much.
Dude, he's not taking it like one.
No, I appreciate it. You know what? My talking doctor said if anybody ever gives you a compliment, you should accept it.
Your what?
My talking doctor.
What is that?
He's like a psychiatrist. So like when I was
exactly
a kid,
like one.
I even got Dak to use the phrase talking doctor before.
Are you seeing a psychiatrist now?
He still does.
Things happened. Yeah. No, he doesn't really talk to
I'm
us
seeing
anymore.
one after Hagee's diss song.
I'll take the blame out for that. Yeah, so like when I was in middle school, that's the way my mom described it to me. She was like, hey, we're going to go to the doctor. I was like, I just went to the doctor. And she goes, this is a different kind of doctor. It's like a talking doctor. And so...
It stuck.
Yeah, and it absolutely...
Wish my mom could have told me that.
It did.
But she was dead.
Right. As Hagee pointed out, she's in the graveyard, as his diss track said. I'm stunned. That was the biggest stunning thing. I was talking to Alec earlier. Sean, I bet you'd be stunned by this. We were all very stunned that you thought that wasn't a dumpable word you used.
Yeah! Those words are all individually approved by the FCC.
It's a lewd
I dispute
act.
this.
It's a lewd act. That's why.
You would lose that dispute. Every board out of the building would have dumped it.
You know what? And you should
Peyton went to dump it when he noticed it had been dumped.
You should be proud of Peyton because RJ was like, play that last part again. I didn't hear the whole thing. And Peyton goes, we should just move on to a different part.
And Hageland goes, why? Let's play it.
Yeah, I stand firm that all of those words individually.
Choppy back tomorrow. We'll have 2 more concert ticket giveaways. And let's see how the Rangers start off against the O's. The KNC Masterpiece is back and next on 105.3.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we have more news and updates. And I was listening to Sean and RJ earlier, and I was with them about don't do this LeBron discussion. What are we doing? Then I fell victim to something that I think is always fascinating.
Clickbait.
The betting odds.
Oh, yeah. Betting odds get you.
People putting their money where their mouth is. Guys, I saw a thing that said if LeBron James were to leave the Lakers, I know he opted in. He heroically did not take a pay cut while having his agent complain about how good the roster is. Or isn't. Cleveland Cavaliers are the second most likely team to get him at 4-1.
Again?
Yeah, there are lots of people out there who's like, it would be poetic.
They're the stars?
If he started and ended his career. Man, I do like that. LeBron is to the Cavs what Glenn Gullitson is to the Stars.
And Ken Hitchcock.
Yes. But people are like, what if he started and ended his career with
and got the championship
Cavs?
in the middle of it.
Yeah. It's like the Big Mac of career advancement.
If you're Cleveland, if you're Dan Gilbert,
you do it.
No, there's no way you do it.
Your team won like 60 games and you sucked in the playoffs.
There's no way you do it.
But my point is, number one on the list.
It broke your heart so many times.
At 5-2 is the Dallas Mavericks.
Okay.
They're the leader on the betting chart. Now, I put a lot more stock in the betting chart than all the people posting on Facebook that they heard it from a guy who heard it from a friend who ran into Alec on his vacation, who's talked to his sister's cousin, and she said maybe.
Know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody.
Yes. So I put a lot more stock in that. So the point is, we need to talk about this football trade. Maybe I guess we need to talk about LeBron more than I thought. And also welcome you two fine gentlemen back, because you got me, Kevin Hageland. Boring. I was here before. We have the return of, Corey Majors.
Happy Munsley.
And
No. Hey, by the way, before we introduce,
I didn't even get to say
the most important part of the show. I just want a real big lead up here for Alec. We'll announce his name in just a minute. So, should it be Tank Top Tuesday or Tank Top Thursday? What are y'all's thoughts here?
Tuesday.
All right?
Because it's not Thank Top.
Yeah. Tomorrow is...
I hate that.
All right,
it's not
you know
Tank
what?
Top either.
Okay, well, as long as you're hating things, let me ask you this. Because we heard from Cooper Flagg in his press conference on Friday. He is very well trained media-wise. Do you think I could get him to laugh if the first question I asked was not about basketball and I said, do you think if people had both their arms on the same side, it would be called an F shirt instead of a T-shirt? Do you think I could so disarm him with the nonsense of that question?
Dude, we've disarmed many people with the just think about Jason Kidd. We disarmed him immediately.
Or Paige Beckers.
Beckers. Boach.
Just saying.
Jerry.
Because when Cooper said, I'm not really into music, I know for some people they were like, okay.
Remember the time we had Dirk on and I asked him about your thought of wanting to watch a kangaroo play tennis, and Dirk was like, we should have started with this in the interview.
Because they get asked the same question all of the time. There's no way anybody's asked Cooper Flagg about the F shirt. And so I just think maybe we could have something there. Now do you want to introduce
If your hands were like together, would it be a P shirt? If they were both on the same side.
I like that. Sounds more natural. Because we've gotten used to the T-shirt, and F shirt is a big change, but P shirt is close enough.
What about a Z shirt?
How does that work?
I don't know. It's up to you to figure it out.
I'll have to get to the lab.
Let's introduce Kevin, the most important part.
Are you gonna?
That's your job.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I interrupted.
It is the famous Alec Medford.
Don't worry. By the end of this show, we're going to be in a groove. I promise. I promise. It's going to be bad.
I hope it's better than this.
Maybe we already are. Maybe we're right
I
back
think
to
we're
where
back
we
and
were
better than ever.
before Kevin left on that Thursday many weeks ago.
Just get ready. At the end of the month, I'm going to be gone for like 2 weeks.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Dang, he hates us.
Be a whole new show.
All right, yeah. Look, maybe it'll work well enough that you'd be like, you can just stay in Germany.
No.
That's fine.
As long as Dirk's there and you do a weekly with Dirk from
Okay.
here.
That actually is a really, really good idea. Okay. So the trade goes down. The Dolphins are, I guess, reacquiring Minkah Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Who was their first round pick in 2018 as part of the package that sends Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith to the Steelers. Do I have the basics of this correct?
Mika and a late round pick for Ramsey and Smith. And I like what somebody said on the fan text here. They need to just hang up the phone before they swap both teams. And I agree. Like, at what point? And maybe it's just the way that this information's been leaked out. If it was hey guys, here's the deal, that would have been cool, right? Like, we would have been like, oh, that's an interesting deal.
Yeah.
But then they were like, hey, Jalen Ramsey's been traded. Oh, are you kidding me right now? And then, hey, by the way, it was for Minkah Fitzpatrick. Shocker. Like, that's a shocker right there.
Yeah.
Because they used to have Minkah Fitzpatrick. They used to have the player on their team. They're like, let's have him back. It's like Glenn Gulletson. And then Jonnu Smith in the late round pick. I think this is interesting. I like Ramsey. They need a cornerback there. I also like Smith with Aaron Rodgers. I don't think Aaron Rodgers is who he used to be.
Okay.
But I like this player because it gives him an underneath option. However, for whatever reason, Aaron Rodgers has never truly loved using a tight end.
Right.
Never understood it.
Okay, so you just mentioned something. Obviously, I think our show's been pretty consistent about this. And I know I kind of made the joke about like, hey, now all they need is a quarterback. But seriously, the Steelers have put in a lot of work this offseason to upgrade their team. Whether you agree with all of the upgrades, not particularly here nor there, do you think that it's done enough? Do you look at the Steelers as a serious team in the stacked AFC?
I mean, they were already close last year without a quarterback. Russell Wilson and all the other guys were their quarterback. I think this is a very good offseason for them. And I think that if Tomlin, I'd love to know the conversation between him and personnel director, because I want to know how much he has to do with, I need this kind of guy. Or if it's, you guys know what to get, I know how to coach them.
Yeah.
I'd love to know that back and forth between those guys. But I think it's a lot of dudes that really are hungry for something. And that's what Pittsburgh wants and needs and loves. So I think it's going to be good for them. And Cleveland's a weird place with their quarterback. You don't know who that is. So I don't expect Cleveland to really compete. Cincinnati defensively has not done anything.
They are literally stuck in the middle of their problems still.
And then who?
Baltimore.
And they added Jair Alexander a couple weeks ago. I think that Baltimore's still the class of that division, but now I put the Steelers in second, like easily right now.
Ooh,
yeah,
easily.
in that
All right,
division.
will that change if the Bengals fix things up with both Trey and Shamar?
Maybe so.
Okay.
Yeah, to say
that will
their
happen.
Their defense was the thorn in their side last year. They could score with the best of them, but they could not stop anybody at all from scoring on them. Late in games, early in games, that was their Achilles heel all year last year. So, but I think it can be fixed. But I would still put Pittsburgh and Cincinnati close to each other in that division.
Alec, how do you feel about this trade? And then I guess generally, how do you feel about the Steelers' competitiveness level?
It feels like the most Steelers thing ever, right?
Yeah.
They see somebody in the conference, they see a rival in the Ravens make a move at a similar position, and they say, we can do that too. We need to get better. So I'm right there with you where it's like, we might not think that it's groundbreaking. We might not think that it's going to win them a Super Bowl, but they are putting in the work to try to be a fun team and a competitive team this year. So I always give credit to their front office because it seems like They're competitive at times that they really shouldn't be. They've had a who's who of quarterbacks the past few years ever since Big Ben retired, and they've still made it work. Mike Tomlin just refuses to lose. It's a franchise that I don't want to say I envy, but I respect, just because they always find a way to keep the conversation going and keep the conversation interesting. In a weird way, they're like the antithesis of the Cowboys, where it's like the conversation is almost warranted.
Right.
You know, because they are making the moves and they are putting in the effort to try to be competitive, and they're getting the headlines for a reason. So I think they're doing it the right way.
From the 214, if you don't know what a Z shirt is, you can't afford one. I think about that. You know what I think about that every time is I'm at a restaurant and it says market price on the menu.
I don't know the price.
Yeah, I don't know the price. And I'm like,
quite honestly, they don't know the price either. They just said, how many are we selling today? We sold 3? Let's go ahead and jack that price up. We need to pay off.
do you think they count on the fact that they know I'm too embarrassed to ask the market price because it feels low class? Because I think the idea in some of these restaurants is like, you don't care.
Yeah.
The market price, whatever. You just grab it off the pile. But when I'm like, what's the market price? They're like, sir. And like, they're ashamed of me and they know I don't want to ask. All right. As to the other thing.
Turn their nose up at you.
We probably won't dwell on this all day unless you guys really want to. But I continually saw a Facebook post last night and this morning that made it sound like people thought the Mavericks were going to sign LeBron. All right. So that's not going to happen. He opted in to his player option at $52.6 million-ish.
But opting in, that's just his version of signing to be traded, right?
So
that's like a sign and trade.
That actually could happen. And the Lakers probably still want a big. So I'm going to give this a shot, see what you guys think. And the whole reason that we're going to bring this up is not because of the Facebook post, but when it comes to the betting odds. If LeBron were to leave, least likely destination, Utah, 100-1. Second most likely, the Cavs. Third, Warriors. Fourth, Knicks. Fifth, Spurs. But number one on the list is the Dallas Mavericks. They're about 2.5-1, whereas Cleveland is second at 4-1. So there's like a decent enough gap there. All right. So the biggest thing, and I don't think necessarily that this is how it would play out, but I just want to pitch it to you. So the first thing you have to do is make the salaries more or less kind of work. So I think this package starts with Daniel Gafford,
who they just got.
Yes, but they did re-sign him to a level of deal that would still allow that person to get traded without the weight.
Okay.
So my initial thought is to make the salaries close enough. Gafford, PJ, Caleb Martin, Najee Marshall. Now, those last two could be an either-or situation, and I'm guessing, I don't know.
Who was before Marshall again?
PJ.
Who's after PJ?
Gafford, PJ, Caleb Martin, and
okay.
Najee Marshall.
Okay. I don't love giving up Najee Marshall, considering how he grew last year.
Okay. Well, then
I don't love giving up PJ either.
Okay, well,
you know, women are.
And this trade could be dead in the water because I haven't started on the draft compensation yet. And so, look, if you don't, I just wanted to mention this so people will know kind of like what we're thinking.
Oh, the Lakers always.
If you, man. Okay, look.
This is one of those where
if this goes back to the fortune favors the bold from Nico last week, and he's like, I've been dying to tell you guys, it was all part of this nebulous deal. And I'd be like, oh my gosh. Okay. All right. So let's pull Najee off the table. Okay. So then you go PJ Washington and Daniel Gafford and Caleb Martin. And then maybe like you put Omax in there or Jaden Hardy. You'd be close enough on the salary. We could figure out a way to make it work. All right. So we'll go Gafford, PJ, Caleb, Jaden Hardy, or Omax, and a first round pick. All right. I'm just saying for starters, I think that's how it goes. Now, there's a couple of things. If you don't value LeBron at that level, rock on. Like, I get you. Or you don't want to, or you think it would be like a distraction to the team chemistry, or whatever your concerns are, or you just think it's too much. Fair enough. But what you have to consider is win now, win now, win now. That's what we've been told again and again and again. Do you think that Nico and company would view this as the ultimate win now move?
Oh, that's an interesting addition to the question. Do I think Nico and company would view it that way? Because in my opinion, no.
Oh, fair.
In my opinion, I'm not. Is this team right now built to win now?
Depending on if
or
you
compete now.
See, I think if Kyrie really could be back in January, I think they can.
The D'Angelo
win.
Russell addition just kind of tied you over until Kyrie's there, but
yeah, and I think that's going to be more for 3-point shooting than even facilitating the offense. And maybe you think that's another spot where LeBron can come in and be a short-term facilitator before you move him off the ball. And
that's
talked
what they
about
want.
Cooper Flag
Like,
as
that's
well.
what they want is a guy like him to do that, and
So-
PJ just can't quite do it.
And so you're losing a lot. So you're losing your feeling of invincibility with your bigs because now it's down to Derek Lively and
A guy who doesn't want to play the center spot.
Yeah, and Anthony Davis, and both have had injury history. The other thing is maybe they want Derek Lively because he's a younger, cheaper player, and then I'd have to kind of redo the deal. I don't think it would change as much as some folks like, but you're going to lose one of your bigs, and I would imagine PJ Washington, because that will push you towards getting the salaries to work. If for some reason they want Klay Thompson and I can sub him in for PJ Washington, rock on. That makes that deal a lot more palatable to me, but I don't know since this is where he picked over Los
Who does Luka
Angeles.
want? Does he want Lively or Gafford? We owe that to Luka. All right,
that's
one of his friends.
It didn't feel like Nico has taken all things Luka into consideration in any of these deals. But I just wanted to throw it out there because, and LeBron has a no trade clause.
Yep.
So what's going to happen is where he wants to go
is where he'll go.
Is where he's going to end up getting traded. And I did just see somebody, and this is an intriguing point. You don't have to add a pick because of his no trade clause. Maybe so, but how ironic would it be if the Lakers found themselves in a position where they're like, well, you have to give us a draft pick too, or else we'll look stupid for this trade. And Nico will be like, yeah, that's tough, isn't it? But he can decide essentially where he wants to go. And I think that's the reason he opted in. Because, look, we talked about it. His agent has come out and been like, hey, we know that they're trying to rebuild and go in a different direction, which I don't actually think is a factual breakdown of what they're doing. They're just moving more towards Luka, who's already shown that he can go deep into the playoffs. And so he's dissatisfied, and his agent is dissatisfied with their roster. And so it feels like the exact reason for that is to move and facilitate a trade. So if he says, I only want to go to Dallas, that's it. Then advantage Mavericks. And then all you really have to do is make the salaries work or the Lakers get Jack S. So that would be fun to see turned around like 5 months after we
or
felt
see
like
us get screwed over.
Yes.
Again.
Yes.
That could happen.
Okay. Well,
I've seen it once, Kevin.
Yeah. And they're like, we want Cooper Flag. And then I'm just going to.
And they're like, oh, yeah, that sounds like a great idea.
And then I'm just going to crawl
Can
in.
we get some of those Magic Johnson jerseys, though?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, from a new coach to the GM of the year, we got a lot of stars to talk about it. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Your proud home.
States has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, please.
used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got a lot of Stars news and pseudo news happening as we wait for confirmation that's definitely done that Glenn Gulletson is the new Stars head coach, even though it seems like everyone's pretty much in agreement that it's done. But
pseudo news.
Oh, actually, I don't hate it. All right, but before we get to that, I wanted to go back to Jim Nill. And never forget, one of the first things that Jim Nill did when he took over as the new Stars GM was fire Glenn Gulletson. That was 4,430 days ago, in case you really wanted to know.
Really?
Yes. But I want to go to the surprise for Jim Nill winning GM of the year. All right, so this clip is kind of long. We're going to go to cut number 14, but here's the idea that I think you're going to love. Jim Nill is showering praise on his scouts and other people in the organization. Meanwhile, his wife and his kids and all these other people have planned a surprise and everything. And just, you see how quick he is to give credit to other folks. And I think that's pretty cool.
No.
As we're getting close to this draft and everything, I just want to thank you guys again.
Today, picking the kids up at the airport, I turned off my location so he wouldn't know, and I've had to do a lot of behind the scenes sneaking around.
You're the reason that we are who we are, the work you do, and it's just a pleasure to have you as part of our team.
Thanks, Jim. Yeah.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I caught me off guard. I'm like, what are they doing? You did a good job of hiding everything.
The look on his face was shocked, but then to see our kids, that's when the tears showed up.
You could tell by Jim's face how surprised he was, emotional.
This might have my name on it, but it's got everyone here's name on it. To be able to share this with you guys, it's special.
And I like that before he got the award, after he got the award, he's like, hey, y'all are the best. Thank you for making me look better. I think that's, like, legitimately, I think that's really cool.
Yeah, it is. Anytime I've ever heard the man talk, we've talked to him before, he just seems so down to earth. And he comes from that scouting world too, so he understands what that world is like anyway and why. Dude, I know we just traded him, but to find a Logan Stankoven, that's awesome.
Yeah.
And the more you see, whenever the Stars draft somebody that everybody's like, why did they pass on him so the Stars get him? Of course. The Stars are like the Ravens, where you're like, of course they're going to land a guy like that.
Yeah.
And they add a piece.
That's a good analogy. I like that.
They have a very good understanding, but they still are missing something.
I really do like that.
They're not as tough, but that's the thing that, like, he's really good at this. He has a good vision for what he wants, and he treats people in that organization with respect and kindness, and that's what they want. And that's when you hear Rantanen, whenever he got traded here, he said, I've always heard Dallas is a place where players want to be. And I think that is part of the culture of everything, is they have a winning culture they want. They're just still a little short.
Now, could Gulletson be the next piece of that? So, again, yesterday it sounded like it was a done deal. I still think that is the direction, obviously, it's going. The Stars are like, hey, we're going to take our time. We're the last team in the market. Like, go ahead, and we're gonna take our time. But Glenn Gulletson was the Stars head coach 2011-12 season, the 2012-13 season. We started here in 2011, hence Corey's references were on the weekend. So we actually talked to him quite a bit. So he got brought to the Stars up from being the Texas Stars head coach. He went on to be, I believe, the Flames head coach, but he hasn't been a head coach in 8 years.
I believe it was our friend Waddle that had a connection with the Stars over there that got us Glenn Gulletson.
We're still friends with Waddle.
Yeah, we are.
So we could probably make that happen. So he hasn't been a head coach in almost 8 years. But if you go to Edmonton, and obviously they've had success in terms of beating the Stars the last 2 years, only to fall short in the Stanley Cup final.
Their special teams was on point.
Yes.
Their power play was really good.
And that's one of the things that Edmonton's head coach straight away was like, look, when Gulletson got here, we were the worst at the power play, or like toward the bottom. And he goes, and especially when you look at some of the names that we have up there, you're talking about 2 of the 5 best players in the world, probably, including the unquestioned best player in the world in terms of Connor McDavid. He's like, you see that turnaround. And all of the players have great things to say about him. Connor McDavid has great things to say about him. And look, if you're on the good side of the best player in the world, that feels like a great asset that you have. And so
especially if he doesn't sign that extension with Edmonton.
Okay.
He's got a couple of years, need to be traded to somebody.
Look.
Just saying.
If you want to talk about the preposterousness of a LeBron trade, I can't even fathom what that McDavid deal would look like. It would include like 2% ownership in the Stars. Like I don't even know
Here,
exactly.
Edmonton just have most of the organization.
I don't even know how we would figure that out. But it is a positive thing. The worrisome part to me, though, is, and this I think is a fair question, is he the guy who's perfect as I'm right next to the decision maker? Because everyone has positive things to say about him. He has struggled as a head coach. Now, could part of that be you just needed more time, more maturity, and now he's learned the lessons that he needed to know? 100% that could be the case. Or it could be the case that he's always better as the guy next to the guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Jim Nill has obviously been fighting against that notion as well. Jim Nill has won Executive of the Year multiple times, and that's awesome. But he hasn't won the Cup. And so I do wonder if he thinks of himself and he's like, man, I was really good next to Scotty Bowman. Like, instead of, I can be the guy.
Yeah, there's one other thing that I love the concept of what you're saying about Nill and Gulletson having to kind of scratch and fight for respect from everybody. I think Jim Nill's gotten his respect with 3
I agree.
general GMs of the year.
I agree.
Obviously, the Cup adds.
He'd trade a little bit of that respect for a Cup, right?
The Cup puts you into
For sure.
infamy. Is that the Bolivian? It puts you into rare company. All right, look, man, first day back. Shut up. Word. I got to figure out words. Today. It's okay.
It's Alex's first day back too. He's fun.
He's doing amazing.
Thanks, man.
But like that is something he would love to have added to it. I think, Kevin, that might be a positive.
I could see that
for Gulletson, especially after losing the Cup 2 years in a row too.
Yes,
like he was right there, and you have that itch of, hey guys, I know what y'all are feeling of wanting to get over Edmonton. I know exactly what that feeling's like, and I'm right there with you because I was there against Florida. Yeah. I know how to get y'all to that. Plus, I know this Edmonton team.
Yeah.
Look, they actually stink whenever this isn't going. Yeah, whatever it is. Maybe he knows some secret about the team, or he knows.
He knows.
He knows what they know about the Stars, too. And that's another positive thing. He walks into Jim Nill, and Jim Nill's like, hey, what the hell? How did y'all beat us 2 years in a row? Well, y'all aren't tough. We have to be tougher. You want me? We got to be tougher. You got to promise me we're going to get these kind of guys. And so that's a good communication, I think, between the two of them.
I know everyone's goal is to win the Cup, but I think these two are uniquely situated to talk to one another and be like, but I really need to win the Cup. And the other one's like, me too.
Do you think it is unreasonable to expect the Stars to be back in the Western Conference Final?
No, not at all.
With a new head coach, it's not Pete DeBoer.
No,
he's the one that got you there those years.
I don't think that's.
You think the roster alone can do it?
Yes, because what are some of the disadvantages? Like, I know you're going to lose a couple more players, and we can talk about that in just a second, or maybe that's a conversation for another day. But as it stands now, who are your best players? Like, who do you think are the Stars' best players?
Rantanen.
He's back. And by the way, let's stop on Rantanen for just a second. That could be a built-in advantage in terms of people would say, I believe Frank Provenzano would say, theoretically...
Former assistant GM for the Stars,
exactly.
Frank Provenzano.
Theoretically, an entire offseason, training camp, and full season to get in the flow with your team could make you even better. So let's go with that. All right, who else?
Let's see. Rope.
Back.
Wyatt.
Back.
Otter.
Back.
Glad you have a goalie. You don't have to worry about that.
That is helpful. Theoretically, Robertson back. I know there's discussion
just
on
got
that front.
Ben back, and I know he's not at best, but he's a leader. He's going to have the C.
So you didn't lose like just this unbelievable amount of talent whatsoever.
You just got to hope that the guy that's running it can keep the organization like tightened, like tied up the way it was, but then take it to another place. Because Kevin, I'm concerned about a step back and a loss in a playoff round before,
and that's totally fair.
And then people are going to be like, "What a terrible hire!" And then the roster is a year older.
Just for the record, I don't think anything that you just said is off base. And Gulletson, that's the thing. I think this is a very desirable job. It's not an easy job to come into because if you lose in the second round, you took a step back. You were the wrong hire. That's going to be some of the chatter. I'm not guaranteeing the Stars make it back to the Western Conference Finals.
I asked if it was unreasonable.
Yeah, and I think it's completely reasonable to expect them to get back there. And that's part of the beauty of the position, but also part of the unreasonable pressure that comes along with the position. You're not picking up the San Jose job where they're like, I don't know. Like, play all the games. That's a good start. Like, try to not be the worst team in the league or the second worst team in the league. And
this cool shark on our jersey.
Yeah, like, we're really moving in the right direction. Okay?
Biting a stick in half.
So that's the good and the bad that comes along with this job. But I'm curious to see what Glenn Gulletson has learned in terms of being the head coach. Like, what he's learned is great, and people are going to tell you about all the things that he's learned along the way. But what has he learned about how that translates to being a head coach? That right there is going to be the pivot point of how good of a decision this is.
I completely agree with you, man.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, a historic sweep and the power of the fist bump. Next in Baseball Nuggets right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Start beginning Monday, July 21st. Turn it on and leave it on. Your official home of the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
With the 0-1, and that one's popped up. Left side of the infield. It's Crawford calling for it. On the dirt, he reaches up to make the one-hand grab, and this ball game is over. The Seattle Mariners, with 3 in the top of the 12th, hold on and defeat the Rangers by the final of 6-4.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Someone asked the question, so I wanted to go ahead and try and answer it the best I can from a Rangers perspective. The 817, how many times has a 3-game series gone to extra innings in every game? So, the last time the Rangers played 3 straight extra inning games was from September 6th to September 8th of 2012. But that was 1 game against Kansas City and the other 2 against Tampa Bay. This is the first time in Rangers history they have played the same team in 3 straight extra inning games.
Oh, okay.
I can't speak to the rest of Major League Baseball, but that's what I got for now.
So as Artolo said, is that baseball scoregami?
For sure. Yeah, I know. I count that as baseball scoregami. Absolutely. And now we have a new category to keep track of. Right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. Let's start with, realistically, one of the most shocking outcomes of the entire baseball season. The Pittsburgh Pirates swept the New York Mets over the weekend.
Mets are in a free fall, dude.
They really are. And they held a players-only meeting on Saturday. It went really well because then the next day they lost 12-1.
Steve Cohen quoted saying, "I didn't see this coming."
Well,
which I would agree, and that dude has just dumped money into this team.
I got good news for you, Steve. It has not happened in the modern era. Now, we've worked really hard about this last week, Corey. The modern era of baseball is defined as 1901 going forward. Okay. That feels too old to be. If you got like old Wooden Leg Johnson, who also runs the pet shop on your team, it's too far back.
Since 1901, how far has technology come?
Like, we didn't even have realistic cars or airplanes ready to go. Like, they had that car where you could walk faster than the car going down the street.
I think you had to spin a little knob to call people or something. I don't even know. Did phones exist yet?
Yes, we did have phones, I believe, by that time, but like the deepest number you'd have to call is 14.
Attached to a wire.
Yes.
Stupid.
All right, so I think we need to modernize that a little bit more. But the point is, since 1901, here are the teams to score 30 or more runs in a series and allow 4 or fewer runs in a series while striking out 25 or more batters. The Pirates this past weekend.
Really?
And that's it.
That's it?
Yeah. So the Pirates won 9-1, 9-2, and 12-1. They scored 30 runs in these 3 games. Keep in mind, in the previous 8 games, they had scored 32 runs.
Okay. Yeah.
So you can't, if you're the Mets, you can't be like, well, that offense was on fire coming into this. No, they weren't.
Mm-hmm. But they turned it on for this one series because the Mets are that bad.
And Paul Skeens didn't pitch, and they didn't play on a Wednesday.
Me. Wow.
Like,
I can understand the Wednesday thing.
Yeah.
You know, like that would have been a guaranteed win.
That's true.
Did they win last week? They didn't play on a Wednesday last week, so this is what you're talking about.
Exactly.
Corey.
Now let's talk about the power of the fist bump. Cody Bellinger. So The Yankees beat the A's 12-5 yesterday. And there was this family before the game, and Cody said, hey, I was warming up, and this mom goes, hey, Cody, big fan. Last time you gave my son a fist bump, and you hit a home run. And I turn around, and I look, and I saw these two people right there, and I was like, oh, that's really cool. So I turned around, gave the kid another fist bump. He goes up to the plate.
Struck out on 3 pitches, looking at all of them.
And then the kid cried. And he went against the clearly fake named Hogan Harris. And on the first pitch, he hit a 3-run home run into the right field seats. And he goes, obviously, I had to go show that kid some love. Honestly, that was a pretty cool moment. It was just a really, really cool moment. Kind of feels like you should get that kid and his mom season tickets.
Yes.
Cody
absolutely.
Bellinger's going to win MVP.
Absolutely, you should. I definitely, well, I don't know about season tickets, but I'd definitely get them tickets one more time. Just to be like, hold on.
Okay.
Let's confirm if happens 3 times in a row. And I don't think you can do it every at-bat in a game. I think you have
Once a game.
You have to kind of just pick your at-bat.
If he hit a home run again after the fist bump, then would you
lifetime
give him
guarantee?
Okay.
Yeah, whatever they need is for the rest of his career.
Okay. I like that.
Obviously, there's some power there.
Now, this came out Friday evening, so unfortunately, we didn't get a chance to bring it up. For the Angels, Ron Washington is going to remain on medical leave for the rest of the season.
Man, that's scary.
Yeah, we had talked about it last week as he was out. He's the oldest manager in baseball. He was initially placed on leave, and he said he hoped to return. Now we get the news that he and the team decided it was going to be his best interest step away for the rest of the season, so he will be out.
And we still don't know exactly what's going on.
I had not heard. I don't know if some people have leaked the information I had not seen.
Our friend C. Hindo, he said something on Twitter, and he was like, when you take somebody away from something they love this much, it's got to be something serious.
Yeah.
And like this is for an extended period of time. It can't just be something small. For Ron Washington, who loves the grind, like he just loves being on the baseball field. He's a dirtbag.
Yeah.
He loves that.
And I mean this in the most positive way. They have been remarkably mediocre this year, like continuing to hover around 500. I know in a lot of cases, like with the Rangers, that would feel like an insult. But for the Angels, tremendous work to get that team to just about 500. So it's not because the team was floundering or anything like that. Let's go to Shohei Ohtani. Shohei Ohtani, the fastest pitch of his major league career this weekend.
Interesting.
101.7 miles per hour. And I was like, holy cow. This is actually the 11th time he's thrown a ball at least 101 miles per hour. But the highest he had ever topped out before was 101.4, and that was almost 3 years ago. So now he's up to 101.7. That pitch got a double play.
So you're saying he comes back from a surgery to repair his arm.
Yeah.
And he throws harder.
Yes.
Interesting. I wonder what they put in that elbow of his.
It is remarkable when you see the velocity jump. And I know this was just one pitch, but there's definitely been players who come back from Tommy John and all of a sudden it kind of feels like they supercharged their elbow.
Well, and here's something that this was what I was told very early on. When you're rehabbing, you work that thing harder.
Yeah.
You're the injured part of your body, Alec.
Mm-hmm.
You work it harder than you ever have to get it back to a place, and then you're in a bit of a better shape because of it.
Right.
In certain respects. Like you still have conditioning you got to go through because of the game, but you are stronger in that spot than you've ever been. So that is interesting. But there was that commercial where David Cohn gets into a limousine and the people of MLB or whatever are like, we're going to put this bionic forearm on you. And he's like, I don't know. And they say, well, it's worked for this guy. And then Randy Johnson steps out of the dark. And I thought it was a hilarious thing, but what if it was real, Kevin, and we had robot arms?
I mean,
the robots would be pleased that now we're already starting the process.
I'll tell you what, at this point, one game to play. I'm taking Tarek Skubal as my pitcher over a robot pitcher.
Damn right, dude.
So last night, 13 strikeouts, 1 hit. He peaked out as a 99.7 on his pitching in terms of fastest velocity. He's already the reigning Cy Young Award winner, and he continues to play incredible.
He has given up, in 7 games, he's given up 7 runs. That's a run a game.
Wow.
Pitched no less than six innings once.
That actually might be the most impressive.
I think he's averaging 7 innings through this stretch of games, but he had one game where he pitched 5 2/3, just over 5.5, if you will.
Yeah.
And he, that was the game he gave, Kevin, that was the game he gave up 4 runs. Like that. So I just said he's given up 7. One game he gave up 4. So that means he only gave up 3 in 6 other games.
All right.
That's half a run a game.
Tough decision for you guys. Which statistic do you find more impressive? Tarik Skubal's whip this year, that's walks and hits per innings pitched, is .83.
Okay.
And I know you're like, well, nothing's going to beat that statistic. Hold on just a damn minute, Alec.
Aaron Judge wants to have a talk with you.
That's fair. He has 14 walks this year.
That's it?
And 138 strikeouts.
Good God.
That means it's 2 strikeouts below a 10-to-1 ratio. And this is for a strikeout pitcher. Like, Nolan Ryan can strike people out like nobody's business. But he also had a lot of walks just because he's like, yeah, what can you do with this?
Yeah.
And I'm sure the umps jobbed him a lot and everything like that. So what's more impressive, a 10-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio or a .8183 whip? Both of which are just preposterous
I'm going to say the 10-to-1. Does that work with whip a little bit too?
I mean, it can because obviously you're giving up a very limited amount of walk.
I
could see that.
I think the 10-to-1 ratio because of how difficult it is. But he's just going up to the mound and saying, "I'm filling up the strike zone and you can't hit me." And I'm confident in it. And we hear conviction around here a lot with our pitching staff. He's got full conviction. I think it's that one just because of that shows me you're dominant.
Yeah.
When you have that many strikeouts, that few walks, and you're still putting up goose eggs most of your nights. And I saw somebody say yesterday that Detroit is the center of the baseball universe right now. Like,
I can see that.
And the way that dude right there, every time he steps on the mound, is putting on a show.
He is absolutely unbelievable. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's have a celebration of Elvis Andrus, plus the feelings and facts behind baseball's not flying out at Globe Life Field. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Heck yeah, these...
Fun Sport.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, oh man, Corey Majors. And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Now,
I'm wearing a T-shirt today.
For tomorrow, tank top?
I think Tank Top Tuesday's in.
Oh,
people.
yeah. Do I need to join you?
Hey, I think it should be. You know what? I kind of want to make it a thing. I think the whole station should do Tank Top Tuesdays.
That would be cool.
I support y'all's decision to wear tank tops.
I like it. I like to hear that from Kevin.
Now, we're going to stick with baseball here, but this is going to be very different than in any other baseball segment you're going to hear. You have three options. We're going to celebrate Elvis Andrus, talk about you remember a couple weeks ago when we talked about the physics of changing the stitching in the baseball?
Yes.
How it might actually be even more of an issue at Globe Life Field.
Oh, no.
Or the mystery topic.
Oh.
These are your three options.
All right. Because I know the way the run sheet was set up, I would like to start with Elvis.
Okay.
Then follow up with mystery topic.
Okay. Does that sound good to you, Alec?
Yeah, I got to hear the mystery at some point. So
okay. So, look, I know we talked about the series, and we're going to talk even more about the series against the Mariners, which obviously was as close as it could conceivably be. But the other thing that happened over the weekend was the celebration of Elvis Andrus going into the Texas Rangers Hall of Fame. If you guys don't mind, I would like to go to cut number 6 and let Elvis tell us a little something about his teammates.
To all of my teammates, first of all, sorry for being so annoying. But for real, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for treating me with respect and dignity. Michael, Ian, that is not here today, thank you guys for showing me the way to be a big league player. And to my compadre, Adrian, thank you for everything. There's no words to describe how blessed and fortunate I was to play next to you. God bless you and your beautiful family, brother. Love you.
I love to hear that.
Yeah.
I don't know why Ian wasn't there, but it would have been hilarious for you to say, "What a bum." Just I have no clue, so I don't
Probably
want to
on his way to Wimbledon.
I don't know if
or
it was something else that was going on that was important, so I don't want to make it. But I didn't. He said sorry for being so annoying.
Yeah.
Did you ever find him annoying, or did you just find him? There was one year where we were kind of down on, we expected more and got not what we expected.
Right.
Other than that, I loved the stuff back and forth with him and Adrian. I loved his I was also told him and Yu Darvish had a great back and forth of pranks they would play on each other in the clubhouse. So I never thought of him as annoying. Kevin, I always thought of him as the spark plug for this team.
Yeah.
I always felt like he was the Josh Young. He's the first one that's going to be over the bar celebrating your walk-off double.
But it did seem like at times Adrian Beltre legitimately was angry. I'm sure he was just doing a bit sometimes, but there are other times I was like, he is really going to straight up punch him in the face.
The line that I loved, Adrian Beltre was talked to, and he said he definitely meant a lot to me. And he said that when I started playing with him, he brought that back out and helped me be able to enjoy the game. The energy. He brought that energy back out and helped me to be able to.
Yeah.
That's what I will always think of when I think of Elvis is he was the kid that was he was very talented, but he wasn't so serious that it crippled him from doing what he wanted to do.
You're going to love this too then. This past week, we talked with Boach. We were like, hey, I know you didn't necessarily manage him or anything like that, but we talked about him getting to know Elvis Andrus, and he said Andrus was kind of like a jokester, a fun guy, and he goes, those kind of guys are always needed in the clubhouse. So I thought you would enjoy that as well.
Yeah, you can have a serious room, but if you have an Austin Hedges, it lightens the mood up, and those guys that are serious don't have to take on all the other things.
Sure,
they don't have to be something they're not.
Now, I also want to go to cut number 7, his closing statement. By the way, it was really cool. I know people will talk about how social media can be like a toxic place, and I agree with that. But it was really cool to see how many people either I'm friends with or I follow or whatever were all going out of their way to make sure they were specifically at this game and specifically there to listen to Elvis speak.
It does make a difference what you believe, because what you believe determines how you behave. So be happy, be joyful, be thankful, and most important, be loved. Thank you very much, everyone. God bless you, and let's go Rangers. Let's win today.
I love it. He's like, hey, also, I've been doing broadcasts. We need to win.
If anything, always throw out go team.
Oh, yeah.
That always wins.
Yeah, absolutely.
You get thrown into the middle of a pep rally. Just look around, find the mascot, and just say, go Cougars, and everybody's going to be happy.
You've seen it in Bill and Ted's, in Happy Gilmore, or was it Billy Madison? Look, you can definitely get people on your side with that. All right, now Alec, next we had a very scientifically motivated conversation about data and baseballs and everything like that. But Corey has opted for the mystery topic. What do you think about that decision?
I like being surprised, and I feel like it fits the mold of this show better.
Okay. Just remember that.
Oh, no.
I take you to the summer of 1991. There is a scuba diver named George Moon. He was combing the depths of Lake Pleasant in Erie County, Pennsylvania. When he broke the surface, he was carrying with him an almost 3-foot long bone. At the time, Moon had no idea that what he'd stumbled across was the shoulder blade of a creature that had walked the land in Erie almost 12 millennia ago.
Huh?
He also had no idea he was about to become part of baseball history. So it turns out that George Moon found just a very small part of a very large mammoth. Further dives that Moon and others made into Lake Pleasant, they found about 80% of the mammal's remains, including both of its tusks, because it was a mammoth and it was discovered by George Moon. Last Week Tonight with John Oliver has renamed the Erie Seawolves. If you recall, we talked about this months and months ago.
Wolves aren't in the sea.
All of these true. I don't know how you'll feel about this, but that is true. But all these teams submitted for a rebrand from Last Week Tonight. So from here forth, they will be the Erie Moon Mammoth. And their mascot is an actual mammoth with a space helmet on and tusks coming out of the space helmet. There is another one that says Moon Mammoths that has that same, Moon Mammoth on top of the moon. I know it will take you guys a second because this is a mystery. Yes,
they already have the mascot.
They do. So it was all revealed on last night's show.
I've never seen a purple mammoth before, but then again, I've never seen a real mammoth. So I can't.
That's a good point.
I don't know what color their fur was.
What do you guys think? And by the way, the video they created for this is tremendous.
I need to watch it. I'm sitting here looking at it. Listen, when we had Matt Hicks on, over a month ago, and asked him about this,
he loved it.
He was like, just think of all of the advertising that's free.
Yes.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars of free advertising with this alone. Kevin, now you think, how many hats are we about to sell?
Oh my gosh.
How many t-shirts? How many jerseys, baby onesies? Everybody's going to want Moon.
Baby mammoth?
Yeah,
like
Moon
little
mammoths.
stuffed mammoth?
This is really cool. That's a cool. I don't like the jersey, though. I think the jersey's ugly.
Okay.
That's an ugly jersey. Having the moon on your sleeves, And I don't know about the font.
Wow,
Yeah,
he's
the
turning
font's
against
kind of
it
ridiculous.
so fast.
It is kind of a ridiculous. It's a step above papyrus. All right, when it comes to fonts.
Oh yeah,
but I guess it does kind of fit. I'm gonna have to see it more in action, Kevin. It just looks so close to the Rockies. It concerns me.
I do with the color scheme. Yes, I do like the little like moon looking things on the end of their sleeves. I think that's pretty cool. But to your bigger point, there is no question there is going to be a surge of Moon Mammoth merchandise being sold as opposed to the Seawolves and everything like that. I just wanted to throw that out there in case you guys were curious. The Moon Mammoth
was it
here.
Was it part of his argument that there were no seas and wolves?
Yeah.
And now he's doing something ridiculous like this.
Have you ever been to the moon? Then you don't know.
Nope.
Why do you look at me?
I was like, man, have I? Did he ask a question I don't know the answer to? From the 469, Brown. It was Brown, Corey. He's referring to the fur of mammoth.
Yes.
How do I know? Were they dead before we were born? When did the...
Do you mean we, like the human race? I mean, your answer to that question will probably pivot one way.
When was the last woolly mammoth?
Okay.
Like when did they stop
question.
existing?
I don't.
And did we have pictures?
See, but because I want to say we were around when they were around, but I feel like that is only based off of TV and movies.
The last woolly mammoth lived on Wrangel Island, a remote Arctic island, until about 4,000 years ago.
Yeah.
So no,
we were around.
We don't have pictures. I don't know that he had brown fur. It could be purple. It could be moon skin.
Have you ever heard that same theory about the dinosaurs? When they're like, everyone thinks they went like this, but then one scientist was like, actually, the T-Rex was like, "Rawr."
And they all have feathers.
Yeah. So that's a good question.
Why didn't we think of feathers?
I am not entirely sure. So there you go. Just wanted to give you an update about that.
I appreciate that.
Now, to the science of it all. Alec looks disappointed in us, so let's get back to the science of things.
Doing more reading on woolly mammoths here.
Me too.
Okay.
I'm concerned.
All right.
Headlines are good.
So this is a really confusing dynamic between the Rangers and what the numbers say versus what the wins and losses say, right? So if I told you that the Rangers had a significantly better home record than they did road record, you'd probably be like, okay, so the offense is doing better at home and blah, blah.
You would think that.
Yes, you would. False. So their road slugging percentage is about 40 points higher. More specifically, it's 42 points higher, 385 to 343, going into the into the series opener against Seattle. So despite the fact that the Rangers are 24-18 at home and 17-25 on the road, they have hit significantly better on the road. Here's part of the reason. We talked about how the potential stitching changes in the baseball had led to, balls traveling less far this year by an average of about 4 feet. It's even worse in Globe Life Field. Here is Corey Seager, who it feels like doesn't really BS or anything like that. This is Corey Seager. I mean, there have definitely been some balls that both us and the opposing team have hit that we thought were going to be out, and they weren't. But it's equal playing field on both sides. Sure, it can get frustrating, but it kind of ends there. So I do like that he's like, well, it's not an unfair advantage because we're both playing on the same field. But he does recognize not only him, but also not only his team, but also the other team is seeing a decrease in how far the ball goes. So let's take it one step further. Seager's average distance on solid contact barrels at home has fallen from 399 feet 2 years ago to 374 feet. Now, could that just be a product of having a worse season? Sure, to a certain extent, I agree with that. Adolis Garcia has dropped from 398 to 383. But the reason why I think this is relevant is because this doesn't take the whole season. It says specifically on balls that had solid contact or hit the barrel is what they're researching. They're not taking every single hit. So theoretically kind of the same starting spot, and home games for Seager has dropped 25 feet and for Adolis 16 feet. I mean, you guys watch a ton of baseball. You can find multiple plays per game where that 16 feet or that 25 feet is easily the difference between a deep fly and sometimes even a somewhat deep fly and a home run.
Yeah, remember the first year of this stadium, everybody was like, hey,
playing big.
This thing's too far. It's a huge, you can't hit home runs in this stadium.
And they made some adjustments.
Considering what we were used to with the jet stream too. David Murphy was talking about that he was like, dude, it's wild. He said, one day we show up, they're doing construction behind home plate, putting that little brick wall back there. And he was like, oh, I guess to stop. And they're like, no, this is so the wind bounces off better. It's insane to think something like that, but you adjust things, and the Rangers don't have that anymore in this stadium.
Yep.
Whether it's the ball or not, it could be the ball too.
I think that plays part of it.
And dude, it's got to be for a guy like Seager and for a guy like Adolis, when you hit a ball that you feel was gone, it changes all of your confidence.
All right, let's go to Adolis then. He said, it just feels like the ballpark is playing bigger this year. It feels like you hit the ball and you say, last year, I hit that ball, or 2 years ago, I hit it and it's gone.
Yeah.
And he goes, now it might be off the wall or caught. It feels like there's some difference. So I just thought that was an interesting wrinkle to add into the obvious offensive struggles that the Rangers have had. I don't want to make it sound like this is the only reason they haven't been playing well, because that would be absurd.
And I would agree, oh man, that's a great reason. But the fact they're not getting base hits too, a lot of times.
Can't explain that away.
Yeah, that's the part that is frustrating too.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, who was the best at being the worst this weekend, and why was it Malik Beasley? We'll do that in Wanker of the Weekend next on The Fan.
Thanks for Toloing.
has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, in the noon o'clock hour, we will begin our T-Pain ticket giveaway. We'll be doing that all week long in the noon hour. How excited are you for that, Corey?
I'm actually very excited about it. For whoever wins these tickets, I'm very excited for you. T-Pain's awesome.
That's all fine and well. Can you say it in a way that T-Pain would be excited?
I don't have the thing on the voice.
You don't have auto-tune.
I don't have auto-tune right now.
All right. That'd be a lot cooler if you did.
Yep.
All right. Right now, Wanker of the Weekend. You could have done it. 877-881-1053. Who was the best at being the worst this weekend? Now, Corey, I don't know if you were going to do this in C Block, and I'm sorry that we did not establish the ground rules ahead of time. But
I got plenty of stuff.
There are two lady-started fights that we need to discuss.
Oh, we have two of these?
Yes.
I did not know there was another one.
So there's a one in Frisco. Did that culminate at the Star, or at least as far as we know?
At the Star, it was in the run. Not necessarily at the Star where the Cowboys play, but that area that they refer to as the Star. Yes.
So these cars pull up, ladies in dresses start to fight each other, and then that one gal is there to finish
Looks
it
like
all.
It could have been outside of like Lombardi's. I think they have over there.
Now there's that, or there's Oldham Athletic Striker, so soccer player, who threw a chair at a woman while they were on vacation. Now, the tough thing about all of this, both with that fight and this video of her, man, and she threw like one of those, it was like one of those high-sitting chairs out at the pool, and she connected and hit that lady with her back turned, like in the back and the back of the head. And so the tough thing is, I don't know the background of what all led into the chair throw or the Frisco situation with the cars pulling up and everything like that.
Oh, dang.
But that lady falls. Another person falls into the pool after that. It did seem, and then she takes the chair and tries to spike that other person in the pool.
Are you kidding me?
So it seemed like that might have been a different level of violence because the Frisco fight didn't seem as violent except for that one lady who's like, I'm going to end the fight right now. That lady went back to kick that other lady on the ground, and then the enforcer came in and was
wearing
like,
the green dress. The lady in the green dress was the enforcer. She stepped in. She took control of the situation. What I want to know, Kevin, what I definitely want to know, what started that fight? I think that's the thing. And if anybody out there has the updated story on this, let us know. What did start that fight? Because it was chaos. And they definitely looked inebriated to a point.
For sure.
Because of the stumbling. But I have a question. If you're an adult and you're dressed up like that and you get into a fight in public, you're an adult.
Yeah.
Are you embarrassed? I feel like I don't think that there's really anything worth fighting over.
Do you think
that I'm dressed like that?
Do you think the dress up adults initially might not have felt embarrassed because they didn't know it was being recorded and there wasn't other people not involved
now
in the
that it's out
skirmish
there,
around?
though, it's got to be embarrassing.
Because see, the people at the pool, there's a good from what I can see, 50 people at the pool, and they saw it all. These other people in the fight, they might have been like, all right, so we had beef, we settled our business, we're the only people who know about it, until you see there's a video and you're like, oh crap. This other one, security makes people leave, everyone's staring in the pool or their cabana or whatever, and it's a whole big thing.
The 806, think if Will McClay was walking by and saw the girl in the green dress, he would think, maybe some linebacker depth.
She can hold her position, I'll tell you that
I'd put her at DT. Give her a tackle spot. She'd get in there and do the work for sure.
Yeah.
And then everybody keeps asking for the y'all know how women are drop.
Look.
Dang. That drop has made its way.
I normally hear PJ Washington on that, but I'm not messing around with that green dress lady.
Should do that. Take that video and then lay the drop over the top of it over and over.
Yeah, because the one woman walks over to literally kick that other lady while she's down.
Yeah.
And at that point, green dress is like, no, we were done and you went too far. So now you're done. And she's like, bam!
Yeah, I mean, you know what they say.
Everyone's got a plan. Okay. PJ Washington.
And that's true, though.
Yes.
In this situation.
There
was hair pulling. There's all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
Women, right?
Okay, Mike.
Mike. Which one of those
hold
fights?
Hold on. Is it disturbing that we have multiple people and there might be more making derogatory generalizations about women? That feels problematic.
I think it's
women are the worst.
Okay, Sean, that doesn't help.
I think women
and look,
the best.
He hasn't even tried. Alec hasn't even tried that hard. He found those 3 straight away.
Like that. So fast. Yeah, Kevin, I'm not ashamed of all those drops. I kind of am a fan of them just because of the, how we've always had this back and forth with women.
All right. I don't know what to do with that.
Probably wouldn't ask any more questions.
So instead, I'm going to try to pivot.
You don't know which direction I'm going to take that, so.
I never do. From the 972, do you think the women in Frisco started that fight because one of the ladies said Nico was going to trade Cooper Flagg for LeBron James? Man, I would love it if we found out.
This is the Caitlin Clark impact.
Oh.
This is what happens. Now, while the women out there are like, oh, Caitlin Clark's doing it, we can fight too. And they all want to be Sophie Cunningham.
That is interesting. But I would like it if it started off of a sports-based thing like that, or the debate about what a LeBron trade would look like to the Mavericks. I really love...
Bam!
Yeah, they're all going to their fancy event, and they're like, no, hell no. We're going to throw down right here, right now. Now, this one's a little tricky, but it's not a great look, all right? Jake Retzloff, the quarterback... about to be former quarterback of BYU.
Uh-oh.
So he's a graduate student. He has 1 season of eligibility left. He has been accused of sexual assault.
Oh, no.
I'm not saying that this means he's guilty whatsoever. I don't know what actually happened. But... he has already prepared, and the anticipation per the Salt Lake Tribune and ESPN is that he is going to transfer because he believes he's going to get suspended based on BYU's honor code. And so that honor code violation would probably result in a suspension of about 7 games. And like I said, this is his last year of eligibility. So obviously, if nothing else, you need to play.
So... he's saying this because obviously there's something. right? Like
it does
an
feel
accusation
like that.
can't be against the honor code.
You know, that's a great question.
But if you're going to get the story, if you're going to have these conversations and you're going to tell the truth, he's going to like, I'm going to tell something that's going to put me in a bad look.
Do you think he's weary of, and I don't know BYU's history on this as much as like the NFL, of the NFL's had situations where maybe even if it wasn't all the way proven out, the fact that an accusation even was there got him punished. So like, I don't know how stringent this honor code is. And maybe it's like, hey, you shouldn't have even been in that situation, so you're still going to get suspended. I'm not sure, but you're right. It's not the best look in the world where he's accused of this and he's like, okay, well, I'm transferring.
Yeah.
You know, like we'll see what turns out of it, but I wanted to mention that. Now, Club World Cup. Have you guys followed Club World Cup at all?
No.
Neither has anybody else in America.
But I did keep up with the World Cup, like the CONCACAF.
Oh, the Gold Cup.
The Gold Cup.
You know what? We'll get to that in a little bit. But I'm glad you're paying attention to that because Club World Cup, they had the group stage yesterday. I believe it was yesterday.
It's an awesome idea. I do.
Maybe America's not the place for it. By the way, PSG beat down Messi's former team.
Oh, yeah, 4-0. We don't know enough about the other teams.
All right.
And we're not willing to, like, we want it very, look at the way the NFL, it's just placed right here for you.
Now, approximately 1 million empty seats occurred or were left in the group stage. So this is supposed to be a big deal. Obviously, you have some high-powered teams playing there. 45% of MetLife Stadium was filled for their 5 matches. That's the site of the World Cup final next year for the men. 50% of the Rose Bowl, which is where the 1994 championship game was played. But you had 1 million empty seats. Now, of course, FIFA, they had a different interpretation of what happened. Tell me if that sounds anything like what I just told you. FIFA said in a statement, the appetite of the tournament speaks for itself. Fans from 168 countries have already purchased tickets, a clear sign of global anticipation and reach.
Okay.
Which that can be true, while also having 1 million unsold seats in just the group stage alone. And then there was another coach because of weather delays who was like, are we sure these are the cities we should be hosting the World Cup in?
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly. The ones that don't, first off, the country that doesn't really pay attention to it that much anyway. The some of these
compared
sites,
to other countries.
Yes, some of these sites definitely. And Kevin, some of these teams are from overseas. Right?
Yeah.
Are you trying to? Now their fan base is going to travel all the way here. That's another thing too. Sometimes you get that in these other ones, but not necessarily. And travel for some of these has got to be pretty difficult.
Oh, by the way, update. Thank you very much for the fan text. I hadn't even thought about that. There's people are saying
it
that
was consensual.
He'll get suspended because premarital sex is against their code of honor.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense now.
And that's probably goes in line with, hey, I have to admit something that is not, but it's to save me from other things.
Yeah, I would imagine part of his argument will be that it's consensual, and even then they're like, well, that's against the rules.
Yeah.
So we'll see how this case develops on its own, but it does look like he is going to be transferring away from BYU. Then there is the saga of Malik Beasley. So it looked like he was going to be, a pretty desirable free agent. Now he is the subject of a gambling investigation from the U.S. District Attorney's Office. So
that's bad.
It is bad. And it does feel like they kind of have the receipts for this. Oh, no. So one prominent sports book detected unusual betting activity on Malik Beasley props in early 2024. So in January of 2024, there was a matchup between the Bucks and the Trailblazers. The odds of Beasley recording less than 2.5 rebounds moved from plus 120 to minus 250 due to a high amount of action on that. And so they said there's been a string of specific Malik Beasley prop bets around that time that changed like pretty radically. Now, that doesn't have to necessarily mean that the fix was in, but it has led to enough information to believe that there's a possibility the fix is in, and thus they're investigating it.
A trend, right? Like a trend.
Yeah.
But you got to feel that the U.S. District Attorney, their office probably got a tip.
I'm sure.
From from one of these casinos or whatever.
Probably.
Like, hey, we're noticing something here. Would you take a look at this for us? And they're like, what are you going to give us? And they're like, well, I mean, first off, a win. Like, we're going to give you an easy win here.
Yes. You would think that. So that's just another thing I wanted to keep you your eyes on. Not only like what will it do to affect his ability to stay free, but also his future in the sport and his free agency. Because I could see how a team's like, hey, are you going to be allowed to play again?
Yeah, I don't know.
Before they pull the trigger on
Actually, I'm going to need to ask for more, guys.
Yeah.
Why? Because all these lawyer bills.
I hope they set up a clause in there that says, hey, but if you are found guilty by the U.S. District Attorney's Office, we can void this all out. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Who are your candidates for the number one player in the NFL? We'll do it next right here in The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
DFW's only radio station telling you what we saw, not what we read on social media. From now until the end of Cowboys training camp in Oxnard, turn it on and leave it on your Cowboys station. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Barkley has it. In a crowd, they're going to push. And he is in for a touchdown. Saquon Barkley.
Tennessee masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Could that be one of the candidates for #1 player in the league? As right now, we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip and rip it.
Now, let's go back to the news earlier in the day. We started the show with this discussion. The Pittsburgh Steelers have acquired Jalen Ramsey, Jonnu Smith, and a 2027 seventh-round pick in exchange with the Dolphins in exchange for Minkah Fitzpatrick and a 2027 fifth-round pick.
All right.
So essentially, Ramsey and Smith for Fitzpatrick, with the Dolphins get a little extra value in that draft return as they flip a seventh in 2027 to a fifth. Smith will also receive a 1-year, $12 million extension with Pittsburgh. And I believe what we said earlier was Ramsey would get a $1.5 million bump with the Steelers.
Okay. Well, I seriously think this is a big positive for the Steelers. I really don't know how much this helps Miami.
Okay.
Getting Fitzpatrick back, he's a couple years younger. He plays a position that they do need. They are terrible defensively.
Do you think they were just like, we got to get something because he doesn't want to be here?
Right, probably so.
Yeah.
And to be able to get Fitzpatrick, probably, hey, it's the same thing essentially. We just like to have him back. And Mike McDaniel's got to be sitting there going, I'd love to have that player because I wasn't the one that traded him away. It wasn't under my watch.
Yeah.
But I think this is a big deal for Pittsburgh.
Okay. All right. Do you... You're not sold on their quarterback. But
on Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, but you talked about earlier, it feels like they've taken a clear step up. Is that fair to say?
From the position they had last year?
Correct.
Russell Wilson was it most of the season.
I'm sorry, I don't mean on quarterback. I mean as a team.
Oh.
Do you think they've taken a step up as a team with the moves they've made?
I think they've made a couple of very good moves, and they needed to strengthen their offensive line too. As far as Pickens versus DK, I think they knew the player. They didn't like what they were working with there. They knew where it was going. It was trending in a bad direction for his contract purposes. Him coming to the Cowboys, I can go there, show that I'm great in front of the world. It just seems like DK going there means I want to be here for this. I'm ready to build this champ. So I do think they got better this offseason.
Now, let's go from that to I don't love this change being made. So they're doing the NFL Top 100 countdown again, and it starts today. But when I saw the thing, it said it will essentially wrap up Monday, September 1st. And I was like, hold on. That's in like 2 months.
Is September 1st on a Monday?
So, I mean, if it's not, I apologize for feeding you misinformation.
Kevin, it is, and the mortgage is due on the 1st.
Okay.
According to my calendar.
That makes sense. But what they're going to do this year is, you know how they've been doing like clumps of 10?
Mm-hmm.
So they're like, hey, here's 100 through 91, blah, 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 blah. So this is the 15th straight year. The current players in the league are going to vote to determine the top 100. But what they're doing this year is on X, NFL Plus, and NFL.com. 2 new players will be revealed each weekday until they get to the top 10. And that will be when we hit it on September 1st. So instead, you're going to get the 10, but you're going to get them over the span of a week.
I do kind of like that. It reminds me, Kevin, of the time that you gave my phone number away on radio. And so I decided I'll do the same thing.
Yeah.
But we're going to do it one number at a time. So we took 10 segments to get your phone number out there. But what it did was it did kind of, but the intrigue of the audience, do you remember how many Tolos were like, they were going nuts every segment. We had 3 numbers left and people were like, hey, I think I got it. They were excited to be part of it.
When there were still 2 numbers left, so 100 different combinations, I got multiple text messages and I was like, how many people did you text then? Like to get to that point? I almost said an answer and I was like, ooh, that would probably tip off last 2 numbers of my phone number.
That would, definitely.
All right. So who are the candidates for the number 1 player in the league? How many candidates realistically do you think they are for number 1 player in the league? And by the way, if you want, I'll run the last 5 players down for you.
I mean, I feel like quarterback is one of the keys to it. So I think you have
keep in mind last year was not a quarterback.
I think I feel like you got about 2 or 3 candidates for that in Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, maybe Joe Burrow. I'm not sure.
Mahomes?
I'm not sure where Mahomes lands in that right now based on his regular season. But again, Myles Garrett's in that conversation for sure.
Okay.
So that's 4. Saquon Barkley, I think, deserves a spot.
Saquon Barkley, I think, is interesting. So here are the last 5 winners. Lamar Jackson in 2020, then Mahomes, then Brady, then Mahomes, and Tyreek Hill. So I thought that was just interesting because I think that clears the way for a non-quarterback. And so my guess is going to be Saquon Barkley.
You think so? I mean, he earned the respect last year going from the Giants and saying, look, if I can be on a team that's set up for success, I can be successful. And then he goes and wins a Super Bowl. Stinking at Eagles. They're so awful and their color scheme sucks.
Any chance for players like Jamar Chase, Patrick
top
Surtain?
10, not top 1. Not top 1. Justin Jefferson?
Sure.
Was he in that conversation last year? I'm sorry.
I would have to look back at the total of last year's list, but I'm sure he was up there.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of anybody else that might fit in that mold, that conversation. It does feel like a lot of offensive players, though.
Oh, there's a downright wholesome moment happening right now, unfortunately, because of something sad at Wimbledon right now. So Carlos Alcaraz.
Best player in the world?
Yes. He's in the 5th set in the opening round. Now, he is taking control, fought off a couple of break points, but it's 91 degrees at Wimbledon. And the reason why that's noteworthy, that is the hottest first day at Wimbledon in the history of the tournament.
You still don't believe, huh?
And so you're talking to the wrong person.
You owe
somebody
Al Gore
else
an
who sits in your seat, not me. But it appears as though I think somebody passed out in the stands. One would assume because of heat exhaustion. So Carlos Alcaraz took one of the fancy bottles of water over there that probably cost, I don't know, like $18 at the concession stand and ran it over so they could get it to that player. So obviously it's something else that's taken bigger concern of the tennis match. But yeah, it's the hottest start to Wimbledon in the history of the tournament.
I will say
that's pretty
just based on seeing that really cool moment. You said wholesome. I like that a lot. However, 91 degrees? Come on.
So
grow up in Texas.
Here's the thing. I don't think people factor in because they always talk trash about Texas when it's cold.
When it ice, yeah,
it's like, oh, you can't handle the cold. Look, I'll talk about this all the time. I went to a White Sox game with some of my cousins in Chicago in the summer. I had a long sleeve t-shirt on. And one of my cousins was like, dude, aren't you dying in that? And I was like, what? It's 81 degrees. And he goes, yeah, it's 81 degrees. But we were saying it in completely different inflections. Because for me, I'm like, it's 22 degrees hotter at home right now. And I was like, this is beautiful.
This is amazing.
Yeah, so I don't think people factor in enough. You're right. We close down schools even at the threat of some sort of winter precipitation.
Buddy of mine left to the Army. He lived here his whole life. Leaves the Army. He's living in Colorado. Comes back. It was in February. We had a huge snowstorm. He's walking around in flip-flops and shorts. He was like, dude, this is like home up in Colorado. So this is great for me. He goes, now I'm used to both worlds. And I heard once a great man say, live on the East Coast, but leave before it makes you too tough. and live on the West Coast, but leave before it makes you too soft. So living in Texas is the best place to be.
Oh, that's delightful. You know, because of that, I'm going to reward you with another wholesome story.
Thank you.
Colin Simmons with Texas, obviously, they have their eyes set on a potential national championship this year. Saturday morning, he was hosting a football camp.
Okay.
The aptly named Colin Simmons Summer Camp. Makes sense. So essentially, it's for kids 6 to 17 years old. They want to help raise attention and money to actually kind of the same sort of space that we talk about a lot, because Simmons has a 10-year-old brother who has autism.
Okay.
And so, first of all, I appreciate people using their platform. Had a special guest show up. How pumped would you be for this? Micah Parsons.
What?
Micah Parsons showed up and helped out at the camp. And again, I just think that is super cool when athletes take their time, take their platform, take their name, visibility, however you want to describe it, and use it to give back or help less fortunate people or people who might be in need, however you want to describe it. Super cool.
Yeah, no, I especially whenever you are like involved in that.
Yeah.
Kevin,
you have bad news?
Never mind. We're good. I think we're good. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. That's awesome though. What I love about
Did we trade
these
for LeBron?
That was a text I saw. What I love about these camps though, Kevin, think about this. How many texts do we get when we have Rolando Blackman on about, hey, tell Rolando I went to his camp whenever I was a kid?
Yeah.
Everybody has a memory. And you go back, Mike McDaniels for the coach for the Dolphins. He used to hang around camps. That's how his mom met his dad or his stepdad.
Yeah.
These stories of, I went to this camp, I went to that camp, I grew up here. Those things make it awesome.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, our back-to-back quality starts from Rocker and Leiter, enough to offset a crucial Rangers series loss. We'll discuss next on The Fan.
This is Ranger.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out. Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where excellent starts from Rocker and Leiter enough to kind of let you overlook a crucial series loss to Seattle. We've got some other stuff to update with you. Ladd McConkey and Leonard Williams are the first two players on the top 100. Ladd McConkey 100. Leonard Williams 99, because that's how a countdown works.
Oh, okay.
So I thought I'd clarify that for you. And also, Alec, do you have news from us about the Dallas Mavericks? Because it sounds like the player we talked about last week, and we actually talked with Mike Curtis about this last week, and now I believe it's Mike Curtis who has the news for us.
Yeah, so we started hearing the rumblings over the past few days about D'Angelo Russell and the connections to the Dallas Mavericks there, with the mid-level exception being opened up because of the Daniel Gafford extension and whatnot. But he has followed up to all of the reporting that we heard over the weekend and said that he has heard from a team source that the Mavs are expected to come to an agreement with former All-Star guard D'Angelo Russell on a 2-year contract contract once free agency opens up later today.
So you hope that you get the kind of 2-year window of D'Angelo Russell before this past season. This past season, bouncing between the Lakers and the Nets, it was terrible.
Yeah, it was.
But
and I don't. How much of that do you blame on him? Half.
Yeah, that's probably fair because like his career obviously has been marked by a lot of inconsistency,
Yes,
especially for somebody who was picked so high in the draft. I think he was second, maybe third, but I think second. If you go back to his last partial year in Minnesota that he jumped on with the Lakers, and then the full year that he had with the Lakers, 23-24, he was looking really good from three-point range. And he had kind of built that up over the seasons before he had another drop-down season in his next to last season with Minnesota. So the hope is that he is a three-point sharpshooter who can bring you, solid playmaking ability or ability to handle the ball, probably is a better way to put it, in the stead of Kyrie. And when Kyrie's back or Brandon Williams gets some time as well, that he'll kind of slide back for your second team offense.
Yeah, and I know we have a discussion about Cooper Flagg and handling the ball and some stuff like that on Slate, but
we can shift that to now if you want.
I have a couple things on Leiter and Rocker. We can get to them, but
okay.
I like D'Angelo Russell. I thought he was going to be a superstar out of Ohio State.
Right.
I was like, man, this guy, he's got something special. He's got one of those qualities, and it just didn't develop into what. And his inconsistency was the problem.
Inconsistency is a great word for him.
I feel though, man, it's tough to say this. I don't think he has to do much here. He's surrounded by a lot of very talented big men, and they're going to play tough defense. One of the knocks on him is a liability at times on defense.
Fair.
But doesn't he just have to be a good facilitator and make good decisions?
He's not being brought in for your defense. And look, I
sometimes he makes some dumb decisions
Agreed.
too. But he's got one of the smartest basketball minds to discuss things with and learn from. So I think that's in play there.
And look, Brandon Williams is going to get some run.
I hope so.
On this as well.
He was a blast, dude.
I don't want people to think we're dismissing him.
Kidd brought him up immediately.
Yeah, we asked Jason Kidd about that. We've talked about that. But I just don't think they're like, hey, we're going to put Brandon Williams in there to lead the way, sink or swim for at least 3 months of the season. Like, that just doesn't feel like a viable option. Can he build up for that? Absolutely. But right now, that doesn't feel like a viable option. So I would imagine that even Exum would get some run out there, but Russell, Williams, Exum.
I saw a story that said Exum would be the one cast out after this.
I don't know about that because they seem to really enjoy his defense, but
I think
maybe you're right.
I think it's roster situation. I don't know how rosters work though, Kevin.
Yeah, because I think you would have to. I'm gonna have to double check. I thought he had one more year, but maybe he does not.
Yeah,
but that could be, and that's a good situation if you're casting away players that you think are reasonably talented just because you don't have any room for them anymore.
I think you're dead on about that. Whenever you're at that stage, you've done something right with your roster where you're very good up top.
Yeah, he does not have an option.
So I think the idea
Dante Exum could be out.
If Russell signs, that would be the 15th spot, and that would be taken up, and it could be Exum that would be the odd man.
Yeah, that makes sense. I really did think there was an option that was going to be picked up, but there is not. And so,
would you be upset then if Russell was signed and you had to lose Exum in free agency, or? And it feels like the Russell deal's done.
Yeah.
Something fell through, and then you lost out on Exum as well because he decided to go somewhere else in free agency.
No, just because it looks like a philosophical decision that you're going to have to make along the way. Like, I know, and this is what everybody goes back to, and I understand why, about Luka didn't play a whole lot of defense, and that was the knock against him. Well, you know what? If you're subbing out Dante Exum for some more time for people like Jaden Hardy, well, clearly you're not making a defense first decision there anyway. I'm curious, about the run for Max Christie as well, because this is a player that obviously they care about. And so maybe moving on from Exum and using Russell the way that I think we anticipate that they're going to use him makes a lot of sense. But I mean, getting him for $6 million, I can live with that. And from the 817, for people who are like, you want to get rid of Omax and Hardy, they would be valuable trade pieces. So like if the LeBron thing came to fruition, I think that those are pieces that you would use in there. All right. So you were fascinated by Cooper Flagg and something that Jason Kidd said on Friday. And we talked about this on Friday, but we haven't got a chance to get your take on it. The other thing I need you to hear at some point is Eric Chiafalo's take on imitating Jason Kidd when he said that.
Is it good?
It's not bad. It is not bad at all.
Okay. All right. I need to hear it.
All right.
Is he going to be
they're Globe Life Field, but we can still ask to hear it. All right. So what was it that stuck out to you from the Cooper Flagg press conference? I know everybody was there.
I think obviously when he looked down at Nico, that stuck out to everybody. And when Tim McMahon was talking, because obviously Nico said, yeah, that's the MF right there.
Okay, hold on. So the interpretation from the national media has been that he was side-eyeing because he's like, yeah, how'd that go with Nico? But I like your philosophy that Nico told him ahead of time. It's like, there's this guy, Tim McMahon.
Once he gets up
he's going to ask this BS negative question. And so, like,
Cooper sitting there goes, oh, that's the guy.
I am now intrigued that Cooper Flagg is like, you know what, Nico? You're right. That was a BS negative question. Like, I'm really intrigued by that hypothesis.
This is that line from Jason Kidd where he's like, I don't look at position. I want to put him at point guard during the summer. I like hearing. I want to make him uncomfortable and see how he reacts to being able to run the show. All right, he's a smart kid, smart player. Can do it. I don't know if you heard Scalabrini's rant on him, by the way, and when he's like, 10 years from now, everybody's going to look back and say Scalabrini said it before anybody else.
Yes. Hey,
and I was like,
I'll argue I said it at the same time, but I get you.
So he's giving him this responsibility when he's not going to maybe have to do it this year. Like, he might not have to do it, but you run him through the gauntlet, give him a little practice at it, and he'll be better when he gets the ball in his hands during the season. Not necessarily to run the show.
Right.
But whenever he does have the ball in his hands, he knows what other people are supposed to do. That's important. You got to get these guys on the page of, I know what my point guard's supposed to be doing. How can I open up for him because of where he is? But I also, we want to push, and I think he's going to respond to it in a positive way. My question is, I don't know how he's going to respond.
Yeah.
But because you never know how players respond whenever you're going to challenge them. They could shut down. They could do Ace Bailey. They could just be like, I don't want to be there.
Hey, he showed up.
But you never know how. But I hope that he has everything we know about him. It seems like it's just going to be this tenacious approach to it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to figure out how to do it better than anybody. That just seems the way everything we've heard of him as a prospect and his mentality.
So I can't remember if it was Mike Curtis or Nick Angstadt that brought up a good point. That it was like, you're not going to see a whole lot of consistent press defense in the NBA.
Right.
Because one of my contentions was, I don't know about him consistently bringing the ball up, but I feel perfectly fine with him operating the offense once you get past midcourt. And so then I was like, that's a fair point. You're probably not going to see a lot of press. But I think once you get kind of in your half-court setup, I feel perfectly fine with him running the offense on occasion. Or not being your main guy who's consistently doing it. He did that many, many times at Duke. And I feel personally, I know we're getting more...
At Duke, you know this too. You're not saying it's any different, but... Obviously, there aren't 5 elite players on the court
for sure
against him.
Sure.
But that also being said, there aren't 5 elite players right next to him either.
Yes.
They're all really good, but maybe not elite like he's the level he's playing at the NBA.
But that is very fair. And so for me, the biggest thing is you would love for him to be at the 2, the 3, or the 4. Although we're also moving more and more into positionless basketball. And I saw somebody earlier saying he could be the big in certain areas. And that's probably true. I would be more sparing with that use.
Yeah, that's if you want to just go fast.
Yeah.
You want to go fast, send out your small group and get after it. But the thing, when you have 3 dudes on the court that can run the show at one time instead of 1, it opens up space. Now your bigs have more space. Now you have more room to run that two-man game, because once I've given maybe I came up with the ball. Maybe I have it right now, but the play was always for him to have the ball and make the last decision. And that's really that guy right there. Maybe Cooper Flagg doesn't have it at some point, but then it's Kyrie's ball with about 10 seconds left. And so it does add a lot of diversity in what your offense can be, and I think that's going to be a good thing. So he doesn't like music.
See, and again, I go back to Chiafalo. That felt like it was the tipping point for him. Asked Cooper Flagg what music he likes, and he said, I'm not really into music. And I remember that very vividly, because they even asked it in, it felt like a welcoming way of like, is there anything you got on your playlist, like warming up? And like they asked besides just like general music.
I saw the Wings post a video the other day as all the players were coming in. They asked him, what's the last song you listened to before you got out of the car? And I thought that was, that's a good fun thing right there. And every one of them had a song. You feel like Cooper's just showing up. He's riding in a quiet car. Like that's all I'm assuming now is he's driving in a quiet car. He's maybe listening to some sports talk radio, 105.3 Fan. Maybe that's his thing. That's why he's not into music.
Oh, I like that.
So that maybe that's the way that it goes.
All right. Well, let me tell you this. Here's another reason you don't have to care about any of that. Okay. Let's just jump right ahead and get into some of the nerd numbers. Box plus minus. All right. So that does a pretty good job of approximating the overall impact of a college basketball player.
All right.
All right. Regardless of age, Cooper Flagg's BPM is crazy at Duke. He had a plus 16.3. All right. You're like, hey, I have no context for what that means. Fair.
Yeah.
That was 5th out of 7,000 college players in the last 10 years. Of that entire group.
I was about to say who the top 4.
Flagg, that's a good question. I need to check on that. Flagg was the youngest of the 7,000 players.
Wow.
So Cooper Flagg was the youngest of that entire group, and he had the 5th best box plus minus. All right. Let's take it one step further. We talked about his improved 3-point shooting. At Duke, he averaged 19.2 points per game, 38.5% of his three-pointers. All right? Pretty good. The last 11 games of the regular season, from February through the end of the regular season, he shot 47.4% from 3.
Oh, wow.
In the NCAA tournament, where they will, as you remember, collapse in the Final Four, he shot 50% from 3.
Jeez.
So you can see how the season started, how it got better down the stretch, and how it got even better in the NCAA tournament. And those were the two biggest concerns. How does shooting improve and his ability to create his own shot? I think he showed a lot of ability to improve his shooting. Now creating your own shot at the next level, that is a challenge.
Kevin, would you like to know the rest of the list?
Kind of, yes.
This is single season.
Yes.
Box plus minus men since 2010-2011.
Okay, tell me.
Number 5, Cooper Flagg.
That makes sense.
As Kevin said moments ago. Number 4, Zach Edey.
Oh, that also makes sense. He was dominant in college.
Number 3, Sindarius Thornwell. 2016-17 South Carolina.
I'm not as familiar with that person.
Number 2, Anthony Davis.
Okay. There you go.
And that's at 17. By the way, his BPM 17.24.
Wow.
The number 1 at 20.10, Zion Williamson. Unfortunately.
Well, I mean, look. So, number one pick, 2-time college player of the year, and somebody I'm less familiar with, and then Cooper Flagg.
Zach Edey's in the top 12 twice.
He was amazing.
Yeah, he was an amazing college player.
And, oh, by the way, he's already been better in the pros than I think some people predicted. They thought he'd kind of fall in like the Tyler Hansbrough category. Has not been the case. So I just wanted to throw all of that out there for folks who were curious about, like, forget the hype. Tell me about the player, Cooper Flagg. For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next as we move into the lunch rush and the Expressway, we'll give away tickets to T-Pain, plus AM on the FM, plus could Shoddy lead the way among first-year NFL coaches? All of it next right here on The Fan.
You are being masterpieced, and we appreciate you for it. Thanks for choosing the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Hey there, folks. Want to tell you.
Has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Out there. Free on-site estimates, great prices, and even better customer service. Visit TolberGarageDoor.com to book your service today.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
And play action. Prescott back to throw. Deep to the right side. Lamb made a man miss and running down the sideline. And Lamb's on the horse. And Lamb's in the end zone. Touchdown C.D. Lamb. 65 yards.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We will do our T-Pain giveaway in this segment. Did you hate it, or did you hate that you kind of liked it?
Dude, I want you to do it all week. That's exactly how I feel about it.
I'll try. All right, that's enough of that. All right. Could Brian Schottenheimer lead the first-year NFL coaches? We're going to get to that in just a second. But are you guys excited to know that the Wing Bowl is back? So this is what always happens, or had always happened, around the Super Bowl. And they had the chicken wing eating contest. It was in cooperation, like the same weekend as the Super Bowl and everything like that.
Did they like pack arenas too?
Oh,
like
yeah. Oh, there's so many people. Like Mick Foley took part in it. All kinds of famous people.
It's mankind.
That's right. So the last winner,
Jack.
and I think we should see if we can get Eric Chiafalo into this.
I think we should.
But the last winner, think about this. He ate, I think, 15 bone-in wings in 3 minutes, which is, that's insane. Consider this, though. The winner,
oh my gosh,
in the last one was Molly Schuler. She ate 501 wings in 30 minutes.
Before you go any further, right? Just pin 501. 501 is the number.
Correct. Because 500 would be a discipline.
So this is in 2018.
Correct.
The second most ever eaten is 444.
Wow.
Kevin, hold on. The runner-up had 440. Do you know what the difference was between Molly Schuler and David T. Wings and Things Brunelli? By the way, Molly Schuler was the one that ate 440 that year. She was the runner-up in 2015.
Wow.
But Molly Schuler at 501, David T. Wings and Things Brunelli ate 396. Oh, she ate 105 more than freaking David T. Wings and Things Brunelli.
All right, more dominant, that or Gretzky's career numbers?
I don't know at this point.
The NHL.
And all these have taken place at the Wells Fargo Center, too. Edmonton, they screwed up at a bunch of different locations.
Yeah. Well, see there, but they're moving it away from Philly, and now they're going to be in Vegas.
Wow.
But just think about it. So 15 at 3 minutes you thought was preposterous. Assuming you could continue that exact same trajectory, which is unlikely, that means he would have been on pace to eat 150 wings.
I wonder if she found a new strategy. You know, like oh wow, this is amazing.
All right.
I'm sorry, this is my favorite story of the day.
So Corey's in. He's going to need more information. We'll see what
Kevin,
we can get to you.
2000.
Okay.
Tollman Joe Paul finished first in 90. He had 90.
What?
In 1993 at the Wyndham Franklin Plaza Hotel, Carmen the Beast from the East Cordero. 99 L. Wingador Simmons.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, Bill Simmons?
There's no way.
Eric E. Gentleman Bell, and then Kevin Heavy Kevy O'Donnell was one of them. Hold on, what's this? Glenn.
Hold on, are you going Bobby here and just listing names?
These are
amazing. What is the point of this?
These are amazing nicknames, but I don't know if I can say one of them. Anyway, Cookie's a cool one too. Back to you, Kevin.
So this gal is the
amazing
mixture of Kobayashi and Joey Chestnut all in one. All right. We didn't get an opportunity. Just for the record, I also don't know what the name is that he was going to say.
Kyle Yeomans.
No, it was not Kyle Yeomans. You could say that on air.
Always the name.
All right. So we didn't get a chance to get to this last week, but I was really intrigued by this hypothesis. So here are the new coaches in the new places this year for the NFL. Kellen Moore with the Saints. Aaron Glenn with the Jets. Mike Vrabel with the Patriots. Ben Johnson with the Bears. Shoddy. Pete Carroll with the Raiders. And Liam Cohen with the Jacksonville Jaguars. All right. So those are your 7 contenders. And so I wanted to get y'all's take on, is Brian Schottenheimer going to have the best season and the best record of that bunch? Because I know a lot of people were down on Brian Schottenheimer when he got hired. So were the Cowboys, and that's why they put it in a late Friday news dump. Or maybe it was even Saturday. But he started to win people over with his press conferences, which shows how starved we are for anything positive when it comes to Cowboys information and content. But when I tell you those other franchises, do you look at this and you're like, I think Brian Schottenheimer is going to have the best season of the bunch?
All right, can we go through it real quick?
Yes.
A little mentally here.
Yes, we can.
I think that Kellen Moore can instantly change the Saints offense.
Okay.
He needs somebody to throw the ball.
So if you want, I can walk it through these coaches as well as their predicted record.
Okay, before we get there, 2 of these guys have already coached before.
True.
So I don't really count them, if that's fair.
Okay.
I know that sounds dumb, but I don't really. They know how to navigate the NFL already, in my mind.
Okay.
As a head coach.
So Pete Carroll,
get him out of here.
All right.
And Vrabel, get him out of here.
Okay. So just for the record, on this list, Mike Vrabel was 4th.
Okay.
They had the Patriots going 8-9. And Pete Carroll was 2nd. They had the Raiders, Bleacher Report,
They think
going
that
10
Pete
and
Carroll
7.
can turn around just because of the coach, that organization that quickly.
He should be coach of the year then, right?
Decent quarterback leader.
Yeah.
I think Geno Smith learned how to be a leader under Pete Carroll. Okay, that's interesting. I think that's a really interesting approach there. But I think that Schottenheimer has the most ready roster at the moment. So yes,
I'm with you on that. Now, Kellen Moore is predicted as the worst of the bunch. So they have him 7th or 5th under the new scenario, and predict that the Saints will go 3-14. And hopefully by doing that, they can convince Arch Manning to come out in the draft after all. It doesn't say that in the article, but you can feel it in the subtext.
By the way, everybody's already going nuts about Manning and his throwing at the Manning Fest or whatever.
Except for Steve Spurrier. Did you see all his snarky comments last week?
No.
Steve Spurrier.
Does he hate the Mannings?
No, but he might. He's there to throw cold water on this whole thing, and he goes, yeah, I mean, he's so great, right? He's already going to win the Heisman, and they're going to win the national title. And then he goes, what I don't understand then is why didn't he play last year? He sat behind a guy who went, well, what was he, the 7th round? And I was like, man, dang, Steve Spurrier is salty up in this piece. Aaron Glenn listed at 6.
Okay.
Have the Jets at 6-11.
The Jets are organization that trips over themselves a lot. Their quarterback situation leaves a big question mark because everybody has the same question mark with him. I think their defense can instantly be better. I think they can, and they already had a pretty stout defense in place. It's just their offense never could get things going. So I think I can see how them and the Saints are right next to each other.
Liam Cohen with the Jacksonville Jaguars is at 5th on the list at 8-9.
I have no clue what to think of him. Offensive coordinator with Tampa, and then takes the job, says, never mind, I'm not taking the job, comes back. I have question marks about that.
Yeah.
So there's already a little bit of unsettling conversation going on. Then Trevor Lawrence just hasn't become the leader he should be. Is Travis Hunter good enough to turn everything around there? Will he walk in there and go, why are we not demanding more?
Well, I mean, isn't that part of the reason that he went to Jacksonville? Because of his power play but you need to get rid of your weak-ass GM?
Yeah.
And they're like, you know what? Okay, deal.
You're right.
So maybe he is the kind of leader that they need. All right. You said take Vrabel off of the list. He was fourth at 8
Get
and
him
9.
out of here.
And then you said take Pete Carroll off the list. He was second at 10 and 7. So it comes down to...
It does leave me with Ben Johnson and Schottenheimer.
Your guy.
Now,
Ben
this
Johnson.
is interesting because I think that Chicago is in a division where it could cannibalize itself. But they can also beat up on other teams outside of the division. So I think they will be up there. I'm putting a lot in Chicago with Ben Johnson, and I think a still talented Caleb Williams. All that Ben Johnson has to do is make it easy for him. And I think they did a good job with their roster this offseason. I actually might put them ahead of Schottenheimer.
Okay. Would that be your final answer?
Yeah.
All right. Alec, 2 things. First of all, I'm going to give you an update about Molly. Multiple people texted in that she also ate 2 72-ounce steak dinners in less than 20 minutes.
She's rail thin, by the way.
Isn't that always the way?
It's
you think the big
infuriating.
fatzos would win it all, but we don't. All right. Alec, are you going with Ben Johnson and the Bears or Schottenheimer and the Cowboys to have the best run with a first-year coach? I don't know if this will change your mind, but from the 214, no, Schottenheimer won't be the best of the bunch this season. I don't know if that will impact your decision at all.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it impacts, but I think they're going to be really close, especially because they both play in the NFC, which I feel like I predict the NFC totally wrong every single year at this point because it is so just totally balanced at this point that it feels like anybody can be good if they just wake up and decide they want to be good. A lot of teams just don't decide they want to be good. And I guess good for them. They get good draft picks out of it. Hey, New Orleans, talking to you. But I'd probably... That's tough. I'm going to go Bears. I'm going to go Bears this year.
Okay.
I think the Cowboys are a little bit more of a work in progress with the first-year head coach and everything, but you've got 2 guys that have been in the league for a while, that have been around really good coaches and really good support staffs. They put together really good staffs around themselves. I think they both have the same idea. I think Dallas is just, they're not wrong, but they're early. I think the Bears have it right now because of the young talent.
So both of you guys said the Bears, and there's a couple of intriguing levels to this. Ben Johnson and the Bears come in at 3rd at 9 and 8, which means Bleacher Report.
You had Carroll second, you said?
Yes, correct. Carroll's second at 10 and 7. So think about the progression of these records. They have the Dallas Cowboys and Brian Schottenheimer at number 1, but to go along with that, they have the Dallas Cowboys at 11 and 6. I feel like most of the predictions we've heard are kind of in that 7 to 10 win range. And so this is clearly a step above the usual range that we've heard. Not to say that that's going to be accurate or anything like that, but I wanted to get y'all's feedback then about Schottenheimer not only being number 1, but also them tabbing the Cowboys at 11 and 6.
If you can guarantee me that Dak is going to be healthy all season, I can get you to 10 wins.
Yeah.
I can pretty easily get you to 10 wins if Dak Prescott is healthy the entire season. I know there are people out there that are just like, what are you talking about? They got 7 last year.
We don't have to engage in that conversation. Yeah.
There's plenty to go there. And the offense wasn't quite the same last year and the line wasn't there. So you're putting a lot on the line's going to be there with a rookie right guard, a left tackle who you have a lot of question marks about still, a center in his second year that you're putting a lot of hope on that. For the offense to be better, they were 21st in points last year in the ranking. They have to be better, and I think they can be, but there's a lot of ifs regarding this. I think there's a lot of young talent with Ben Johnson and some proven ability to get a quarterback that people have question marks about and make him a better quarterback while also maximizing the talent around him.
If you were interested in further info on this, I thought this was fascinating. Brian Schottenheimer is the 16th best odds to win Coach of the Year, which feels about right for the Cowboys. But that's 27-1. So for any reason you're looking for
to win the Super Bowl?
No, to be Coach of the Year.
Oh, Coach of the Year?
If there's any reason,
if there's anybody that can win it based on personality, that man right there. So if his team's good, team wins 11, maybe 12 games.
Yeah, it had to be 12, right? Don't you think?
Maybe 13.
Sure.
I'm not gonna, sexy pick.
I'm not going to go, maybe 14. I get it.
What are you doing? That's too many.
Okay.
It's a lot of wins, Kevin.
I mean, he could be.
He could, yeah. But I think people would look at him and say, like, yes, we all love Schottenheimer. And you know what? We're happy he finally got his turn, and Coach of the Year exists there for him.
Now, real quick, go ahead, Alec, if you can. Will you please give me cut number 8? And I wanted to make mention of this.
Hull comes up with it with 5 in the half. Becker's with the steal. With 2. With 1. Lets it fly. Got it!
Paige Beckers led the much-hyped Dallas Wings against Indiana Fever. I guess I should say much-hyped game as opposed to the much-hyped just the Dallas Wings, because that doesn't necessarily feel accurate. So they went up against Indiana Fever and Caitlin Clark, except Caitlin Clark was hurt. As we talked about on the show on Friday, she didn't end up playing. The Dallas Wings still lost the game. However, they won Saturday against Washington. So since this Dallas Wings team started 1-11, they've gone 4-2 since then. And so still not a great overall record, but
4-2 is better than 1-11.
That is very true. And then there's this. Paige on Friday night, 20,000 people in attendance. She gave them something to talk about. She became the first player in league history to have 25-plus points, 5 or more assists, 2 or more steals, 2 or more blocks, and 0 turnovers in a WNBA game. Never happened, ever. And she did it in her, 17th game?
Yeah.
And she missed some games, so not even that many.
I will say, Kevin, and I'm feeling pretty confident about this. What was I saying about what I've watched of the... By the way, I've kept up with the Wings more this year than I ever have.
For sure.
And it's I don't know how much of it is to do with Paige and the fact that we talked to her, or just the fact that
it ain't 0.
Maybe Caitlin Clark and what the WNBA has actually done kind of has me a little more interested than I've ever been before. So I think that there are nights when I'm like, hey, you're missing out on something intriguing and entertaining. But I kept saying over and over about this team, their defense. And these last 6 games, 2 of them, opponents have scored over 90. Those are the losses. And all the other games, opponents have scored under. And that's what the Wings are doing so well, is they're playing better team defense right now. I was saying they were scrambling. They were looking all over the place. Looks like they found a little bit of a groove defensively. That could be their trademark to go along with what Paige can add.
With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and we missed out on this segment last week, so now it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time, 4 a.m. on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well to answer today's question of the day. And I've got a bit of a sign of the times for how annoying we really are as a collective whole in terms of humanity. A car survey revealed the biggest gripe that car owners and new car buyers have with current models of cars, and it's not anything remotely important. We're going to get to that here in just a little bit.
I'm going to write down what I think it is.
Oh, I feel like you might know what it is just because of that look. But the question of the day, gentlemen, it's been a week. We haven't visited the National Day calendar. So we're going to do that. Today is National Social Media Day. National Social Media Day. So I'm going to ask you guys in the Tolos, what is your favorite social media trend meme or creation of all time? Some of those. 877-881-1053.
It's from Futurama. I haven't followed a group titled this. It's Shut Up and Take My Money.
That's an all-time meme.
That comes up a lot in wrestling circles and stuff, but it's applicable everywhere. And that's how I knew it was the one, because that's what immediately what popped into my head. Yes, it is Shut Up and Take My Money.
That's an all-timer, and it's evergreen. It
really is.
It's aged like fine wine. There's a handful of memes or trends that have just stuck like that. That it deserves some sort of award because it's just aged and it keeps getting used and keeps getting used, because a lot of these trends, you see them for a week and they're gone.
You think the Homer one is in that mix as well?
Yeah, backing into the bushes.
We've all had a terrible sports or otherwise opinion where you wish you could just go back and be like, never mind.
Sure. And there's a few that come to mind for me. I know one that's pretty old that doesn't happen anymore, but just the sheer amount of volume that it received when it was a thing. The ALS Ice Bucket Challenge, seeing how many people actually did it and how many important people did it.
They tried bringing it back this year, by the way.
Yeah. And
what happened with that? We gave up?
Guess so.
Didn't have enough buckets, you know?
That can't be true.
Or ice.
And then again, I have no idea.
Maybe they're on ice.
Yeah, I mean, it's hot outside.
I believe that.
And it's real hot outside. And
everybody's ice machine's broken. Dude, but... All right, so I'll do that in C Block.
I have no idea what he was going to say.
There was a broken ice machine, and I'll explain more.
That's called a tease, ladies and gentlemen. I like that. Let's see. Another one that's been recent that I've liked here in the past really few years, because it's been applicable for a long time, is anytime some sort of crazy feat of strength happens, whether it's in the world, like somebody goes to space or something, a world record is set, and someone says, wow, this really happened before Joel Embiid made it to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Okay,
I love those memes.
I thought you were going to say Grand Theft Auto.
That's another one too, but I don't know why the Embiid one is just funnier to me, because it's like he has nothing to do with this story. Somebody said, let's make it topical. The world record for most chicken wings eaten in a single sitting, and someone will be like, wow, all before Embiid made it to a conference final. Like, I love that meme so much, and I have nothing against Joel Embiid. I have nothing against the Sixers. I just think it's hilarious because people use it at the most random times. It's like, why did he have to catch a stray there? It's so funny.
I have 4.
Cool.
Oh.
I have 4 that always get me. Actually, maybe 3. I might have just cut that down to 2. Crying Jordan.
Yeah.
Crying Jordan was useful at all times.
And the creativity that people turned it into.
Oh my gosh, it was amazing.
Agreed.
I can't keep up with TikTok trends anymore. We're at a point now where they're saying like acronyms, and I'm like, I don't know. And I go look, and I'm like, I'm done with this. TikTok's actually starting to lose me there a little bit. Roll Safe. Roll Safe was the British mockumentary starring, it was called Hood Documentary. And no one can break your heart if you don't let them into your life. And then think about it. You know the dude that would do that?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Using my brain here. That one's always good. But it's the ones where you see things like somebody texted in the other day. Jason Kidd. They took that warm-up jersey, and his collar was huge. And they just kept making the collar bigger on his jersey. I saw this with Mike Gundy. For every time you retweet this, or every time you like it, I'll make Mike Gundy. I'll make Mike Gundy's hair grow more. And so, like, you got to a point where it had taken over the planet. Like, he just kept growing his hair, and I couldn't stop following this trend. It was so funny for me. So people that do Photoshop stuff like that, it just cracks me up, and I'm in.
Oh, man. I remember the Jason Kidd one. That one was so ridiculous.
Yeah.
It literally took over the planet, like you said.
We posted a picture when we had him on. We posted a picture on the Twitter account, 1053, and somebody said, they were like, hey, that picture, doesn't that collar look really big? And I was like, it was Reetma. Reetma was like, that collar looks really big. And I was like, that's the size they were back then. And then somebody texted in and they were like, no, but hey, dude. Somebody did this on Twitter, and it just kept growing. I think it's hilarious.
I like this from the 817. Planking was a huge thing for a while.
Yeah.
One of the dumbest trends, but it was funny for some reason.
Led to owling.
Yeah.
where you'd go like perch up on some ledge and owl.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a real thing.
I do not.
There were so many like offshoots of it that like kind of grabbed on, but didn't really. I see Corey making a face.
Oh,
I don't know.
Yeah, it's not news, it's just developing, so we'll get to it later.
Oh, okay.
My apologies.
877-881-1053, your favorite social media memes and trends for National Social Media Day from the 979. This is applicable if you're a wrestling fan. I still say yeet.
I do too.
That's a word that has not died. It has lived on for years.
Lucy will throw stuff and she'll yeet it into the pool, and it just cracks me up, dude. She'll go yeet, and I'm like, did you just say yeet? She just laughs and smiles.
This is a good one because this one I do know. I saw them back to back to back. Everyone said the Harlem Shake.
Oh my gosh.
Because it felt like everyone in the world had to give you a version of
Didn't we
that.
do one like with Sybil? Sybil brought us in, and she was like, you need to do one with us.
I remember that.
Let's see. The 214 says the Jordan meme, and I took that personally.
Oh, yeah.
I do like that one. I've used that in group chats a few times. I think I actually used it over the weekend because me and my buddy Carson puts on a big 4th of July party every year at his house. He's got a big chunk of land, so we go out there and we play a wiffle ball game against each other. We get enough, like a full pitching staff and this is 30 plus people involved. And I went out there. I think they called me in to pitch in the 2nd inning last year because we had already given up 4 runs. I went 7 innings after that and didn't give up a single run.
Oh.
I was generational. I was dialed. It was 100 degrees outside. And they were talking about another guy's pitching repertoire in the group chat yesterday. I was like, y'all are going to act like I wasn't Cy Young last year? All right, cool. I'll remember that. I'm going to give up 6 runs this year probably, but I'll remember that. And I took it personally. So I do like that one. The Mannequin Challenge with the Black Beatles song, I've seen that come in a few times.
I don't know that one.
That one was amazing because they got Jerry Jones, of all people, to do it. I remember that. Cowboys social team, where it's just the Black Beatles song by Ray Shrimard playing, and everybody's just frozen. Whatever act they're in the middle of, some people are in the middle of walking. Maybe some incredibly athletic people are making it look like they're in the middle of falling, but they're frozen. That stuff was fun. That lasted for a while. It's Wednesday, my dudes, is a great one from the 817. That one's lasted for a long time.
Kevin, I think it does it every Friday.
It's Wednesday, my dudes.
When he loves the gentlemen or ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
Oh,
yes, I love that one too.
So for at least a whole year. Every time I would pick Brandon up from school on Friday, or if there was a holiday on Thursday, he would get in the car and he loved it. And it was Daniel Craig. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the weekend. And he would always be like,
I think, though, this station itself has always benefited, and this is more, I guess, GIF than a meme. I'm not sure. But has always benefited from Ice Cube rolling down the street and it says it was a good day.
Yeah.
Once Jared brought that to the station, we've all benefited from that one for sure.
And he got the seal of approval from Ice Cube on this show.
Yes, he did.
You're welcome, Jared.
That was a fun one. One that is, I hope it actually grows into something, but I've seen it on TikTok the past couple of weeks. Dudes at bars will go up behind somebody that's sitting at a bar stool, just a random guy that they don't know. Obviously, there are probably a few, maybe a dozen beers in, and they'll walk up and they'll put their hands out like they're a quarterback about to take a snap under center from the guy at the bar stool, and they'll just run a hard count.
What
in the middle of a bar. They'll just walk up to a random guy and, right, say hi, just out of nowhere and they'll be like, what are you doing? And he's like, practicing my hard count. And some other guys, they'll get into pass protection sets in the middle of a bar. It's yes, I love the stupidity like that. So keep those coming in. Your favorite internet trends, memes, so on and so forth for National Social Media.
When people retweet Kevin having his Go Get Rangers shirt, I always enjoy that one.
And whenever they send him sunsets.
Yeah, and sunsets. That's always fun.
That's a great one. Kevin, I teased this, and you said you might know the answer. Every year for the past 39 years, J.D. Power and Associates conducts what they call an initial quality survey of buyers of new cars. In it, they try to determine manufacturers, car models, customers, all the features that are most and least desirable or satisfactory in new cars. What do you think the general population has said is their biggest issue with new cars.
This is really going to out me as a super old person, and you will scoff. It is incorrect. No CD player in the car.
That's an incredible guess, but incorrect. People are complaining.
What was the question?
Stop it.
What is the most unsatisfactory part of new cars? What are people most upset with new cars that they buy?
That it doesn't drive itself.
That's another good guess.
Thank you.
In a stunning landslide from JD Power and Associates, the size of the cup holders is the biggest issue.
My wife is one of those people. She is like, a cup holder not big enough.
And they said that they have talked with manufacturers and people in charge of designing the interiors of new cars, and they said they are having trouble with keeping up with the new form factors and sizes of like the Stanley Cup. Social media tying that back in. Stanley Cups are a massive fad on social media right now.
The Stanley Cup is thinner than the Yeti version of it.
Exactly.
And so they fit differently. I found that out over the weekend.
Yeah, and the manufacturers of the cups and drinkware are not just making stuff that accommodates the common cup holder. They're making stuff that's going to get people's attention and get them sales. The car manufacturers cannot keep up with the Stanley Cups and whatnot.
Kevin, real quick here, put it in reverse, Terry. Everybody knows that one.
That one's awesome.
Climbing milk crates. You remember when people
funny.
did that, the milk crate pyramid, and they just fall over? That was terrible.
Awful idea.
Those are a couple that came in from the Twitch. That's put it in reverse, Terry, is always perfect.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and right now...
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10 will win a pair of tickets to go see T-Pain, celebrating 20 years of T-Pain at the Pavilion at Toyota Music Factory on October 22nd. You can, of course, go buy them through Live Nation, or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. Coming up next, it's a C-Block.
Collusion and the broken ice maker story next on The Fan.
There for you with the by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you miss out on the T-Pain giveaway, we'll be doing that all week long. And right now, it's time for the C-Block starring Corey Major.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. By the way, I am checking out Netflix posted this morning the first trailer for America's Team, The Gambler and His Cowboys. And I didn't get to hear all of it, but I was watching it, and it brought back a lot of nostalgia, from that time period for us where we were watching. And the Cowboys have lived off nostalgia for a long time now.
No kidding.
So this definitely does bring that back into the forefront, and there's going to be my dad will watch it, and he'll remember some of these stories, or maybe he'll hear a couple that he didn't know about that happened. But it does look intriguing. August 19th. So we'll keep, we'll probably definitely, hold on.
No, that sounds right.
I'm pretty sure me and Alec will be discussing that on the show.
Wait, I'll be back by then.
Who knows if you'll be
probably
back by then.
Although, you know what, Corey? I'll tell you this update.
There's war.
So my wife and I are going to be going to Germany at the end of the month for a couple weeks for a mission trip.
He's going to go help people, so it's not just like a vacation.
Nice. Yeah. She insisted that we got our last will and testament signed and everything, and we just did that this past Friday. But she's told me numerous times, and I get that it's important, but she keeps going, hey, we really need to get that done before we go to Germany. And now I have like an unreasonable fear that something bad is going to happen, because she's like, hey, we really need to get this will done. And we did.
Before Adrian and I left somewhere, I told her
to get it done.
To go ahead and just because we're both going to be gone.
That's a good idea for sure.
Especially with none of the kids around. My mom used to say, if we're going to die, I hope we're all together rather than...
Man, what a twisted... I hope if I die, both of my kids die too.
I'd rather you not live without a parent.
That son of a... Don't use that as a drop. I want both of my kids to be fine. But that's what your mom was saying. That is going to be out of context.
It's going to be good, though.
It is. Fair. Dang it.
All right, guys. Do you want to start with collusion, Mike Fisher's suggestion to me, or the broken ice maker?
Ice maker.
All right. When we got to our beach house in Crystal Beach...
You didn't get a boat?
We did not get a boat. Oh. That is true.
That's not what I said.
Oh.
I looked at Alec and said you didn't get a vote.
For what? Oh, yeah, sorry, Alec. My bad. Which one would you like to hear?
You're already like knee deep into the ice maker story. You may as well go ahead.
Alec, I appreciate that. Ice maker it is. That's what it's going to be anyway. So, we get to the beach house. Beach house is awesome. Sleeps 22.
Wow.
I think we had 10. We had space for extra people.
So it's just not just
everybody had some space. It was nice, and it was relatively inexpensive too, so it worked out. It worked out really well. It was the family, me, my mom, my sister, her kids, brother-in-law, my kids, and Adrian. And we had a really good time.
I'm sorry, did you say your mom was there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if you guys all had to go down, at least you were all there together.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So we're all hanging out. We get there and got to get the beers in the cooler, got to do all these things. We'll go to the freezer. Ice machine broken. All right. The arm that comes down to let you know that there needs to be more ice or it should stop or whatever, just broken. And so we called the people and we're like, hey, ice machine's not working. And they were like, all right, we'll send somebody. So we head on down to the beach, get a call, go up there, and the guy's like, well, you see, the problem is the arm's broken. We were like, we know that part of it. All right.
Yeah.
He comes back a few minutes later with 2 bags of ice that he got from the bait shop that smelled like fish. All right. The whole time. By the way, we had to shampoo Adrian's car. It smelled like anyway, because Carter put cut bait in the back and it leaked all over the car.
Yeah.
So,
ouch.
But then we're like, I bet you get calls like this all the time. And he goes, yeah, but this is nothing compared to one I got last week. And we're like, what do you mean this is nothing?
Because you have to hear that story.
Yes, absolutely.
When the ice fix-it man comes back. I'm with you.
He said he got a call that whenever the people walked in, the place was full of smoke and half of the toilet was missing.
I did not expect that. Half of the toilet was missing.
In my mind, obviously, somebody
legitimately blew
up
the toilet.
Turns out, lightning had struck one of the pipes on the roof, and it crawled its way down to the toilet, blew up the toilet, and lit the floors on fire.
All right. Serious question.
Terrifying.
You'd be terrified to use the toilet the rest of your life, right? If you were in that room when that happened.
Yes. I was terrified after I saw arachnophobia. I had to look under the seat just to make sure there were no spiders under there for a long time.
Man.
Guess what? Haven't seen a spider yet.
What?
I'm looking.
You've seen a spider?
No, under the toilet seat.
Okay.
Yeah.
My bad.
But yeah, man, that's terrifying. Lightning struck the post and it blew up the toilet.
Can I request 25 seconds of your time?
For sure.
I just want to throw this out there for all the people who are saying that the Rangers should get Trevor Bauer. Trevor Bauer has been demoted to the minor leagues in Japan because he's given up 19 runs in 20.1 innings.
Dang.
So there's just another reason.
When people are saying he's dominating in the league in Mexico or dominating in Japan,
it's awful.
Again, very different.
Yes.
Level of baseball compared to here.
Yep.
And Mike would say that, and a lot of times you'd be like, okay, Mike, like, I understand you love Major League Baseball.
Yes.
But then you watch the reality.
For sure.
And that's a truth in itself. Let's go to collusion. This is Rich Paul on a phone call with Suns owner Matt Ishbia about a player that they were discussing in the draft.
If you guys keep 10, I'm going to mention the name and you tell me how much you like him. Kaman Malawak, if I can get him there.
A lot. That'd be my first choice.
Okay, done deal. That's all I need to hear.
Can you get there?
I'm going to try my best because you're our first choice. If he gets past Brooklyn, then yeah. But let me make those calls so I can let you do what you need to do.
All right, call me back when you hear.
I will. Okay.
Who released this video?
This video's a video shot from in the car.
Yeah, so somebody like in the circle. That's surprising.
And it also looks like he knows the video. Rich Paul knows the video's happening.
I'm surprised. Maybe I'm just missing it just because I wonder what the NBA feels about this, but maybe they're well aware that this is what goes on. But it does show that that's the guy you want to be your agent, right? Because he could make things happen. They specifically said that's his first destination or his first choice. And he's like, all right, I'm working on it.
Yeah. Done deal, he said.
That's really impressive.
If he gets past Brooklyn, and then what line did he throw out there? If he gets past Brooklyn, but let me go make the phone calls that I need to make this happen. I need him to slide to 10 for you because he wants to be there with you. And again, we've heard for a long time, Bill Duffy, all these agents, they run teams.
Oh, yeah.
They say, you get this guy, I'll make sure you get this guy. You get this guy, I'll make sure you help this guy out with a contract. I'm going to help build a team. And Rich Paul is essentially telling, guys, look, what do I need to do? Are you interested? Let me get him to you. Because again, for the player, that's his number one place.
Yeah.
For the agent, he probably sees a path of negotiation for big money down the road with that too. So he's saying this is a great place to plant you. But it also sounds like collusion to me.
No, it's definitely collusion.
But it's weird that the collusion is between agent and opposite side of agent.
So that's what I'll argue. Their argument's going to be it's not collusion because even though we were working together, we're not technically in the same affiliate. So it's not collusion. So they'll argue if it was collusion working against the player, but if it's working for the player and they're on different levels, I get that. Another thing, though, you could see how powerful Rich Paul is, as if you didn't already know. He's hustling the owner off the phone.
Yeah, he is.
Like, just imagine being at a point in your life where you could hustle a billionaire off the phone. You're
all right,
like,
you go ahead and do
great.
your thing. I gotta go.
I know you're a busy guy, Corey.
He even told him what to do. Go do what you got to do.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go take care of you go do your thing.
Yeah.
That's how much power he has right now in the NBA.
That is impressive.
And he's expanded his portfolio beyond the NBA. His portfolio is pretty extensive now.
Look, I get it.
Impressive.
You just saw he wanted it to happen, and that's what happened.
Yeah. And that's where that conversation, we've discussed collusion on a lot of different levels. And like you said, whenever it's against somebody, but whenever it's in their favor, they're like, oh, let's just keep our lips tight here.
It is fascinating because I've seen some outlets describe it as agent costs his player millions of dollars.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I get that from the short term, but I'm sure that Malawach wasn't just left out in the cold in this conversation when he's like, well, that's our first choice too. I'm sure they've had this conversation and they're like, hey, in the short term, it could cost you $4 million or whatever the actual number is. But in the long term, we think it can make you $68 million. And you're like, okay, well, that makes a lot of sense. Let's do that.
A bit that Mike Fisher told me I should do.
This is amazing.
And they're crediting Big Bro Dicey for the TikTok credit on this.
Okay.
But evidently a 7'1" dude showed up to the NBA draft wearing a suit, a chain, and a Trailblazers hat.
Stop it.
And then walked around outside the NBA draft parties and just took pictures with people who thought that he had just been selected by the Portland Trailblazers. And I think he had a cigar, like he was celebrating, and he just people would walk up and be like, oh my gosh, didn't have a clue who he was. And he got free drinks. He got to go out and do all sorts of stuff. And this is where I guess I can't do this. I'm not 7'1". Nobody's going to believe I'm an NBA player. But for whatever reason, Mike Fisher was convinced, and a couple people have had this discussion, that I look like Zach Martin.
Yes.
Fish was like, you need to go down to Ventura and go to Dargan's and go to all these other places. Get in the clubs. Tell them you're Zach Martin. They'll believe you. And I was like, there's part of me that's like, okay, do I look enough like him? And then what do? When they give me the tab, I can't pay that tab.
Right.
And I know there's a thought that you're going to get free things whenever you're an NFL superstar. But just because I look like him doesn't mean I have the money like him to spend just in case I don't get free stuff. And so that was always my thing. So I guess if I just did it as a bit and took pictures with people, that'd be hilarious.
Okay. I would have loved to see that. I would have backed you up and been like, hey, man, we got to go. There's too many fans out here. Like, I feel like I could have been like your handler.
Jerry Jones is waiting outside.
Absolutely. But that story reminded me of something that happened at our wedding as well.
Oh, my gosh.
So one of Jess's friends brought a date. He was a 6'7" black fella.
All right.
That will be relevant for this story. Now, I happen to know, because I had hung out with him and talked with him, that he played basketball overseas.
Okay.
All right. One of Jess's relatives came up to me and she's like, oh, who is that fella? Is that a basketball player?
Well, because you're in sports talk radio, maybe you know you're tight with some basketball players.
Maybe. Or maybe they saw a tall black person and just made the assumption. And I said, actually, yes, he is. But in my mind, I was like, you got lucky. I think you made an assumption. He does happen to play professional basketball overseas. So, because they're like, oh, is it somebody we would know? And I was like, probably not. But I always thought that was funny. I was like, you got lucky. But I don't like the place where this came from.
Well, my buddy's 6'8", white guy. He can't dunk, but he's 6'8". That's always been our saying, is 6'8", can't dunk.
Does it look like he shows up first to the gym, last to leave? Because then maybe he could.
But he's always told me, no matter what, first question. I mean, usually first statement, wow, you're tall. Okay, no, really? Second question, usually, do you play basketball? And because he's not good at basketball, because he couldn't dunk.
Would it throw people for a loop if he said, no, I'm a professional volleyball player? Like, would they be like, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, considering.
Would they be unaware of the thriving men's volleyball scene?
No, actually, I'm a horse jockey. A chicken jockey.
That feels like you're going to lose.
Yeah.
You're too big.
Too tall.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, another honor for Sebastian Walcott. Plus, look, we didn't get a chance to mention this earlier. Our back-to-back quality starts from Rocker and Leiter, enough to offset a crucial series loss. This time we'll really do it next on The Fan.
They say this part of the workday can be the biggest crush.
authority in barricade rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here comes Leiter's 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, struck him out with an elevated slider. That'll do it for the Mariners here in the sixth. The new career best in strikeouts for Leiter with 7.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Were the top-notch performances from Leiter and Rocker enough for you to kind of overlook a crucial series loss? Couple of other things before we get to that. Saquon Barkley said neither the Commanders nor the Cowboys reached out to him at all before he ended up going to the Eagles, which, look, for the Cowboys, that can't say that surprises me. He didn't reach out to Derrick Henry, who legitimately wanted to go to the Cowboys. Then I could see how you didn't make this move either. Also, EA Sports is bringing back their college basketball video game.
Oh, really?
Now, they had already brought back the football game, and now it's in the game. Now they are bringing back the basketball game. So hooray to everyone that would be pumped about that. Now,
can you play with Cooper Flag? Is that what's going to happen then?
Ooh.
Or are you going to have to just start with this bunch?
Yeah.
Like the Legends of College Basketball team?
Oh,
dude,
yeah.
All right, that's a segment right there. Make your top 5 lineup in college basketball all time. And maybe we go back to like 2000.
Yeah, because I was going to say, because otherwise, like, I'm thinking
but I do
Lou Alcindor and Bill Walton.
You go back to when we were paying attention. Go back to like the 80s. And then, because you could throw Leitner in there if you want to. I'm interested to see how many Dukies you got on that team.
Set the parameter. Shut up, Alec. Set the parameter. I know what was going to happen right now. Do we include the 90s? Are we cutting it off at the 2000s? Set the parameters.
All right, let's include the 90s. I like that.
So starting in the 90s,
yep.
Your all-time college basketball team.
Top 5. That's your assignment,
okay.
Kevin. Like you always assign things to Mickey Spagnola.
Yes.
So now that's my assignment to you.
He loves it. All right. So, Corey, I know you were hoping for an even better start to this run of weaker opponents. I believe that you were hoping for a 10-2 start.
It was 10, 10-2. Yeah.
Okay.
10 out of 12.
And so, in reality, in that run, they went 7-5, I believe.
Gross.
Yeah, so not great.
That tells me what kind of team you are right now.
Yeah.
That's the when you're playing against bad teams and you're a good team, a really good team, you don't lose many to those teams.
Yes.
When you're and you shouldn't be swept by Kansas City.
For sure.
When you are a moderate team, you are going to lose some. If you're not a good enough team, you might lose more than you win. So the Rangers are where I think they are.
Look, they're 8-7 on this journey so far. So they have one more series against Baltimore, and this was against teams that at the time, none of those teams were over 500.
It was a perfect stretch.
And they've gone 8-7 in that run. So obviously that's disappointing. You lose the series to Seattle. We talked about how razor tight that entire series was. Every single game went to extra innings. So my question for you guys then is, we're back-to-back top-notch efforts from Rocker and Leiter enough to kind of put aside the fact that you lost that series. So Rocker on Saturday, 6 innings pitched, 2 earned runs, 1 walk versus 6 strikeouts. And then for Leiter, 6 innings pitched as well, gave up 7 hits, but also struck out 7. And maybe most importantly of all, he did not walk anybody. And for Jack Leiter, that also ties his career high for strikeouts in a major league game. So definitely positive things there but you still didn't win the series.
That is positive for what I think the future of the Rangers is.
Yeah.
Because those two guys I think are going to be staples of the Rangers rotation down the road. They're going to be, I would expect, and if they're not, maybe they're traded, but I would expect you drafted these guys. You'd like to grow them into studs. They have the stuff to be ace pitchers in this league. They have the stuff to be 2 pitchers or 3 as well. I don't see them being just thrown aside. That's just my feeling on it. But Kevin, in the last 5 games for Jack Leiter, the Rangers are giving him 3-2, 1-3, and 4 in 12 innings, by the way. They have not given him much run support, and they're not giving many of these pitchers. You pretty much have to go out there and shut it down.
Yeah.
You have to Jacob deGrom it to give these Rangers an opportunity to win right now because of the lack of offense. And so, yes, the future, seeing that. I mean, Kumar Rocker, Kevin, the last 5 outings for Jack Leiter, they're losses.
Yeah.
They're all losses. Rocker's won the last 3. That's nice. But again, look at the scores. 3-2, 3-2, 2-1. You have to shut down the opponent through 9 innings at least in order to get a win. So, no, it doesn't cover that up right now. This stretch, what I expected to be better, I love the outings by them, and I think there's, again, going to be inconsistencies in these outings.
Sure.
So I'm expecting, maybe I have not expected a meteoric rise from either one of them. I expect up and down, but the team, Kevin, is frustrating to me because as I've been watching them, now they're 9 games back. And then, the runs looked like they were back. And then they've just gone away again. That's tough.
The other thing
you can't score a run when you need a run either.
Fact. Well, that was one of the things that I think that might have been one of my first questions to Boch on Wednesday. You said after the previous Saturday or Sunday game, we just couldn't get the big hit when we needed it. I said, how many times do you feel like you've said that this year? And he was like, I mean, it was true then, but you're right. A lot was essentially the truncated version of his answer. The other thing that is troublesome about the 9 games back is you still find yourself right behind Seattle and Los Angeles. And I'm not saying that maybe you'll be concerned about, we're 2.5 games back of Seattle. We got 80 games to go. It's not that. It's the fact that you're stuck in this pack with all of them. So it's not just go on a winning streak. It's that you're going to have to get past the Angels and the Mariners before you can even entertain the idea of if you were going to make a run at the Astros or in the wild card. Again, you still have to make it past the Angels and the Mariners. So if you don't think anyone's going to catch Houston, that's fine. Put that out of your mind. The Angels and the Mariners right now are the teams that you're going to have to jump to get into the wild card. And in the meantime, you're stuck in this group that also is Cleveland, Boston, Minnesota, Kansas City. You're stuck in this big group of teams where, sure, you're not going to lose any ground if you win, but there's so many teams there that inevitably you're not going to gain ground on probably a lot of them every time you win a game.
Yeah, and that separation, you say a streak. We were talking about a run. A run where we're 10 is good. You can lose one here and there, but you need to go on a run. You're talking about a streak, Kevin, that looks like it has to be a 15-game win streak. A real no losses at all. And I just can't find a way to believe this team right now is going to. Yeah. I want to believe that they got it in them somewhere, but it is a long season. There's still, like you said, 2.5 out of the wild card. Is it 2.5 out of the wild card, I believe?
Something like that.
And still right there for that part of it. Anything can change in the second half. Remember the A's? What is it? Don't count out the A's. And that's what I'm clinging to, is a little hope, and I hate clinging to hope, that this team is going to be able to flip a switch and turn things on in the second half. But I think the pitching will be there. I think the pitching will be there in the second half.
All right. So I've got 3 positive signs for you then.
All right.
One of them might not necessarily impact the big club straight away, but I still wanted to mention it. Sebastian Walcott has been selected to the All-Star Futures game in Atlanta. He was in the same game last year when it was at Globe Life Field. So just shout out to him for making the Futures game as well. Now, for this team,
that is awesome.
Evan Carter, he extended his career best hitting streak to 7 games.
Let's go make it 8, baby.
Yeah, so while Jack Leiter, career high for strikeouts, Evan Carter, career high for hitting streak right now. And then there's the bullpen. Go ahead.
DiMaggio's record is
56.
Almost untouchable.
I agree.
I could see Evan Carter giving it a run.
Wow.
I don't think that's too superlative for him.
That would be incredible.
He also would have to stay healthy long enough. Like, that's a big factor in that. But because of his plate discipline and his ability to strike the ball, I could see it happening. Not this year. I don't think this year, but I could see him going on a run. Not a home run record.
No, I
got
a
hits record.
Yeah.
A hits, in a lot of consecutive games.
49 to go.
Let's go.
Or you want me to make a calendar and start pulling down the sheet each day?
Let's do that at 30.
Okay,
when we get to 30.
Yeah. This is
yeah. Right now it's a little early.
Definitely
But we can
feels
say we were the first ones to think about it.
Okay. All right. I like it. By the way, I see multiple people asking questions about Josh Young. That is a deeper conversation that we're going to have at some point. He has been horrendous this month. He had a remarkable string over the weekend of, I believe it was 5 straight or 7 straight at bats where he recorded the last out of the inning.
That was when we were at that game.
Yes.
I kept telling you
ton.
3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
I was like, he's the perfect guy to have up right now. And then it just failed. And I think that hurts the team a lot.
My thought, though, G-Bag Nation gives the G-Bag bump. Usually it's to a player that they have on. But they're at Globe Life Field today, so maybe the magic of the G-Bag bump could go to all of the Rangers.
I like this idea.
Now, one more note for you. Kamar Rocker, after Saturday's game, which, by the way, if you need more positivity, you know what? Go ahead and give me cut number 5. Let's get some more positivity because they did win this game.
Osuna ready again. The 3-2. And that's poked right side. Past Young and into right. Here comes Osuna. He scores. And the Rangers win it. They walk off the Mariners here today in 10 innings as Simeon pokes one through the drawn-in infield to bring in Alejandro Osuna. Are you not entertained?
Yeah, Matt Hicks.
I definitely was entertained. So I wanted to bring that positive. And then there's this. Kamar Rocker said, I think we have the best defense and best bullpen in baseball. So that's a big claim. And then I believe it was Evan Grant who trotted this out. The bullpen entered the month of June with the 14th best ERA in baseball. All right, so tiny bit above average.
Something we all questioned before the season would even work.
I will tell you this. I think the bullpen has been better than I anticipated. And this month, they've been way better than I anticipated. Check this out. In the month of June, 2.34 ERA for the bullpen. That is the best in baseball.
Really?
Then there's Hobie Milner, who I think it was Evan Grant again, or Sean McFarland said that Boch over the weekend brought up Hobie Milner unprompted about being an all-star. Not unprompted. We brought it up Wednesday on the show, and he goes, you know what? I agree.
Yeah.
He's playing at an all-star level. He leads the Rangers in appearances with 38. He's one of 3 relievers in baseball to have at least 40 innings pitched in an ERA below 2. After Saturday's outing, it hit 1.94. So think about it. More than 40 innings pitched, sub 2 ERA. It's Hobie Milner and 2 other people in all of baseball. So this bullpen's been outstanding this month, despite your usual run of hiccups that get more attention than the rest.
Yeah, with Milner, too, because of his arm angle, he can go out there multiple days. Right, like that's a huge benefit because he's not worn out like another pitcher. If you ran him out there 4 days in a row, and you were like, "Why are you doing this? It doesn't make sense. His arm angle is not going to be beneficial here."
Is this a shot that you're taking at Jeff Bannister from 8 years ago?
No, maybe.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go out to Globe Life Field to chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Next, right here on The Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, Choppy is back. We'll get his thoughts on the Stars' new but old coach and 2 more NBA Young Boy giveaways in the 7 and 9 o'clock hours. The entire family back together again Tuesday morning on The Fan.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your...
Nutmeg maidens? No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Star Daily, grinding to bring you the latest Cowboys news. When you hear it on the Fan, know that we are DFW's only radio station telling you what we saw, not what we read on social media. From now until the end of Cowboys training camp in Oxnard, turn it on and leave it on your Cowboys station, 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
His technique, his experience, it's showing right now.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey mentioned earlier he was interested in the CONCACAF Gold Cup. United States advances past Costa Rica and into the semifinals right now. Let's see if anybody else was interested in that. As courtesy of D&M Leasing, we take it a Globe Life Field for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Hagee, doing amazing. How are you?
Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Have you been in on the Gold Cup?
Not really, because like our 8 best players aren't playing in it. So there's some interesting storylines. I mean, once you're in the semifinals, I'll make an appointment to watch Wednesday night.
Okay. I'm a big believer that the purest form of soccer is PKs. To end the shootout's the way to go. And so I thought that was a good way to finish it last night.
Pretty epic. Yeah. Get that thing done, and I think this is good. I mean, we're seeing some good progress from the goalkeeper and some of the other younger players that are getting an opportunity.
Now,
I think anytime that you could find a way to be better than Ghana or one of these other countries that is a lot smaller than you, I think it's a positive thing in soccer because we have a bad history of not being better than those teams. So anything to do to get a win and build some camaraderie with this team, even though it's missing a lot of its starters. But yeah, there's a lot of questions about U.S. soccer. It's like a drama every year, whether it's manager, coaches, players, families. It doesn't matter. You know, they need to find a way to stack a bunch of wins together and kind of feel good about what we're doing as a country because I'm getting tired of getting to these tournaments and not getting it done.
You don't brought us.
Was it Jalen Ramsey trade, finalization of D'Angelo Russell, something else entirely? What are some of the things that have caught y'all's interest today? Because there's been a lot going on.
I think NBA free agency is number one for me, Hagee. You know, just what's going to happen with LeBron. Sean Sharif posting if he does move, the Mavs are the favorites. So I'm just kind of on pins and needles, waiting for this party to get started. Tonight could be absolutely crazy in the association, though. So even if nothing involves the Mavs, I'm sure it's going to be juicy.
Yeah, it was weird, like the Colin Sexton thing. Why wouldn't you have been in on that? Nico's telling us they pretty much have their pick of what guard they want, yet it really feels to me as though it's D'Lo or bust. Like they really don't have another option because I don't think Chris Paul wants to come here. Sounds like he wants to stay on the West Coast, maybe a reunion with Phoenix or L.A. But now Jordan Clarkson's just been bought out by Utah. Is that a guy maybe that they would have some interest in? But D'Angelo Russell, talking with Bobby Carella and others, he doesn't overly excite me. It's so much inconsistency there. Yeah. I get it. It's really just a placeholder until Kyrie gets back, and I'm hopeful Kyrie's awesome, and you don't have a little bit of, he's not quite the same player. Maybe that's wishful thinking, but D'Lo's not really moving the needle a ton for me.
If the trade looks something like, for LeBron, if it looks something like Gafford, P.J. Washington, Caleb Martin, and a first-round pick, is that work for you guys? Is that a non-starter? Where would you guys fall on that?
We're talking. Go ahead.
It's a great question. It's a great question. I struggle to want to do that. Just a 1-year LeBron rental. I don't know if that's something that I would be overly interested in doing, but I love the idea of him trying to nuke things in Los Angeles and then trying to find a trade partner. It doesn't seem like there would be that many teams that are interested in LeBron. At this point, 1 year, that much money?
Yeah, you're trading for an older guy who does not play great on-ball defense anymore. I think you got to try to get it done without giving up one of your best 6 players. I'm including Max Christie in that, Kyrie Irving, PJ, Cooper Flagg, Derek Lively. So I was kind of playing around with trade machines.
Mm-hmm.
I like Gafford, Klay Thompson, Caleb Martin, Najee Marshall, Jaden Hardy, Olivier Max Prosper. And if the Lakers can find better than that, I think they got to go all in around Luka and get the full Luka experience. You're going to want to trade away LeBron. And if he wants to do that, then if I was the Mavs, I would post that and see if anybody can beat it.
And it is intriguing, the idea that, especially since he has a no-trade clause, that he can pretty much dictate where he goes if he goes somewhere. So
Cleveland has some really good players in their prime.
Mm-hmm.
If they wanted to get aggressive,
true,
they might
Garland,
make you make a decision
Jared
on PJ
Allen.
Washington.
Yeah.
I think Cleveland would be an absolutely great place for him, Kevin.
He started his career there, end his
he won
career
a championship there. It's like he's the Glenn Gulletson. He could be. He started his career there. He could head coach somewhere else too. Win the championship now.
Okay,
leave and then come back and win another one.
How are you guys feeling about Gulletson? Still not finalized, but from everything we hear, that's the way it's going, and that's the way it's going to be.
I hope he's as good as Belichick on the second come around on that thing.
Oh, yeah.
And he kind of figured out
point.
things that But he was really running a bad team, right?
Yeah.
His team wasn't very good.
Agreed.
They were poor. And young coach and all that. And yeah, you always worry. And I was listening to you guys driving around. And I was worried. Is this guy Norv Turner? Is this the guy who's the really good offensive coordinator but not a very good head coach?
Could be.
That's
Great
where
comp.
the first thing that I thought about was the Dave Wansteads, the guys that are really good coordinators, but when you make them the head coach, they seem to fall apart.
Romeo Crennel.
That's exactly.
Naming them all.
Josh McDaniels.
Yeah, that's the exact same concern that I have, because you hear nothing but positive things about him from Edmonton, and I'm like, yeah, man, rock on. I appreciate it as the guy next to the guy. How do you do as the guy? Because that's a whole different deal. And the answer to that question will obviously determine whether or not he has a good run here.
Oh, for sure. And I think the other factor, the one thing that I'm hoping on, is that the roster is good enough to get them back to the place that they want to be. And then when they're there, the coach is good enough and knows the opponent, Edmonton, who he just assume is going to be there
sure.
well enough that if you have to play against him again, he's like, I got an edge on these guys.
By the way, we talked about Jake Retzloff earlier. That case has already been dismissed, the civil lawsuit, and I believe the parties jointly agreed to dismiss it with prejudice, which means that lawsuit cannot be refiled.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And so that is the end of that. Still take a look at him potentially transferring, though, because
as 7-game suspension.
Yeah, as people brought up, theoretically a violation of the honor code, which would include premarital sex at BYU, could bring a 7-game suspension, and this is his last year of eligibility. So just keep an eye on where he's going to go from there, but that case has been dismissed.
I heard that honor code doesn't count if you're good at sports anyway.
Yeah, Jim McMahon told me that.
I could definitely see that. What do you guys got coming up on the program today, and will you fix the Rangers by being at their stadium?
Oh, I think so. That's a guarantee. I think this weekend was a turning point. Even though they did drop 2 out of 3, they got a lot of good stuff going on with Leiter and Rocker and Corey Seager. So I'm sure we're heading for glory tonight. Pure gold as always for the next 4.5 hours. Thanks for asking, Hagee. I would like to point out, not sure if you're aware of this, but Wednesday night is AEW wrestling night out here.
Yes!
You get a World Series champion wrestling belt fanny pack, bro.
Really?
Hello. I thought you'd appreciate that. We have CY at 420.
Okay.
I love fanny.
That's important. Chris Young is
championship
important.
belt fanny pack?
Yeah.
I'm excited about that. All right, roll home with the GVAG Nation. See me at the game on Wednesday. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
at the Globe, one of our favorite broadcast positions in all of the world. So welcome in. We have 4.5 hours for you. General at your service. If you see me, beer me, N.A. There's Broadus, the former Cowboys scout, the Super Bowl champion, with you every day here on your home of the Cowboys. Lucius Alexander is back home in the Pimp Cup Master Control there, 75 and Fitz. He'll try to keep the Gators down best he can. You got Wolchuk and Chiafalo in the house here. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. Ruben Portillo, remote engineering here with you. And along with you, we are the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. How's everybody doing today?
Great.
Wonderful.
Fantastic.
We're united and it feels so good, man. We got everyone together, but it did feel like a little bit of a Nancy ballpark walking in. I think there's some uncertainty of like where are we going. Could have easily have swept that series over the weekend, lost some heartbreakers, and now you get the O's coming into town. It's a big one. I think you need to get a sweeperoo here.
So that didn't fortify you at all, the fact that they did take all the games into extras?
No, I mean, it was kind of much of the same. Pitching's been really good, and then unfortunately they have plenty of opportunities and can't cash in when they need to win a game. I mean, they did it in the second game of the series, but it's like, oh, you were really close to sweeping it. I don't know how you weigh that. Maybe we can ask CY, but a lot of it's still like hope. But again, hope is not a strategy, so I don't know. I think right now I'm just staying put. I'm not a buyer. I'm not a seller. If somebody calls me, offers me something really good, but I'm waiting and see, and I'm staying put right now.
Yeah, it was really disheartening, especially yesterday. You know, you get that 11th inning, and Cole Winn gets the zero for you there. You know, and you played it the right way, and you were kind of down to, trying to use all really your high leverage guys, and Cole comes in, he gets you that inning, and then you have a chance to win this thing, and you don't. And then, and what's make it even worse that, Garber, he's the one. He kills you. He kills you in extras, and then he hits the big bomb. He crushed that. I mean, he just crushed that ball. But yeah, that's disappointing. That one of your high leverage guys does a great job, and then has to come back out, and it's just not the same. He honestly shouldn't have had to come back out. They should have found a way to win that thing in the 11th.
You're right. They should have, and you get a weekend where finally Corey Seager's back in the groove. He hits 3 bomb skis for you. Things going well, but ultimately you lose another game to the M's in the end. And the Astros move slightly farther ahead of you as well. Fangraphs now showing their playoff chances sitting at 20%, guys. You going higher or lower on that in your gut? Your gut higher or lower than 20% right now, playoffs?
Man, my gut's just like a smidge higher. Just a smidgen.
20.1%?
I'm going to go 22%.
Oh, Deuce, Emmitt Smith.
Yeah,
I like your style.
22%.
I think the 20% makes a ton of sense. It does. I mean, that feels, and it's trending to where in a week from now it could be looking at 15%.
Yeah.
That's just where things are at right now, dude. And so I'd be down to sell. I know Walchuk, a little stand pat action. If we're not going to the postseason, man, let's go ahead and flip some of these dudes and get a little something in return.
I could see selling, at least all the expiring contract dudes like Gray and Malley and maybe Adolis Garcia.
Oh, yeah.
What can you get for those guys? I don't want to give them away for nothing because maybe the better value is in just keeping your fingers crossed that the 10% or the 5% chance hits or whatever the chances would be after another month of being disappointing. Here's what I want to ask CY at 420. You say you got to earn the right to be buyers. The offense hasn't, right? But what if it was flipped around and this offense was top 3? You'd be saying they've earned the right to go get a pitcher. So why haven't the pitchers earned the right to go get hitters? You know what I'm
saying? I get what you're saying. I think one pitcher can do a lot for you more than one bat can, right? So it's like you're going to have to – how many bats equal one pitcher?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I think you saw that in
maybe 2.
What was it, 2010? They make the move to go get Cliff Lee.
Yeah.
And, I mean, you can ride – heck, they did it to win a World Series 2 years ago. They rode Monty and Evo. That was it. And you find one or two really, really good, reliable pitchers, you can go on a run. I keep thinking back, what was it, 2 weeks ago when CY said, as of right now, it just doesn't appear the type of bat you could get is any better than really the options they've currently got on the roster. So maybe that has a lot to do with it, and I get the selling idea. I just wonder the value. Like, what are you going to get in return for some of your pieces? Unless you do something serious and in your packaging, hey, we don't think Josh Young's ever going to get better to 2023. And we got to have a talk about Josh Young right now. My guy needs to step up and start playing better. I mean, I know he's got some RBIs, I think 4 in 7 games, but when it comes to 0 for 6 a couple nights ago, and then a big strikeout in extras yesterday.
I think Belt posted like a picture of what he's swinging at.
He can't be doing
It
that.
looked like I was at the plate.
He's chasing pitches that he has no business swinging.
There was several that were like in the dirt, right-handed stick, and it's like the catcher would have to backhand it to keep it from going into the backstop.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's just, I mean, anything that pitches he swung in the zone, cool, but the spray pattern of it where he was, it's embarrassing.
Yeah, I don't even know if
That
Adolis
spray
Garcia's
pattern.
was that bad right before he got those 4 games off or 3 games off, however many that was. The O's are in town tonight. That is the good news, as the Rangers can make some hay against this ball team.
Yeah.
And you have Corbin against Rogers this evening. Is it DeGrom tomorrow? DeGrom going to try to no-hit him
Yeah, but
tomorrow?
Rogers is the one that shut you down last time.
is that right?
Yeah.
But hey, seeing him second time in a week, I'm just
we'll make adjustments.
just hoping that maybe that helps.
M's are going to host the Royals. Astro, I guess they're 2.5 up now. Astros are 9 games up on the Rangers, and they do have this evening off. We have some cool stuff going on, like tonight's Dallas Stars night. I guess that promotion is all the way sold out on their theme night deal. But tomorrow is flipping Jacob deGrom replica jersey night. Presented by UT Dallas. That's the first 20,000 fans. They're going to get a jersey like the one Brian's got on right now. But for DeGrom.
High quality. If it's the same jersey, I'm wearing the LSU themed one with Smith. If it's the same quality of jersey, man, the size is going to be right. The material's right. It's stitched. It's a high-end gift if you can be one of the people to come grab one.
Yeah, that's special. DeGrom in his bag. Same with Josh Smith. That jersey you're wearing right over there. That's
very high end,
well-respected jersey because that dude's a baseball player.
That's why I wore it today. He seems like the only guy that kind of is getting it going there. Well, I take that back. Seager was so clutch yesterday. He was clutch yesterday.
Yeah, he's getting hot.
Okay, so tomorrow I told the Hagies the AEW night, and it's a fanny pack championship belt, which is pretty badass.
You said Wednesday.
That is yes, that's Wednesday. My bad. Wednesday is that. Well, I guess so. Wednesday is a double because it's also University of Texas at Dallas night, where you get a co-branded Rangers University of Texas at Dallas cap. So a lot of good things going on this week. They're leading the league.
I tell you what, they've got it figured out when it comes to these college promotions too. I mentioned the LSU jersey, but some of these hats, whether it's
they're awesome.
North Texas, Oklahoma State, I've seen a lot of people wearing them, when they're coming in the ballpark, and I'm like, damn, I'd like to have one of those.
Well, Mavs fans would like to have some better players, maybe some trades, as free agency is going to get underway in 3 hours, boys. And it is already a lot of fun. Is D'Angelo Russell like 90% done, you think? Can we book that at this point?
I think we can pretty much book it. Yeah, it's been talked about for at least a week now. Yeah, the 2 for 12. I was thinking it might just be the 1 year deal, but 2 for 12. Stein's been all over that.
It's great value for a player who can help win you games, even though he's got flaws.
Yeah, for sure. And it's a little bit slim pickings. It's not like you just have the pick of the litter right now. But there were like the Colin Sexton one. That kind of, I don't understand what happened with that. They're giving Sexton and a second-round pick for Nurkic. Like, somebody please explain that to me because I can't wrap my head around it. But now you have the Jordan Clarkson stuff. He's getting bought out. So you have a couple of options here, but everything, it's kind of like a choose your flavor. What exactly do they want here? Because I think a lot of people feel like, hey, Mavs, you just need a guy who can be a floor general, a true thoroughbred point guard to run the offense and set everybody up.
Yeah.
Some people are like, man, I don't know. I think we still need a guy who can really get some buckets at that spot.
Yeah.
And so
you need both.
And in a perfect world, yeah, you would have both. But if I don't only pick one, I don't know. I think I would probably go with just more of the floor general. I don't know that D'Angelo Russell's that guy.
That's
He's a little bit.
Paul.
Chris Paul would certainly be that dude. And I don't know. Maybe Chris Paul just doesn't really want to be with the Mavericks. That sounds like he wants to be a West
Sounds like he wants
Coaster.
to be out in the West Coaster.
Yeah. So
I don't want a guy that wants shots though with this team. I want a guy who's just like, let's get rid of this thing and make the smart, quick play, and
that's what I want
keep that
too.
ball moving.
Yeah,
you got plenty of guys that can score.
Right. I think D'Angelo Russell might end up taking away possessions as he's isolating. Right, and you're like, wow, how much better of a chance we would have had of scoring on that possession if D'Angelo Russell hadn't pulled up for an 18-footer again. With a man in his face, and so, but like you said. Slim Pickens, it's $6 million a year, and I feel like with him, he is going to get hot for some weeks, and you'll be like, wow, I'm really glad we had D'Angelo Russell here. I can't believe we're getting D'Angelo Russell for just $6 million this year, and then he's going to go cold for 3 weeks, and you'll be like, what the crap, get him off the team.
Yeah, that's the D'Lo experience.
That's the kind of guy that he is.
I'd rather have Jordan Clarkson, though, because I think Jordan Clarkson's more of a G than Moody. Like Russell's going to be Moody. Clarkson's going to square up on everybody. Like you have him and Najee Marshall on the same team at the same time. Nobody wants to fist fight you. Maybe
tough team.
I mean, and that makes it fun. I would prefer more scrappy than Moody if I had to choose. And I think the skill set's fairly similar. Both guys should be sixth men.
Yeah, and I think Clarkson is more comfortable in that particular role than maybe D'Angelo Russell would be. But man, when you hear Jason Kidd talk, it sounds like Cooper Flagg's going to be running a lot of points.
I'm excited about that possibility.
Well, until he fails. That's how I think that's how he made it sound.
Yeah, they want to make him uncomfortable.
Yeah, he qualified to the point. Well, it's nothing wrong with failing. Guys fail. That kind of that. And I'm like, what?
Yeah.
You're gonna throw him out there, and but he wants him to do. He's going to see.
And that's part of the weird state of this Mavs team right now. When Jason Kidd was in Milwaukee and he was doing that with Giannis, they weren't in any type of win now mode. They weren't in any type of expectation of winning mode. It's like, Giannis, go take your lumps, dude. Yeah. You're going to have games where you turn the ball over, you look like a schmo.
Yeah,
there's no reason you should be a point guard, but we are in that portion of our build to where it's okay. This Mavs one, it's like, man, we're in this weird position where, okay, we want to try and groom the youngster to become this guy, but at the same time, we have these championship expectations. So it's that two-timeline weird state that the Mavericks are in where, how much of a tolerance will you have as you're trying to build up a guy's skill set? I don't know.
It's got to be a different kind of point guard. It can't be a high-usage type of point guard. I think the turnovers would just skyrocket. But if all you want is, hey, bring it up the court.
That's what I think they're trying to do,
throw it to the best scorer you see. Like that kind of point guard I think he could maybe handle without things. But it's definitely worth a shot of finding out because they just are lacking.
Definitely.
Everybody was talking about, in the NBA, his ability to bring it up without pressure shouldn't be a problem. Yeah. But all of a sudden you start playing teams, they're like, well, let's pick him up. Let's pick him up at the other end and see if he can, in fact, bring the ball up. Let's not give him a free path to be able to do this.
And let's not make any mistake about it. These guys don't really want to do that defensively. You're going to go through many nights
they do not want to
throughout the regular season where these teams don't want to pick up crap.
No.
Now, once you start getting into
playoffs,
March and April basketball, things change. Hopefully by then he's grown significantly.
He's then.
Yeah, you'll have a couple of random teams, random players throughout the regular season that are just kind of that try-hard guy. But for the most part, dude, on a Tuesday night in the regular season, Cooper Flagg can be able to walk the ball up, bro.
Yeah, he will be able to. And if they press, I like his skill set and his height just to beat it very quickly. And a couple of dunks later, they're out of it.
See, and that's where the size and the IQ and the vision all come into play. And I think he checks those boxes for sure.
Who knows what the Mavs could look like tomorrow afternoon? We are in one of the most interesting 24 hours in all of sports for the year is the kickoff and the quick sprint to the finish here in NBA free agency. And again, it's underway at 5 o'clock tonight. Big trade in the NFL this morning. The Steelers, man, when I saw they had traded for Jalen Ramsey, I was like live watching NFL Twitter, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool trade. I wonder what they give up. And a couple of minutes later, they gave up Minkah Fitzpatrick, a better player, right?
They traded for Minkah. It was weird. It was a weird swap. I guess they're taking up $26.6 million of Ramsey's contract, and Minkah was on a pretty big contract too. But I thought this was pretty stunning. I figured you'd want Ramsey to play with Minkah Fitzpatrick, unless Minkah's just one of these guys that they think he's now declining.
Yeah, I think there's just been one of those things where over the last couple of years, people just see Minkah Fitzpatrick's name and assume he's still a pretty good player. I think he's gotten absolutely smoked plenty of times over the last couple of years. And Jalen Ramsey, if he's going to be healthy, is absolutely a better player. So I don't think I was surprised to see it as well. I just wasn't expecting that. But I do think that Jalen Ramsey for sure is the better player. They also get Jonnu Smith, who showed last year he can be a real threat in the passing game at the tight end position. So I would say for the Steelers, they're obviously trying to win right now. Like we can laugh at them all we want because of the division they're in. And just what we view them as is just sort of a middling team who's just trying to get to 500. But they're doing everything they can to throw as many veterans at the spot, and Ramsey's still a solid corner.
Yeah, solid corner. Interesting team, how they move out of Pickens, they bring in Metcalf, they move out of Minka Fitzpatrick, they bring in Jalen Ramsey. It's like musical chairs. I think if you really want to win it, you can't be doing player-for-player stuff. You got to be adding. You got to be giving up future draft picks for good players now. I think there's a lot of teams that are in this. We got to obsess over how we manage our pie and not overspend any given year, and it's holding back organizations that have had tremendous history of winning, like the Steelers and all their success. This playoff streak just is a testament to how good they are at team building.
Yeah, and they've got a huge hole at safety now, and they're old in the secondary. They added guys like Darius Slay this offseason. It's a weird place for Pittsburgh with where they are.
All right, we got to run, G-Back Nation. We are live at the Comerica backyard here at the Globe. Suite level, center field. Come say hi. If you got a ticket tonight, we'd love to do a little bit of fellowship. And okay, we'll come back with the G-Bag of the Day champion and then Wolchuk's top 10. Where are you taking it today, buddy?
We've got the funniest names in Major League Baseball history as we are live from the Comerica backyard. What are some of your go-to MLB names? That's next in the nation.
Plant your flags, Tolos. This is your afternoon show.
The G-Bag Nation.
Right here on 105.3.
With Alliance Hyundai. We're building momentum with over 500 new and used.
I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, but
Nah, that's insane. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper lady.
921 more to see how easy it is to switch and save. Restrictions apply. PUC 10014.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. We're live at the Globe. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first. 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Let's go back into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has the G-Bag of the day. Sir?
Shoot yeah, boy. Shoot yeah, boy. Shoot yeah, boy. All right, let's get into a G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30 and replay the champ right here at 2:20-ish. My name is Lucius Alexander. I go by LA. You may hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media, LUCIOUS. This is day 2 for our champion auto right here. Most epic bar rant of all time. I am willing to bet this happened somewhere in the state of Pennsylvania. I'm not for sure.
Ooh, I hear
Might
it.
be Philly.
Yeah.
I can hear Pennsylvania for sure.
Maybe Pittsburgh.
Might be
Right.
Philly by the way they keep serving this man. You know?
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyway, this dude right here was, What? What'd you say, Phil?
He's fine. This guy?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right, he's just 3 sheets to the wind.
Yeah.
Legal.
And asking for more liquor. Spilt liquor. This man right here was trying to ask a woman named Cindy out on a date, but her friend kept messing up the vibe, so he went off.
You're the most ignorant that I've ever met. Yeah.
Really?
I didn't do anything to you. 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 I bought you 3 drinks, and as soon as you got the Hennessy in you, you went ballistic on taking it out on every man in the world. You. 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 That's why you're alone, because you're a And Cindy, I apologize.
Yeah.
I really wanted to talk to you. I wanted to ask you out to dinner, but you got a boy. And no, you better give me Jameson.
Better.
Sweet teas right now.
Right now.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
Give it to me.
And you're so good friends with her that you f***ed up her night. Because I wanted to take Cindy out to dinner during the week, but you're such a that I ain't even talking to her. And I apologize, Cindy.
Cindy. Back around.
Cindy.
Listen, Cindy.
Man, really a good guy.
Gets sober quick when he's getting his romance on.
Yeah.
Bartenders don't get paid enough, do they? To put up with this? Maybe they're making a lot.
Some of them do, man. My cousin's like a bartender, and they're like influencers now, influencer bartenders. Yeah, meet me at this spot. I'm guest bartending at this place, and then, or I'm guest bartending by this pool party, and people show up and take photos with the bartender.
Wow. Do they have like little different nuances and tricks of the trade that make them cooler than the next guy that's pouring me?
I'm sure you have to have your vibe, You got to have something. Look, I can light this thing on fire and spin it behind my back before I serve you these shots.
Like turn this thing into like a hibachi style like entertainment.
He's a showman. Yeah, I do appreciate that kind of stuff. You can be a little bit of showman while you're slinging those drinks.
Yeah, you guys never saw the movie Cocktail?
Yep.
No.
Yeah,
No,
Tom
never saw
Cruise.
Cocktail.
Cocktail was a
hell of a soundtrack back in about 86.
Yeah,
I seen Coyote Ugly. How about that one?
Yeah.
That's better.
Yeah.
That one's actually better. Tom Cruise is like he's a celebrity bartender guy. It's kind of bad.
Okay.
Let's see if this drunk can make it, 2 in his pursuit of 5. G-Bag Nation Immortality. He'll face the challengers coming up at 5:30 right before we get to L.A. Live. It's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20. Here he is.
Hanging out Comerica Backyard here at Globe Life Field. Top 10 most unforgettable baseball names of all time. Big bummer to my Stars' heart, though, is Aaron Ekblad, the defenseman that I really wanted. He's going back to Florida. Screw the Panthers. They're just bringing everyone back. I don't know how they have the money to do it. They're finding a way. They're probably going to go ahead and win 3 in a row, but there goes my wish of a free agent acquisition. But congratulations to Texas State. The board has approved the $5 million buyout to leave the Sun Belt. They are officially becoming the Pac-12's 8th football member for 2026. So shout out to the Bobcats. And a big win for the March Madness fans. EA Sports College Basketball is bringing back the video game in 2028. I used to love this game as a kid. I thought it was a blast. So with the success of college football, they're bringing back the college basketball game. So all the March Madness fans out there like myself, you can rejoice. That's going to be awesome.
I've been going through my top 10 most memorable. Wolchuk, most of them are from the 80s. Okay. We're going to start with Spike Owen. I believe from Cleburne.
Spack.
He was a good Mariner for a couple of years, so he hit my radar pretty hard. Willie McGee of the St. Louis Cardinals, a speedy left fielder. He'd steal bases. He's a slap hitter.
He sounds fast.
Willie
He's a
McGee,
slap hitter.
You got to be kidding me. Broke my heart when they lost the World Series thanks to Don Denkinger.
Yeah, Willie McGee used to, like, every opening day would come running out on the field and do, like, a big-time backflip.
He
like,
was
in his
amazing,
position. Like, the ball, they throw him the ground ball, and he'd doing this backflip, and when he came down, he's grabbing the ball and throwing. That was
true athlete.
Oh gosh, yeah, Willie McGee was incredible.
Super skinny.
Oh no,
guy
wait, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of Ozzie Smith.
Ozzie Smith.
I'm thinking of
Yes,
Ozzie Smith.
the wizard.
Willie McGee was okay. Willie McGee was on the Busch Stadium turf. He like beat the ball into the ground and take a huge hop,
Closest
and then
thing to
he
Ichiro.
would take off running. I'm sorry, I got my really good St. Louis Cardinal athlete guys confused there.
All good, happens to the best of us.
But Willie was a kind of a slap hitter, ball bounce, and then run on that turf. That's what he was.
Kirby Puckett's another great name.
that's great.
Oral Hershiser
Oral
of Dodgers
Hershiser.
fame in what was that? Was that 90 or 89?
Oh, he was in the
87?
80s. Yeah, 88. Yeah, he was in the 80s.
Phenomenal.
But that's about all I got, Wolchuk.
Good
Don
names.
Mattingly.
Got Don.
That's a great name.
Don.
Did they have the name Biff Poparoga?
I'm pretty sure Biff Poparoga was on here as an honorable mention.
Now, Biff
Number
Poparoga-
27 is Biff Pocaroba.
Is he on there?
That's awesome.
Atlanta Braves.
Yep. Atlanta Braves third baseman from 1975 to 1984.
Yeah, Biff Poparoga.
How about Chili Davis?
Chili Davis was good.
Chili Davis.
How about Manny Sanguian?
Manny, I don't
iconic.
think Manny might be down here somewhere.
Okay.
Not in the top. I mean, we got a lot of really good names. I didn't even know about some of these Major League Baseball names.
Jack Glasscock.
How did Stubby Clapp not make it into the top 35?
Stubby Clapp?
Stubby Clapp's number 37 on
Catfish
here.
Hunter?
Jack Glasscock at 36.
Oh, I see what we're doing here today.
Lil Stoner at number 35.
Wait, what?
Lil Stoner, 1919 to 1933 for the Detroit Tigers, Pittsburgh Pirates, and Philadelphia
He was a
Phillies.
favorite among his teammates.
He was.
Little Stoner.
He was. Mysterious Walker at number 33. That's an old school player right there.
Yeah.
Played in the late 1800s.
See, that's the cool thing about fun baseball names is they go so far back that they really are
Oil
ridiculous.
Can Boyd?
No, Rocam I don't think's on here.
Who?
Rocam Boyd. Did you say Rocam Boyd?
Oil Can.
Oh, Oil Can. Oil Can might be. We might get an Oil Can.
Oil Can
appearance.
Boyd.
Can's got to be in there.
We might get an Oil Can appearance. Other honorable mentions here. We got Mordecai Three Finger Brown.
Oh,
Yeah,
dude.
I mean, that's legendary.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't even need a nickname if your name's Mordecai.
No.
So these are
Just
nickname
badass.
people, or these are just like
Some
real
of these
names?
people these are real names, and then some of them just went by their nicknames.
Yeah.
Vinegar Bend Mizzle, number 19.
Mizell, I think.
Mizell.
Yeah.
From
Vinegar Band
Alabama.
Mizell. Yeah.
Left-handed pitcher, played
Yeah.
from 52 to 62
Yeah.
for the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Yo-Yo Davalillo.
He had to be a pitcher.
Shortstop?
That old
Guy
yo-yo
was just
style.
he was Venezuelan.
Was it
5'3",
Vic
140,
Davalillo?
one of the shortest players in Major League Baseball
Vic-
history.
Did he go by Vic Davalillo?
No, Yo-Yo.
Yo-Yo?
Popeye
Oh.
was his first name. He went by Yo-Yo.
His first name was Popeye, but he went by Yo-Yo. That's one of the greatest names. I can't
incredible.
believe that's outside looking in.
I know. We got Dizzy Trout outside looking
That's
in.
a pitcher.
39 to 52. Won the World Series in 45 with the Tigers. Boots Poffenberger. Cletus Elwood Boots Poffenberger is the full name here. That is, wow. Cletus Elwood Boots Poffenberger.
He's got to be a
crazy.
late 1800s guy.
We're talking 1930s here.
Oh, wow, okay.
Poffenberger's so proper, you know?
Very, very posh.
I imagine you're from old money if your last name is Poffenberger, but then you hit me with the Cletus.
But the Cletus.
Yeah.
Isn't Cletus the Fox robot? Then, that's
Cletus.
He was the mechanic in Dukes of Hazzard.
Dukes of Hazzard, too. Yeah.
We got Steamboat Struss. Comes in at number 15. Shoeless Joe Jackson. Icicle Reader, number 13. Jigger Stats comes in at number 12.
Good fisherman.
And The Only Nolan, number 11.
First name The, middle name Only, last name Nolan?
Damn right it is.
All right, very good.
That's an 1878 player.
How about Blue Moon Odom? Is he on this list, I hope?
Blue Moon?
Oh, he was the outside looking in guy. I saw him.
We scrolled past the Blue Moon.
Oh, did we?
Definitely
Blue
did.
Moon Odom, we went past?
Yeah, he didn't make the top
You have
10.
10 better than what you just did as honorable mentions?
I know.
Well, we are getting a lot of love for Raleigh Fingers.
Raleigh Fingers is a legend.
His name famously is a sentence. We are getting Coco Crisp coming in.
I love Coco Crisp.
Dizzy Dean.
Dizzy.
St. Louis. That's from our guy Tim in Carthage.
Yeah, back in the day.
That's a hell of a poll.
I mean, hey, good. Our buddy Tony texted in. I don't think he gets enough love for just how sort of funny this name is. Mookie Betts. Like we just say Mookie Betts like it's just like it's John Williams.
Yeah.
Mookie Betts is incredible.
Frank the Tank Thomas.
You had Mookie Blaylock of the Atlanta Hawks. There was a Mookie on the Mets in the 80s.
Mookie Wilson.
Mookie Wilson. All right, number 10
Can't remember what I had for lunch today, but I remember
you're pulling here.
Yeah.
Number 10, most unforgettable baseball names of all time. Thank you very much here, Lucius. Select the vibes, baby. Mark Lemongello. 6'1", 180. Toronto Blue Jay, Houston Astro. He's a pitcher from 76 to 79.
You know what's crazy is we never had. There's not a lemon flavored Jello, is there?
There's lime. There's the limoncello drink, which is very popular in Italy.
Is that like shots?
It's a liqueur.
Is that a shot
Yeah.
still?
That's delicious. Number 9, Catfish Hunter.
Yeah.
Jim Augustus.
Yeah.
Catfish Hunter.
Oakland A's back in the day, 1972, 73.
American League's first perfect game.
Isn't that what the grumpy
46
old men
years.
called the fish they were chasing after? Catfish Hunter?
Catfish Hunter. James
So, or maybe
Augustus.
Yeah.
Number 8, we got Sugar Cane. Merritt Patrick Sugar Cane. Sweetened Major League Baseball as a left-handed pitcher for teams including the Athletics, the Browns, and the Chicago White Sox. This is 32 to 38.
Yeah, this is way back.
Well, that's back when the Athletics were in filthy.
Oh, yeah. Moonlight Graham at number 7. First name Archibald.
When did we stop making Archibalds?
Well, this was 1905.
Tiny Nate Archibald.
I'd say
30s.
1920s. I know one.
Yeah.
Yeah, 30s maybe.
Archie,
Archibalds.
right? We're just an Archie.
Archibald Wright, Moonlight Graham. Number 6, Boiler Yard Clark. William Jones, Boiler Yard Clark. He earned his industrial strength nickname for his thunderous voice that echoed across ballparks. He was a catcher from 93 to 05 and was the coach at Princeton University.
You'd hear him across the boiler yard, huh?
Didn't wear a cup.
5 is Heine Miney.
He's too manly for a cup.
He was. That's why he had a loud voice.
Heine Miney might be my favorite so far. Heine Miney's a tremendous name. 29 to 34. Heine Miney. Significant pitching performances for the Pirates from 29 to 34. He had a 1922 stint with the St. Louis Browns, spent 7 years away from Major League
I think
Baseball.
at one time the Browns were bad.
They were probably very bad.
I think they were bad at one time.
Well, we are getting reports out of the 817 that there is such thing as lemon Jello. Okay,
Oh,
so
there
my
are.
apologies. When I think of Jello, I just think of red. I feel like there's such like red and blue. Those are like the
Green.
only.
I've seen green.
Got the green one going. Goose Gossage getting texted in.
Goose
in
Gossage
the
is a great
817.
name.
Tug McGraw in the
Tug
817
McGraw.
as well.
That's Tim's dad.
There we go.
Baseball player?
Cool Papa Bell from the 817. Icebox Ferguson, Midnight Brown.
Got that icebox where my heart used to be.
Some
Well,
good ones
Chuck.
being texted in here. All right, here's your top 4. Van Lingle Mungo, number 4.
That's a
You're just
reach.
making crap up now.
No, born in 1911 in South Carolina. He pitched for the Brooklyn Dodgers and the New York Giants from 31 through 45.
Wow.
Number 3, Wonderful, Terrific Mons the Third.
I'm sorry?
Wonderful, Terrific Mons the Third.
Man.
Comes in at number 3.
His parents had some confidence.
Man,
in
this
him.
guy's not even that old. He was drafted by the Braves in 93.
Huh.
2, Orator Schaefer. George W. Orator Schaefer.
What's an orator?
It's a great question. I'm on it. But
speaker?
They considered him very eloquent. Yep, I think you're probably right. I think that would make some sense there.
Isn't that where you stand up, or is that a dais?
A dais?
Dais? Is that what it is? Dais? Dais?
Dais.
Yeah.
It's better known as a podium, but
Dais.
people like real hoity-toity.
I remember that from the Brady roast. They're like, all right, next up to the dais. They all
Dais.
stand there. By the way, Brady was shooting a shot all over the Bezos wedding, apparently.
Is that a euphemism?
Yeah.
Was he hitting on bridesmaids?
He was hitting on Sydney Sweeney. He was hitting on some other supermodel. I think there's like a 20-year difference.
How do we know
between
they
Brady
weren't
and
hitting
Sweeney.
on him?
Maybe they were. Apparently, he had great conversations with both from the spies from TMZ that were in
as he
attendance.
was riding gondolas everywhere.
How many deflated balls jokes do you think got cracked at that wedding?
I'd say a bunch. But although I'm sure there was plenty of Bezos jokes.
Orator, a public speaker, especially one who is eloquent or skilled.
You nailed it, Dawson. Look at you. But number one, most unforgettable MLB name in history, Mudcat Grant. James Timothy Mudcat Grant tops the list.
That's better than Raleigh Fingers.
I'd probably go with
Mudcat Grant's pretty good.
Mudcat is good.
Mudcat, yeah, absolutely. I think he deserves a place.
If you were called Mudcat, you'd be pretty proud of
Hit a
that.
home run during the '65 World Series.
Wait, call me Mudcat real quick.
Hey, Mudcat.
Damn, you're right.
were a
That
lot
does sound
better.
pretty
Pretty
good.
cool,
That
right?
does feel pretty
Yeah,
nice.
Mudcat's pretty damn.
Mudcat means you're kind of tough, kind of dirty.
You're a little bit of a P, but also we kind
yeah.
of respect you because you get after it.
You're a tough guy. Sure.
Yeah.
Mudcat.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank
Another
you.
top 10 is in the books here in the Jeep Bag Nation. We're live at the Comerica backyard. Where are we going next, Chief?
Best of the weekend, we have your father of the weekend. This might be father of the year.
Oh, yeah.
And the biggest scam in all of sport next in the nation.
All right, I'll tell you what's not a scam. That's my homies at Collars & Co. They're the makers of the dress collar polo. They've sold millions of those. You heard me talk about them. Rep them from time to time. I love them. They're fantastic. It's the dress collar polo. It's got the...
Fruits what? Nutmeg mayonnaise? No. Nutmeg mayonnaise? I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it some fun squad?
Training camp coverage like no other in Oxnard beginning Monday, July 21st. Turn it on and leave it on. Your official home of the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 or 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. Exciting day in sports, man. We tick closer to Oxnard here coming up in less than a month. 3.5 weeks we'll be there. You got the Rangers getting set to host the Orioles tonight, hopefully sweep them. And you have the Mavs in free agency here in the NBA starting in 2 hours and 15 minutes. This is incredible. But before we look any more forward, we got to take a look at what just happened, Chief.
Yes, sir. We start with your sports headline of the weekend that reads from the Cleveland Plain Dealer, Deshaun Watson taking Shedeur Sanders, quote, under his wing as mentor to Browns quarterback.
Wow. That's just that's not what you want.
I think it's fair to say that generally speaking, when there's a wing to get under as a young person, you want to get under that wing. This would be one of those wings that you want to flee from.
Stay away.
You might want to try and snap that wing just so that it cannot even attempt to chase you and put you under it.
Yeah. Is it possible he's locked in the building and he's just got this weird kink thing that he indulged in? You know what I'm saying?
I think it is very possible.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I think there's a chance of that.
But I wouldn't even if that's true 100%, I wouldn't want any messaging going outside the building like that.
Yeah,
keep this internal.
You don't have wings anymore.
He has no influence over anybody.
Right, absolutely. So just something to be concerned about if you're a Browns fan, hoping Shedeur Sanders is
other options. What, Kenny Pickett? Because Joe Flacco is very adamant he's not a mentor.
Yeah, I mean, some guys don't get wings. I mean, who is Cam Ward under anyone's wing right now in Tennessee? I don't think so. You don't want to be under a Will Levis wing.
He's Will Levison winging.
That's not a wing you want to be under.
Mayonnaise all over that wing.
Some guys don't get afforded the opportunity to be under a veteran wing.
And sometimes, a guy with Cam Ward who just seems to be so disciplined and dialed, I don't want him being influenced by anybody. Trust your gut.
Yeah.
It's going great.
Just do your thing.
I think Will Levis should be under his wing, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's Aaron Rodgers showing up his freshman year of high school football, right? The upperclassmen are dominating him on the weights, and he's outworking everybody, and they're like, holy crap, what's this kid on?
Different level.
Yeah.
He's that dude. I am pulling for Cam Ward. I actually saw something pretty crazy. I've never seen this before over the weekend. I think one of the owner's daughters of the Tennessee Titans had her wedding just simply at the Titans stadium.
Oh,
so it was
sweet.
on the field, the whole stadium was basically their wedding venue. I was like, that's pretty amazing.
Awesome.
Oh, by the way, did you see Coach O go Tigers on the dance floor, just ripping his shirt
I tell you
off?
what, and I was at a wedding Saturday night.
Dang, dude, it's wedding season for you.
Broadus ripped his shirt off.
This was the second wedding in 3 weeks.
Yeah.
But buddy of mine, Todd Weber, his son Bill, who's the coach, offensive line coach at Angelo State, had a wedding, and it was a lot of fun wedding, but not to the point where ripping your shirt off thing. Whose wedding was he at? Did they say which staffer he was?
I don't remember the person's name, but it was one of his old staffers from LSU.
Yeah, I need to find that out and see what wedding they were at. But that seems pretty par for the course for Coach O doing that stuff.
There's party guy. What is that? You think is that liquor? Is that just straight light beer, domestic beer? Is he getting a little bit of help?
It's
out
probably
of his back
whiskey.
pocket. What do you think?
I think that's definitely a liquor situation. I also think that's a guy who's just dancing on cloud nine, knowing he doesn't have to work another day in his life.
He's
Every
a guy
day's a party for
he's
Coach
a guy
O.
he's a
Why
guy.
would I have my shirt on if I'm Coach O? I totally get it.
Oh, he just had to pay $8 million to his ex-wife.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Ed Orgeron owes his ex-wife $8 million off of his LSU buyout. So
he got 17, didn't he?
Okay,
Remember,
he's still fine. He's going to, he's still in a great position, but now he's single. So now he's just trying to show off for all the young ladies.
I think he lives down in Miami. I think he's got a condo situation. They were interviewing him, and he was talking about, I live on the 17th floor of this building, and he was doing that whole bit, and he was talking about go out, work out every day. Go out there and jog a little bit, and you get outside and let everybody see me without my shirt on. I see me without my shirt on. I was at a wedding the other day, and I was doing some Coach O things. You see me with my no shirt? Yeah. I was liquored up pretty good. Had a ride home from the state troopers. State troopers are friends of mine. Yeah, they're friends. Yeah.
difference.
Let's go.
That was
Well
good.
done.
That was probably your best one.
Well,
that was
done,
fantastic.
Broadus. Wow, I thought you was just limited to go to.
Oh, well, that man, I tell you what, that guy, he is.
He's
yeah,
legend.
2019, man, the greatest team ever to play college football, and he was the coach of it. And the guy's ripping off his shirt at a wedding. I love
63, just looking shredded as hell.
Yeah.
Once you got $10 million in the bank and you set up with a good financial advisor and you're pulling in yield off that, you're probably knocking back what? At least $300K, maybe $500,000 annually. Wow. Just, passive income rolling in.
Incredible.
He's living the good life. And that's assuming he only has that $10 million. I mean, he was getting quite a paycheck before that, worked a long time. So he might have had a nest egg before then. I don't think we'll ever see him coach again. And I hope he gets a podcast or something.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You gonna come work with me? Yeah. I got some ideas for Coach O. Yeah. I'm telling you. I might sound funny, but I'm funny. Yeah. I'm funny.
Yeah, we'll be using that audio quite a bit. Thank you, Broadus. That was awesome. Jake Paul, we actually watched that fight this weekend. Me and Walchuk did. We gathered for a little UFC. The UFC fights were legit.
Yep.
Really, really entertaining, fun fights. And then we had the Jake Paul fight on screen number 2, and that was just, total scam alert.
Yeah,
that's what it is. Even though he's now on Twitter saying after years of letting it slide as just haters being haters, Jake Paul's now saying, I've asked my team to vigorously go after anyone who makes up lies about my boxing career. Expect to get served, you pigs.
Yeah, bring it on. Serve me. Serve me.
So he wants a shot at a title? He beat a former champion, Wolchuk.
He's throwing out Anthony Joshua. Yeah, a dude who's old as hell now and didn't throw. Like, that's the thing. I really think when you're signing on to fight Jake Paul, you can't hurt him. It's in the contract because the guy doesn't throw a punch until the 8th round, and then it looked like he clipped him pretty good and catches him, so he doesn't end up falling to the ground. I think the whole thing's just complete BS, and it was boring as hell. Lucius, did you watch any of this? Like, I just can't buy that this is real.
Nope. I'm not falling for it anymore. That Mike Tyson one was the last bit for me.
Yep. Good for you, dude.
Yeah, that was the
Makes
one.
sense.
That was the one. UFC fights were good.
I did watch Deontay Wilder fight on Friday, I believe it was.
How was that?
Yeah.
He's getting it back. He fought a real, I say this respectfully, a tuna can, you know what I mean? Like, bum of the month kind of guy, you know what I mean?
To this day, huh?
Yeah.
Get some confidence back.
The jab was, getting the confidence back. The jab was looking good. He's still kind of trying to get his footing together, but let him and Jake Paul fight. How about that?
I'd love it.
How about that?
Dude, that'd be wild.
That's a pay-per-view right there.
Yeah.
Might get me back on that one.
Wilder would clean his claw.
Yes, that's what I want to see.
It'd be epic.
Speaking of clip, how much did you guys get clipped for that one, though?
$3.95 special?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got the old free 99.
I got the package.
Membership has its benefits.
I think
You know
I
about
paid,
that package.
Got the package.
I paid that today.
What is that?
Today's the final month, yeah.
Most impressive package in sports.
Allegedly. Y'all say that allegedly, right?
Allegedly.
Yeah, y'all was just, this is entertainment.
Kind of
No,
like
I'm
that.
paying.
We're like that high jump. We got a good package.
You guys need to check your emails and do your little modules.
Got a discount for $20.
I'm just saying that on air.
Thank you, Lucius.
Yeah.
All right. We have the father of the year who saved his daughter. These cruise ships, man. There's just always something. Whether it's
Wolchuk's going
poo.
to tell us how much fun they are.
There's not always something. You know how many are departing a day and you don't hear a damn thing about them?
Well, this girl, 5 years old, falls off
Don't
the
poo-poo
fourth
on that.
deck into the ocean.
No.
Dad
that's parental
leaps
error.
off
How
the
old?
deck. 5-year-old.
Oh, wow.
So may or may not be able
Yes,
to
I'm going
swim.
over. I'm going over. Yeah.
Of course.
Dad goes over. They're treading for 20 minutes before safety arrives, and they're all good. No injuries.
Jeez.
Father of the year. Congratulations to him.
The
How
Peyton Hill
far
is
did
father
they
of the
fall?
year.
Yeah, the Peyton Hill's father. Yeah, no question.
How far?
Fourth deck. So I don't know exactly what that means.
She's
but
lucky she survived.
We had up
feet.
to 13, or actually, I think it was 16.
So is that like 10 feet a deck?
Probably.
feels like a pretty
she
big
was
deck,
pretty,
Broadus.
yeah,
Plus
it's
the
pretty
part of
high.
the boat that's just the boat, not part of the deck.
No, it's pretty. But what are the parents doing, letting her get that close to be able to jump off?
How
Here we go.
can
Let's
you
lash
jump
out at
off?
Mom and Dad?
Come on.
Dad recovered though.
He
now
did.
now
he
it's back
did.
to even.
He probably knows, crap, this is on me. I'm dead either way. If wife finds out about this, I've got to jump in and go save her.
I've never been on a cruise ship. I never will. But is it like we're at the Globe right now? Is it like that kind of a rail where you could fall off into the water?
It's a little bit higher.
A little bit higher.
Hey, yeah.
I told you.
You got to try. You got to really try, bro.
Yeah, you got to climb up this thing and jump off. It's not that easy.
So how was the girl up there? It's crazy.
She obviously was playing, and they weren't paying attention. Next thing you know, cowabunga!
She sounds like an athlete. She's able to get up
I
Oh,
there
told you that time that in the old press box at Colquhoun Stadium there in San Diego, that radio broadcast position is so steep coming down to the front of the box. A guy tripped from the back and went out the window. And fell in the crowd and passed away.
That's awful.
Broadcaster. Yeah.
Hey guys,
just tripped and went head first down out the window into the crowd.
One day you're here.
That's awful.
Speaking of that, I think the funniest video that I've seen in a while is that dude, the shoplifter in Houston, who was in the Galleria Mall, and he leapt over the second floor, whatever, down onto the ice rink, and his legs just splatter right there. Just breaks both of his legs.
What was he stealing? Was it like a phone or something? Something weak. It was real weak, bro.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it was real weak.
You need a 5-figure payday to even risk that.
Is your phone okay, Lucius? Did it survive?
No, it should be in the mail. Should be here Tuesday afternoon, Tuesday night.
The same phone or a new one?
A new one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, did you lose it?
No, it just stopped working on me. It just kept restarting over and over nonstop. Yeah.
When did you finally pull the plug on that coming back?
What?
When did you finally pull the plug on the hook
I couldn't get to anything. Yeah, I don't know. I think it was Friday morning. I was like,
okay, that's it.
F this.
When all the clientele couldn't get a hold of him.
Yeah, but these guys, we see this every now and then. They're at the mall and they try the escape. I don't know why you wouldn't think ahead and tie a rope, or have some sort of a grappling hook so you can make a Batman video out of it at the same time and try to get away. Probably have a badass viral video if you do hit.
Yeah.
I mean, you could really escape from that with just a little bit of planning.
Yeah, because in this case he went viral, but it wasn't badass.
No, it wasn't.
It was
dumbass. These guys and gals,
two different kind of virals here.
How about these guys and gals? I've seen the videos. They just walk in these stores and start slamming the cases
and just start ripping crap out.
And then they walk out. They just walk out.
Yeah,
like nothing's happening.
Well, those are probably states where you can't have a firearm. Or maybe you got the sign out front that says "No firearms allowed in here." We're anti-gun, and then
they're no chase, right?
Oh yeah, or
it's a no chase policy. So I'm gonna just walk in there and snatch this stuff. And they're rings. There's people sitting at their homes paying other folks to go out there and do this to businesses.
Yeah,
that's insane.
Yeah, I was watching a guy went into an Apple store and he's just pulling those phones off the cables and then grabbing the iPads and he's just putting them away and. Nobody's doing anything, and he just walked right out the store.
Was that California for you?
I don't know. It was a black and white video.
Lawless land. We do have a couple of updates. Fourth deck equals 80 feet, from the 6
you can handle that fall. Yeah.
A lot of people letting us know it was sunglasses that Schmuckface was stealing.
Oof, wow.
When he broke his legs on the ice
And then this
rink.
dad of the year, multiple people are saying he put the daughter on the railing, and then she fell off.
You idiot.
Oh, no.
So,
he made up for it.
He did.
I'm going to get your picture.
He saved the day. Woo! Thank God.
My goodness.
That would have been
made up for it, bro. It's hilarious.
The most heroic.
Still the dad of the year. Are you kidding me? He went in there.
Is that dumbass or badass, Chief?
How does that work, though? Do they practice man overboard and they tell you you keep an eye on if people are falling off?
When you first board the ship, you go to your designated area where if there's an evacuation, this is where you're supposed to go. Yeah. Otherwise, I can't tell you.
Okay.
That's basically all I know.
Yeah.
You're not getting on the boat, you're the lifeboat, you're giving up your seat.
At that point, I probably just don't even care.
Okay, the Cowboys' secret weapon for building the offensive line, we have a deep dive on that as Garrett Podell, CBS Sports, joins us next here in the Nation.
30 straight minutes without interruption. It's our on-time experts commercial-free expressway at 720 with Sean and RJ, 1220 with KNC, and 520 with Jeep.
sounds low of V products. I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maid?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Don't hesitate. Visit Berkeys.com today.
Berkeys, we're there when you need us.
M37968.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live in Arlington at the ballpark, Comerica backyard. Join us out here in center field on the suite level. If you're coming on out, should be a good one. Tomorrow is Jacob deGrom replica jersey night, though, as they open a series with the Orioles tonight. And it'll be good times. We need some wins. Dropped 2 of 3 to the Mariners over the weekend. All the games went to extra innings. And unfortunately, the Rangers just did not have enough punch to win the series. Could have swept them. All right, so is that a positive? I don't know, but I mean, Leiter and Rocker were pretty dang good, and Corey Seager's now swinging a hot bat. So I'm going to continue to force myself to be optimistic until I guess maybe double digits back of the division and 6 games of the wild card. Until we're short of that, Wolchuk, you hold me to this, I'm going to remain positive.
Perfect. I want you to remain positive.
Pre-game.
We need the positivity.
Hey, I'm doing my best. Pre-game's coming up at 6:30. First pitch at 7:05. You know how hard it is for me to stay positive. But
I know.
On this next story, I'm positive this is an advantage for the Cowboys, as their secret weapon for building the offensive line is, perhaps a guy here, Duke Manyweather, that we've been hearing quite a bit about in, I don't know, maybe the last half decade or so. He has this offensive line masterminds program, and a lot of the best offensive linemen around the NFL talk about what Duke Manyweather has done for them. So joining us now to talk more about this is a guy who wrote an article about Duke today, Garrett Podell, CBS Sports, joining us now here on the Fan. Good afternoon to you, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing fantastic, guys. Thank you so much for having me on. Just trying to enjoy the downtime here before camp out in Oxnard, having a great day.
It seems like a few years back we started hearing so much about Duke. Give us some background. How did he burst on the scene so quick, and where's he come from?
Yeah, that's a great question. He was a D2 football player out at Humboldt State in California, and, kind of a shorter stature guy in the height department. He kind of realized the NFL, probably not for him as a player, which is why he kind of, in college, honed in on his technique and kind of his 3 pillars that he told me when I spoke to him on the phone: mind, body, and craft. And so he's kind of been honing those in, and he would train guys before the draft, after the draft, but kind of his first big client was Philadelphia Eagles Pro Bowl right tackle Lane Johnson. And, he has this summit, Offensive Masterminds Summit, each year in July, and kind of gets all the top offensive linemen from around the league, and they kind of train for a couple days. He also does the one-on-one regular training that I wrote about him doing with the Cowboys. But when he was watching the NFL Top 100 back in 2018, just to support his guy in Lane to see where he would land, he noticed that some of the defensive players were saying, we get together, hang out in the summer. Von Miller organizes a sack summit, and that really helps us. And so he picked up the phone and called Lane and said, we have to do something like that for the O-line. So his first kind of big summit at the time in 2018 that summer had Chiefs All-Pro right tackle Mitchell Schwartz, then New Orleans Saints Pro Bowl left tackle Teron Armstead, Buccaneers Pro Bowl center Ryan Jensen, former first-round pick and DJ Fluker. So that summit's kind of built. And then after that kind of first big event in 2018, that kind of really grew his clientele list. But when Zach Martin committed to working with Duke kind of in the late 2010s, that's really when he got the hook with the Cowboys, because he told me when Zach speaks, people in Dallas listen.
I believe it, man. And when it comes to the offensive line that he's currently working with now, I think it's awesome. He's working with all five, as your article illustrated. Specifically, Tyler Guyton. I think that's a question all of us have right now going into year two. What were you able to gain about that? Because it sounded like prior to the draft, I know at least the Twitter world thought maybe there was some beef between Duke and Guyton and they had stopped working together.
Yeah, I brought that up with Duke, and he thought that was really funny because Duke himself, he did tweet, it's all up to Tyler Guyton to see how he's going to be. And so a lot of people took that as, Duke saying Tyler doesn't have what it takes. But Duke was kind of saying that is kind of meaning Guyton is approaching it with the kind of mindset and aggressive determination that he needs to kind of take the next step up, because Duke kind of described to me there's a few levels of guys in their development that he's worked with. There's the obsessives who eat, sleep, breathe about it. They're texting him, hey, give me a film clip. Let's work on this, that, the other. There's the people who just do what you tell them to do, and then there's the bare minimum guys. So he kind of challenged Tyler Guyton to say, which one of those are you going to be? And, Zach, I know you were out at Cowboys minicamp OTAs, and when we spoke to Tyler about his diet and kind of cleaning up some of the things he's working on, that Guyton, at least for now, it seems like he's trending toward being on the obsessive side with it. And when I spoke one-on-one with Guyton at his locker at the end of mandatory minicamp, I said, so what are you doing with Duke? And he said, really, it's my posture, the stance, start and finish, kind of bowing his back and make sure he has more balance, because a lot of the issues, he had 14 penalties last year, which is tied for the second most in the NFL. A lot of that he kind of attributed to not being comfortable and feeling like he just wasn't balanced and out of position. But he feels like the work he's doing now with Duke in the summer is really helping him improve that. And Duke himself reiterated that to me, saying he's being able to maintain his posture underneath kind of the load that he carries at 6'7", 322 on that side. That's really kind of what they've been focusing on.
So is Manny Weather sort of on the same page with the Cowboys coaches and how they want things to be done? They're sort of in lockstep with that, so they're not learning or teaching two different styles?
That's what it is now. Now, I can tell you, like, example of yesteryear versus this year. This year, yes, Duke met with Connor Riley, the new offensive line coach who came over from Kansas State, and his offensive line assistants in the middle of June, and they spoke for about an hour and walked through stuff. And Duke told me now we're on the same page. They see stuff through the same kind of set of eyes. So they went over, here's the techniques, here's what we want to have certain guys work on. So they're in line with that. Now, when Mike Solari, who was the last offensive line coach under Mike McCarthy, I asked Duke if he would call this a philosophical agreement. He called it simply kind of a cookie-cutter technique teaching. But basically, he said Mike Solari would coach Terrence Steele to just use your length and body and size to kind of win against other defensive linemen. And he didn't really put a whole lot of stock into being detailed with the handwork. At least that was what he was coaching Terrence. Versus Duke was telling Terrence, if you have a plan with your hands, here's where you put them when they're rushing you inside, outside, that can really give you a step up. And that's something Duke and Connor Riley spoke about, and they're on the same page as really kind of getting that handwork being a major focus for Terrence Steele going forward. And Duke thinks that's going to be to Steele's and the Cowboys' benefit going forward.
So when it comes to the rest of the offensive line, what stood out about Cooper Beebe, year 2 at center, and now he's reunited with Coach Riley, who came from K-State?
Right. And that Duke said to me is going to be so massive because he said, a lot of people, when they think about the offensive line position, right, they're like, oh, that's just a bunch of big dudes. You just got to tell coaching to push. But no, Duke's big thing that he impressed upon me is just how individual working with each offensive lineman is and how different that can be and how beneficial it is to really treat each guy kind of as their own unique entity, even though when you think of an offensive line, you think of it as just a cohesive mass of humanity, right? So with Cooper, it's making sure that his offhand, so the one that's not snapping the ball to Dak Prescott, kind of being able to use that more to his advantage and it not being a neutral asset, but he can be an aggressor with that offhand the second he snaps the ball and gets into doing that, and then just filling out kind of the major details. But he really impressed upon me with Cooper Beebe. It's that offhand and really that becoming a weapon.
Hey, Garrett, as you look at this offensive line and with the new coaches, really on that side, how much do you think there will actually be a competition, say, at the left tackle spot? Is this one of those things that where Awesome Richards is, if he's not better, well, okay, then he won't be starting. But does he have a legitimate chance, you feel, if he outplays Tyler Guyton?
That's an interesting question, Brian. I feel like, right, in theory, you'd think the answer is yes, given what Brian Schottenheimer's told us about everyone's got to compete and things like that. But then we've also heard Schottenheimer say, after drafting Tyler Booker is a day one starter. So Schottenheimer also clearly has guys in his mind that are penciled in as a starter. Now, I know Guyton did have the 14 penalties and was certainly uneven last year, but kind of based on the work Guyton's put in this offseason and has continued to show, I would be surprised if there was any real competition at that left tackle spot. I feel like it's certainly Guyton's to lose. And also over the course of minicamp and OTAs, when we would ask about Tyler Booker, how's he coming along as a rookie, Schottenheimer would go out of his way to say, hey, guys, I just want you to know TG's working really hard, and he's doing everything we're asking him to. So Schottenheimer brought up Tyler Guyton unprompted a few times in his press conferences this spring, which that also kind of indicated to me he's been impressed about what Guyton's been doing this offseason.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports, with us here in the G-Bag Nation. One other thing that stood out to me was the referencing of PFF from Duke. He doesn't like the way they do some of these grading, the grading stuff. What can you share with us about that?
Yeah, that was the topic that when I spoke with Duke that he got the most fired up about, the most kind of emotion I was able to get out of him. I was simply reading to him kind of the data about Terrence Steele since he's come back from the ACL MCL tear since 2023 because I was using True Media, which has PFF data plugged into it. So I was looking at quarterback pressures allowed, and so they have that Terrence Steele's 94 quarterback pressures allowed since 2023 are the most in the NFL. Now, they do grade him well as a run blocker. They have Terrence Steele 78.9 run blocking grade for 2024, was 12th in the NFL, so he's been solid against the run, but that kind of mobility maybe still working his way back from the knee. Duke told me that Steele's looked great on the knee this summer, but he said about PFF, he feels like they don't factor in quarterback movement, so he thinks PFF is just charting if the quarterback is like near, let's say Terrence Steele, for example, near Terrence Steele, and the guy he's blocking starts to slowly come around the edge, that maybe they're charting that as a pressure. And so basically he said to me, it may appear that Terrence Steele's charted for 94 pressures, and then he said, or whatever the F it is, but it ain't that. He said, because if that was really true, then he would be gone. He would not be on the team. So he said himself, Lane Johnson, Teron Armstead are trying to get a meeting on the books with PFF to kind of recalibrate how they chart what offensive linemen, what that means when they give up a quarterback pressure.
I love it, Garrett. What else can you tell us? Is he so good that like NFL teams are going to start hiring him? Should the Cowboys want to hire him?
Well, he told me in the past, kind of before he got to this current like trainer of all, and specifically with the Cowboys offensive line, that he had done some consulting with Dallas in a particular role. And when he started out, he wasn't kind of sure what his vision was going to be. But now the facility he uses in Frisco, he used to rent it. Now he has a partnership stake in it, so he's very much got equity in the facility he uses in Frisco to train. And I think he's really happy doing what he's doing, training these guys. I mean, he lit up when he was talking to me about two non-Cowboys that he trains right now are Pro Bowler Rashawn Slater from the Los Angeles Chargers, their left tackle, and Trey Smith, another Pro Bowler from the Kansas City Chiefs, both dudes who are entering their last years of their contracts. Trey Smith just got the franchise tag from Kansas City this offseason, and he was just lit up about how he was able to have Trey Smith and Rashawn Slater working out at his spot in Frisco all the way up until mandatory minicamp, and both those guys had to report to their teams for mandatory minicamp. But I think he enjoys being kind of a refuge for guys who really want that individual training and technique work when they're able to get it. So I think he's kind of relishing in that role and likes kind of operating as his own entity, I would say.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports. Great read here on Duke Manyweather, offensive line coach to the stars here in the NFL. Thanks for the read and for your insights here on the show, and enjoy the rest of your offseason, sir.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for having me on. Would love to talk soon.
There he goes, Garrett Podell, CBS Sports here in the G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, that's big time to have him right here. You know, the amount of detail those guys can get. I do think it's probably pretty important that you be on the same page with the coaching staff. And so I think that's great that he got the endorsement there from the line coach.
And that's a difficult group to have to work with because, and I'm talking about not the players but the coaches. You know, these line coaches kind of see themselves as on their own island. You know, they're hey, we're supposed to be the engine. If everything's going bad, it's probably because of us. So they kind of take that role on of like being very much, me and my guys.
Yeah.
And to be a good coach nowadays, you got to be able to share your guys. You got to be able to. These players have their own doctors. They have their own dietitians. They have their own trainers. You got to be There used to be a time you would get all mad about that. Can't get mad anymore. If they're going to guys like Duke and you can see that they're getting better working with him, you got to embrace that and try and kind of build on the stuff that he's able to do.
It's a shame that they can't train more in the offseason with the teams, and I think all players have to be very diligent about finding the right position coach that they can continue to work with in the offseason that's going to add skills that your team's coaches also value. So it's tricky, but it's great to have Duke here in town. A nice job by Garrett, giving more details on a guy you hear a lot about actually throughout the season. You'll get a lot of Duke Manyweather references and stories. Okay, coming up next, the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening, and all the interesting things that developed in the news about your Cowboys over the weekend coming up next here on The Fan.
Throwing out sports knowledge bombs and sharing some laughs.
Start the process right now. PlatinumFord.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Hey, G-Bag Nation, welcome back. We are live Comerica Backyard here at the Globe. Tomorrow, Jacob deGrom replica jersey night, first 20,000 fans. Hot dog night on Wednesday, of course. Orioles in town, brought to you by Texas Chili Company. And, Wednesday night's also the AEW wrestling night. You can get an AEW World Series a champion wrestling belt fanny pack. Dude, that sounds like quite a co-branded item for the ages. You got to get that online, though. You do the pre-purchase item for that. That's not a first 20,000 type of deal. But I know Wrestling Rangers fans have to be ecstatic about that. This segment's the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Krusty's Corners coming up right around the corner now with Bradas. How about some Cowboys things you can gamble on? Morning News over the weekend looked at your Super Bowl odds. They looked at a couple of other odds. If this was any other team, I would jump on 4,700 for the Cowboys. I mean, they're like the 20th best odds. I mean, they had the 12 win. I guess, hey, you can't stop the run in your secondary is a joke, but I think other than the injuries, I think this offense has a chance to be really dang good. And like the Bears, I mean, the teams that have better odds than the Cowboys right now to win the Super Bowl, I think they're being undervalued right now. There's no way I'd actually put my $100 on. That's just flushing a hundo,
right?
But I mean, 47-1. There's only 32 teams in the league. Am I crazy?
No, I mean when you just referencing the Bears. I'm not familiar with all the teams that are ahead of them, but a team like the Bears being ahead of them, I think is absolutely laughable.
It's the Ben Johnson factor. That's what it is.
You're like year one. How many times has a rookie head coach gone on to win a Super Bowl? Has that ever happened? A guy who's never been a head coach in the NFL.
They're banking on that he's going to fix that quarterback, and they've got enough weapons, and
they added to the offensive line.
Yeah, the additions that they made, that he's going to scheme this thing. It's going to. I could see them thinking this is going to be like what the Commanders did last year. That's how people are probably looking at him. I wouldn't say they maybe make the Super Bowl, but look what the Commanders did getting to the NFC Championship game.
We got two rookie head coaches, Don McCafferty with the Colts, when unfortunately
they beat the Cowboys Super Bowl 5, I
and
believe.
Then George Seifert. Although Seifert took over for a pretty damn good team.
That was a different kind of situation.
How could I not remember those two names, though?
Okay, so
I would have guessed no.
I would have guessed no as well. And one of them you have to go back to Super Bowl 5.
There's a lot of stuff as a team, but I tell you what, there is something much more realistic, okay? And I got a combo pack for you. You got Dak Prescott Comeback Player of the Year at 3-1. He is the favorite for that, okay? So here's what we're going to do, guys. Mr. BetQL or BetMGM.
Yeah.
I got two $100 bills. One 100 is going on Dak Comeback Player of the Year. I'm getting 300 back.
I like that.
The other $100 bill goes on Dak MVP at 40-1. I'm doing a free roll on Dak MVP at 40-1. Are you kidding me? If this running game can't work, Lamb and Pickens, like 4,700 yards and 40 touchdowns with like a 10-7 record. I mean, the team's still not going to be that good if you can't run the football. But if you can't run the football, Dak with these weapons, that's a top 5 MVP season if he stays healthy.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, 2 years ago, he was the runner-up for MVP, and he put up great numbers in the regular season. So it's definitely not, at 40-1 odds,
it's crazy.
We actually, I think, did that exercise on Bet Nation like a month ago, and we each went around and took a quarterback, and my second one was Dak at 40-1 because the odds are crazy. Like, I don't think it's likely that he gets it.
No.
But you can envision a world where it's possible if they put up good numbers and if they surprise people and end up winning 10 to 12 games, then he's going to get votes.
I mean, it's much better than 40-1. Legitimately, there's 8 quarterbacks that could win MVP, and then Saquon Barkley or Henry if they go for 2,100 yards.
Yeah, if they break the record.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of it is, one, Vegas doesn't expect the Cowboys to do much in the way of winning.
Yeah,
right. They have their
tough
line at 7.5. The schedule is tough. And two, the Dak's health. How many games is he actually going to be able to play? And three, you just saw Joe Burrow put up numbers that Dak ain't putting up, and they won 9 games because the defense sucks so bad. And there's a real chance that could happen again. That could be a similar thing for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Dak and the offense play well, but the defense, to me, could be a huge letdown. So you got to win. you got to basically win your division to give yourself a chance to win an MVP.
You kind of got to be one of the top 2 teams in your conference, don't you? One of the best 4 teams in the regular season, and that's probably the real reason that Dak's odds are so long.
Because they were the 2 seed, 2 years ago. They ended up getting that thing like the last week of the season.
But, I mean, I could see regular season success if Philly fumbles or stumbles out of the gates, and they're not going to be the same defense that they were last year. You know, is Saquon Barkley going to stay healthy? And then after that, you just have to beat the Commanders, who invested in some of the most injury-prone free agents on the market.
Sure.
Like between Laramie Tunsil, Deebo Samuel, and who's the other big name they brought in? His name escapes me right now. But I could see the division. I could see 11 or 12 wins. You know, Siobhan Ravel's got to be good at corner.
Yeah.
Pretty quick. Kyer Elam has got to be better than he was in Buffalo. And your linebackers got to be better than what their PFF scores say they are against the run. Yeah.
Sure.
But this thing could happen, especially if you can play with a lead with these pass rushers. But this is I wanted to get your thoughts on this, Brian. And this I think perfectly segues from being 47-1 to win the Super Bowl. Warren Sharp's offensive line rankings over the weekend, 16th. Pro Football Focus linebackers, 27th. Running backs, 32nd. Dak 17th, and they have their defensive line, who I think should be the strength of the team along with the wide receivers, at just 12th best. Yeah. Like, how sobering is that? Like, there isn't a strength of the team right now other than the wide receivers, maybe.
No, because even your defensive line, it's the pass rush.
The edges are the strength. If you're looking at something that maybe that you could say, okay, they've got an advantage over teams, is their ability to their defense to rush the passer. We'll see how it is playing the run.
I do think the offensive line, though, is going to surprise people, especially naturally. Where did you say they had him ranked?
16th. That's Warren Sharp.
Warren Sharp, middle of the pack, and I got a lot of respect for Warren Sharp, no question. But I think that you'll be talking about them as a top 10 offensive line.
I think so.
They definitely have that upside.
And I think the defensive line is helped by Osa. I mean, it's one thing if all you have is edges, but if you also have a guy that can collapse from the inside, that's a nightmare for offensive lines.
Well, and Solomon Thomas has been a good player with Aaron Whitecotton, who they brought that tandem's here now. That was with the Jets and had success. So, yeah, I think the defense has a chance to be definitely better than they anticipate.
We're going to get the Netflix trailer coming up at 4 o'clock, right, with the NFL sounds of the day. That was really cool, and stick around. We got Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40, then sounds of the NFL News Day coming up at 4, and then CY now in less than an hour. The Rangers president of baseball operations, Chris Young, is going to join us. Dan Rogers tweeting over the weekend, barring injury, Dak will pass Troy and Tony in completions, yards, and maybe even touchdown passes. He will rank 6th in team history for picks. Right?
Yeah.
So statistically, Dan concludes Dak gets a lot of heat, but people need to remember how good he's been for the Cowboys. Yeah. Are you ready to live in a world where Dak is statistically the best quarterback in Cowboys history?
Yeah. Well, it's just those. What's the substance of it? And you're playing an extra game, and you're running up big time numbers versus for much of his time with the Cowboys versus a division 6 games a year, whatever, that are pretty bad football teams. You're running it up. Where those stats can mean something is when you put it all together and then in big games actually show up. And the Cowboys don't do him a ton of favors in helping him go toe-to-toe with the big boys. But it's all about the wins. I mean, the stats factor, see guys every year putting up Baker Mayfield had 40 touchdowns last year. Baker Mayfield had 40 touchdowns last year. Even Dak, with all his stats, he's never hit 40. I think 36, 37.
Yeah.
So 40 touchdowns is a buttload of touchdowns. What does that mean? You're in the worst division in football. Yeah. You won like 9 games. It's like,
he went off in 2019. They didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah.
The stats is like what it's worth, and oftentimes it's you're trailing and you're having to try to come back, and the defense is kind of letting you pick up those fourth quarter yards.
Go look at Dak's numbers from the Packers playoff game from a couple years ago, which was just one of the most disgusting performances in NFL playoff history in terms of an entire team.
Yeah.
They got completely dominated in that game. If you go look at his stats, you'd be like, man, it looked like he kind of had a decent game. What's going on?
I guess in his defense, I would say that will happen to anybody if you can't run the ball and they're pressuring you with 4. The game is over. You can't run the ball, even Tom Brady. Getting pressured by 4, the game is over. right? And so what I would bring it to is like in 2015, Jerry had this great speech, and then again in 2016 about my biggest regret is not being able to get a Super Bowl with Tony Romo. Well, then why would you go into the next decade with another quarterback and refuse to give him a team that can run and stop the run? Like, I think Tony's the last quarterback that had that in like 2007. The last time a Cowboys quarterback arrived in the playoffs with a team that could run the ball and stop the run. And I just, it's crazy that we're about to do this all over again because, you know, Dak is essentially getting exactly what Tony Romo got you. And now maybe the conversation also goes to the Cowboys are settling way too quickly for their next franchise guy and then refusing to move off of them when greats come along. Like Peyton Manning's available, Tom Brady's available, Aaron Rodgers is available. No, we got our guy. You know, I think that's part of it as well.
Agreed. I think it's a mix.
Yeah, they crutch themselves with, we're paying him $60 million.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So that's what they love to do in terms of the team-building element of it. At some point, they kind of expect Dak to mitigate whatever their other offensive failures are.
All righty, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making this part of your day. In a month from now, we'll be 1 week into training camp a month from now. Yesterday was 10 weeks until week 1 of the NFL season, so football is definitely in the air. And Krusty's Corner is coming up next. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, I've got a question for my guys about this offense, and there's been a mock draft already. Dallas Cowboys, where are they picking? We'll talk about that next.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, Choppy is back. We'll get his thoughts on the Stars' new but old coach and 2 more.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Basically.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden? No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
It doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
DFW's only radio station telling you what we saw, not what we read on social media. From now until the end of Cowboys training camp in Oxnard, turn it on and leave it on your Cowboys station. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price sale. They got Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. G-Back Nation 105.3 The Fan. We are live here at the stadium today out in Comerica Backyard, the Globe. And Rangers baseball is coming up in under 3 hours now. Here's Broadus with Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Thank you to Reliant as well. Yeah, I was. It was funny. I was just looking through some content stuff, and our guy Matt Miller, Zach, has already got a mock draft.
Hell yeah, he does.
And I was just curious. Did you have a look at it at all?
I just looked at the Cowboys pick.
Okay.
Did we take the best player?
It's funny. It's funny. Okay, first off, I know Zach looked at it, but would you like to take a guess of where Miller had you picking in the order? What number he had you picking?
Oh, I'll say 15.
Pretty good guess there, Dawson. Would you like to take a guess?
I'm going to go over.
You say over that?
Over 15.
Over 15. He actually had him picking 13th.
13th, baby.
Now, Pro Football Focus has him picking 9th.
Oh, wow.
That would be a pretty rough year.
That'd be a fun draft season, though, huh, Broadus?
Yeah, I mean, that would be it. It'd be a fun draft season for sure. But picking 13th, and I just kind of wanted to just say real quick what they did, and we really don't know how this is all going to shake out or anything like that. But just to give you an example, okay, Garrett Nussmeier from my alma mater from LSU, who I think is going to be one of the top quarterbacks in this draft.
He can spin it.
He can spin it.
Future #1 overall.
Well, Matt's got him going to the Colts at number 11.
Oh, Matt.
Oh, a little
Matt's
slippage.
never had the eye.
Yeah.
Right? You
okay.
and I know that.
So, Nussmeier, okay, with you picking 13th, is this the year that you would be, if things don't work out, would you, if knowing that you really, really liked like a guy like Garrett Nussmeier, like maybe he was one of the highest guys on your board?
I love the idea, though, of the Saints passing on Nussmeier when his dad is the offensive coordinator with the Saints.
Yeah.
He's playing at LSU.
It's pretty phenomenal if the dad's like, nah,
is that not putting it all together?
This kid's a P word.
Well, it's
trust me, you don't want him. You don't want
toxic
him.
dad blocking
It's
him.
funny because
His dad just C blocks him.
it's funny because you're in a situation right now with the Saints. He's got him picking 5th, but he's got Caleb Downs, the safety from Ohio State,
going. He can play some football.
He can play.
It's possible that he's the best player in the draft.
It is possible.
It's possible that he's a better quarterback than Nussie.
It's possible.
It's possible.
But
He's got a cannon.
let me ask you
He
this:
does.
if you had a chance to grab a guy that potentially could be the first overall quarterback taken, that he all of a sudden he slips down for some reason, he's there.
Got to.
Is this the thing where you think about, we got to go get this guy? We got to go, if he's that close. I mean, that's right now. That's not a massive jump. That's a 2-spot jump right there.
That's a hell yes. You go and do it.
I mean, obviously,
If you're picking 13th, though, again, and let me just finish, Dawson.
Sure.
You're kind of not. You didn't have a great season.
It means either Dak got hurt again,
sure,
or you just weren't very good.
I would
that's probably a product of Dak not playing great.
First, kind of need to know, which running backs are on the board. But outside of that,
Bryce Love could be a good option for you.
I think they need good linebackers. They need a corner. They're probably going to need another wide receiver. So there's all these premium spots that you're probably going to need if your season does not go well. I mean, what's Siobhan Ravel's rookie year looking like?
Yeah.
So I think there's going to be a lot of momentum toward, we need to get another premium player for Dak here at 13. Maybe a new left tackle. But if it's like this year where you're sitting there and you don't love any of your options and you're thinking about taking a guard at 12 because you don't love any of the other options, I think you have to be very open-minded to your next quarterback right now. If the year doesn't go well, Dak's nowhere near MVP.
Yeah,
probably has quite a few picks again.
Sure. See, he's got Cade Klubnik from Clemson going 1 overall, the Clemson quarterback. Now, week 1 of the college football season,
it's a tiger
LSU
battle.
travels to the secondary Death Valley.
It's going to be awesome.
So you'll get to see these two quarterbacks go at it right off the jump.
Yeah.
And so there's like Miller thinks that Klubnik will be drafted before Garrett Nussmeier. And so if that's the case, but if it's that close and there's questions about Dak, and they're like, I know there's people on our show that are kind of like, no, I'm already moved on from this guy.
Yeah.
I've already moved on. You know, that, and I wonder is this the year that if it's that close, do you just try and say, we're going up to get a guy? I mean, maybe even if you were ninth. Maybe if you were
to
ninth.
me, the answer would be yes, absolutely.
See, to me, I would say probably I would hold off. I would now, because I still have to pay Dak. Dak is still going to be around. I have Joe Milton on the cheap.
Yeah.
I could just ride with him. And I want to get the best quarterback. So I'll get, maybe it's Arch Manning the next year.
Oh, okay. I
you know what I'm saying?
doing.
So
Okay.
I would rather do that because I'm still paying Dak. So it's not like we're drafting this guy and all of a sudden we have a chance to really do much. I'm now offloading things and I'm setting myself up for, hey, we'll have a Joe Milton kind of buffer
So
season
you're saying
before we get the actual best quarterback in the draft. I don't want to live in this land where 12 teams have passed on this quarterback because he's not really that guy. I'd rather just go get that guy.
So you're going to play next year, or you're going to play this year poorly, and then in 26 you're going to play poorly.
This
right?
is the guy that would have ended up not getting Patrick Mahomes because he wouldn't have traded up for him because he didn't end up going 9 picks ahead.
The really gross thing is that
That's
even
true.
when Dak's
You
contract
just never know. Like the third guy might be the best guy.
Yeah.
With how the inexact, like the last 2 years, Jaden Daniels, he was the second pick, better than Caleb so far. C.J. Stroud, second pick, better than Bryce. It's just if you evaluated Nuss as the guy, I get it. Hey, maybe Lenore Sellers or Kate Klubnik goes, but maybe Nuss is the best. So that's why I would still say, hey, if I believe that's my dude, I'm not passing on the QB. I am interested in maybe waiting on Arch.
Yeah.
That's not a hard sell for me, but just because maybe other teams pass on the guy doesn't necessarily mean with the quarterbacks that they're not better.
I wonder if Arch is going to show this year, though, that all the hype is really hype.
Ooh, that'd be.
I mean, and I'm not saying. Listen, I think they've got a great play caller down there. They've got a lot of talented. They've got a lot of players. Offensive line they got to replace. They've got some skill guys they got to replace. Texas will find a way.
They're going to score points, yeah.
But I wonder if this is going to be one of those, with Arch starting, is it going to be wow, that was kind of eye-opening, and maybe like a Spencer Rattler thing, where all of a sudden you go from being one of the top guys to what the hell just happened, kind of a situation at Texas. I'm just saying, I think he's going to play well.
Yeah.
But I wonder if it's one of those that we look at it at the start and like, man, that was a lot of hype for a 9-3 team.
It'll certainly be tough for him to meet all the expectations. It's kind of like the Cooper Flag stuff. Like the bar has been set super, super high before we've had any real tangible on-field production reason to do so. So him underwhelming to some extent, I think, is absolutely on the table. Him being a Spencer Rattler type of like total bust, there's no way.
Well, see,
He's
it's
too much of a
Spencer
professional.
Rattler. Am I wrong about this? He was talked about. He was the top guy.
Yeah, and then he ended up playing poorly. They benched him for Caleb Williams in the Texas game, and that was all she wrote for
all right,
Rattler.
Dallas at 13. They're going to take Keldrick Falk, who is an edge rusher from Auburn. And so this is where, man, I mean, the one position they've actually got players that he's going to draft an edge. But the Cowboys enter the season needing to sign Micah Parsons to long-term extension. While they have signed Dante Fowler this offseason, Dallas needs more edge after passing on the position in the 2025 draft. At 6'6", 288, Falk is a versatile player who can play along the defensive line from the 3 to the true outside edge. He can generate pressure from inside and out, as evident by his 24 edge pressures and 5 interior pressures last season. Falk's size and strength would be a fun pair with Parsons' speed.
That'd be awesome.
I don't know. That sounds like a bendy guy at 6'6", 288.
You're talking about a dude that can play in the 3, then no.
If you're bendy at
This doesn't
288,
sound
you're
like
the
a
number one
bendy
pick.
guy. I mean,
Sounds like a big boy.
If I'm an edge, that's kind of like 6'6", 288.
That's Calais Campbell.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. You're talking about. I was thinking
Like Marcus Spears.
Yeah, is this really a bendy guy and 24 edge pressure? I mean, we had guys. look at Ezeraku last year, what he did. You know, he should have been picked at 13th before this guy, if that was the case.
That's real bend with old Ezeraku.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Okay, real quick, I want to ask you guys this question.
No.
I've had this discussion with some people. Okay, Dave Canellis, I feel like Carolina got a little bit better.
Almost beat Philadelphia. Should have beat them.
Kansas City got a little bit better towards the end. But would you say he's kind of on the hot seat, though, in Carolina?
Sure.
Yes. Okay, because they haven't really developed the offense and all that.
And you're in year 3.
You're in 3.
No. This will be year 2 for Canellis.
It'd be year 3. This is year 3. This is number 3.
Was he not there Bryce's rookie year? They fired the guy midseason. Who the hell was it?
Yeah, it was Frank Wright.
Frank.
This is 2. I thought this was year 3.
This is year 2.
No, you're right, Eric.
This is year 2.
Okay, let me ask you this. Okay, I was thinking it was year 3. What if could Brian Schottenheimer, and Canellis is a pretty respected offensive mind, right?
Very much so, yeah.
I mean, he did that with Baker the year before.
Very respected.
Yeah.
He came, very respected guy. What if Brian Schottenheimer is Dave Canellis? Do you see anything? I don't even. This is the first time in I can't tell you how many years. Goes all the way back to before the Garrett administration. I don't know what this offense is going to be. I don't know what it's going to be scheme wise. But it worries me a little bit. Is do you have a guy, or is Dak Prescott and this offense got enough weapons where Carolina has really no weapons?
Yeah, it was a disaster.
So it's not going to be. But you might have a coach that's kind of this guy was a champion play caller guy, and then he becomes a head coach, and they haven't got it done? I
think it's different because you have a developed quarterback.
Yeah.
You don't know what your quarterback can and can't do in Carolina. Where with Dak, I think you have some tried and true staples you could go back to if you are struggling. But, I mean, the truth is that when Schottenheimer was announced or strongly rumored, we all had a bad reaction to it because of his resume and what we thought he would bring to the table. What we need is for that to be untrue and Schottenheimer to be in the process of reinventing himself.
Which all signs indicate that he is with the staff that he put together.
Yes.
It looks like he's trying to advance himself and not just do the same crap he did in 2010.
Okay. Yeah. Do you kind of in a situation, though, do you worry at this point in time as a young coach that he hasn't developed the chops of McVay or even Cohen down in Jacksonville, or one of those?
Definitely.
I mean, he's been in the league a long time,
absolutely,
and nobody's ever said, "Oh, this is one of the young up and coming play caller guys."
Right. Which is why if he were Dave Canellis, he probably would have gotten a job already. Like that was my biggest concern over this, right? Like the last time he was getting head coaching opportunities or interviews was back in 2010 when he was doing good things with Mark Sanchez and the Jets.
Yeah.
Ever since then, crickets.
I think that's why they brought in Ken Dorsey. He was really good in Buffalo, helping with game day type stuff. And he's
Buffalo. He helped Allen, but then as they went Buffalo late, they took him out, and then they put him at Cleveland. They took him out of that. So he's kind of here, kind of trying to resuscitate his career, maybe help the quarterback a little bit. But I just wonder, man, it's just kind of this is the first time in a long time you talk about going to camp that I don't know what this scheme is going to be.
And that could be worrisome. For me, it's exciting. Because I'm looking forward
I like
to
all the new
something
coaches. I like the coaches. I like all those.
There's boom or bust to it, though.
Yeah.
I mean, you could end up at the end of this year with 3 years left on Dak's contract with no outs until it's over, a pick at 13, and uncertainty about your head coach, who by the way, Jerry is never going to fire after a year.
No,
that was a joke of a take from Colin Cowherd. Jerry would never fire a coach with 3 years left on his deal. Okay, where are we going next, Wolchuk?
All right, let's do NFL Sounds of the Day. We got the Netflix release of the America's Team trailer. Barkley's keeping receipts, and which quarterback would you pick in their prime? But I got to talk Collars & Co. with you again. Yeah, that's right. Collars & Co. makers of the dress collar.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Cool. I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Ramona Shelburne on the NBA beat just said the Lakers are not consulting with LeBron James this offseason. Are we about to see him on the move? As we are now 56 and a half minutes from the start of NBA free agency. This is exciting, boys. What are the Mavs going to look like in 24, 48, 72 hours? We're all over it. Coming up at 5:20, I got a LeBron trade idea for you. I think it gets it done. I want to know if you boys pull the trigger on this. Here's Wolchuk with some football.
One update with our Rangers. We're going to talk with CY here in about 20 minutes, but Sands just put out there that Evan Carter currently not with the team due to personal reasons. So I hope everything's okay with Evan and the Carter family. Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it ends up being a positive thing that something's going on, but hopefully all good with Evan Carter, and he's not gone for long. But let's get into your NFL sounds of the day. We'll start in our own backyard. Netflix has put out the trailer, fellas, for Jerry Jones' new docuseries. This is going to be a 10-parter, The Gambler and His Cowboys. Jerry Jones docuseries, America's Team. Here is the trailer.
The road to a championship is never paved smoothly. It's always paved with peaks and valleys.
This is a soap opera 365 days a year.
Texas is football country. The hole in Texas saying so God could watch his favorite team, the Cowboys.
When I bought the team, I was Darth Vader.
Dallas fans aren't happy. Last year, they were 1-15.
I said, Dad, I don't know anything about running a football team. And he looked me in the eye and he said, neither do I.
We were gambling my family's whole fortune, so I had to take risks. And it started with Jimmy Johnson.
You're part of this, asthma, Mike. Get over there on that other field and have some asthma.
He made practice hell, so the game is heaven. We were ready.
Showtime.
All of a sudden, it was a runaway train.
Oh, baby.
Everywhere we went, they were icons.
We played hard, and then we played hard.
With that success, you also get disruption.
Police officer came to me, and they pulled the gun. Open the door right now!
Jerry is that disruptor, that innovator.
You're not much of a gambler unless you're going against the popular trend.
No one ever thought Jerry had the guts to fire Jimmy. You don't know half the stuff that was happening. Playing for the Cowboys is different.
The most valuable sports franchise in the world.
No matter what they say, they can't prepare you. You just got to experience it.
And the only thing else I got to say is, how about this, Cowboys?
We do it our way, baby.
Oh, that end line just kind of ruined it for me. We did it our way, baby.
I mean, it's hard to not watch that. And, like, the nostalgia, I'm definitely going to eat this entire thing up. It's going to be 8 episodes. I'm sorry, I said 10. It's 8 45-minute episodes. That's going to come out August 19th. It's going to feature Jerry, of course, Troy, Michael, Emmett, Dion, Jimmy, Barry. There'll be other players as well. But it's hard to not even just watch that trailer, and we'll see what else they get into. But the first 5 years of your career as owner of the Cowboys was magic. But you've owned the team now for how long? and we've got to go back to those years. We're not interviewing. Tony Romo isn't featured here. DeMarcus Ware isn't featured here. Tyron Smith, Dak Prescott, Jason Witten. I can keep going on and on of the careers that unfortunately don't have the championship glory that they're going back now 30 years to interview. And a big part of that is because of the person who this is being made after. So it's like, I'm pumped for this, but it's also just kind of another example and reminder as a Cowboy fan, like, holy crap, we've got to go back to 1995 for the last time we tasted any glory.
It's brilliant take, Wolchuk, because, I mean, you're honoring and celebrating Jerry Jones and boosting his ego, and I think his ego is the biggest reason they haven't done anything in 30 years, because he wants to do it his way. I mean, that's Nico Harrison-level rage bait to see that at the end of the clip. Please, spare me, and I'm probably going to watch it because I'm going to try to farm content out of it. But it just hurts, like you did it your way. What does that mean ultimately? That means that the entire world has been telling you you're not a very good GM for 2.5 decades, and you're like, I'm going to do it my way. You would rather do it your way than give the fans what they want, which is team success. Your way just wins regular season games. It's a tried and true process. And it doesn't matter how many great players you bring in here, your way is to maximize profit over a decade-long period. And that means never going for it in a way that might put you in the cellar for 5 years. The Eagles aren't scared of being in the cellar for 5 years because they're trying to win as many Super Bowls as they can.
Yeah.
And you know what? He has now led the NFL, Jeffrey Lurie has, in cash spending for 4 consecutive years at $300 million. That's how much the Eagles spend over the last half decade, every offseason trying to make this team a champion. The Cowboys spend 40, 60. It's not even the same level of commitment, So, cool. Good show. I hope it's not like Jordan's Bull show where it's just about celebrating this one guy, because you can see right through that. I need some real journalism here to keep me hooked.
Well, this could also be the final thing that you see for Jerry, and I don't mean to sound morbid, but this is the documentary. This is the series. This is when
the legacy,
when people go back and they, it's like how we used to celebrate the 30s for 30s. We go back and we watch all those, the Pony Excess and the U and all. And this, we kind of relive that. This has very much like a vibe to it that this is Jerry's documentary about his life.
Yeah.
In that time when it was a much happier time when it came to winning championships and stuff like that, other than, like you guys have said, right now it's about the money that they've made. It's not about the championships that they've won. And that's unfortunate.
No, and the 817, hey, it's his money. Everyone sounds like an HOA. It's your house, but I'm going to tell you what to do. Can someone tell you how to raise your kids? It's nice to win, but that's...
Thanks, buddy.
That's
Thank you.
The take that Jerry's going.
Do you have anything to
with.
add to the conversation?
I mean, yeah. He obviously, it's a family business. They've done a lot of great things for the NFL. Done a lot of great things in terms of
he's made the other
businesses.
NFL. He's made the other NFL owners billionaires.
Just as an owner,
yeah.
There's zero problem.
No, he's made the Rooney's billionaires. He's made the Browns in Cincinnati. The McCaskies in Chicago. He's made these people billionaires because of the vision that he had for television and marketing and things like that. And
in terms of this documentary, Broadus, I didn't get to obviously live through a lot of this glory time.
That was tough.
So I'm fired up about watching it.
Yeah.
Will you make this appointment television for yourself?
Oh, no, absolutely.
Okay.
Because when he was having success and the Cowboys were having success, we were on the other end.
Mm-hmm.
We were he was battling San Francisco every year.
And you were in Green Bay.
And we were trying to battle them in Green Bay. And, unfortunately for the Cowboys, they had a draft that just took them backwards, and they didn't have replacement players ready to go. They'd always get you with their depth, and their coaching. And they had a draft where it went south on them, and then all of a sudden Troy gets hurt, Michael gets hurt. Everybody starts, Moose Johnson, all these guys start to fade, and they didn't have anybody in place ready to go. And we were able to jump up in there for a couple of years, back-to-back Super Bowls, win one. But yeah, it was difficult. That was a hard team to battle because everything about it was difficult to deal with the players, the coaches. That was one of the best I'd ever seen.
Yeah, and the 2-1-4 said the 49ers haven't won a Super Bowl either, and thank goodness. You're 100% right. But that's also
been there a few times.
Bit of a loser's mentality there, right? Yeah, they've been to 3. They've been to 3 Super Bowls.
Yeah.
As Cowboy fans
NFC
right now,
championship games?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we'd be like, we are starved just to see the Cowboys play on a championship Sunday. Just make the Final Four. It would be freaking euphoria.
So, I mean, who are these fans? Like, explain yourself. What is being a Cowboys fan to you then? Just being like, awesome, go. Like, this is sports culture. It's debating what's in the best interest of your team so they can win another championship.
Right.
Apparently, you're just like, you're enough of a sports fan that you're listening to sports radio, but you just want to kick back and let everything happen and just kind of enjoy the ride. I mean, that's cool. It's just a spectator, right? Sports radio is about debating and having takes and trying to, have a community around this thing where we can commiserate and celebrate.
I think we've seen over the years, and it happens every year. I kind of feel like when we get to that final game, and maybe Zach and I are doing that post-game show, that every year it's kind of kicked a little further down the road of like, nah, we're not doing this. They lose a little more. They lose a little bit more. The fan that's like, listen, I'm not here for the 12-win regular season and the second overall seed,
right?
And to go get bounced by Green Bay in the first round of the playoffs. There's a lot of fans that are against that now.
And then do absolutely nothing different with the way that you run the team.
All righty, that's great stuff. CY is walking up to our broadcast position. We'll step aside and get ready to talk with the Rangers president of baseball operations coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat with you about my friends at Men's Tea Clinic before we do anything else, though, because...
Has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, pepper lady?
What's it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Yes, sir. Welcome back. It's time for the Chris Young Show here on your home of the Rangers as he joins us live in person at the Globe Center Field suite level. If you'd like to come by and say hi when the doors open. They'll open a series against the Orioles, and Chris Young Show brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and Play Score. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys. I'm well. Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Oh, man. It's so good to be here and to open up this series against the Orioles, hoping for success. Now, what do you think about the weekend performance in the extra innings? A lot of good stuff happened.
Well, it was. I mean, there was a lot of good baseball. It was 3 really good baseball games. Just from an entertainment standpoint, we had a chance to win all 3, and we only came away with 1. It was a little disappointing in that sense, but I think it shows where our team is in terms of we can compete with a division rival, a team that's very, very good, and we had a chance to win all 3 games. Unfortunately, we just didn't get the job done twice in extra innings, and it came down to some little things that we just didn't execute as well as we need to. So I think it's some things that we've got to focus on. We've got to continue to improve and clean up. And I don't want to make excuses, but we are a little shorthanded right now without Wyatt, without Berger, without Jock. And so to see the guys compete and battle without 3 of our main guys in the lineup, I thought it was a good sign. But, at the end of the day, we're measured on wins and losses, and we got to find a way to convert those close games to wins.
Good time to see Corey Seager picking it up, isn't it?
Yeah, Corey's huge. I mean, he just means so much to our team. He can put our team on his shoulders and carry us, and what he did, the extra inning home run yesterday was just so awesome. I thought we were going to win that game at that point, and unfortunately we just came up a little short. But Corey is a huge part of our success to get him going. The other guys are going to feed off this, and my hope is that we can get several guys going together here, and if we do, it can turn quickly for the better.
Is there anything formal with hitting mid-season that changes with an evaluation, or are we hitting benchmarks, or is it just the process?
Well, the process is huge. I mean, we want to see quality at bats, and I think that's the biggest thing we look for. Sometimes your 15-day, 20-day results may be skewed by some hard outs, or you may have soft contact that leads to good results that maybe indicate your process stats haven't been as good. But overall, we want to see good quality at bats. We want to see the players committing to our team mentality, our team approach, and really working the pitcher, not chasing too much, staying within the strike zone and hitting the ball hard when they do make contact. And so those are the main check marks that we look for and make sure that our guys are maintaining or staying true to those. And more often than not, when you do that, you'll have good results. Unfortunately, we haven't seen as many good results this year as we'd like.
So you're seeing the predicting indicators that this should be picking up pretty soon?
Well, yes and no. I mean, yes, in that we have seen some positive performances. We've seen some improvements in Adolis Garcia over the course of June. We've seen Marcus Semien really came on strong. Obviously, having Corey back is huge. We're missing Wyatt right now, Berger right now. JJ's had a tough month. So, Evan Carter's been very good. Sam Haggerty's been very good. Josh Smith's been very good. So what I'd like to see is collectively, I'd like to see closer to, 8 or 9 of the 13 going well instead of only 4 or 5. And if we can kind of trend that direction, then yes, we should have confidence that the offensive numbers will improve collectively.
I wanted to piggyback off JJ, and I married into a Texas Tech household, so I hope I can return home. But when it comes to Josh Young, what are you seeing right now? The exit velo has been down. I know over the weekend a couple of tough ABs, especially in extra innings.
Yeah, it's mainly approach-driven. I mean, he's just, in certain situations, his swing rate, his chase rate, he just gets a little too excited, and he starts chasing too much. And I think the opposing pitchers know this, and they don't throw him strikes, and in turn, he gets himself out. And really, in these moments where you're not going well, somebody once said, you try to do less in those moments. You almost see more pitches because if you put the ball in play, you're probably not going to barrel it. And JJ seems to be doing the opposite. So we've got to really find a way to get him back into what he was doing the first couple months of the season and get him to a better approach that's going to allow him to have success. But right now, what we're seeing is not working, and so we've got to make some adjustments.
If you guys were healthier right now, would he be getting more days off, or what's the next step for him?
Look, I've said all along, and I can't run from it, it's a performance-based game. And the guys who perform the best are the ones who are going to play. Right now, we're a little boxed in with the injuries. But when guys are going well, and if there's somebody struggling to a level that we think we're better off with a different personnel on the field, we have an obligation to our fans to do that and make that move. And so The reality is that guys have to perform, and so that's what we're going to be looking for. It's our job to create the competition at a level that guys feel the need and urgency to perform. And unfortunately, we're a little banged up right now. We don't have the depth that we need to create that competition. But at the end, it is a performance-based game.
Chris Young here with you on The Fan.
A guy who's performing well, looking forward to see him pitch tomorrow, Jacob deGrom. I'm curious, last week, would he have been allowed to go the distance?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Jacob was, his pitch count was in a good spot. I think he was at 84, 85 pitches through 7. Jacob can have a 10-pitch inning, too. I mean, so I really thought he was going to flirt with it. He was going to get close, if not get it. And, there was a seeing eye ground ball. I gave him a hard time because I said, Jacob, when I gave up mine and a couple times where I had close calls or flirted with no-hitters, I gave them up in style. I gave up home runs to end my no-hitters, and you gave up a seeing eye ground ball. So shows how good he was and how close he was.
Yeah, that was amazing. Back-to-back nights. Now, sorry, Brian.
No, go ahead. I'll cover after
Is
you.
there any update on the 200-inning idea, like where you ride that in relation to needing every one of his starts?
Look, I think a lot of that's going to be dependent upon where we are with the season and where the team is record-wise. Are we in competition? Jacob is feeling great. The biggest things that we want to make sure that we protect are his recovery in between starts, making sure we're providing ample rest in between outings, that we're monitoring the volume of throws each outing, the volume of throws each week with his workload, not in games, and that Jacob is bouncing back. And he's done all those things magnificently so far this year, and our goal is that continues. Our medical team has done a great job. Jacob's done a tremendous job of taking care of himself. And what that inning total will look like at the end of the year, we will see. It's such a fluid thing right now, but, he's just been marvelous.
Yeah.
Chris, I was going to ask you, Josh Smith just looks natural playing first base. Is that rare what he's doing over there right now? I mean, just over the weekend, and he had some outstanding defensive plays, but his ability to pick a couple, some low throws and stuff like that, it just seems like he's a fit anywhere you put him. But he looks like he's comfortable over there playing first base.
Josh has been tremendous. I mean, he really is a super utility player. He can play almost every position on the diamond, maybe minus catching. But, we've never had to see him at second base because of Marcus, and he can fill in at short, third. He's playing a great first base right now for Jake Berger. We've seen him in center field, left field. I can't remember if he's played right before, but it wouldn't shock me if he has, and I'm sure he's done it well. He really is remarkable at how well he can play multiple positions. And I really don't want to downplay how hard that is. That's a really tough thing. I mean, you see guys who are the best in the world come out and work at their craft. We're watching them right now. They're taking ground balls at their respective positions, but 4 out of the 5 come out to the exact same position every day and really hone that in. Smitty has to work at multiple positions, and he's very good at all of them. It speaks to how talented he is, but by no means is that easy, and he makes it look easy.
I was going to ask you, too. I felt terrible for Cole Winn yesterday. I really did, and he goes out there in the 11th, and you're like, man, he did exactly. And it just goes to show the depth that you've built in your bullpen to be able to kind of go that far and have a guy give you a quality.
Especially three nights in a row.
To me, I'm going, gosh, they have got to end this for this guy right now. I mean, he pitched a heck of an inning there in the 11th.
And that was the hard part of yesterday's game is that Cole came in. He's a young player in a tough situation. He did his job. He got through the 10th or I can't remember, the 11th and held the run. They didn't score.
Right.
And then we got to a situation where we just needed contact there to win the game. And we couldn't get it done. And it's tough to see. Cole had to go back out there. The bullpen was very thin. I mean, we had 3 extra inning games over the weekend. We had a short start Friday night from Evo, which was scheduled, and then played 12 innings that night. And so it was very taxing on our arms. Our young pitchers stepped up and did a great job with Kamar on Saturday, Jack on Sunday. Jake Latz came in relief. I mean, I can't speak to how great our pitching was this weekend to really pick us up. And unfortunately, we just didn't quite come up with enough runs or push enough runs across that would allow us to win at least 2 or 3, if not all 3.
It's Chris Young here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, so in 2023, you got to earn being buyers at the deadline. The offense was great, needed pitchers. Could the opposite be said about right now? Like, this team actually has earned being buyers because the pitching's been so damn good.
Yeah, I think less about whether the offense or the pitching has earned it, it's collectively, team-wise, where are we? And in 2023, we were in a really good spot in terms of our record and being in first place and the driver's seat in the division. And this year, unfortunately, we're 2 games under, and we're not in the driver's seat. We're playing catch-up right now, and while I believe in this team and I believe that we can turn it on, and when we get healthy, these guys are very capable of being a very good team, the reality is that to this point in the season, we have not seen it with any level of consistency. And so what I'd like to see immediately is us play very good baseball for a consistent period of time, and there's still time left to do that. However, we don't have in perpetuity, so to speak, to make these decisions. We don't get till the end of the season to decide whether we're a winning team or not. We have to make these decisions a little bit earlier in terms of what we're going to do to upgrade the team, or maybe, trade from some of these pieces that may be expiring contracts or whatever, may not fit in the future. So we do have tough decisions ahead. And, really, I always say it's the team will help us determine the fate and where we're going. And, that's why this weekend was a really kind of a heartbreaker. But that said, there's still time to respond. We've got 3 games in Baltimore here. My hope is that we can win 2 or 3, if not all 3. And then we go on a tough road trip before the All-Star break, and that may determine in a lot of ways what direction we go. But we've got 3 tough games in San Diego. We go to Anaheim, who's been playing very good baseball for 4, and then we finish down in Houston before the break. And if we can have a good stretch of baseball here before the break, I think it could give us confidence that we can go and add to this team in a way that will give us a chance to have a great second half.
You brought up Berger and Langford earlier. How are they doing? And then Tyler Malley as well. How close is he?
Yeah, several updates. Jake Berger is doing great. He has passed his test. He's going to be out on rehab the next couple days, and he'll join us in San Diego. Wyatt Langford, the same, doing really, really well. We should see him the day he's eligible to return off the IL in San Diego. Evan Carter is away from the team the next couple days, dealing with a death in the family. And sadly, we wish Evan and his family the best. But he'll be back by Wednesday, so we'll get him back. And then lastly, Tyler Malley. We're in a little bit of a holding pattern with Tyler. His last MRI showed a little bit of a strain in his rotator cuff, something that we've got to give a little more time to heal. He's not quite ready to start throwing. There was progress from the previous MRI, but unfortunately, we're not going to have Tyler anytime soon.
Okay. Wow, that's a tough news to take.
The other one I should have mentioned, John Gray is doing really, really well. John is throwing bullpens. He'll have a live BP in the next couple days, and at which point we'll hopefully get him out on rehab. And after a few rehab outings, he may be ready to rejoin the team. So we're good on the Gray front.
Now, what happened with Bradford last week? Did he try to go out and do something and realize, the pain's back, or?
Yeah, I can't say specifically that Cody would have to answer as to when he felt it. I just know that, he had cranked it up. We had we thought passed some tests with live BPs and bullpens, and then, playing catch, he was a little tight. He had been battling, I think, a flu bug and just wasn't feeling well. We took another MRI, and it showed that the tear, the damage was a little more significant, and the best course of action to make sure that really, hopefully he could be back in sometime in 2026 was to go ahead and have a surgery. And Dr. Meister did the surgery. I think we got the best possible outcome in terms of it being a brace procedure. And so I'm optimistic, knowing Cody, he's going to do everything he possibly can to get back. And my hope is that we'll see him at some point next year.
Awesome stuff, sir. Thank you so much for your insights on all these topics, and give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Well, thank you, guys. Thanks again for coming out. Love having you guys, and let's get some wins this week here.
Absolutely.
Heck yeah. We'll drink to that. All right, Chris Young here with you, brought to you by PlayScore and Anheuser-Busch. Almost every single Monday of the Ranger season here at 420. So good to us. Thank you, CY. We're coming back with more sports here. It's the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Yes, sir, and thank you. And I want to chat with you right here about the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you
have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's not your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Is it something?
Minicamp, OTAs, and coming soon, training camp coverage like no other in Oxnard beginning Monday, July 21st. Turn it on and leave it on. Your official home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. Visit Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here. We're live at the Globe. Just had Chris Young on, and now it's time to chat with Jared Sandler, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I feel like a 7-year-old. I'm like looking at the camera thing, like looking at myself, like trying to, like, I'm sticking my tongue out, like acting like a little
I love
kid.
it. You can watch us at 1053thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Buddy, CY just said he doesn't think Tyler Mahle is coming back anytime soon. He's got something going on in the shoulder. How long could he be out? Is this year ending?
Yeah, I mean, so we're at the end of June, right? Is today June 30th?
Yeah, today's June 30th, yeah.
So you got July, August, September. If he's going to come back as a starting pitcher, you figure with each passing day that's, a little more build-up he's going to need. He's not even throwing, right? So I would say that if he doesn't make a move in the next couple weeks in terms of just being able to throw, it would definitely be incredibly difficult for him to come back as a starter, and maybe it would shut things down. I don't know. It's
coming up in free agency.
Yeah, that I was thinking that there's other factors like what does he want? What's best for him? Is it better for him to just take time off and be ready for next year? Or is it better for him to show that he is back on the mound ahead of free agency? I don't know. And I know that there's the team component, but these are individuals, and you want to be respectful of what their situation is in that regard. So, but I would say the fact that he's not throwing right now, and in some kind of progression plan, probably makes it difficult to envision him getting a handful of starts before the season ends. But I guess hopefully things can start to turn in his favor, and he can get kind of on that track back.
Was he kind of their best trade chip?
Well, if they go into sell mode,
yes,
then no, because if they go into sell mode, they've got a lot of appealing players. Just given the fact that we look at this roster and like, this is a really good roster. It's same with the Orioles. The Orioles are in an interesting spot too. The Diamondbacks, another team. But I think he was a really interesting, trade chip, regardless of buying or selling, right? Because even though Bradford's not back this year, you do have Gray coming back. Rocker is taking steps forward. I think you feel good about Leiter every 5 days. Now, you'd have to balance, whatever innings ideas you might have for some of these guys. But, Jacob Latz is now a guy you think, he could be a starter. So, Mahle would have been an interesting candidate to be moved, I think, no matter what. I guess, Eric, to best answer the question, I think maybe there's a chance that some of the numbers would have regressed just a little bit. I mean, like a sub-2 ERA is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. But yeah, that definitely stings no matter what. Listen, his injury hurts him either because he's a really good pitcher who every 5 days could help them win a baseball game, or if they go another direction. Yeah, I mean, he is someone who could have provided something in return, no doubt about it.
Yeah. Obviously, we don't want any of them to be sellers, okay? But if they are, and we go through some of the options here, I mean, do you think if they did a deep dive and some real internal reflections, like they would say, maybe we do make a big trade. We're packaging a Josh Young, an Evan Carter with an Adolis Garcia, and we're moving on, and we're kind of reconstructing and rebuilding a little bit.
Well, I'd say
reconstructing is not a word.
No, but that was a good one. I mean, maybe we can make it a word, right?
Yeah.
Let's make history this
MLB.
baby.
Let's reconstruct her.
Trade deadline.
I mean, we'll tell Rosenthal and Heyman and all these guys who break the trades.
Texas Rangers reconstructing.
Yeah. You just spoke to Chris Young, right?
Yeah.
And we know him to be
aggressive,
right? He's not one of these guys, I don't know, and I'm scared to make a big play. No, like he's not
so if
afraid
you're going to
to
sell, don't half-ass sell.
Yeah, and he's not afraid to take a big swing. I mean, honestly, like, I know this might be crazy to some people, but signing Jacob deGrom, like some people might say, well, what sort of a risk is that? But I think a lot of other people would say, no, I mean, that's a big risk, right? He's not afraid to make that risk. And so I wouldn't put it past, if they were to go down that lane. It's always tough to talk about trades because we always talk about it linearly, right? It's always like if the Rangers trade player A to this team, what could they get back? But we know that multiplayer trades, multi-team trades, right? There or three-team trades, I should say.
Oh, broadcaster trades. Broadcaster
trades. I mean, I
brought that up.
Against the Orioles.
Yep.
Because Sean Armstrong was traded for Dylan Carlson. I wouldn't put anything. I wouldn't put anything past this front office just in terms of doing something to put them in a position to win next year. The one thing I don't think I see is them saying, "Hey, we're going to start a 3-year rebuild," right? And I don't think they need to. But I think that, any sort of move that could help put them in a better position to compete in 2026, I think they'd consider. And, at the end of the day, guys, a lot of people we all thought this lineup was a top 5 lineup in baseball, right?
Sure did.
Well, it's 2 years now where the lineup hasn't quite met expectations. And at some point, fair or not, right or wrong, you got to look in the mirror and ask, is this guy as good as maybe we projected him to be? Or did we have it wrong on that guy? And I think that might lead to some tough conversations.
Yeah, it is brutal. Like how many of those players were trending in a right direction and thought like a Young and Carter were going to be foundation pieces for this team. Let me ask you don't want to deal any of the young guys, right? We're talking about dealing guys that are at the end of their contracts basically and won't be back anyway. That's the extent of selling. And how much could you sell and still have enough around Evo and DeGrom next year?
Yeah, so it's a good question. What do we always say with trades? You got to give to get, right? Mm-hmm. So like your Tyler Mahle question, Chief. He's a free agent to be, and he's not, with all due respect to Tyler Mahle, who maybe would have been an all-star, but he's not Nathan Eovaldi with a badass playoff track record. He's not Jacob DeGrom. So a free agent to be, that changes the conversation. Sure. Where do you get the most value? You get value with control. Yeah. Right. And so, Gavin, I would be shocked if they traded Wyatt Langford, right? But beyond that, there are some guys who have control, and I think that, they're not going to hang up, I guess I'd say, right? If you call me and you're like, hey, this player, I think like Wyatt Langford, they'd probably be like, unless you're giving me like Mookie Betts, we're good. Like, thanks. Anyone else? I wouldn't put it past this front office. I just think they're very aggressive, and to their credit, that they're not, I use the word linear. I don't think they think linearly, right? I think they are outside the box, like, what can we do? Let's be creative to try and get this thing where we need it to go.
So we got to circle around here some point before the deadline, get an updated CY take on would you trade DeGrom? You think they could?
Well, yeah, gosh, the way he's
so
pitching,
amazing.
Yeah.
Does he have a no trade?
Yeah, he has to sign off.
Yeah, he has a no trade, and I'll be honest, right? You think of one challenge there, and I want to make this clear.
Yeah,
I actually am like not in favor of trading him.
No, we're talking. This is June conversation.
No.
We're just,
for sure.
You're not. Yeah, I understand.
But so the money's going to be a part of the conversation, right? The Rangers, I don't think, are going to be too keen. I don't think Ray Davis would be keen on the Rangers paying a lot of money for DeGrom to go be a stud elsewhere. So then you got to pick a team that's willing to or able to take on a lot of money. And I'm not saying I know Jacob DeGrom, is super well or anything, but I don't think he would want to go to a New York team. Certainly not the Mets. I don't think the Yankees. I don't know that he'd want to go to Toronto. I don't know that he'd want to go. And again, this isn't just for a few months. He's under contract. This could be for a few years. I think he loves being here. He is a small-town Florida guy. I don't think he wants to go to the Miami Marlins. I don't think he wants to go to the Tampa Bay Rays. This is, for a lot of guys, one thing that's really appealing. We always talk about the state income tax.
You can live in the country out here.
What's that?
You can live in a country. A lot of space and a lot of,
This is a major market. This is a team that they act as a major player in that regard.
Doesn't get beat down a lot.
But this isn't, with all due respect to the people who cover the teams here, certainly, the Cowboys definitely have a robust beat, but the Rangers, Stars, Mavs, it's not Philadelphia. It's not New York. Every step doesn't get overanalyzed, and I think that a lot of guys like that. So, yeah, the no-trade clause could be a problem, but I also just think, Chris Young values pitching so much, and this guy is, he's not just a good pitcher, right? He's one of the all-time greats, and we're seeing him, in top form. And but, yeah, if they were like, no, we'll trade him, would he have value? Heck, yeah.
Are you in Josh Young panic mode right now?
No, I'm not in panic mode. I'll tell you, I think it's so tough in this sport to live or ride through a player's struggles, right? We were all, let's be honest, wondering, is Marcus Semien totally done?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
2 months. And it's fair. That was a fair, he's coming off a down year. well, he's put together a really good month, and I think, he's shown, there's good baseball left. The one thing there are two things with Josh that are a little concerning. One, the exit velocity is down a few miles an hour. And I think that's just because he's not barreling balls up as much because he's not necessarily making the best swing decisions, right? And that's a phrase Boch doesn't like, swing decisions, because I think he thinks that's a nerd phrase, like a guy's in the box, like, making a decision, do I press X or not? But I say that to simply, describe whether or not he swings at certain pitches. And then you saw the Mariners this weekend, and more teams are doing this. Hey, throw a fastball top of the zone.
Yeah.
If it's a strike, he's going to have a tough time connecting on it, and he'll go upstairs and chase.
He will.
And so, he's just going to have to make adjustments. We saw in 2023, he was awesome. He was an all-star, right? And he was big in the postseason. Well, we didn't really get a chance to fairly evaluate him last year. I mean, he got off to a great start, gets hit, misses like 4 months, and then when he comes back, he's in and out, he's not right, they shut it down. But last year would have been the year where it's like, oh, the league's making adjustments on you, now you got to make adjustments against the league. He's kind of living through that right now. And so, I think it's going to be interesting over the next month or so. Can he punch back? Can he get himself out of the corner? Can he figure out a way to become that guy again by making adjustments against what the league's doing to him? Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure. And I love the conversation you had with him on the pregame show in the last couple of weeks. And it's just funny because he is known for being like one of the most maniacal, detail-oriented, like hardest working dudes, super prepared. Yeah. So it's just interesting to see like that guy, even a guy like that, can struggle mightily.
And he knows it, right?
Yeah.
He's not he's aware of how he's performing. And this game's hard, and I know people don't like hearing that, but it's the same hard for everyone, but that's why you have guys who go through these stretches. Like I guess maybe like Dak could go through like what would be the equivalent of like one bad month of baseball, like 2 or 3 games where he just doesn't have it. But like, I feel like let's not compare Josh to a quarterback, a receiver. Mm-hmm. It's we don't experience like CeeDee Lamb disappearing for 3 games. We more look at it like if he's had 3 bad games, it's probably because they're not getting him the ball enough, right? I mean, I don't remember a stretch where CeeDee Lamb had 3 straight games where he just wasn't catching passes.
Right.
Maybe 1, maybe 2, but like it's different in this sport, because you don't dictate as much as a hitter, right? The guy on the mound does a lot of the dictating, and every year we all fall victim to it, myself included. That you forget that it's tough. Yeah, the highs and the lows, right? So, I mean, gosh. Evan Carter's been great, right? And he's not here today, the family issue. But there was a stretch like last year where it's like, gosh, is Evan Carter, is he playable, right? So, I think it's easy to give up on a guy. It's tough to ride through it with them. But, right now, unless the Rangers move Josh, they need him to get out there and try and work through this. Because when we look at this lineup, he's a guy who can be really important to this group.
Tomorrow is July 1st, Jared. And a wise man once said, night is darkest right before dawn, or something like that. LFG. Sandler brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing.
LFG.
Have a great night, buddy. We'll catch you tomorrow.
See you, fellas.
You're the man,
He's
Jared
at
Sandler.
Jared Sandler
Thanks,
on
man.
Twitter. A must-follow for Rangers fans everywhere. NBA free agency is about to start, Chief, and I think it's right on time for a sports hodgepodge.
Yeah, let's get you that NBA free agent 411 plus plenty more in the world of sport. That's next year in the nation. But first, I got to get you to the #1 roofing company in all of the DF.
Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It is hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and NBA free agency is off and running. It's time for a sports hodgepodge with Eric Chiafalo in just a second. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. NA, we're live at the Globe here tonight. Rangers baseball is coming up at 6:30. A must-sweep series against the Orioles. 2.5 back in the wild card. It's go time.
It's go time.
I'll tell you what. We've been coming to this ballpark for many years. Seen some great times. There is a wet blanket hanging over this situation. I think last night's 12th inning game is the reason why, Brian.
I think the weekend there was a lot of hope and really great crowds.
Yeah.
Great crowds here, and they were getting into it. And then, Seattle's a good team. And right now playing 500 baseball, didn't hit the ball particularly well, but, found a way to score some runs and get some timely hit. Your old buddy, knocks you out of the game yesterday. But I just kind of feel like, though, that every time it feels like that they're going forward, they're going to make a little bit of a push, then something happens where they don't get the timely hit. They don't get the base runner over. They don't make the play in the field. It's just always something that sets this team back, and it's disappointing. It's just disappointing because they could have won 2 of 3.
I'm ready for it to be over.
That they got a guy at third and could not get the winning run home.
Well, they could have won all 3. They could have swept the series, and that's what sucks.
Yeah, and we would be feeling a lot different about this baseball team right now if that was the case.
Well, maybe we can get some hoop fun going. Here's Chief with the sports hodgepodge as NBA free agency is off and running. Chief, what are we looking at?
Well, I would imagine a lot of people like me are just refreshing the Shams Charania Twitter account, waiting for news to break. He did tell Pat McAfee earlier today there are going to be some big-time deals, a lot of money getting thrown around. And, the NBA is good for that, where you're like, wow, this guy really?
Yeah.
He's going to be making like $20 million a year or something ridiculous.
Well, how about Harden getting that contract from the Clippers the way he did?
Josh Hart just texting. It's 6:01, Eastern time. I ain't seen one deal. What happened to the game that I love?
Yeah.
I think NBA free agency now, it's just, we talked about that on our Bet Nation show yesterday. It's a bummer. It's just not the same.
It's not. It's definitely not the same as what it was when you had, the biggest superstars in the league changing teams on what felt like a pretty regular basis.
It is official with D'Angelo Russell, though. He's a Maverick.
Okay. All right.
Evan Porter reporting D'Angelo Russell signing with the Dallas Mavericks.
Okay, yep. Mark Stein's been all over that, and he said, even just a couple of hours ago, teams around the league felt like that was a surefire situation. So D'Angelo Russell now added to the Mavericks, something we sort of expected there. I don't think anybody is super in love with that particular move, but you don't have a ton of options here.
I like the move. I don't love the player, but I might love the move just because of, hey, you're not tying your wagon and your chances to D'Angelo Russell. You're hoping he can give you something for 50 games, and then when Kyrie comes back, he can be a spark plug, a creator off the bench.
Yeah.
Or maybe a ball-handling 2-guard next to him. If your team is a non-playoff team and your big signing is D'Angelo Russell and you nearly max him out, you have massively screwed up. But if you're the Mavs and you can get him for 2 and 12, I think this is the perfect point of D'Angelo Russell's career where nobody thinks he's a potential superstar anymore, and maybe even he is acknowledging, hey, I have to try to fit my game into a team environment a little bit more if I'm going to have more success.
Yeah, that's true. And he's played with Anthony Davis before, so he's got some of that, hopefully chemistry or whatever. He's had some years where he's shot the 3 ball pretty well.
Yeah.
So we'll just hope
he's
that
gone on some runs where you're like, holy cow, is D'Angelo Russell starting to figure it out? And then the next month is back to being volume shooter, inefficient man. But I think this is great. This is a great signing. To get it at $6 million, wow.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was something that was huge when they had that money open up on him. Of course, we're all on sort of LeBron watch now, as well as he opts into his deal yesterday, 1 year, $52.6 million, and then immediately his agent comes out and talks basically just about how bad the state of the Lakers roster is right now, and LeBron wants to be in win now mode. The Lakers might not quite be there, and they all want what's best for LeBron. But Ramona Shelburne talking about, in terms of Lakers roster moves, they're not consulting with LeBron this year really at all.
Yeah.
This is, I think, Luka's vision more than LeBron's vision, as it should be.
And is that going to push him out? I think that's the most interesting thing. Like,
it might already have.
Is he going to feel
it
like?
It might already have. Yeah, that maybe he never. Am I right? He never opts in, right? I mean, this is first time, long time.
First time he's ever been
on a 1-year deal, right?
An expiring deal.
Did the Lakers not want him to opt in? You know, because if I'm the Lakers right now, I need to go all in. I need to trade LeBron for Luka's supporting cast parts.
Right. And unfortunately,
that's why you got Finney Smith and guys like that kind of circling around over there.
Yeah, he's gone now.
They want Herb Jones, the great Pelican. That's what Lakers fans are hoping. I mean, everybody wants him, but they're trying to get DeAndre Ayton
someplace.
Finney Smith. Well, he's rumored to possibly go to Houston. Houston's the favorite
Houston
right
was
now.
Talking about, I know the Lakers were like kind of sniffing around on that one too.
But D'Angelo Russell last year, his scoring dip from like 19 was his career average to 12.5, and his passing efficiency numbers went through the roof. So you're coming up on 30, you're like, okay, you're a little bit more self-aware. They might have got him at the perfect time.
Well, I love that idea, and I wasn't totally aware of that particular nugget about him from last season, so that's great. Maybe he's more willing to move into the role of, okay, I'm not Mr. Scorer guy. Let me go ahead and be the facilitator. I think that's what this particular Mavericks team needs more than anything, is a guy who can sort of be that floor general for you, setting other dudes up for success, and when it's time to get yours, open threes, he can knock those down. So certainly don't hate the move at all, but it's kind of a pick your flavor thing, but maybe he's morphed into more of a facilitating point guard than what we all think of him as, more of like a scoring guard.
Yeah.
Now, but yeah, I mean, you had Johan Bova, who covers the Lakers, talking about how the Mavericks are one of those teams. Like, are we comfortable? Do we like the idea of bringing LeBron to town? And Walchuk, you can fact check me on that name.
I just love the way you said that.
I called him Johan Bova.
Yeah, Jovan Bova, something like that. Boha. Yeah, he's like an independent journalist, but we've talked about him before.
Now, I think
he's at the Athletic now. He's got sources.
Oh, he's definitely got sources.
Oh, yeah, he's big time with the Lakers for sure.
So, and he's got the Mavericks being one of those teams. I mean, immediately everybody was thinking maybe Cleveland. Just circle back, go to Cleveland. They would have what it takes. But Bobby Marks was like, dude, teams aren't interested in LeBron at this age for that amount of money. What type of capital are you really trying to give up for a guy that you're going to have for 1 year, and he wants everything to be about himself? Go ahead and tell me the real name here.
Well, it's Jovan Buha.
Okay.
I just loved what you said.
I called him Johan Buva.
Johan Boha.
What's his name?
It's whatever Eric said first we're going with. I like it.
Jovan.
Oh, he actually puts pronuncer in here. Jovan Buha.
There you go. That's a guy.
Buha. That's a guy that knows this, okay?
Buha.
My name is tough and weird, and I need help.
So, I mean, LeBron, would you guys even want that? Because I think I'd be out on that idea. I'm not trying to take a 40-year-old. I wonder if
41.
41.
Yeah, he's about to break all the longevity records in the NBA.
He's a compiler.
You can't take any of my 6 best players, and I'm including Max Christie in that, and P.J. Washington, Kyrie Irving, Flagg, Lively. We can do something here, though. If the Lakers want to get at him so bad, and they're looking at your supporting cast guys as, hey, could we get a Gafford? Could we get some guys that could help Luka? Like, you got Gafford because of how good of a rim threat he is for Luka. Like, you play him 35 minutes a night, he's going to get you 15 points and 12 rebounds. So there is a situation. I don't think LeBron is a championship like number one anymore. His on-ball defense and. But what he does do well, I think this team massively needs, which is a playmaking creation. You can, get in the up-tempo game a little bit and transition with him still. So I don't think LeBron's going to get a haul of first-round picks and great players when you trade him. So if the Mavs are in this, I would love to see them go get him.
Now, I was kind of thinking for 1 year though, wouldn't you like to see it just to kind of?
I mean, I'd be excited. I would be excited.
Just to kind of see if they could find a way just to. Now, you're right. Don't give up. But,
it's a total win-now move. You're already older.
We're lucky
You've got some old guys.
We're lucky enough we'll get another lottery pick out of this thing,
They all just get hurt, and then you end up getting the
We got Nico as a GM. You never know.
Fortune does favor the bold. This would be a bold move.
I mean, but if you're LeBron, maybe you want to stay with the Lakers and just hang out. You're close to home. You got your old HQ set up, and you just want to coast out. Maybe this is going to be your last year. You're going to spend it with the Lakers. But, I mean, if that's not your plan, there's nothing as attractive as the Mavs right now. Maybe the Cavaliers are a close second.
I think the Cavs would be one for me personally, just because the Eastern Conference is so ridiculously wide open.
Yeah,
and
you're not dealing with a Thunder over there.
And just the health
you
factor.
Get to go home for a third. It'd be so great. But here you have AD, you have Kyrie, you have Jason Kidd, you have Cooper Flagg. Like
plenty to like.
The Mavs can actually help you take that next step in your career, which is to play a lot less minutes.
Yeah, and ultimately I think all of this is really just posturing on LeBron's part. I don't think he wants to leave there. He certainly doesn't want to leave Bronny hanging. And I think this is just him trying to put as much pressure on them to do as much as possible to put the best roster around him, as if like they weren't already going to be doing that. They have the new ownership. They have Luka. They're clearly trying to get that thing going in motion, but seems like in my mind, he absolutely does not want to leave there. And if he wanted to go anywhere, I guess it probably would be Cleveland.
And I guess he stopped caring about chasing the 6 rings.
I think.
Well, that's what he said.
Rings aren't important to him anymore.
If you want 5th ring or 6th ring chances, it's got to be with the Mavs. You're not going to the Cavaliers and carrying that team. You're not going to win it with the Lakers. If you want to tie Kobe and Magic, you got to come to the Mavs.
Well,
Orlando, maybe.
You have Chris Haynes saying that it's going to be between the Phoenix Suns and the Clippers for Chris Paul. So there's the update on that front. Frank Isola tweeted out a couple hours ago, covers the Knicks and big New York guy. Jason Kidd was definitely the number 1 target for the Knicks.
Sure he was.
But now, of course, they've turned their attention to guys like Mike Brown, who has emerged as the front runner. So that's where things stand with the Knicks coaching job. Did you guys see the report from, it was like Knicks Talk or whatever, so it wasn't like a huge trustworthy report, but it was that Don Staley was potentially going to be the Thibodeau replacement on the sidelines. Can you imagine? Don Staley ends up being the coach for Karl Anthony Towns and company in New York. Of course, we would all love it. That would be incredible. I mean, the Knicks, knowing what we know about Knicks fans, that would be an all-time compilation video of just man on the street. Who did we just hire to replace Tom Thibodeau? It's incredible. Okay, so we'll go ahead and bounce around. I haven't seen, how about Shams? Just tweeting out nothing.
Right?
He's got nothing going on.
What's going on? Have they locked down the reports? I thought there was like a moratorium on this until 5 o'clock, and we were going to get hit with a flood.
I thought 5 o'clock was floodgates opening, and Shams Charania's Twitter account was just going to be.
There must be a big domino that's about to drop. There must be a massive trade that's going to change the entire landscape of this, and nobody wants to act until this happens. That's my prediction.
Chris Haynes is saying we used to report agreements at 5:01. That time has changed right now. I don't know. I mean, maybe the NBA, they don't have as much money to throw around anymore with all these aprons and crap they're dealing with.
Yeah, but Shams said today, like, big money.
Shams is a certified ball sacker.
I heard you talking about this.
Shams is a salesman. Shams goes on TV and says a lot of crap.
We need Wendy back? Is that what you're saying? Or no, we need
We need Woj back.
Yeah.
I never had a doubt with Woj. Woj kept it even keel. And I like Shams. I think he does a good job, but I do think that he overhypes things.
Yeah, it's funny. I just got a text from a guy in the league that said, I asked him about any chance that LeBron would end up here. And he said, slim but possible. If he didn't opt in, I would say better chance that they could. No, they've been trying to get him to leave L.A. for the last couple of years. That's the Mavs.
So the Mavs have been trying to get the LeBron for a couple of years, but LeBron just doesn't want to leave.
That's why Jovan Boho has been saying it's been rumored for a few years now.
Okay, we finally got the first Shams nugget. It's the Grizzlies and Jaren Jackson Jr. expected to agree on a 5-year, $240 million maximum renegotiation and extension. So that's what we got here. Yeah, I think it's bring back Woj, and it's I guess it's just a waiting game now.
I'm sorry.
It might not be his fault here, but I do think he's overhyped this. Now we're all disappointed.
Do you think he's selling it like?
I think he oversells and underdelivers.
But there's legit no news. He can't make news happen.
No, he said
something's holding up the
that's
NBA
not his
machine.
fault. But don't come out and say we're about to have like a bunch of this is the craziest
We're
summer
16
ever.
minutes in.
We usually get all kinds of. You know this,
right?
You know, as soon as we
NFL,
we're all stunned that there's nothing here because we typically.
But he's not getting beat by anybody. You know, there's no news to be had. Well, Chuck,
but the point is, he doesn't need to oversell, and he does that.
Well, how about this for overselling? An absolute bombshell is coming as our guy.
Oh, look at this. Boston
I love it. Salute to you, sir. Big baseball fan.
He can afford the beers now. They said so much salary there at the Celtics.
But how about this for overperforming? Sometime in the next 44 minutes here in the G-Bag Nation, an NBA bombshell is going to hit, and we're going to see why. So far, we've had crickets in the start of free agency. We're 16 minutes in. We do have D'Angelo Russell, right?
We do have D'Angelo Russell.
Calling out Shams.
I saw
That's
some
a
Russell.
bombshell.
Even Shams hasn't tweeted that out.
Wow.
Maybe it's unofficial.
Maybe he's on the phone.
He's you know what?
Maybe we got ball sack on D'Lo.
Lost his damn fastball. I'm with you.
I'm just not buying you anymore, Sean.
Okay, we're coming back to continue this.
Get off my lawn, Shams.
Is it time for the Cowboys to pick up the phone, call the Steelers, and work another offseason trade? That's coming up next year, the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, let's talk Collars & Co. again, and I do think Shams could use some Collars & Co. in his life.
Very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Department of Defense Plan members. It's easy to transfer prescriptions at Kroger.com/pay or update. See your Kroger pharmacy for details.
Hey, buddies, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at the Globe. Rangers baseball coming up in just over an hour. The NBA free agency is just underway, and it's the silence is deafening right now. We do have D'Angelo Russell, that is official. He is becoming a Maverick, and Jaren Jackson Jr. Doing a new contract with the Memphis Grizzlies. But other than that, it's really interesting. I think something big has to be cooking that's going to reset the landscape, and everybody's strategy might be adjusting, or they're just waiting for this shoe to drop, but who knows? Okay, so we do have our eye on the wire, and we'll pass any NBA breaking news on to you. CY told us an hour ago, guys. By the way, the Expressway brought to you by the On-Time Experts. G-Bag of the Day coming up in 6 minutes. LA Live in 16 minutes. Tyler Malley not coming back anytime soon, is what CY told us. You think it kind of sounds like it's probably season ending? I mean, that's speculation. But Jared Sandler joined us afterwards and said, well, if you want him to start, he's going to have to come back from this shoulder. They got to totally shut him down and then essentially restart. I don't know. Maybe it's a John Gray situation from 2023. Like, well, hey, if we go deep enough in the playoffs, maybe, Malley could come back in some kind of role. But that's an absolute shot to their playoff chances. Hopefully Leiter and Rocker can pick up the slack as they did so well over the weekend. But, yeah, he said they need to get healthy. And he still believes in the team, but maybe they could give Josh Young some time off if they were healthy. He also said that.
Mm-hmm. He also said we got to keep an eye on that series right before the All-Star break.
Yes,
San Diego, 4 games in Anaheim, 3 games in Houston.
Huge.
If that thing falls completely apart, then get ready for
CY is going to be the most popular man at All-Star break.
Yeah, he's going to be taking a lot of calls there in Atlanta and talking to people about his roster.
Yeah, and maybe we're going to be having a conversation about the possibility of trading the biggest stars on the team. I can't imagine Seager or DeGrom or Evaldi.
No.
Yeah, outside of that, like if nobody wants Marcus Semien, so you can't imagine, unless he stays hot for another month.
Well, that's
then maybe
what you
that
do,
could change.
These packages, I threw to Jared. Like if you go Marcus Semien plus maybe somebody wants a young player like Josh Young or an Evan Carter or somebody else, and the Rangers have done some. Hey, we don't know if this guy's ever going to reach that potential.
Yeah,
maybe 2023 was kind of lightning in a bottle for X player.
They need to free up that payroll so they can go get younger stars.
That's when. Maybe something like that could happen.
Sebastian Wolcott's going to play in the Futures game, so congrats to him. That'll add a little bit of intrigue. I know baseball fans that's on MLB Network, right? We can watch that.
I think so.
That Futures game there with Sebastian Wolcott having a pretty good season so far in Double-A. I think his OPS is right at or just over 750. What else is going on here in our world of sports as we're 4 minutes now from the G-Bag of the Day? Is it time for the Cowboys to call the Steelers about another trade? This morning they traded Minka Fitzpatrick to the Dolphins for Jalen Ramsey. Obviously the Cowboys and the George Pickens deal happened. Well, the second headline right now on ESPN.com is people are starting to call the Steelers about TJ Watt. Would you do Micah Parsons for TJ Watt?
Well, the Steelers said they're not trading him. So teams are having talks. Should we try and call them about TJ Watt? Steelers aren't going to trade TJ Watt.
Play June radio. Would you trade
Micah for TJ?
Yeah.
No. I don't think so.
TJ wants a big contract. Why would I give the older?
So does Micah.
Right, but he's so much younger.
It's going to be significantly less for TJ Watt, less guarantees. So if you're looking at it like, guys, we have a couple of years and we got to get this done while Dak Prescott's still young. Maybe you trade Micah for TJ Watt. They throw in a draft pick as well, and now that you have perhaps the better overall player, at least for this year, and you don't have to give Micah the record-setting edge deal. I mean, a vacuum. I don't think the Cowboys would ever consider it. But
no, I mean, I don't know that it'll necessarily. Why is it going to be less guarantees for TJ Watt?
Because he's older.
Yeah, but Myles Garrett just got it, right? Like that's why he's holding out, is because he wants that. He wants the guarantees. It's like the same thing with Martin.
So you think TJ Watt's going to reset the market?
That's
Is
kind
he
of
the same age as Myles Garrett?
That's what he's hoping to do. I think he's roughly around the same age. They might have a year difference between the two.
That's wild.
Because I want to see TJ just maybe 31. Let me see.
Yeah. I don't imagine.
I'm with you, and I don't think the Steelers want to do that either. But I think that's why TJ's kind of trying to play hardball here. He's like, look, I'm a defensive player of the year. I deserve this.
Yeah,
He's 30.
30 years old.
Yeah, 30 years old. He'll be 31 in October.
I mean, I see why the Steelers don't want to give him a big deal.
And Miles is 29.
Yeah. Okay, Glenn Gulletson is back as Stars coach. Did they get it right? Wolchuk brought us Gulletson.
That's a tough one.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that you've necessarily upgraded at head coach. He's been a head coach with Calgary. They got swept in the only postseason series. And then his first go-around with Dallas, I get it. They were going through. Tom Ghilardi had just bought the team. They were bankrupt. The roster wasn't very good. He did help Edmonton achieve a tremendous power play. Now, the counter is, okay, well, they've got Connor McDavid and Connor Draisaitl. I guess in a spin.
You got some players, too, now.
You do? So, you lost your power play guy. He left. So, he helps with that. It also, and I don't believe that Connor McDavid is actually going to leave Edmonton, but he's got a good relationship with Connor McDavid. If for some reason he did become available, the Stars might be on the short list of teams he'd be willing to sign with because of Glenn Gulletson.
Okay. Well, I mean, I hope he can bring some of that Edmonton toughness. I guess he's really good on the power play.
Yeah.
And there's some other things to like about him. I would have never moved on from DeBoer, but I think there's enough talent here that a lot of coaches could have a pretty good amount of success elsewhere in our world of sports.
Yeah, that's amazing. You have a coach that gets you to the conference finals and then gets you to the finals, and then you move on from him.
It's crazy.
I mean, it's think about how crazy that is in this market when
Yeah.
we talk about the Cowboys and
That's how you know it must have really ticked off those players.
That's the one guy that actually had some damn success as a coach around here, and we said, nah, not good enough. But we'll go get a guy who we had here before, kind of thing. I just worry: is this guy? And I said it earlier. Is this guy Norv Turner? Yeah, and I'm trying to use a football coaching. I can't give you the hockey analysis of who the coach is that got. Now maybe it's Bill Belichick. Maybe he's the guy who had an opportunity, had to go be an assistant, and then got back to being a head coach again.
Let me get this note in real quick. Chief, you got some news?
Well, we got Dorian Finney-Smith has agreed to a 4-year, $53 million deal with those Rockets.
Right on. Congratulations to him, and congrats to Paige Becker. She's going to play in her first WNBA All-Star game as the number 1 overall pick. Will be the 10th rookie to start. Caitlin Clark started last year as a rookie, and Aaliyah Boston started in 2023 as a rookie. Becker's 11th in the league in scoring and 6th in assists, so I guess she's just that good year one, and she's going to be an all-star participant. Congrats to her. Time to go into the Pimp Cup back at 75 and Fitzy, where Lucius has your G-Bag today.
Yeah. Here I is. Let's do this right here. G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. You heard me? See you out there in traffic. Maneuver out there safely, fam. I see y'all. If you see anything floating out there, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook. That is Lucious. Or you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. This is day 2 for this champion sound. Most epic bar rant of all time, excuse me. This man right here was trying to ask a woman named Cindy out on a date at the bar, but her friend kept killing the vibe, so he went off.
You're the most ignorant that I've ever met.
Jeez.
Yeah! Really? I didn't do anything to you. 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 I bought you 3 drinks, and as soon as you got the Hennessy in you, you went ballistic on taking it out on every man in the world. You. That's why you're alone. Because you're a And Sydney, I apologize. I really wanted to talk to you. I wanted to ask you out to dinner, but you got a lawyer. And no, you better give me Jameson them sweet teas right now. Yeah. Give it to me. Give it to me. And you're so good friends with her that you f***ed up her night. Because I wanted to take Cindy out to dinner during the week, but you're such a that I ain't even talking to her. And I apologize, Cindy.
Cindy's my bitch.
She's your bitch?
Oh, jeez.
Whoa.
So much going on with that accent. I thought I heard Baltimore. I thought I heard like Detroit somewhere in Michigan. Then I thought I heard Pittsburgh. I don't know.
I'm putting big money that's Philly. I'm putting all my money that's somewhere in Philadelphia, especially because they kept serving that man if he was ranting like that. Yeah. No one seemed shocked by the rant in the video. People just walking around, just doing their thing. I was like, oh, that's Philadelphia, bro.
There goes Don again. Must be a big tipper, you know? Don't throw this guy
He's a
out.
regular.
I got rent to pay. Let him go.
He looks like Mayor Rob Ford from Toronto.
Wow.
Toronto.
Yeah.
Quite a catch there for Cindy.
Yeah. I like how old girl said, he said, what? You've had 3 Hennessy's and you started going crazy?
Yeah.
That fool don't know. Anything can happen, fam, when you're drinking them Hennessy's.
Oh, man.
Anything can happen.
Anything.
You got to be careful. All right, let's see right here. Let's go to the streamer. His name is Joey C. He refused to make an emergency phone call for a man because he didn't want to interrupt his live stream. He's got to get the likes up.
Oh.
Huh? Call you? I can't hear you. I don't know. I broke my neck. You broke your neck? Call an ambulance? I'm doing a live stream. If I do that, I'll have someone call. Hey, call an ambulance, somebody, for this guy. 7th Avenue and 39th Street. He needs an ambulance. He's at the bus stop. 7th Avenue, North 39th Street, Tampa, Florida. So it's East 7th Avenue and North 39th Street. He's at the bus stop. He's on the north side of the street at the bus stop until he broke his neck.
Oh.
They're coming. Someone could do that because I don't want to interrupt the stream.
Priorities.
Someone can do
Grind, don't stop.
Streets got to eat, baby.
Absolutely.
I checked his page, too. He's got like 1,000 some odd followers, so he's got to get them up, man. He's got to get them up.
Rookie numbers.
That's the way to do it, though.
I know the feeling.
All right, let's see what else. Hey. Mr. Broadus.
Sir.
You did a Coach O impersonation today?
Wow. Yeah, those two are my favorite side.
I tell you what.
You and I can run the streets, get it down there and down in Thibodeau.
So love her tigers, I tell you what, boy. Yeah, you did that Coach O impersonation. He was at a wedding, dancing kind of wild with his shirt off.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, all right.
I think he lives down in Miami. I think he's got like a condo situation. They were interviewing him, and he was talking about, I live on the 17th floor of this building, and, you know, he was doing that whole bit, and he was talking about go out, work out every day, go out there and jog a little bit, and you get outside and let everybody see me without my shirt on. And he ain't see me without my shirt on. I was at a wedding the other day, and I was doing some Coach O things. You see me with my no shirt? Yeah. I was looking up pretty good. Had a ride home from the state troopers. State troopers are friends.
I was doing Coach O things.
Absolutely in your bag, man. I love it. The Coach O, the Al Davis, man. A plus.
Yeah, nice work.
Thank you. Appreciate the acknowledgement, Lucius.
Hey, this is not one right here, but Mr. Choppy.
Winner.
Ralph Choppy. Ralph James Choppy, is that his name?
That's right.
King Ralph! King Ralph is his name. He was a gagger?
What?
Yeah.
Still is.
Yeah. Every time I hear gagger, I think ghetto gagger. I'm sorry. Only a few of those know what I'm talking about, but listen to this.
Chop, do you recall the 1997 Group 1 tournament at Rutgers?
Yes, I do. It was one of the better rounds better tournament. I was a gagger, man. I was a big-time choke artist. It was one of the better rounds of golf I played in a tournament, yeah.
Chop the gagger.
Big-time choke artist.
Yeah, I'm a big gagger, man.
Especially on that back nine. You get some cold beers in me, I start gagging all over the place.
Oh, no!
What a shocking revelation there,
wow.
Chop.
Yeah. Wow, dude. All right, let's see. Oh, my God.
Wow, boy.
Dawson, why'd you do that? Jeez, dude. All right, let's see.
It's all fair, I think, with Chop.
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah.
He's a sex joke guy.
My man goes to public restrooms with his shoes off, dog. He got bigger things to worry about. Is that a staph infection or just an itch? You got to figure that out, Choppy.
It's both.
Yeah.
It's nothing.
It's both. Let's see. What can I do? Oh, church clip right here. Yesterday was the church day. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. These two individuals were in front of the church using ChatGPT for their prayer.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
May your divine light shine upon us, guiding us in our endeavors and filling and filling our hearts with hope and inspiration. Feel free to modify this prayer or tailor it to your specific needs and benefits.
There you go. Would you
This
like me to refine?
we ask in Jesus' name.
Good way to dismount.
Feel free to modify this prayer. I love that pause afterwards. She was like, I read that, didn't I?
Yeah.
I said that.
I thought it. I thought she kind of pulled it off at the end, though. Like, feel free to go ahead and modify this prayer for your needs.
Yeah. Passing it on to y'all. All right, that's it.
All right, is it Mr. Big Shot at the bar? Is it Joey C? Is it Coach Brodus, Coach O?
I tell you, I'm excited to be a part of this today.
Is it Ralph James Choppy gagging? You know, you look at that. You look at that score. You're like, holy crap!
Yeah,
I might have a 68 today.
Yeah, he gagged.
You start gagging. Next thing you know, it's a 69.
Got to the 69. He gagged it.
Chad GPT prayer, RJ Chop. I'm going to go with Coach O, Coach Brodus. What do you say, Chief?
Yeah, samesies.
Lucius?
Epic bar rant.
Brodus? Or Volchuk, sorry.
I'll go with Brodus.
Brack?
Bar ramp.
By a score of 3-2, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion.
He's done
It's Brodus' Coach O, the LSU legend, who's living it up, probably. He's living the best life in America.
Yeah.
Okay, if you ever miss the champ, Lucius replays it for you every single afternoon at about 2:20-ish. Right before we get to Wolchuk's top 10 at 2:20, it's time now to stay in the pimp cup where Lucius has LA Live.
Throw your neighborhood in the air if you don't care. It is a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James. Coach O!
Fire up this funk and let's have a talk. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
They're drunk. I know people out there that drink, and see, you people drink normal. These people drink, have a couple of drinks, feel fine.
Social drinking.
Yeah. Me, I couldn't stop drinking till the bartender and go, "We got no more liquor."
Great Richard Pryor right there, sitting on with Johnny Carson. This is LA Live 105.3 The Fan for on a Monday, Friday edition, Monday, June 30th, 2025. Shout out to the now disbanded hip-hop group, PPT, for that name. Monday, Friday vibes here in LA Live is just where I go over some things I've seen on the timeline over the weekend. But I haven't got a phone.
Oh, that's right.
I haven't got a phone.
How's life been? You been good?
So far, it's been 3.5 days. I've had no idea what's been going on out there in the world, brought us until this morning. And I definitely wanted to shut the laptop instantly, like, whoa, okay. I've been wilding this weekend. Yeah, it's been pretty cool, bro. The only thing about the phone, like, I'm cool with not knowing what's going on out there in the world.
I kind of felt like that you would be okay doing
Oh,
this.
my gosh, I actually love it, other than when you're driving places.
Yeah.
You don't know how to get there anymore.
I have no clue.
Yeah, unless you really go to that place all the time, you don't know where this place is. So you might need a little bit of help. Couldn't go to the gym like I wanted to because I missed the music in my phone.
Yeah. You had to listen to the gym music?
Oh my gosh, the worst, man. You're trying to do squats and you hear Barbie Girl.
Re-rack.
Yeah, exactly. I can just feel the testosterone leaving my body as they turn the music up in there. I couldn't track how much money I was spending this weekend. You know, you got your bank app on your phone that kind of keeps what you're going on. Nah, I don't know what's going on, bro. I still haven't checked. In fact, I don't know what's happening. I might be in the poorhouse. Might be in the poorhouse.
If you don't look, it's okay.
Yeah, that's what I was told too. Like men and the doctor, it'll be all right. Yeah. 2 more weeks, you'll be back up, buddy.
Just don't want to know.
Yeah. And I noticed there's a lock of clocks out there. You just can't look around and see a clock. Like, you don't know what time it is if you don't have your phone with you.
Yeah, that's a good point. Are you not a watch guy, Lucius?
I do have a watch, but the band needs to be fixed.
Yeah.
And it's a pretty expensive watch, so it's going to be expensive for me to get that done. And I just can't. Every time I want to make it happen, something else happens. Like I need to get brakes, or
a new
wifey's
phone.
car is acting funny, or a new phone.
There's a new bottle of tequila online.
$350, bro. Crazy. And that's with the insurance and everything. $350, man.
Yeah, it's a joke, dude.
Yeah. You guys have a fantastic weekend.
Yes, sir.
Did you?
Yeah, it was good.
Good.
It was good.
Good. Me too. Went to watch some fireworks with some friends of mine. And that was pretty cool. Yeah.
Where at? He didn't know. He didn't have the GPS.
Glen Heights? Is that Glen Heights?
Oh, yeah. Glen Heights is nice.
It's nice. Eric.
Yes, sir.
My friends are gay. They're
Who's
gay.
friends?
I was walking through the house and I was looking at all their photos of them together, just living a happy life. Yeah. I said, Eric would probably be like, all right, man, I'm going to get on out of here.
It was great meeting you guys.
I got to get on.
Man, Eric got loose on social media last week.
I did get a little
Had
loose.
some debates.
I did get a little loose.
I see it, bro. I see
Branching out.
I mean, it's fine. I just don't think it necessarily needs to be celebrated. Lucius, are you in a disagreement? Do you feel like we should have nights to celebrate the idea that two dudes like to have sex with each other?
Whoa.
Or girls.
Whoa.
Or two chicks. Absolutely.
Or two thems.
Or two theys. Absolutely.
Mark B on my skin.
Yeah, I really don't care. I mean, I don't care. I just don't care. Let's
How were
see.
the fireworks?
But it was fun. I was thinking about you the whole time I was walking in there. I was like, boy, I was cracking myself up. I couldn't share my jokes to everybody. They were totally mine.
That's great, man.
Yeah, it was good stuff. Now, I did see a video over the weekend of some women throwing hands and feet.
TV, yeah.
This was incredible.
And
Yeah.
cans. It's a great hands
move.
and cans. Were getting thrown.
Yeah.
Can fight.
Yeah.
That left
Hands,
move.
feet, cans, everything. It was a bachelorette party, allegedly.
Looked like it.
In Frisco, they said. I just want to give a shout out to the green dress.
Hell yeah.
Green dress was handling her scandal like a vandal. She's got to be from the country. She was just snatching girls. Get your ass up, snatching
She's got
her.
reach.
Yes.
See that reach?
Yes,
Impressive.
Oh, gosh, she's like a tackle out there.
That's a gal that can bale some hay.
Yeah.
Buck some hay.
We'll get her on Misfit Boxing here pretty soon.
It's like my cousin Ellie Jo. I went out to visit her in the farm. She picked up 2 5-gallon buckets of water and just took them out to the barn. At
Ellie
like
Jo?
9 years old.
Ellie Jo, bro.
Ellie Jo.
Ellie Jo got
cow.
hands too, fam. Ellie Jo.
Ellie Jo is
Ellie
a
Jo could still kick
fighter.
my ass.
Yeah, Ellie Jo sounds like somebody that you would call if you have to issue with a lady, but you can't put your hands on a lady.
Yes.
Some girl bullying you at school or something like that. Ellie Jo is the one to call. Ellie Jo shows up at your school like, which one is a her? Is it her?
Ellie Jo's got her sleeves rolled up, swinging.
Ellie Jo,
sure.
bro.
She had any on her shirt to begin with.
Oh, did she?
She, cut off. She's a truck driver.
Damn.
Hilarious, too. She'd be stinging the whole time.
Nice. Yeah, shout out to Green Dress. You was handling your scandal like a vandal. I see you punch old girl in the face, too, and she came back for some. Wow. All right, LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. What did you say, bro?
That fight should have stopped at like 5 or 6 different junctures, but they kept like going at each other super slow motion. And I'm like, man, luckily the one had some skills, the Ellie Jo of the scene, but that's when you need a couple of dudes just to be like, ladies, come on, break it up. Let's go home.
Stop, everyone. That's what was amazing. Is was like the only person that was there was the one with the camera.
Yeah.
That person didn't obviously care to stop it. It was just
No.
like they found the perfect spot.